Chapter 141, Becoming Famous with One Treatment, 7. Since you claim that Lin Gongong avoided his castration, then I will castrate him for you. Yun Luofeng bewitchingly smiled. The long sword in her hand suddenly left her hand and sliced off the organ on his crotch with a plop. Because her eyes were still covered by Yun Xiao, this strike completely relied on her senses. Ah! A heart-wrenching scream pierced the air, causing everyone's hair to stand on its end. Eunuch Lin directly fainted from the pain, fresh blood still gushing from his lower body, painting the floor red. The young girl's cruel and decisive tactics made all the ministers inwardly shiver. It was unexpected that she would castrate Eunuch Lin in front of everyone. Yun Luofeng. Gao Tu was completely infuriated. He abruptly stood up and harshly said, "What are you doing?" As though not feeling Gao Tu's rage, Yun Luofeng nonchalantly said, "Eldest, please prepare another bowl of medicinal soup and force-feed it to him. This time, I have castrated Lin Gongong in front of everyone, so certain people can't find an excuse anymore." Eldest gradually recovered from his shock and guffawed, "Girl, I still have some leftover medicine, I will bring it over for you now." This girl was brutal and decisive, never soft-hearted towards her enemies. Her future achievements could not be estimated. As soon as he finished speaking, he dashed out of the main hall and quickly disappeared under the intense sun. A while later, carrying a bowl of medicinal soup, Eldest entered the main hall with big strides and stepped in front of Eunuch Lin without saying a word. His fingers tightly clutched the eunuch's chin and forcefully poured the soup into his mouth. Cough, cough. The eunuch coughed from choking and slowly woke up. At the same time, Yun Luofeng's fist ruthlessly landed on his body once again, and a mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. His already pale face became more deathly pale. After experiencing this torment, Eunuch Lin appeared as though he was several decades older, and his eyes were unfocused. Every minister's eyes were intensely and unblinkingly staring at Eunuch Lin, afraid that they would miss anything. Even Mu Wushuang disregarded gender differences and kept her eyes on Eunuch Lin's crotch. Under everyone's gaze, Eunuch Lin's bloody crotch gradually started growing a sharp end, similar to a budding bean sprout. The entire hall quieted following his body's changes. It was so silent that a needle dropping onto the floor could be heard. Bang! Gao Tu's body heavily landed on his imperial throne, and he stared at Eunuch Lin, who was still in a daze, with an ashen expression. Thinking back on the words that he just spoke, how laughable were they? Impossible, this definitely can't be real. Mu Xingqiu was the first to react, his body shuddered several times, and he staggered back with eyes full of disbelief, staring intently at Eunuch Lin. A eunuch transforming into a man. He had never heard of something like this. If it weren't for Yun Luofeng castrating Eunuch Lin in front of them, perhaps they would be the same as Gao Tu and believe that Eunuch Lin avoided his castration instead of attributing it to a dose of medicine. That instant, all the ministers in the main hall turned their sight to Yun Luofeng with a fervent gleam in their eyes. How outstanding would her medical skills have to be in order to turn a eunuch into a man? Let's not bother mentioning Mu Wushuang, even her master did not possess a formidable ability like this. It was ridiculous that Mu Wushuang previously used a lecturing tone to converse with Yun Luofeng. Chapter 142, Disgracing Oneself, 1. Your Majesty, my granddaughter is the winner of this bet. Shouldn't you make the Prime Minister of State fulfill their promise now? Yun Luo's features were full of pleasure as he radiantly asked with a clear voice. At this moment, Gao Tu's expression was quite flustered, and his body was slumped on the imperial throne. His sight gradually moved to Mu Xingqiu and his granddaughter and said dispiritedly, "Prime Minister Mu, tomorrow, you will personally head to the graves of Yun Luofeng's parents and kneel down in front of it to apologize to them. You will also write a letter of confession to post on the city wall for the public." Mu Xingqiu's complexion was ashen, and when he lowered his head, malice flashed through his eyes. This minister shall obey. At a time like this, Gao Tu could not blatantly favor him, so he could only keep a low profile. However, he would remember this debt. He would eventually pay it back to Yun Luofeng, this stinky girl. Zhen is tired. You are all dismissed. Gao Tu wearily closed his eyes with a heart full of bitterness. No matter what, he would have never imagined that Yun Luofeng really was a physician and even possessed an excellent medical skill. If he knew, he should not have blatantly sided with the Prime Minister of State, leading him to offend a genius doctor like that. At this moment, Gao Tu finally understood the meaning of Eldest words. Compared to Yun Luofeng, Mu Wushuang truly was not worth much. Elder Ning, Yun Luofeng raised her brow and turned to face Elder Ning with a wicked smile on her lips. Hand over the results from your investigation of these previous years to Prime Minister of State, so that they can write a letter of confession according to those results. I don't want a single detail left out. 6 months ago, when she had Elder Ning help her look into all of the crimes related to the Prime Minister of State, it was all for today. She would make the people from the Prime Minister of State admit everything that they had done in front of everyone. Also, Yun Luofeng's smile remained unchanged and became more bewitching. Prime Minister of State posting the letter of confession to the city wall alone is not enough. I want to make them announce every crime in the letter of confession in front of Longyuan citizens. Yun Luofeng. Mu Xingqiu angrily clenched his fists, rage nearly erupting from his chest. Don't go too far. Could it be that your Prime Minister of State can bet but can't lose? Yun Luofeng sent a sidelong glance at the ashen Mu Xingqiu. Since it's like that, Yun Xiao, tie these people up, bring them to the city gate tomorrow, and force them to renounce their crimes. If they're too unwilling to open their mouths, beat them up. Beat them until they're willing to speak. Yun Luofeng, you've got quite the nerves. I'm an important minister of the court. What qualifications do you have to tie me up? Mu Xingqiu's eyes were saturated with an intense killing intent as he harshly asked. Yun Luofeng bewitchingly smiled. So what if you are an important minister of the court? I have never needed to fear anyone when I act. If you don't believe it, you can try. Mu Xingqiu tightly clenched his fist. He was shaking from anger, his eyes were spitting fire as they fiercely glared at the girl's languid and bewitching posture. The killing intent in his eyes became more and more intense. He should have killed this little BTCH before Yu Nuo returned to court. But how could he have known that a trash he had never taken notice of would actually be able to cause so much trouble? Mu Xingqiu, I wouldn't have thought that an old thief like you is not only shameless but also untrustworthy. Yu Nuo burst into laughter, clearly overjoyed. However, since you have already made a promise, you must adhere to it. If you aren't willing to fulfill it, I don't mind using some stronger means. Chapter 143, Disgracing Oneself, 2. Mu Xingqiu was so angry that he became speechless and subconsciously looked at Gao Tu. Upon seeing that Gao Tu had his eyes closed the entire time and did not pay attention to their dispute, his heart fell into despair little by little. Mu Wushuang suppressed the envy bursting from her heart and coldly gazed at Yu Nuofeng, hate flashing through her beautiful eyes. Mu Wushuang, am willing to admit my loss. I promise you that I will head to the city gate tomorrow. Except, I hope you won't regret today's events. In Longyuan, if she did not have the protection of the imperial family, she was no match for the Yun family. The reason was none other than the fact that the Yun family had an insurmountable presence like Yu Nuo. As long as Yu Nuo did not die, she had no way of destroying Yu Nuofeng, that BTCH. Whenever Mu Wushuang thought of Yu Nuofeng's medical skill, it was as though claws were mercilessly scratching her heart, making her feel extremely agonized. If she didn't eliminate her, she would not feel at ease in her entire life. Great, I will wait for your arrival at the city gate tomorrow. After speaking these words, Yu Nuofeng lazily stretched and moved around her shoulders as the corner of her lips bewitchingly raised. Yun Xiao, let's go home. After saying this, she slowly turned around and headed out of the main hall. The rays of the setting sun fell onto the girl's snow-white robes, suffocating in its beauty. Yun Xiao was akin to a loyal guard, following and standing beside Yu Nuofeng all along. The man's face was always without a single expression and was cold, as though nothing could move him. Ho ho, Elder Ning chuckled and meaningfully watched the two youngsters' departing figures as he pointedly stated, I'm quite curious where Yunitu got the luck to pick up a man like this. General Yun, your Yun family is very blessed this time, haha. After loudly laughing twice, he headed out the main hall, only leaving behind a confused Yu Nuo. Ever since the main hall's events spread around, Yu Nuofeng's reputation was suddenly known all throughout Longyuan Kingdom. It could be described with 5 words, becoming famous with one treatment. All the people who once mocked and ridiculed her immediately changed their attitude, itching to kneel and lick her boots. So what if Yu Nuofeng could not cultivate? She was a godly doctor. With the existence of her godly doctor reputation, there were numerous strong people who wished to escort her. She could basically travel unhindered on the continent. Although Yu Nuofeng rescued Elder Ning by Qin River that day, there were still many people who held a skeptical attitude. However, now that there were so many major ministers from the palace heading to General Yun's estate to vie for her favor, the excitement that Yu Nuofeng brought them could be imagined. At this time, outside the city gate of the imperial city, Mu Xingqiu and Mu Wushuang from the prime minister estate both stood at the gate in a sorry state with an incredibly embarrassed expression. A group of guards stood behind them like an unmovable mountain, not allowing them any room for escape, so the duo can only accept everyone's stunned or shocked gaze. Everyone, Yu Nuofeng swept her eyes across the awkwardly standing pair before turning to the people standing in a circle and watching, and her peerlessly beautiful face was haughty and cold. I am sure you all know about the events that happened to our general estate 10 years ago. 10 years ago. Hearing this sensitive number, the mass whispered into each other's ears, their astonished eyes casting glances at Mu Xingqiu and his granddaughter every now and then. 10 years ago, my parents led an army to war, but because Prime Minister Mu Xingqiu was lascivious and fell into the enemy army's evil plan, causing intelligence to be leaked and my parents to die on the battlefield. A deep pain appeared on Yu Nuofeng's features, and her voice also became harsher. However, Mu Xingqiu, this old thief, did not demonstrate any repentance in spite of everything. Not only did he refuse to admit his wrong, he even deemed that my parents must have deserved it for doing something wicked. Chapter 144, Disgracing Oneself, 3. The girl's voice was so potent that Mu Xingqiu almost lowered his head to the dust. The events from 10 years ago were actually known by the people of Longyuan Kingdom. It was just because Prime Minister Mu was so influential that nobody dared to speak for the victims. What do you mean when you say that they deserve it because they had committed too many evil deeds? Yu Nuofeng laughed, full of contempt. Her laughter rang once again at the gate of the city. All I know is that nice people don't live long while the wicked ones survive for millenniums. My parents were framed by petty men. They got murdered by an old thief, Mu Xingqiu. Still, he was totally unrepentant after murdering them. So today, I'm here to make Mu Xingqiu confess all the evil deeds that he has done over the years to vent out the anger of my parents. Good. Someone in the crowd took the lead to applaud and the others followed. At this moment, all the people on the scene burned with rage. Junior General Yun was young and talented, and his wife was also valiant. They are both heroes in our minds. I don't believe such heroes would be killed on the battlefield for committing evil deeds. They were murdered by Mu Xingqiu as they tried to defend our country. Yes, so many young talents have died on the battlefield. Were all of them killed for doing evil deeds? One of my uncles died in the battlefield, and he has always been a nice man. I don't believe that God will really punish the bad guys. If God had eyes, there wouldn't be so many wars. Looking at these angry people, Yu Nuofeng slightly raised the corner of her mouth. She recognized the first guy who applauded. He was a shop assistant of Medical Pavilion. It was a no-brainer that Elder Rong sent this guy here. Miss Yun, they should kneel down before the grave of Junior General Yun and apologize to him. Exactly, they must apologize. If they don't apologize, they should pay Junior General Yun and his wife with their life. The reaction of the people was very intense. At this moment, they threw all of their scruples away, and some people even spat at Mu Xingqiu who was utterly embarrassed. Of course, Yun Luofeng understood that these people dared to stand up because they saw how discomfited Mu Xingqiu was. If they were faced with that high-spirited Prime Minister Mu, they would not dare to utter a single word. You can rest assured. Yun Luofeng raised her hand to put a stop to all the angry voices. I made them come here because the medical pavilion had discovered all the evil deeds that the Mu family had done over the years. After this matter here is settled, I will make them go to my parents' graves and apologize to them. Actually, these things were discovered by Elder Ning, but the citizens did not know who Elder Ning was, so Yun Luofeng had to mention the medical pavilion. With the reputation of medical pavilion, nobody would doubt the authenticity of her accusation. Mu Xingqiu looked pale. Just now, someone spat at him when he did not pay attention. The saliva smelled so disgusting that he almost threw up. Mu Xingqiu, Yun Luofeng turned to Mu Xingqiu. Show me your letter of confession. Confess all the crimes that you have committed over the years. If you dare to conceal any of your crimes, I'll rip off one of your arms. Mu Xingqiu harshly shuddered. He could barely keep a hold of the letter of confession in his trembling hands. Chapter 145. Disgracing oneself. 4. I, Mu Xingqiu, have committed many wrongs over the years. Mu Xingqiu spoke with a trembling voice. My most regretful mistake is being lustful and causing Junior General Yun and young Madam to lose their life on the battlefield. Even if I used my entire life, I would never be able to redeem myself from this sin. Mu Xingqiu's expression became more and more unsightly. The hand grasping the letter of confession also shook even more, his eyes full of despair. Second, when I was young, I had an affair with my sister-in-law and was accidentally discovered by my elder brother. To prevent this matter from being known, I poisoned my elder brother and claimed that he died from an illness to the public. Wow. The crowd went into an uproar. No matter what, the people would not have imagined that not only did Mu Xingqiu have an illicit affair with his sister-in-law but also plotted the death of his biological brother. Why didn't God take a bastard like this? It was truly as Yun Luofeng said, nice people don't live long while bad people live for millenniums. Compared with Junior General Yun, who devoted himself to the country and people, this Mu Xingqiu was the one who was actually guilty of monstrous crimes. Third, because my parents were suspicious of the cause of my elder brother's death, I was afraid they wouldn't forgive me after finding out, so I struck first and killed them. To everyone else, I said that my parents could not handle my elder brother's death, so they hung themselves. The crowd was stunned by Mu Xingqiu's words yet again. They initially thought that Mu Xingqiu stealing his sister-in-law and murdering his brother were already cruel enough, but, unexpectedly, he even killed his own parents. Why would a person like this still be alive? God was truly blind. Following this, whenever Mu Xingqiu announced one of his crimes, the shock in everyone's heart deepened to another degree. Fratricide, parricide, stealing of sister-in-law, abduction of children, scorning of the law, there was not a single thing that Mu Xingqiu had not done. It could be said that every crime that someone could commit, he had committed them all, not a single one was left out. Mu Xingqiu's expression shifted from its original livid expression to a pale one. In the end, his face was drained of all colors, except for a pallid gray. Until he himself became numb, as though he was a machine and only knew to read from the letter of confession, not omitting a single word. After he reported more than 100 crimes one by one, the entire street at the city's entrance grew silent, so silent that even the sound of a breeze could be clearly heard. Mu Wushuang, your turn now. Yun Luofeng turned to look at Mu Wushuang with a bewitching smile on her lips. Are you planning to report your crimes yourself, or should I assist you? The help that she spoke of was, of course, brute force. If Mu Wushuang was adamant about not admitting her crimes, she did not mind using brute force to make her concede. Mu Wushuang's expression became ghastly white in an instant. She tightly bit her lips and silently looked at Yun Luofeng. Mu Wushuang. Is it possible that Mu Wushuang has also committed a sin? That can't be right. Mu Xingqiu has certainly done many evil deeds, but what does this have to do with her? Mu Wushuang is graceful and kind, she couldn't have done wicked things. Cluck cluck, haven't you heard of a saying? One may know a person for a long time without understanding the true nature. Medical Pavilion has a great prestige on this continent, and since these matters were investigated by them, it can't be fake. Following Yun Luofeng's words, the silent city entrance went into an uproar again. The people whispered into each other's ear while their eyes revealed their astonishment. Besides Mu Wushuang, the old man and 3 little ones from Mu family were all terrible. Everyone knew that Mu Xingqiu was shameless and lecherous, leaking intelligence for women and dragging Junior General Yun and his wife down. The eldest young master of Mu family, Mu Wuchen, was cold, arrogant, vicious, and malicious, looking down on everyone. Second young master Mu Shen was a proper hedonistic son of the affluent, always bringing a crowd of people with him to cause trouble. Last time, he was even ruthlessly beaten up by the guards of the Yun household who were protecting Yun Luofeng. Only Mu Wushuang had a graceful and kind-hearted disposition, never committing any evil deeds. How could you make the people believe she would also have a letter of confession? Translator's thoughts. Zen _Zen_. Starting next chapter, we have 2 co-translators joining this novel, Iris and Erica Tilda. They are a lot faster than me, so you will be seeing them more, sometimes 80-something chapters without a glimpse of me, so don't miss me too much, alright. Come find me on Discord if you do. 3. Please welcome them, they're also in the server. Chapter 146, Mu Wushuang's Crimes. At the clamorous city entrance, after everyone started discussing amongst themselves, Mu Wushuang clenched a letter of confession in her hands, her lowered eyes flashing with an icy light. She will eventually pay Yun Luofeng back for today's humiliation. Thinking this, Mu Wushuang suppressed the fury in her heart and unfolded her letter of confession. I, Niu Wushuang, have crimes that fill the heaven and have killed countless of people. Killed countless of people. Bang! Niu Wushuang's words were akin to a sudden clap of thunder, ferociously shaking everyone's heart. They dumbfoundedly stared at the pale-faced Niu Wushuang. In that instant, they actually suspected their heirs had problems. Facing those astonished gazes, Niu Wushuang's head remained lowered, and the hand clasping the letter of confession started trembling slightly. Not only did I secretly send Crown Prince a message more than half a year ago and had him find a man to frame Yun Luofeng for dallying with a beautiful man in the middle of the street, destroying Yun Luofeng's reputation, but I also had a bunch of women from Longyuan Kingdom, who were pestering the Crown Prince, secretly killed, and then shifted the blame to someone else. Yun Luofeng's reputation of having big boobs with no brain and being perverted and easily infatuated was spread by me. The point was to break Crown Prince and her engagement so that I could become Longyuan's Crown Prince consort. 10 years ago, I also had my master do nothing to save Yun Qingye from dying. Most importantly, I had a younger sister with the same father but different mother. One time, I accidentally discovered that she was infatuated with Crown Prince, so this sister of mine also died in my hands. Longyuan Kingdom's citizens remembered Prime Minister Estate had a second miss indeed. This second miss did not have Niu Wushuang's innate talent and intelligence and also did not have the status of a direct descendant, only mothered by a concubine, so not many people cared about her death. What was unexpected was that Prime Minister Estate's second miss died at the hands of Niu Wushuang. Everyone was stunned. If Niu Xingqiu's actions made them endlessly sigh, then Niu Wushuang's behavior threw them into disbelief. Everyone could not believe that Prime Minister Estate's eldest miss, who was graceful and dignified in front of everyone, was actually a person who killed her own sister. Yun Luofeng faintly smiled, her eyes glancing at the crowd and surprisingly spotted a deathly pale face in the crowd. Inside the crowd, Niu Shen staggered back, his pale face was infuriated as he unwaveringly glared at Niu Wushuang. It turns out that Zhu Er was killed by her. For the Crown Prince, she killed my younger sister, Niu Rongzhu. Hate gushed from Niu Shen's heart, a heaven-shattering fury burning in his heart. The current citizens of Longyuan seemed to have forgotten that Prime Minister Estate's second miss and Niu Shen were both the children of a concubine and born from the same mother. Hearing this explosive news now, how could he not have hate in his heart? The people beside him could even hear the sound of Niu Shen gritting his teeth. "You're killing your younger sister, does Niu Xingqiu know about this?" Yun Luofeng raised her lips in a faint smile and asked, her bewitching look slowly swept across the ashen Niu Xingqiu. Niu Wushuang's face was also ghastly white and colorless. She glanced at Niu Xingqiu and gnashed her teeth before saying, "My grandfather, he knows. Niu Rongzhu is a mere daughter of a concubine, I'm the daughter of the legal wife. Do you think my grandfather will favor a concubine's daughter?" Hearing Niu Wushuang's words, Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes, her dark eyes flashing with a wicked light. "You two deserve to be grandfather and granddaughter. One stole his sister-in-law and murdered his brother, the other did not let off her own younger sister. As expected, beasts become a family." Chapter 147, Regretful Crown Prince 1. Niu Wushuang's psychological defense completely collapsed. She glared at Yun Luofeng, and her elegant and demure face turned very grim at the moment. "Yun Luofeng, you will have to pay for what you did to me today." Yun Luofeng smiled wickedly, and lazily leaned against the calm man behind her. She glanced at Niu Wushuang who was ghastly pale. "Well, in this world, nobody is smart enough to scheme against me. I'll be waiting for you." As soon as she finished, her face turned solemn and she ordered with a sneer, "Yun Xiao, tie them down and send them to my parents' graves. My grandpa has been waiting there for a long time." "Very well." The cool man turned his eyes away from the beautiful girl and looked at Niu Xingqiu and Niu Wushuang expressionlessly, his deep dark eyes showing a ruthless murderous desire. "Stop it, what are you going to do? I am a minister of the royal court, and you are just a small guard, you." Niu Xingqiu was stunned by the imposing manner of the man. He felt that the man didn't only want to tie him down but also wanted to kill him. With a fear in his heart, he couldn't help stepping back. However, before he got the time to turn and run away, he was grabbed by the man and held up like a chicken. His face was white with fear. "Let's go." Yun Luofeng looked at the two held in the man's hands, yawned lazily and turned toward the gate. When the figures of these people disappeared, boisterous discussion sounds rang from the crowd at the gate again. "It is true that you may know a person's face but not his mind. I really did not expect the graceful and dignified Miss Niu is such a person. Her sister was just infatuated with Crown Prince and has never thought of marrying him, but she just killed her. Didn't you listen to her? She framed Yun Luofeng and made the people believe Yun Luofeng molested a handsome man on the street. Gee, I really did not expect that Niu Wushuang is such a person. I think Crown Prince won't want her to be his wife anymore after people get to know what she has done." "Exactly, a scheming BTCH like Niu Wushuang doesn't deserve to be our future queen." Outside the city. Surrounded by pine trees, two tombs quietly stood on the top of a mountain. On top of the tombs, the epitaphs inscribed with cinnabar were so conspicuous as if they were painted with blood. The white-haired old man groveled on the ground, his trembling fingers gently stroking the characters on the gravestone, a deep pain revealed in his eyes. Junior General Yun Yang was young, talented and outstanding. What a lamentable thing he was killed on the battlefield. His wife, Bai Ling, was a valiant and an excellent woman. She fought bravely for the country together with her husband. The couple was killed on the battlefield and was buried here. Feng Er, your parents' last wish was to be buried here together, far away from the hubbub of the world and free from any disturbance of the earthly world. Now they have their wish fulfilled. In the woods, no one can disturb them. Yun Luo slightly closed his eyes. Even now, he could still recall the heart-wrenching pains he felt when he heard the news that Yun Yang and his wife died on the battlefield more than a decade ago. The pain in his heart had not yet subsided, and he had to go to the battlefield for his son, to defend the country and his people. However, in the end, what did he get? He could not avenge his eldest son and daughter-in-law, and even his younger son was framed and had to hide in a secret chamber and couldn't see the sun. And he himself, after leaving behind his granddaughter and guarding the border for 10 years, was no match for the pillow wind blown by noble consort new to the emperor. Chapter 148, Regretful Crown Prince 2. Such a concupiscent tyrant was not worthy of his loyalty. Yun Luofeng walked slowly to the tombstones, looking straight at the inscriptions on the tombstones as if she was looking at the respected couple on the battlefield. Dad, Mom, I've come to see you. She was not the real Yun Luofeng and was just trying to survive with this body. However, after having been merged with the body, she gradually felt similarly to the real owner of this body. You can rest assured, I will avenge you sooner or later. Be it the Prime Minister, the fatuous Emperor, or those who really killed you, I will make them pay for what they've done to you. Listening to the girl's words, the old man showed a gratified smile. However, when he turned to Mu Xingqiu who had been taken to the graves, his old face suddenly fell. Mu Xingqiu, you old thief, it serves you just right, ha ha ha. Yun Luo laughed. Though his smile was bright, his eyes were grim. Now kneel down. You. Mu Xingqiu got quite furious and was about to rebut the old man. Bang. At this moment, someone kicked hard at the back of his knee. Caught off guard, he knelt down on the ground heavily. Shame. This was a great humiliation. Mu Xingqiu's head was pressed to the ground. He clenched his fist, his eyes full of shame and anger. He had never been humiliated like this since he gained power. He would bear in mind what they had done to him today. One day, he would make all the men of the general estate kneel before him and beg for his mercy. Yang Ling have you seen this in heaven? Yun Luo looked up at the sky and shouted out loud, during that year, the son of ABTCH leaked information and had you killed. But the emperor forgot your contribution and chose to take sides with him. Now I'll make them kneel down and kowtow to your graves for 1,000 times. Hope that your souls can rest in peace. While speaking, tears were running down from the old man's face. How many years had it been? For how many years had been waiting for this day? And he would never forget that when he went to His Majesty to report what they had done back then, His Majesty just said lightly, now that things have happened, an investigation will be a waste of time. What's more, Mr. Mu didn't do it deliberately. How about this? Let him apologize to you. As you know, it's impossible for the dead to come back to life. Please contain your grief. Apologize. This man murdered his son and daughter-in-law and just got away with a simple apology. Therefore, due to rage, he summoned all the soldiers from the border and trod down the estate of Mu Xingqiu. Since then, he no longer wanted to get involved in wars of the country. However, hearing the people living on the border were in an abyss of suffering, he couldn't ignore it but chose to lead the soldiers to the battlefield. Grandpa. Seeing that the old man seemed to be unable to control his emotions, Yun Luofeng quickly came to him and supported him with her hands. She frowned slightly. It's getting late, and I must take you back to have a rest. So I'll have Yun Xiao supervise them to complete kowtowing 1,000 times. Good. Yun Luo closed his eyes. Even though he had waited a long time for this scene, he still felt like there was a huge rock in his heart, and he couldn't breathe. If he could, he wished he had never been a general, so that Yun Yang and his wife would not die on the battlefield. After walking out of the pine forest, Yun Luofeng slowly stopped. With her dark eyes looking at the old man beside her, she asked, Grandpa, do you blame me for not killing Mu Xingqiu? Chapter 149, Regretful Crown Prince 3. Yun Luo slightly shook his head and sighed. I know there must be a reason why you didn't kill them. Grandpa won't ask. He was never worried about the girl no matter what she did. Grandpa, have you ever wondered why the Dog Emperor is so partial to Mu clan? Yun Luofeng stroked her chin, pondering, Prime Minister Mu leaked military intelligence and had my parents killed in the battlefield. Normally, the behavior of Prime Minister Mu would be a crime of treason. Even if the Dog Emperor loves noble consort Mu very much, he can shield him justifiably. Yun Luo paused for a moment and looked at Yun Luofeng in astonishment, his eyes full of doubt. I haven't really thought about it. Indeed, Mu Xingqiu was accused of treason, but the Emperor didn't punish Prime Minister Mu. Instead, he chose to shield him as much as he could. Was it just because the Emperor loved noble consort very much? Yun Luofeng smiled wickedly. What's more, I helped Lin Gongong recover his masculinity. Normally, an emperor would rather choose to believe my strength than claim that Lin Gongong escaped castration. In the harem, what does a man who has not been castrated represent? This stands for being cuckolded. Would he be foolish enough to let himself wear a green hat? A man who had not been castrated stayed in the harem as a eunuch, and everybody knew what it meant. Therefore, even if Gao Tu did not believe in her ability, he would have chosen to believe it at that time. However, to shield Mu Wushuang, he would rather wear a green hat. Yun Luofeng had to give this matter some thought. Feng just as you said, this is really strange. Yun Luo kept silent for a while and then he said, Gao Tu has been too partial to Mu clan. I think there must be a reason for it. So we should not kill Mu Xingqiu, the dog thief for now. Yun Luofeng's eyes revealed the killing intent. However, I hereby swear, someday I'll appease my parents' souls with Mu Xingqiu's head, and I will overthrow Gao Tu's reign who has been unreasonably partial to the Mu clan. Good. Yun Luo laughed and patted Yun Luofeng on the shoulder, just as expected of a good scion of our family. As a member of the Yun clan, one must have confidence and aspiration. I'm sure you will be very successful in the future. Looking at the old man's relaxed face, Yun Luofeng cracked a wicked smile. In a few days, Red Hackberry Tree would bear spiritual fruits, and then she would give the old fellow a surprise. The next day. In the backyard of the Yun clan, a young girl was lying lazily on a chaise longue. She held a grape in her hand, carefully removed the seeds from the grape and put the translucent grape into her mouth. I wonder what will happen if I plant these fruit trees in the God Code world. Yun Luofeng slightly raised the corners of her mouth, revealing a wicked but charming smile. Of course, she just thought about it. However, as she was thinking about it, a cute voice came from within her soul. I'll tell you that fruit trees can also be planted in the God Code world if you can make Yun Xiao your boyfriend. Xiao Mo's voice was a little bit angry. It had been more than half a year, but Master had not made any progress. He was terribly worried about her. Oh, Yun Luofeng slightly raised her eyebrows. But you have told me now. What should I do then? Chapter 150, Regretful Crown Prince, 4. There was a moment of silence in her soul, followed by a sudden cry, which shook her soul. Boo-hoo, Master, I'll never talk to you again, you big villain. After crying for a while, the adorable little guy cut off his contact with Yun Luofeng and ignored her. However, in her own mind, Yun Luofeng could see the little fellow squatting in a corner and drawing circles, his cute face full of grievance. Just as Yun Luofeng was about to comfort him, a familiar figure caught her eyes. She slightly raised the corners of her lips. Yun Xiao, have you finished the task yet? The man nodded coldly. They've kowtowed for 1,000 times, no more, no less. Even kowtowing for 100 times would make one break his head and bleed. Thus, she could imagine how terrible Mu Xingqiu would look now. He might need to take a long rest after this. Miss. Suddenly, a servant girl rushed in. Crown Prince comes to visit you. Crown Prince. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Let him in. Yes, miss. After reporting to her, the servant girl hurried to go out. Before long, a handsome young man in a blue robe showed up before her. The young man looked pale and tired, and a complicated look appeared in his sharp dark eyes as he looked at Yun Luofeng, who was lying on a chaise longue. Yun Luofeng, did you do it deliberately? Gao Ling clenched his fist. Upon meeting Yun Luofeng, his first sentence was not to ask her to treat him, nor ask for her forgiveness, but rather to question her. Yes, I did it on purpose. So what? So what? The girl sounded arrogant and domineering, as though she was not taking the love that all the young ladies of Longyuan Kingdom were yearning for seriously. You. Gao Ling's handsome face turned ghastly pale and he said angrily, you made me swear that I would never bother you that day by Qin River because you knew I would regret it later, right? This woman definitely did it on purpose. She deliberately tricked him to say such words, so that he couldn't be entangled with her in the future. Yun Luofeng glanced at Gao Ling's regretful face, raised the corners of her lips and said, I think I was quite perceptive back then. Gao Ling felt his heart suddenly missed a beat. Yes, Yun Luofeng was still a trash who was unable to cultivate. However, by virtue of her medical skill, she was qualified to be his crown princess. But he let her go just like this. What's more, even Elder Rong of the medical pavilion admired her as a capable doctor. So, Gao Ling was really regretting it now. Yun Luofeng, Gao Ling approached Yun Luofeng and said condescendingly, you've been in love with me for so many years. It's impossible for you to forget your love from me so easily. I know you still have me in your heart. You just don't want to admit it. Never mind, this prince will fulfill my original promise and marry you. Yun Luofeng laughed. Then how about Mu Wushuang? Gao Ling paused. After pondering for quite a while, he said, I will marry both of you at the same time. Both of you are of equal status. Are you satisfied? You want to marry two wives at the same time. That's a good idea. Yun Luofeng sneered, both her words and her face full of contempt. Unfortunately, I'll never ever share a man with others. My man can only have me as his woman. If he dares to touch any other woman, I will kill both him and that woman. Chapter 151, Regretful Crown Prince, 5. Yun Luofeng. Unable to suppress his anger, Gao Ling clenched his fist. You will never see it happen. It's normal for a man to have many concubines. No man will choose to marry just one woman. Marry me. I'll make you the empress of the country. You'll be admired by all men. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips and cracked a wicked but charming smile. Her voice was so calm that people would shiver with her words. If that was so, I would rather not marry a man in my entire life. She would rather not marry a man in her entire life than share a man with others. How daring was she to say something like this that would risk everyone's condemnation as a woman? Yun Xiao glanced at the furious Gao Ling coldly, quietly removed the grape seeds, and then sent the translucent grape flesh to the lips of Yun Luofeng. From beginning to end, it's as though he did not put Gao Ling in the eyes. The girl slightly narrowed her eyes. Gently holding the grape flesh with her red lips, she naughtily sucked on the man's finger. With a seductive and charming smile on her gorgeous face, she licked the man's finger with her warm tongue. She lazily stretched herself, leaned against the chaise longue, and said with a faint smile on her face, it's said that I am extremely fond of a handsome man. Though Mu Wushuang has confessed that she fabricated the rumor, it's actually true. I already have a perfect man who is so hot by my side. Do you think I will continue to like you? Since he entered the backyard of the Yun clan, Gao Ling had noticed Yun Xiao but deliberately did not look at him. As a matter of fact, he even felt inferior when he saw the man who stood beside Yun Luofeng like a mountain. He didn't know where this feeling of inferiority came from. He was jealous of the imposing manner and perfect face of this cold man. So he chose to ignore him. However, when he heard Yun Luofeng's words, Gao Ling got furious. His eyes turned to the expressionless man and he said harshly, Yun Luofeng, he is just a guard. He's not good enough for you. Even if the man looked gorgeous, so what? A guard was just a guard, and this man was no match for him. Really? Yun Luofeng gently raised her eyebrows. She stretched herself lazily and rose from her chaise longue. And then she seized Yun Xiao by the collar, pulled him close to her face, and raised her head to kiss the cold, thin lips of the man. The man was surprised at first, and then he recalled the contents of the pornography paintings. He couldn't help embracing the girl in front of him and responded to her kiss unskillfully. It seems that you've read the contents of the erotic paintings. Yun Luofeng pushed aside the man and slightly narrowed her eyes. A dangerous look flickered across her eyes. Thinking she was angry, Yun Xiao got nervous, but he still nodded honestly. If you don't like it, I'll throw them away. Yun Luofeng smiled, her serious expression disappearing with this smile. She smiled naughtily and patted Yun Xiao on the shoulder encouragingly. Good, you just made a right choice. And you are much more mature than before. If it was Yun Xiao of 6 months ago whom she kissed just now, he would have already fled. Have you seen enough? Yun Luofeng turned to Gao Ling behind her, smiling and staring at the young man's enraged eyes. If that's enough, you can scram. I'm not interested in getting people to see a live pornography with me in it. Chapter 152, Regretful Crown Prince, 6. Gao Ling's face turned ghastly pale and he bellowed furiously, Yun Luofeng, how dare you hook up with a common guard? You are really a shameless BTCH. I think I must be crazy trying to make up with you. Without you, I can still have a lot of women. With my noble status, there are countless women begging for my love. Now you've lost the chance to become my woman. You better not regret it. He had gone crazy due to rage. How dared this woman flirt with a guard in front of him? And she would rather choose a common guard than him. Be it status or strength, he was way stronger than this guard. Losing the chance to become his crown princess, Yun Luofeng would definitely regret it one day. Same to you, Yun Luofeng retorted with a smile. I'd like to remind you though, since you have bedded so many women, there is a high chance for you to have contracted a venereal disease. Then you'd better not come beg me to treat you because I will not treat any member of the imperial family. The girl's words suddenly brought Gao Ling back to reality. How could he forget that he came here to seek for the treatment of his disease? However, was he driven mad by the two who were flirting in front of him and forgot his original purpose? Even the people of the medical pavilion said that only Yun Luofeng could cure him. He couldn't give up this chance. Yun Luofeng, was it you that made me lose all my spiritual energy? Now I'm giving you a chance. Cure me and we're even. The more Gao Ling thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. Yun Luofeng must have done something bad to him that day by the Qin River, and that was why he lost all his spiritual energy. I've told you I will not treat you, said Yun Luofeng with a sneer. You. Gao Ling was just going to swear, but then he choked it back, his face all ghastly pale. I am the crown prince. You are just the daughter of a general. I command you to treat me. Command. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Do you know what the medical pavilion had paid for my service? Not only did they give me a red hackberry tree, but they also sincerely and respectfully asked for my help. That was why I was willing to help them. You think you can make me treat you with an order? That's just ridiculous. As though finding Gao Ling's words seriously absurd, Yun Luofeng laughed out loud. Gao Ling, 10 years ago, my second uncle was seriously injured. To save my second uncle's life, my grandfather went to the imperial palace for help. However, your royal family simply refused to help us even though my grandfather had knelt down before the royal physician. Now why should I save you? If your father is on his knees before my grandfather, maybe he'll think about it. 10 years ago, with a single word, Gao Tu could have saved second uncle from the pain of being paralyzed for 10 years. Unfortunately, in the end, Gao Tu simply refused to give that word to grandfather. So if they wanted her to save Gao Ling, they should have Gao Tu on his knees before grandfather, and maybe she might then consider it. But that was just her considering it. It was not certain yet that she would actually save him. Don't push me too hard, Yun Luofeng. My father is an emperor and Yun Luo is only a minister. If an emperor wants one to die, one must die. If my father wants to kill Yun Luo, he also just needs to utter a single word. If it is not for Yun Luo defending the border for many years, considering what you've said just now, everyone in your family will be exterminated. With a sneer, Yun Luofeng said rebelliously, I am not afraid of your royal family, if I may say so myself. I don't know what the, if an emperor wants one to die, one must die, crap means. I only know if anyone dares to attack the Yun clan, I will have every member of his family exterminated. Chapter 153, Regretful Crown Prince, 7. It had been 10 years. The Yun clan had endured for 10 years. Now because of her existence, it was time for the Yun clan to rise and make no one dare to offend the Yun clan again. Yun Xiao, throw him out. If Gao Ling dares to take one step into the general estate, rip one of his legs off. If he dares to take 2 steps in, rip both of his legs off. I'll see then how he walks into our general estate. The girl flicked her sleeves and sat down, her legs crossed. She looked so dominant and domineering that people would tremble under her glare. She was like a real queen, sitting on her throne and looking down at Gao Ling. Before Gao Ling got the time to respond, a tall black figure had appeared before him. He felt a freezing and bloodthirsty breath on his face, his heart missing several beats. And then a powerful force struck over his chest. All of a sudden, his body, like an arrow being shot at a great speed from a bowstring, flew out of the courtyard. Nobody saw that after Yun Xiao threw Gao Ling out, his cold eyes casually glanced at an ancient tree nearby, and then a grey figure rushed out from behind the ancient tree and disappeared outside the courtyard in the blink of an eye. It happened in the blink of an eye that almost nobody had noticed it. Outside the gate of the general estate, the crowd gathered around and laughed at Gao Ling, who had just flown out of the general estate. Feeling humiliated, Gao Ling quickly got up and hurried to the other side of the street, not detecting that a grey figure was closely following him. As soon as Gao Ling turned into a lane, a fist suddenly came from behind, making contact on Gao Ling's back. Poof! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Gao Ling turned to the man in grey behind him and asked angrily, "Who are you? Why did you attack me?" Gee, the man in grey stroked his chin and clicked his tongue. The Crown Prince of Longyuan Kingdom looked really pretty and delicious. If I sell you to the bamboo house, I may probably get a good price. Gao Ling's face turned completely pale when he heard the man's words. Everyone on the continent knew about the bamboo house. Although the name of the bamboo house looked elegant, it was actually a brothel. Different from ordinary brothels, the prostitutes there were all men, and all of its guests were men. The bamboo house was simply a paradise for perverted pederasts. As for the owner of the bamboo house, it was said that it was a woman, but no one had ever seen her real face. Hero, Gao Ling took a deep breath, suppressed his inner rage and asked, "May I know what I have done to offend you?" "You didn't offend me but my master." The man in grey glanced at Gao Ling and gloated, "But you are really a daredevil. How dare you even try to steal my master's woman? Are you getting tired of living? It just serves you right to be sold to the bamboo house and have you SCR-wed by men." Poor Lin Qiong, it was said that he was remanded and punished by master because he disappointed the lady. So he must perform well to avoid the same fate as him. "Who is your master?" Gao Ling paused. The strength of the man in grey was so great that even the first martial arts master of the imperial family was probably no match for him. Given that, his master must be even stronger. "You don't even know who my master is." The man in grey looked at Gao Ling with contempt. "Of course, you don't deserve to know the name of my master. You just need to know that he is called the Ghost Emperor." Chapter 154, Stunned Old Man 1. Ghost Emperor. Gao Ling raised his head in astonishment, his eyes wide open as if he was frightened, and his handsome face turned pale. "Did you just say, Ghost Emperor?" The Ghost Emperor, perhaps others didn't know about him, but as the Crown Prince, Gao Ling knew something about the powers exceeding the imperial power. The Ghost Emperor was a legend. Nobody had ever seen his real face. It was said that he was powerful and bloodthirsty. By raising a hand, he could destroy a city. By lifting a foot, he could exterminate 1,000,000 soldiers. Even the Strud sect behind the imperial family feared his power. However, Gao Ling did not know when had he offended Ghost Emperor by trying to stealing his woman. All of a sudden, something popped up from his mind and his face darkened. Even though he tried to make it up with Yun Luofeng just now, it had been just a while since he left the general estate. So the Ghost Emperor's woman couldn't be that BTCH Yun Luofeng. Then there was only one possibility. The Ghost Emperor's woman must be Mu Wushuang. He didn't expect Ghost Emperor would fall in love with Mu Wushuang. Considering this, he would be in trouble if he married Mu Wushuang. "Hero," Gao Ling said with a wild gleam in his eyes, "as a matter of fact, the one Ghost Emperor should hate is not me but Yun Luofeng who had humiliated his lover." The man in grey was dumbfounded and blinked his eyes with shock. What did this guy mean? What did he mean by Yun Luofeng humiliating Master's lover? Isn't Master's lover Yun Luofeng? When did Yun Luofeng humiliate herself? Whatever you say now, it won't work. The man in grey simply ignored Gao Ling's words as he could not understand what he meant. He looked at Gao Ling, sneering, "Chun Liang is short-handed and I bet you can make her a fortune with your pretty little face." Bang! This time, instead of giving Gao Ling any chance to react, the man in grey raised his elbow and slammed it against his forehead. Shortly after, Gao Ling lost all consciousness. "How dare you molest the lady?" The man in grey kicked him on the back and said angrily, "How dare a trash like you dream of making Miss Yun yours? What a big deal you think a crown prince is. And how dare you order Miss Yun to treat you? Even my master obeys Miss Yun in every way. If you have the power to order Miss Yun, does it mean you are even superior to my master?" The more he thought about it, the angrier he got and the harder he kicked Gao Ling. If it were not for his master not wanting to disclose his own identity, he would have told him that Yun Luofeng was right the wife to be of the Ghost Emperor. Let's see who would still dare to bug her at that time. Finally, the man in grey gave Gao Ling a good kick on his crotch. Gao Ling was in so much pain that he shivered and almost woke up. Unfortunately, before he managed to do that, he got knocked out again by the man in a grey robe. "If it were not that my master wants to keep you alive, I would have torn you to pieces." The man in grey grunted and deftly put Gao Ling into a sack. Then he put the sack onto his shoulders and hurtled away. Just like the medical pavilion, the bamboo house had a branch in every single country. However, the two powers had totally different influences. One was famous for medical skills and the other for entertainment. Oh my, look who is here. It's young Master Qin. Chapter 155, Stunned Old Man 2. A woman in an emerald full-length dress gracefully and slowly walked down the stairs. This was an extremely attractive woman. Her charm was different from the beauty of Fang Ya. Fang Ya was bewitchingly beautiful, while this woman had a seductive and coquettish manner. The way she behaved would make people feel she was trying to seduce you. Only women from places of sensuality would give people this impression. The forehead of the man in grey twitched. He shook his head helplessly. "Can you just save your charm when facing me? It's no wonder that my master dislikes you." Chun Liang's face hardened for a moment, and then she took a deep breath, her charming and seductive eyes full of sadness. "Your master is always so unkind. I just want to follow him, but he just refuses me without giving it a second thought. Nevertheless, I am running such a huge bamboo house, and he simply couldn't give me some face. My master does not accept female subordinates. You do know this, right?" Moreover, your bamboo house is a special place. It's strange if my master agrees to accept you as his subordinate. Qin Yuan looked at her disdainfully. This woman was running a brothel, so how could master not feel disgusted? And she even dreamed of following master. Master probably wouldn't even look at her. I know that your master dislikes women, but the trades in my bamboo house don't involve any woman, and your master should not be so disgusted with us. Chun Niang frowned. You don't get it, do you? Qin Yuan sneered. My master has been living a celibate life for so many years because he was waiting for his future wife. Now that he has found his future wife, he is even willing to serve as her guard and forsake his dignity. Chun Niang's eyes lit up. Are you serious? Is there really a woman who can tame your master? I'm really curious about who the woman is. It's a pity that I mistook your master for gay, and I even thought of making an erotic painting of your master and another man. Qin Yuan's face went black. Chun Niang, for the sake of our long-standing friendship, I'd like to remind you that if you dare to do that, my master will definitely kill you. But if you make such a painting of him and his future wife, maybe my master will be pleased and have you go to Longyuan Kingdom to serve his lover. Of course, you still can't expect to be my master's subordinate. In fact, Qin Yuan just casually told her about this, but Chun Niang actually took it seriously and began to think about it carefully. The woman who could make Ghost Empress Frenda must be very special. So which one was the dominant one of the two? She needed to carefully think about it. Chun Niang, I came here today to bring you a piece of good. Remembering his purpose, Qin Yuan threw the sack on the shoulder to the ground, and in that instant, the mouth of the sack loosened and an unconscious young man appeared before Chun Niang's eyes. Seeing the young man's fair and handsome face, Chun Niang's eyes lit up again. The good this time is quite good. Look at his pretty, little face. Very well, I can offer you a good price. Qin Yuan raised the corners of his lips. This guy is the crown prince of Longyuan Kingdom. He dared to pester our future mistress and annoyed my master, so I sent him here to let him have fun for 3 months. Within these 3 months, you shall find hundreds of strong men to serve him and just throw him back to Longyuan Kingdom after 3 months. Besides, our future mistress doesn't like having other people interfere in her business. You'd better not reveal it's my master that asked you to do it. Otherwise, even I will not be able to save you. Chapter 156, Stunned Old Man, 3. Listening to his words, Chun Niang shuddered. Apparently she really feared the man who was called Ghost Emperor. Don't worry, I will treat him well. Chun Niang got back her composure and gnashed her teeth. This guy must be crazy to mess with the Ghost Emperor's woman. Is he tired of living? I'll make him see customers tonight, and he'll have to serve 100 guests every day before he is allowed to take a rest. Qin Yuan nodded. Chun Niang, you should thank me. This crown prince is good looking and he is still a virgin when it comes to men. He will certainly make a lot of money for you. Giggle, Chun Niang smiled sweetly, covering her mouth with her hand, and threw Qin Yuan a wink. Thank you, young Master Qin. Next time you have this kind of good stuff, please do send it to me. To show my appreciation, I will never draw an erotic painting of you and another man. Qin Yuan's face darkened once again. Every time he thought about how this woman would draw an erotic painting of him and another man, he would become furious. He made a huge mistake of becoming friends with such a perverted woman. He was just too young and naive back then. However, it was too late to regret now. Since Mu Xingqiu and his granddaughter's confession, another major event took place in Longyuan Kingdom. The day after their confession, the crown prince disappeared. The citizens of Longyuan Kingdom were all convinced that Gao Ling was put under great pressure by Mu Wushuang. Loving a wrong person, he was so ashamed and resentful that he chose to escape from reality. Thus, Mu Wushuang dared not to make any appearance in public and kept hiding in the Prime Minister estate. Only Yun Luofeng knew that this matter must have something to do with Yun Xiao. Only this man was motivated to teach Gao Ling a lesson. However, Yun Luofeng did not ask Yun Xiao about his plan and pretended that she didn't know anything and kept cultivating from early morning to night. Fortunately, she was rewarded for her tireless cultivation. Her strength was improving by leaps and bounds. In the backyard of the general estate, Yun Luo frowned. He looked at the girl walking in front of him and asked with doubt, Feng, where on earth are you taking me to? The girl slowly turned around and smiled naughtily. You'll know when you get there. Now be mentally prepared and I will give you a big surprise. A surprise? Yun Luo's old face glowed with pride. You wicked girl, did you fill up my treasury again? Ha ha ha, I know my granddaughter is capable. Now take me to the treasury. Since he learnt about his granddaughter's medical skills, the old man didn't scrimp as much as he used to, and he began to spend money to his heart's content, because even if he spent all the money, since many people would send money to his residence anyway. So why would he save money? Anyway, the money was earned by his granddaughter. It was perfectly justified for him to spend his granddaughter's money. Yun Luofeng was speechless. This surprise has nothing to do with the treasury. Just follow me. It has nothing to do with the treasury. The old man frowned again. If it was not about money, what kind of surprise would it be? Filled with wild thoughts, the old man suddenly found that the girl in front stopped and could not help but froze for a moment. Have we arrived? Yes. The girl slowly turned around and showed a naughty smile. It's been more than half a year since I established the Steel Core and the Raging Flame Core. Grandfather, it's time to show you my power. Also, I want you to meet someone. The surprise the girl was talking about was the core. Again, the old man was stunned. Established only more than half a year ago, the core was probably not quite strong. After all, nobody knew better about those people's aptitude than he did. Given this, what did the girl mean? Chapter 157, Stunned Old Man, 4. Seeing that the girl had opened the door to the underground passage, Yun Luo got back his composure, and without any hesitation, he followed Yun Luofeng down the stairs. During the past 6 months, so as not to disturb Yun Luofeng, he hadn't come to the underground training ground. But now, seeing the size of the underground training ground, he was thoroughly stunned. The huge training ground was divided into several arenas, all of which were grand and well equipped. Looking at them from a distance, they looked so majestic and magnificent. In addition, there were countless dwellings for people to reside in. It was warm during winter and cool during summer inside these houses, so people would feel comfortable to live in them. Girl, how big is the pit that you dug? How come I didn't feel anything when you were digging such a monstrous training ground? The old man turned to Yun Luofeng and asked in disbelief. It was hard for him to believe that the girl had dug up such an enormous pit without having anyone noticing it. It must have taken several months to finish such a project. Thanks to the little guy's help, replied Yun Luofeng with a wicked smile. As soon as she said those words, a small head stuck out from her sleeve. It was a hamster. It looked round with its adorable, huge eyes. Catching sight of Yun Luo, it squeaked. Is this a gold-seeking hamster? The old man was even more shocked. And it's a low-rank high-level spirit cultivator. That was impossible. The gold-seeking hamster was the most useless spiritual beast. It was said that they were unable to become even an intermediate rank early-level spirit cultivator in their lifetime. How was it possible for this one to become a high-level spirit cultivator? Was he wrong before? It just became a high-level spirit cultivator yesterday. Yun Luofeng gently stroked the little head of milk tea with a smile. Well, the little guy is not the surprise I want to show you. Today I bring you here to meet someone. Just then, a voice suddenly came from behind, and the old man who was still uncertain stiffened. Father, are you here? The old man stiffly turned his head and saw a handsome and elegant face. Kingya, aren't you usually in the back mountain? Why are you here in the training ground? And your legs? It wasn't until at that moment that Yun Luo realized that the man before him was not sitting in a wheelchair but standing in front of him. He was tall, his legs were straight, and instead of looking sad like he did in the past, it was replaced with confidence. Just like the gifted young man who was admired by all the citizens of Longyuan Kingdom a decade ago. What in the world is going on here? The old man's voice trembled slightly. You two tell me just what is going on here. Grandfather. Yun Luofeng looked at Yun Qingya and slowly walked to the old man, smiling. Actually, I had cured second uncle since 6 months ago. It's just that he can walk like how ordinary people would, as he had been paralyzed for a decade, so he had to learn how to walk from the very beginning. So that's why I didn't tell you about this. Now that second uncle has been able to move freely, it's time for me to tell you about everything. The old man shuddered. He watched Yun Qingya from initial astonishment to excitement, and then, appearing as though something suddenly dawned on him, he whipped round and seized Yun Luofeng by the collar, roaring angrily, You bad girl, is there still something that I don't know? Just tell me. Now. Chapter 158, Ecstatic Old Man, 1. At the moment, the old man went on a rampage. He stared at Yun Luofeng with his angry, old eyes as if he was about to bite her. Seeing this, people who didn't know their real relationship would think this girl was his enemy. Yun Luofeng looked at the old man's hand, with which he was seizing her by the collar, and slightly raised her eyebrows. I haven't told you yet, second uncle has become the commander of the Steel Corps. In the last 6 months, he has been training these people for me. And what else? The old man snorted bitterly. The girl had really concealed a lot of things from him in the last 6 months. She didn't even tell him that she had cured Qingya's legs. How could he refrain himself from getting angry? Regrettably, he was reluctant to beat her. The only thing he could do was to roar at her to vent out his anger. Well, Yun Luofeng said, feeling a little bit guilty, you will know when you see the people of the Steel Corps. As she spoke, uniform footsteps resounded from behind. It sounded like a group of well-trained soldiers were marching, which immediately drew the attention of the old man. He let go of the girl in his hand and turned to look at the people marching like soldiers. Witnessing their majestic figures, he became shocked. Are these people the hopeless trashers that I saw 6 months ago? The group of people looked just like well-trained, regular soldiers, no weaker than the Imperial Army. However, just half a year ago, they were just a bunch of trashers in the very bottom of the society. It's thanks to second uncle's training. Yun Luofeng smiled. Under the leadership of second uncle, the Steel Corps developed rapidly, so did the Raging Flame Corps. Even she was amazed by their achievements and perseverance. Yun Qingya smiled softly, his handsome face full of pride for Yun Luofeng. No, my trainings just played a supporting role. The person they should really thank is Feng Er. Without the marrow cleansing liquid and spirit gathering liquid she offered, their strength would not have improved so fast. In the beginning, Yun Luo only noticed the perseverance of these people. Hearing Yun Qingya's words, he began to gauge the strengths of these people with his spiritual power. When he had finished assessing the power of the whole corps, the old man was completely dumbfounded and was frozen like a stump in his place. How was this possible? The imperial family also had these people's talent assessed only to get the conclusion that all of these people could not even become a low-rank middle-level spirit cultivator in their entire life. But now, everyone in the corps was middle-level spirit cultivators, and some of them were even high-level spirit cultivators. Their strength was even equal to him, a general. After all, the most powerful person in Longyuan Kingdom was just a high-rank high-level spirit cultivator. Therefore, if Yun Luofeng showed the world the power of her troops, it would surely create a great excitement. Maybe even the people behind the royal family would be brought out. Feng Er, tell me, how did you manage to do this? The old man's eyes slowly turned to Yun Luofeng. One could imagine the shock in his heart. These people have a very low talent, so how did you manage to make them high-level spirit cultivators? Yun Luofeng smiled, as though it was something not worth mentioning about, a face full of confidence. Just as I said, when I select my men, I never care about their aptitude. Even if one has no talent, I can still turn him into a genius. The marrow cleansing liquid can cleanse his marrow and transform him into a genius. After being fed with marrow cleansing liquid every day, if they still can't make a breakthrough under this condition, then I don't need to form an army. Chapter 159, Ecstatic Old Man, 2. The old man held his breath, his face brimming with excitement. Rubbing his hands, he asked with a smile, "Girl, would the marrow cleansing liquid actually work like that? If that's the case, I'm going to live in this place from now on and take a bath with it every day." He stared at marrow cleansing liquid, as though he was looking at a gorgeous woman. His eyes were full of desire, as if he was going to strip that woman naked. Completely speechless, Yun Qingye wished he had never known this old man. He had never seen an old man throwing such a lecherous look at a pool of water. What an embarrassment. Well, Yun Luofeng thought for a while and then smiled. If you want to, you can come here and bathe in the marrow cleansing liquid. However, you're no longer young and the marrow cleansing liquid won't work well on you, so I've prepared you another gift. Afterwards, Yun Luofeng took out something from her sleeve. It was a vermilion fruit. Seeing this fruit, grandfather became frozen. Red hackberry. Wasn't this the red hackberry that the medical pavilion gave her? It was said that a red hackberry tree bore fruits once a year. It had been only half a year and the red hackberry tree had already successfully borne fruits. Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders. In theory, this should be a red hackberry, but I'm used to calling it a spiritual fruit. And you'll find out about its effect once you eat it. Without any hesitation, the old man took the fruit from Yun Luofeng and took a bite out of it. Immediately, his mouth and tongue were assaulted with a fresh and fragrant juice. His eyes lit up as he devoured the fruit. It tastes good. Put more of this in my study. I'll take some when I'm hungry. Grandfather wiped his mouth, his chrysanthemum-like old face full of smiles. Yun Luofeng's face darkened. What did the old dog think a spiritual fruit was? Take some when he was hungry. If his words were known by the public, there would be a lot of people ganging up on him on this continent. Boom. All of a sudden, a powerful spiritual energy gathered in the soul realm of the old guy and fiercely made contact with the layer of a barrier. In an instant, just like a thin piece of paper, the strong barrier was burst open and grandfather reached a new level. Grandfather was dumbfounded. Yun Qingye was astonished too. Even the people of Steel Core and Raging Flame Core were surprised at the sight. They looked at the dumbfounded grandfather in astonishment, not knowing what had happened just now. Why did General Yun make a breakthrough out of the blue? It seems the spiritual fruit works. Hearing the girl's lazy giggling sound, Grandpa stiffly raised his head. His voice trembled with disbelief. What's going on here? That barrier had existed for many years. No matter how hard he tried, he just couldn't go any further, but how could he break through just now? This was simply impossible. As I said, I will not only make second uncle stand up again, but I'll also find a way to help you break through. Staring wickedly at Yun Luofeng chuckled, her lips showing a charming curve. Now I can say that I have fulfilled my promise. Boom. Her words resounded in his ears like thunder. Yun Luo was once again stunned after Yun Luofeng admitted what she had done. How ridiculous he actually was by asking Yun Luofeng to give him more red hackberries as a snack. Chapter 160, Ecstatic Old Man, 3. A spiritual fruit that could help a high-level spirit cultivator make a breakthrough was even more precious than a red hackberry. His granddaughter probably only had one of it. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, an ecstatic laughter rang throughout the underground training ground. He guffawed to vent out the excitement in his heart. How many years had it been since my last breakthrough? Gao Tu, you dog emperor. Just wait and see. I'll have you pay for what you've done. Yun Luofeng glanced at the ecstatic old man and then turned to the people of the core. There are 3 in the Steel Core and 2 in the Raging Flame Core who have become high-level spirit cultivators. Each of you can have one spiritual fruit, but I suggest you eat it when you become intermediate rank high-level spirit cultivators, so as to make a breakthrough with it. Caught off guard, the old man who was laughing crazily almost choked on his own saliva. His old face turned red and he started coughing. You bad girl, how many spiritual fruits do you have in the end? Grandfather finally stopped coughing and stared at Yun Luofeng angrily. Instead of surprising him as the girl said, she had actually frightened him. If he was not strong enough, he would have had a heart attack, for he couldn't stand these surprises. Yun Luofeng kept silent for a while and gave a conservative number. Probably everyone in the 2 core can have one of it. After hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Yun Luo's heart jerked sharply and almost stopped beating. He had thought that Yun Luofeng would only have one of this miraculous fruit. He never imagined that this girl would manage to get so many spiritual fruits in secret. So many that each member of the 2 core could have one. As if thinking that the old man wasn't shocked enough, Yun Luofeng added, when these fruits are all consumed, I can still get some. So if any of the Yun clan's guards becomes a high-level spirit cultivator, you can ask me for one spiritual fruit, provided that the guard is loyal to the Yun clan. Going completely mad, Yun Luo seized Yun Luofeng by the collar once more and growled, you bad girl, why not give it to me earlier since you have such a good stuff? Come on, give me 100 of it. The more, the better. I'll never have enough of it. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her eyebrow and flicked Yun Luo's hand off her. Spiritual fruit only works the first time you consume it. After that, no matter how many of it you eat, it won't work anymore. Can't I just take it as a snack? The old man rolled his eyes and held out his hand shamelessly. Come on, give me some of that fruit. Yun Luofeng's heart twitched. She took 2 spiritual fruits from her sleeve, somewhat reluctantly, and put them into the hands of the old man. That's it. I only take 3 of them with me. Now I really don't have any of it. I've already given you all 3 of them. Tomorrow I will put some in your study. Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Yun Luo looked at her suspiciously and asked skeptically, is what you're saying true? I swear. Yun Luofeng nodded, looking quite sincere. In that case, I'll trust you one more time, said Yun Luo. Putting away the spiritual fruits, he snorted, remember, next time you get any good stuff, don't forget to offer it to me first. Chapter 161, Ecstatic Old Man, 4. Finally relieved, Yun Luofeng smiled. I know, I will present it to you first no matter what good stuff I get in the future. That's good, said grandfather with a satisfied smile. Well, I'm not going to disturb you any further. Try your best in training. I'm taking my leave now. Ha ha ha. Having said that, Yun Luo guffawed and left the training room. Second uncle. After the departure of grandfather, Yun Luofeng turned to look at the handsome and elegant man. I still have 5 spiritual fruits here. Please distribute them to the members of the corps who have become high-level spirit cultivators. If anybody manages to become a high-level spirit cultivator in the future, please remember to inform me. Yun Qingya smiled mildly. By the way, second uncle, remember to take the medicine. Okay. By the way, second uncle, remember to take the medicine I gave you on time. Tomorrow I'll leave Dongyuan as I have something to do. When I come back, I will help you repair your soul realm and recover your strength. Yun Qingya paused and looked at Yun Luofeng, full of excitement. Little Feng'er, did you just say I could regain my strength? Yes. Yun Luofeng nodded. I can not only help you regain your strength but also make you more powerful, provided that you keep taking the medicine I gave you. When I come back, I'll help you do that. At this moment, Yun Qingya's heart was moved. Since getting injured 10 years ago, he never dreamt that one day he could regain his strength. He was already satisfied that he was able to stand up now. However, he never expected that his little niece would have the ability to help him restore his strength. It's something he didn't even dare to think about. Little Feng'er, I really don't know how to thank you. Yun Luofeng blinked her eyes and cracked a mischievous smile. We're family, so you don't need to thank me. Second uncle, no matter what, I will completely cure you. Looking at the girl's determined eyes, Yun Qingya smiled, his elegant face full of confidence and pride. Little Feng'er, with your presence, the Yun clan will definitely become something in the future. I believe in you and will wait for your return. The members of the 2 corps were also filled with gratitude and became even more motivated. It was due to Yun Luofeng giving them spiritual fruits, which was such a precious treasure. It was also because of the spiritual fruits that those who hadn't become high-level spirit cultivators were inspired to fight. Even Yun Luofeng would not imagine that her actions today had so greatly inspired the members of the corps, who kept training tirelessly since then just to make a breakthrough and make themselves high-level spirit cultivators. On the next day. Dawn. A roar of rage sounded and echoed over the general estate. Yun Luofeng, you wicked girl. How dare you just run away? I'll punish you with a good beating when you come back. Hearing the enraged roar, all the people in the Yun clan were startled. What had Miss done to irritate His Excellency so much? It seemed that the general would become enraged at Miss every 2 or 3 days. They were really afraid that one day the general would be irritated to death by her. Yun Luo was extremely furious. The girl said today she would send at least 80 spiritual fruits to his study. However, after he had waited the whole morning, the girl still didn't show up. He couldn't wait any longer and went to find her by himself only to find a letter in the girl's room. In the letter, the girl said she would stay away from home for some time. Of course, Yun Luo was all bark and no bite. He could not really bear to physically hurt her. He would become distressed for a long period of time even when the girl just lost a single strand of hair, let alone hit her. Chapter 162, A Power Rising Within Half a Year. Lujin Kingdom. It also used to be one of the powers on the continent. However, when the general of Lujin Kingdom, Yi Bufan, was defeated by Yun Luo a few years ago, Lujin Kingdom was forced to give the third prince, Yi Ling, as a hostage and became a vassal country to Longyuan Kingdom since then. However, within the recent 6 months, a power called Luofeng Pavilion suddenly appeared in Lujin Kingdom. It was said that wielding great power, Luofeng Pavilion was holding the intelligence about all the countries on the continent. Just after 6 months, it became known by almost everyone on the continent. Though many influentials wanted to find out who was the master of Luofeng Pavilion, she remained very mysterious. Nobody had ever seen her, not to mention finding out her real name. At this time, in Luofeng Pavilion, as soon as Yun Luofeng entered the hall, an agile figure that was as light as a wind rushed out and jumped at Yun Luofeng. "Miss, I've missed you so much." King Yan got really excited as soon as she saw Yun Luofeng. Unfortunately, the girl in white quickly moved to the side to dodge her. Flop, King Yan didn't have time to stop and fell to the ground heavily. "Miss." The little maid lifted her aggrieved face and looked sadly at Yun Luofeng. "King Yan, I'm here to do business and have no time to chat with you." Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips and cracked a wicked smile. The little girl in front of her was King Yan, who was just promoted to be the commander of the Raging Flame Corps. Prior to 6 months, she sent Yiling and King Yan to Luojan Kingdom to create the Luofeng Pavilion and collect every possible piece of intelligence to find out the real murderer of her parents. At present, they finally had made some progress, and that's why she came to Luojan Kingdom. By the way, where is Yiling? Why isn't he here? Yun Luofeng looked around but did not see Yiling. An imperceptible light shone in her dark eyes. After hearing this, King Yan's face changed slightly. "Miss, Yiling's identity got leaked." "What happened?" Yun Luofeng turned to King Yan. "Why didn't you tell me about this?" King Yan bit her lips and her comely face turned angry. A few days ago, Yiling met his half-brother, second Prince Yiluo on the street and got recognized by him. So it was brought to light that he was in Luojan Kingdom. "Miss, can you imagine what a badass his half-brother was? Be it talent or strength, he was no match for Yiling. However, relying on his mother who was favored by the Emperor of Luojan, he even dared to humiliate Yiling. It really pisses me off." Looking at the little maid's angry face, Yun Luofeng asked with a faint smile, "It was Yiling that was humiliated, not you. Why are you so mad about it? Are you and Yiling?" "Miss," King Yan hurriedly interrupted Yun Luofeng. She stamped her foot and her face blushed with embarrassment. "What are you talking about? Yiling and I are just comrades, so I don't like seeing him getting bullied. We're not like what you're thinking." "Really?" Yun Luofeng smiled wickedly, her eyesight rested on King Yan. "King Yan, though Yiling is the third prince of Luojan Kingdom and you are just an ordinary little maid, you are someone I trust. If you two fall in love with each other, I will help you marry him." King Yan's heart trembled. She was so moved that her clear eyes were moist with tears. Chapter 163, A Power Rising Within Half a Year, 2. Ever since Miss tried to hang herself, she was utterly transformed into another person. But she felt the Miss now was reliable and attractive, and she liked her more and more. "Miss, I know you're doing it for my own good, but even if we love each other, the Emperor of Luojan Kingdom will not allow it. Imperial families always stick to the thought that couples should be of equal social status." "Equal status?" Yun Luofeng chuckled. "Both of you are members of the two troops. In this sense, you two are actually of equal social status. If you really love each other, the Emperor of Luojan Kingdom will never stop you. As my girl, you deserve any man. However, I can't help you if he doesn't love you. After all, love cannot be forced." King Yan nodded, her comely face revealing a wry smile. "Miss, I know what you mean." Yun Luofeng patted King Yan's shoulder quietly. "Let's go, take me to Yiling because I want to ask him something." "Yes, miss." After having been comforted by Yun Luofeng, King Yan regained her lively and cheerful spirit. She blinked her eyes and walked away from Luofeng Pavilion, laughing and talking. Gazing at the happy, little maid, Yun Luofeng shook her head helplessly and a smile showed on her face, and then without preamble, she went out with King Yan. In Luojan Kingdom, when princes reached their adulthood, they would leave the imperial palace and have their own estates. At this moment, in the third prince estate, Yiling was sitting in his study. With a book in his hand, he was absent-minded. Just then, a squeaking sound came from the side of his foot and immediately attracted his attention. Finding the white hamster squeaking at him by his feet, Yiling was startled, and then he asked, "Milk tea, why are you here? Is it?" As though something occurred to him, Yiling suddenly got excited. He slowly turned his head and looked outside of the door. Suddenly, there was a figure of a girl in white, who was leaning against the door, reflected in his eyes. With her arms folded and her body lazily leaning against the door, the girl cracked a stunningly beautiful smile. With her snow-white dress fluttering in the breeze, she simply looked like a celestial being. "Hi, Yiling, haven't seen you in a while. I didn't expect that you would become the third prince of Luojan Kingdom again." Yiling concealed the excitement in his eyes and showed a respectful expression. He quickly rose from his chair and greeted the girl at the door. "Master, what are you doing here?" Yun Luofeng smiled wickedly. Just like a gentle breeze, she lightly entered the study and sat down on the chair in front of the desk. "Why? You don't want me to come?" The young girl flicked her snow-white dress, crossed her legs, picked up a brush from the desk, and played with it. She looked at Yiling with a mischievous smile as if she was too lazy to care about anything. "But I think you're doing well on your job." As she looked around, the smile on her face grew bigger. Yiling gave her a bitter smile. "Master, don't make fun of me. What's so good about being the third prince? I think being the vice commander of Luofeng Pavilion is way more powerful. Master, I'd rather be the vice commander of Luofeng Pavilion than the shitty third prince." Hearing his words, the girl burst into laughter, and then she raised her eyebrows slightly. "Tell me, what just happened here? Didn't the imperial family feel doubtful about you since you suddenly returned to Luojan Kingdom?" Chapter 164, A Power Rising Within Half a Year, 3. Yi Ling shook his head with a bitter taste in his heart. I told them that Longyuan Kingdom sent me to seduce the heiress of the general estate, and I took the chance to escape. They did not suspect me but accepted me. It's just that my return is not in the interest of some people, so they keep sending assassins to assassinate me these days. Fortunately, I managed to greatly improve my strength this half a year, so none of the assassins succeeded. Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes and continued to play with the brush in her hand, a subtle light flashing through her dark eyes. Yi Ling, how's the investigation that I asked you to do? Who killed my parents? More than a decade ago, Yun Yang and his wife came up with a strategy to defeat the enemy when they were fighting with the army of Luojan Kingdom. However, that method was leaked by Prime Minister Mu, and the enemy took advantage of the strategy and successfully trapped them. However, it was someone else who murdered the couple. The man must have something to do with the royal family of Luojan Kingdom. Thus, Yun Luofeng sent Yi Ling to this country to find out the real murderer. I've already got some clues, said Yi Ling. Give me some time, and I'll get to the truth, but what I can tell you is that it has something to do with Empress Rong. Empress Rong was the second Prince Yi Luo's mother, who convinced the Emperor to send Yi Ling to Longyuan Kingdom as a hostage, so that she could take the chance to make her son the crown prince. Apparently, her efforts were about to pay off, but before it could happen, Yi Ling came back. How could Empress Rong not hate him? If it were not for the fact that all the ministers favored Yi Ling and General Yi Buffen was Yi Ling's uncle, her son would have become the crown prince. How dared Yi Ling, who had been sacrificed as a hostage, return home? Feeling that her efforts were going to go in vain, Empress Rong felt she had to do something. That was why Yi Ling was assassinated by different assassins almost every night. However, to Yun Luofeng's surprise, the Empress was also involved in her parents' death. A thirst for blood flashing through her eyes, Yun Luofeng stopped playing with the calligraphy brush and said, Yi Ling, I will stay in Luojan Kingdom for some time. It's not convenient for me to stay in Luofeng Pavilion, so I'll stay in your estate and take the chance to find out who was behind the death of my parents. Yes, Master, Yi Ling said respectfully. Ever since he pledged his allegiance to her half a year ago, his life was hers. He would not refuse any order of hers, even if she asked him to destroy the whole Luojan Kingdom. Don't call me master while I'm staying in your estate. Yun Luofeng's eyes twinkled and she smiled. You can just call me by name. In Longyuan Kingdom, the name of Yun Luofeng was widely known, but now she was in Luojan Kingdom where nobody had heard of the trash, Yun Luofeng. Thus, she just asked Yi Ling to call her by name. Then, Yi Ling did it. I'll call you Miss Yun. It's not respectful if I just call you by your name. He dared not to call his master by name, and he didn't have the courage to do so. All right, said Yun Luofeng, slowly standing up and stretching herself lazily. I'm a little tired. Prepare a room for me, and I'll take a rest. Tell me if you get any clue. Then she walked away from the study. Chapter 165, An Invitation and Accepting the Invitation, 1. What did you say? In a brothel, girls were singing and dancing. Inside the box, a handsome man, surrounded by girls, slightly narrowed his eyes and stared at the loyal subordinate of his who stood in front of him. A sinister light flashed through his eyes. My third royal brother has always been picky about a woman. Is it true that a woman settled in the third prince estate? Your Highness, it's completely true. I did see a beautiful woman in white enter the third prince estate. And the woman is extremely beautiful, even more beautiful than the most popular courtesan of Red Flower House. The subordinate obscenely clicked his tongue, thinking about the beautiful face he saw yesterday. If he could get such a woman, even just for one night, he would be satisfied. Oh. Yi Luo's eyes lit up. More beautiful than the most popular courtesan of Red Flower House. The bastard is really lucky, but I don't think the woman is someone decent since she just settled in the third prince estate without going through a formal procedure. She must be a new courtesan of some brothel. The subordinate had been following him for many years and had shared many beautiful women with him. But now he kept praising the woman who settled in the third prince estate like this. The women must be gorgeous. Such a stunningly beautiful woman, only he had the right to enjoy. It was not something the bastard Yi Ling deserved. Send an invitation to Yi Ling now. Tell him that I'm inviting him to visit my estate. Yes, Your Highness Second Prince. The subordinate made a show of obeisance and withdrew from the luxurious box. As though the subordinate's words aroused the interest of Yi Luo and simultaneously made him lose the interest in the girls around him, he waved the girls away and his shining eyes were full of greed. He was curious about how beautiful the woman was. Even the most popular courtesan of Red Flower House was no match for her. Early in the morning. The whole estate was filled with the morning light, which was so warm and pleasant. As soon as Yun Luofeng entered the courtyard, she saw a handsome young man sitting in the courtyard. His eyes were fixed at a certain place of the courtyard and something unfathomable was swirling through his eyes. She followed the eyes of the young man only to find the little maid who was cheerfully wading in the water of a pond. Suddenly, she realized that King Yan's love for Yi Ling might not be one-sided. It seemed that the relationship between the two could develop further. Yi Ling, she raised the corners of her lips and called him. Coming back from his reverie, the young man in the courtyard, who was gazing at King Yan, quickly turned to the gorgeous girl approaching him, somewhat feeling timid. Master, you've come. Yi Ling, do you like King Yan? Ah. Startled by Yun Luofeng's candor, Yi Ling blushed, his fingers nervously grabbing the bottom of his robe. I just feel King Yan is very cute, like a little sister, I don't have. Yi Ling, I have experienced a lot of things. Some things can never escape from my eyes. Yun Luofeng slowly turned her eyesight away from King Yan to Yi Ling, and asked, I just want to ask you, since you have a noble status as the third prince of Lujin Kingdom and King Yan is just a little maid, if your father opposed your marriage, what will you do? Yi Ling quieted down and his lips lifted in a wry smile. Father? Was he really my father? No one can stop me from doing what I want to do, including him. Chapter 166, An Invitation and Accepting the Invitation, 2. Having said that, Yi Ling's eyes were resolute and his words strong as though possessing the guts to fear no one. Then I can rest easy. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. Yi Ling, although you and King Yan are both my subordinates, unlike you who used to plot against me, King Yan is more important to me. Though she is just a maid, she is actually my family. Before my grandfather came back, only she stayed with me and protected me from other people's attacks with her own body. I know. Yi Ling smiled. In the last 2 years, though I was just a hostage, sometimes I could go out while being supervised by guards. Once I saw you being bullied and beaten in the street, and King Yan protected you with her own body. I really admired her when I saw that. I didn't expect that I would have the chance to work with her. The maid had always been loyal, stubborn, and tough. It was probably due to this reason that he, who had always been picky about women, was attracted to her. It's good that you know your own feeling, said Yun Luofeng, nodding. If you hurt King Yan in the future, I won't let you go. However, aside from the matters about King Yan, I will always stand by your side and give you an opportunity to take revenge against your enemy. His heart quivering, Yi Ling felt mixed feelings. Half a year ago, he colluded with the Emperor of Longyuan Kingdom to plot against her, but she, on the other hand, forgot and forgave. Not only did she bestow him the chief power, but she also brought him a chance to kill his enemy. And so he would never be able to repay her kindness in his entire life. Your Highness Third Prince. While Yi Ling was filled with regrets, a servant quickly came to Yi Ling and handed an invitation card to him respectfully. Second Prince sent you an invitation. Yi Ling's face darkened. He took the invitation card from the servant. After reading it, his face turned even more solemn. What happened? Raising her eyebrows, Yun Luofeng turned to Yi Ling and asked. Yi Ling took a deep breath and said, Yi Luo invited me to visit his estate. And then? If it was a mere invitation, Yi Ling would not be so angry. Hearing Yun Luofeng's words, Yi Ling pressed his thin lips tightly. His eyes looked complex. He told me to take you with me. Yun Luofeng gently stroked her chin and laughed wickedly. Since someone is inviting us, it will be impolite if we don't accept it. Mas. Yi Ling wanted to call Yun Luofeng master, and then he discovered that there was still a servant in the courtyard. So he choked it back and helplessly sighed. Miss Yun, you probably don't know what kind of person Yi Luo is. He is a lecher. In addition to the girls in brothels, he also abducted countless women from decent families and raped them. According to the contents of the invitation card, I think he probably got interested in you after discovering that you settled in my estate. So what? Yun Luofeng chuckled and her face looked wicked and charming. Yi Ling, let's go. Take me to meet the so-called second prince. Since Yun Luofeng had made up her mind, Yi Ling didn't say anything more but nodded slightly. All right. He had confidence in his own master. However, he didn't feel like seeing the disgusting face of Yi Luo. How dared a scumbag like him covet his master? However, Yi Ling also knew that Yun Luofeng accepted the invitation because Yi Ling was the son of Empress Rong, who had something to do with the death of Yun Yang and his wife. Chapter 167, Devious Empress Rong, 1. Lujin Kingdom. On the bustling street, Yun Luofeng, who was currently walking amongst the crowd, seemed to have noticed something as she slowly turned her head while looking back at the restless crowd behind her and slightly frowned. Master, did something happen? Seeing Yun Luofeng stopping her actions, a trace of confusion flashed across his eyes as he turned back to look at her. Yun Luofeng then withdrew her gaze and shook her head before replying, nothing's wrong. She didn't know if it was her delusion, but she felt that ever since she had left Longyuan Kingdom, there seemed to be someone tailing behind her. However, whenever she turned back, she wasn't able to locate that silhouette who was closely following her. Could it be that I'm too exhausted recently, causing me to have illusions? Yun Luofeng then kneaded her forehead before speaking, let's continue walking. All right. A trace of doubt contained within Yi Ling's gaze, but seeing that Yun Luofeng had no intentions of answering his question, he did not ask any further while his handsome face slightly drooped. Master, we'll be reaching our destination shortly, and at that time, remember to stay away from Yi Luo, that scum. Towards Yi Ling's reminder, Yun Luofeng's mouth curved into a smile that was lazy yet charming and continued heading forth. Due to Empress Rong being greatly favored by the Emperor, compared to the desolate and unfrequented third prince estate, the second prince's manor was as busy as a marketplace with many small fries attempting to build good relations with the royal family, in hopes of receiving a position in the future. At present, within the courtyard, both of Yi Luo's hands were hugging someone on both sides, and he was flirting with the ladies beside him from time to time. He wore a vulgar expression and even his hands were touching their sensitive parts. The aristocratic children of Lujin Kingdom seemed to have been accustomed to this, as no one had criticized Yi Luo's sleazy behavior. Suddenly, Yi Luo's gaze tensed up as he stared at a certain location intently as though looking at something breathtaking. Everyone then followed his gaze and looked over. In that instant, a long snow-white dress entered their line of sight, causing them to have the same stunned expression as Yi Luo. This lady was very young, roughly 14 to 15 years old. From start to finish, the young lady's face had a seductive and carefree smile. She also had a pair of deep and unfathomable dark eyes similar to stars in the night, making others deeply attracted by her eyes and incapable of looking away. Where exactly did such a beautiful young lady come from? Furthermore, she was following beside third Prince Yiling. Could it be that she's a concubine of his? As for why they had assumed this white-robed young lady was a concubine, it was because even if the third prince was still unable to receive the emperor's favor, but at least his talent surpasses ordinary people and he is of a noble status. Therefore, his wife must be a country's princess or a minister's daughter. A woman of unknown status could only be qualified as a concubine. Third brother, you're finally here. Ha ha ha, Yi Luo laughed. While welcoming Yiling, he had a hypocritical smile on his face, with his skin smiling but not his heart. As a prince who has been held as a hostage in another country these few years, this royal brother of yours has missed you so much and even repeatedly requested father to get you back. Alas, our father did not have the courage to request for your return from Longyuan Kingdom. Facing Yi Luo's hypocritical display of affection, Yiling coldly snorted, is that so? Then I'd have to really thank you for that. Ha ha, what's there to be polite between us brothers? Yi Luo laughed while trying to pat Yiling's shoulder. However, when Yi Luo's hand was about to land on his shoulders, he turned his body to escape from his touch. Chapter 168, Devious Empress Wrong, 2. Towards Yiling's actions, a trace of hate flashed past Yi Luo's eyes, but there was not the slightest change on the smile on his face. Royal brother, it's been a long time since we've seen each other, why have you started being so distant from your brother? Oh right, and who might this lady be? His gaze shifted towards Yun Luofeng and the look of seeing something breathtaking appeared within his gaze. Yiling's face became solemn as he spoke. Second royal brother, Miss Yun isn't someone you can encroach on. KK, Yi Luo laughed evilly before speaking. Third imperial brother, I didn't expect you to be so protective of your woman. Your brother doesn't have other intentions, I only wanted to know which household is this young lady from. Hearing Yi Luo calling master as his woman, he was so shocked that his heart nearly stopped beating. He hastily turned back to give her a glance and was only relieved after seeing that the other party didn't get angry. This bastard had actually dared to tease him and his master. If by any chance his master was angered, his own insignificant life would reach its end. Not knowing why, just when Yi Luo was about to speak, Yiling felt the coldness behind his back, as if a pair of cold eyes was staring at him from a hidden place, causing his back to feel cold shivers and absolutely petrified. Yi Luo, you better be more respectful when you speak. Anger emerged from Yiling's face. If you continue talking like this, don't blame me for being disrespectful. Ha ha ha. Yi Luo did not take it seriously and laughed out loud. Yiling, you don't think that I'm unaware of the origin of this woman? Isn't she just a brothel woman? Which household daughter would enter the prince's manor without any status? I only asked to test the waters, but who would have thought that you will fly into a rage out of humiliation? This matter, I will definitely report to Imperial Father. A brothel woman. Right after all the young people present had heard Yi Luo's words, the gaze no longer held the previous amazement, and they now looked straight at her in a licentious and vulgar manner. It's only a woman from a brothel, and by spending some money, they would be able to let her voluntarily take off her clothes and provide services. Thus, such a woman was not worthy of their respect. Woman. Yi Luo turned his head towards Yun Luofeng while licking his dry lips. Being my concubine is better than you following after Yiling. Although your status is too low to become an imperial princess, I can lavish you with an abundance of love and pampering. I can guarantee that no one within the prince manor dares to bully you. How about it? Only him as the empress's son had the rights to possess such a stunning woman. What sort of qualifications does Yiling have? Alas, Yiling could no longer endure it as he clenched his hand and brandished his fist towards Yi Luo, carrying an imposing manner like a hot knife cutting through butter. Bang! When Yiling's fist had arrived at Yi Luo's face, a pair of legs with speed faster than him trampled towards Yi Luo. Everyone only heard a muffled cry before his body flew out roughly. The young lady raised her feet and stepped onto Yi Luo's chest while looking down on him condescendingly. Apologies, I did not clearly hear every word you've spoken earlier on. Would you mind repeating it again? Although the young lady in the white robe was apologizing, everyone could sense the menace emitting from her. Furthermore, from the beginning, she was smiling wickedly, while her eyes radiated with impertinence and arrogance. Guards, arrest this woman. Yi Luo had a livid look while he roared angrily. Everyone present could not imagine that even before the banquet had started, these two parties would start fighting. A burst of orderly yet powerful footsteps suddenly came and surrounded Yun Luofeng and Yiling in an instant. Afterwards, the imperial bodyguards collectively pulled out their weapons, while the atmosphere turned cold and rigid. Chapter 169, Devious Empress Wrong, 3. Yun Luofeng wickedly shot a glance at the incoming imperial bodyguards while the edge of her mouth curved before speaking instantly. If you want him to die, feel free to attack. Of course, just a few of you aren't enough to be my opponent. Bang! While she was speaking, Yun Luofeng slightly exerted force on the leg that was stepping on Yi Luo's chest. Immediately, sounds of bones breaking played into everyone's ears. Ah! Immediately following, Yi Luo's blood-curdling shriek circulated throughout the area. It was so terrifying that it caused others to be absolutely horrified. You mounted a sneak attack on me. Yi Luo glared unwaveringly at Yun Luofeng, and a trace of hatred appeared within his eyes. By relying on a sneak attack, what sort of ability is this? If you have the skills, have a fair showdown with me. Yun Luofeng gave him a sweeping glance before speaking. The winner's crowned and the loser's vilified. This is an eternal truth, and losing means losing. If this was a battlefield, there's absolutely no leeway for you to retaliate. Yi Luo, the distance between you and Yiling isn't something small. Even if you obtain the country in the end, it's impossible to hold onto it. Everyone became stunned by the overbearing statements of this young girl. She appeared here brazenly and spoke unruly words while not even placing the royal family within her eyes. However, in the end, what sort of qualifications did she have to look down on the royalty? That's right, from this young lady's gaze, these noblemen felt that she was looking down on them. This sort of disdain was as though even if the emperor was placed in front of her, she would refuse to look at him. That being the case, what made him unable to understand was that she was only an ordinary girl following Yi Ling, so what had given her such courage to spout such words? Yi Ling, let's go. Yun Luofeng raised the corner of her lips and turned to face Yi Ling, while slightly smiling. Okay, Yi Ling was somewhat flabbergasted but did not speak any further and only nodded his head. His line of sight turned towards the imperial bodyguards and he coldly spoke, "Scram." All the imperial bodyguards were hoodwinked by Yi Ling's shout and subconsciously retreated and formed a path. Under their shocked gazes, these two left the courtyard without anyone's consent and had never turned back once from the start till the end, as if they only came to greet them. Yi Luo only recovered his senses after these two figures had completely disappeared. He tightly clenched his fist and spoke fiercely, "Yi Ling, I'll never let both of you off." Outside the estate, Yi Ling could no longer endure it and raised the doubts within his heart. "Master, exactly for what reason did you come to the second prince estate? Are we leaving just like this?" Yun Luofeng lightly chuckled. "After finishing my business here, naturally, I should leave." Suddenly, Yi Ling was shocked while taking a while to recover before continuing to ask, "But I've always been at your side, and I did not see you doing other things. Unless what you wanted to do was to give Yi Luo a good beating." That was him asking for it. Yun Luofeng raised the edge of her lips. "I came here only to investigate the terrain here, and just a moment ago, I had already completed exploring the entire topography of the second prince estate. In that case, I have no reason to stay any longer." Yi Ling's gaze became even more surprised. "Master, when did you investigate the surroundings? Why wasn't I aware? I remember that you did not go anywhere." Yun Luofeng looked at Yi Ling and spoke, "Yi Ling, you have to remember that sometimes you don't have to use your eyes but instead your spiritual energy to observe your surroundings. Just now, I had expanded my spiritual energy to sweep throughout the entire estate, thus every terrain and room has been deeply imprinted within my mind. Do you understand?" Chapter 170, Devious Empress Wrong, 4. Yi Ling's entire body trembled after hearing her words. In order to expand her spiritual energy to cover the entire estate, just how powerful did her spiritual energy have to be to accomplish this? "Master, I understand." He slowly took a deep breath and a ray of light appeared in his eyes. "Let's go, I still have to make a round at Second Prince Estate at night. As of now, I'll be heading back to the estate to rest in order to stay energized for tonight's event." Yun Luofeng languidly stretched, and a stern look could be seen from her pitch-black pair of eyes. Regardless of who it was, by murdering her parents, they are required to pay the price. At night, darkness shrouded the skies. An angry roar sounded from the previous quiet estate mixed with monstrous rage. "Yi Ling and that stinky Yatu, I want both of you to live hoping you're dead." Just now, as soon as Yi Luo recalled the humiliation he suffered during the day, his heart felt as if 10,000s of ants were gnawing on it and become unbearable. Blue veins bulged on his tightly clenched fist, and his eyeballs were dyed red by rage, appearing as if he had bloodshot eyes. "My son, you don't have to worry." A sandalwood fragrance permeated the room and a graceful, beautiful lady seated on the chair. She was holding onto a teacup and lightly drank from it while a ray of light appeared in her pretty eyes. "Yi Ling's uncle is General Yi, and it isn't going to be easy if you want to deal with Yi Ling. Whereas for that Yatu that you mentioned, her strength is definitely not that simple since she was able to harm you. This sort of woman absolutely cannot be seen by your father. Otherwise, according to his lecherous temper, he's bound to be enchanted by that Yatu." "Mother, I feel humiliated." Yi Luo clenched his fist and spoke angrily. "How can I let him off when that woman caused me to lose face in public? It'll be difficult to quell my anger if I don't complain to father." "My son, don't you understand your father's personality well? Regardless of the former empress he or me, we obtained your father's favor because of our looks. Furthermore, your father is usually enamored with new people and since that woman is stunning, all the more she cannot be seen by your father. If he does take a liking to her, how many women in the world would refuse to become an empress concubine?" In Empress Wrong's mind, the emperor was the supreme ruler and there was no woman he could not obtain if he wanted to. In addition, no woman would be able to refuse becoming an emperor's concubine. "Mother, how should I take my revenge then? Am I seriously going to let that woman humiliate me as such?" Yi Luo felt very indignant and he wished that he could dismember Yi Ling's corpse into 1,000 pieces, and then he would abduct the white-robed woman into his estate and violate her till death. "My son, you have to know that there's no end of cheap women in the world, and they'll be wanting to cling to any influential man they see, wishing they could kneel before them. Therefore, I have an idea. Recently, the imperial family is thinking of currying favor with the people from the Luofeng Pavilion, so we might as well gift her to their management as a concubine and get acquainted with them. After your father sees us being on good terms with those from the Luofeng Pavilion, he'll definitely appreciate you more. As a result, the prince position would become yours." A sinister glimmer streaked across Empress Wrong's downcasted eyes as her smile became eerie and frightening as she spoke slowly. "Wouldn't this be letting her off too easily?" Yi Luo frowned. Mother's actions weren't punishing that woman for him but giving her an opportunity to transform from a sparrow into a phoenix. Therefore, how could he be willing? "My son, it is Wu Jung from Luofeng Pavilion that I'm intending to build a relationship with. This guy is over 50 years of age and extremely perverted. Any female who becomes his woman would be subjected to death by his abuse. Furthermore, Wu Jung's a lustful person so he'll definitely be interested in this woman." Chapter 171, Devious Empress Wrong, 5. Yi Luo asked after being silent for a long time, "What if that woman doesn't agree to seduce the bigwig from Luofeng Pavilion? Hearing this, Empress Rong sneered and her lips turned into a ridiculing curve. My son, there's no woman in this world who doesn't want to curry favor with influential forces. Now that Yunfeng Pavilion's power is like the midday sun, even us, the imperial family, has to show consideration for them. Considering this, she will even feel grateful to us for giving her this opportunity. Otherwise, she wouldn't have this chance to meet the top brass from the Luofeng Pavilion. Under the night scene, a girl was standing under the moonlight. Her white robe was as white as snow, so unexpected in this dark night. However, the silence of the night was somewhat frightening, and only the sounds of cicadas on the trees could be heard. Yun Luofeng looked towards the window that was brightly lit by a candle flame. After listening to the content that this pair of mother and child was discussing, her lips curved in a charming arc, while a cold light flashed past her eyes. Tonight, she originally went the second prince estate to investigate the truth about her parents' death and didn't expect to hear a conspiracy by this pair of mother and child. In addition, to think that the target of their conspiracy was her. Yi Ling, who's this Wu Jung? She had her back facing the handsome youngster tailing after her and asked. Yi Ling was startled for a moment before replying. Wu Jung is an elder in Luofeng Pavilion, who has been with them since the pavilion was founded. His strength is of high-level advanced rank, and he's equally matched with me. Yi Ling, regarding today's matter, you shall act as if you didn't hear anything. Perhaps this is a good method to test them. I want to know if that Wu Jung is wholeheartedly loyal to my Luofeng Pavilion. Yes, Master, Yi Ling responded respectfully. In actual fact, until now, he was still shocked by Yun Luofeng's actions. Just when they were visiting the prince's mansion tonight, who knew what she fed those imperial guards that were patrolling, causing them to have a lifeless look in their eyes as if they did not discover them. Apparently, I'm unable to investigate for more useful information tonight. Yun Luofeng frowned and slowly turned under the night skies. Her voice was charming and languid. Yi Ling, we'll head back first. Your subordinate shall follow your orders. Yi Ling lowered his head and respectfully replied. Both of them had been standing outside the window for roughly an hour, but no one had noticed their existence all along. Several patrolling imperial guards had even walked past them but did not even release a sound. If one attentively observes, they would be able to discover that these guards had a lifeless look in their eyes, similar to a puppet wandering under the night skies. This lasted until Yun Luofeng and Yi Ling's departure, before the eyes of these imperial guards gradually recovered their clarity. However, they seemed oblivious to the two uninvited guests from earlier while they continued to patrol as usual. Under the lonesome curtain of night, the streets no longer had its fanfare during the daytime and were deep and quiet instead. Suddenly, Milk Tea, who was inside Yun Luofeng's sleeve, seemed to have noticed something and started squeaking. Its squeaks were anxious and restless as if warning her of danger. Miss Yun. Suddenly, a few silhouettes descended from the skies and landed before Yun Luofeng and got straight to the point. Our general would like to invite you to visit. General. Yun Luofeng raised her brows and looked towards the few people who were blocking her way and charmingly smiled. General Yi. That's right, the soldier coldly replied. The general were referring to as General Yi. General Yi from Lu Jin was once defeated under the hands of her grandfather, thus resulting in his nephew to become a hostage. Now that General Yi had suddenly invited her over, perhaps her identity was exposed. Chapter 172, General Yi's Warning, 1. Very well. Yun Luofeng lightly touched her jaw as hesitation could be seen from her eyes. Please lead the way. I'll go with you. Yi Ling glanced at the several soldiers under the night skies and resolutely stood beside Yun Luofeng. Please, the soldier was fairly courteous and did an affectionate movement towards Yun Luofeng while speaking bravely and sternly. General Estate. In the study room, a middle-aged man was standing with hands behind his back under the serene moonlight, sporting a head full of black hair behind his back, which was as dark as black ink. From the beginning, his back facing the study room, with an upright figure that was solemn and rigid, like an imposing gigantic mountain. General, suddenly, a voice pulled him back from his thoughts. The person you invited is here. However, the third prince had accompanied her to the estate. Yi Buffen heard what the soldier had reported back and finally turned around. Then, he spoke in an austere manner, let them in. Yes, General. The soldier accepted the order and retreated. Not long after, in the pitch-black night sky, a snow-like white robe entered his line of sight. After spotting the young lady who entered, Yi Buffen's pair of grave and stern eyes stared absent-mindedly at her. Even his line of sight was somewhat unable to move away from that young lady. Alike, it's too alike. This Yato and her mother Bai Ling was so alike as though they had been printed from the same mold, so stunning and gorgeous that was unmatched in this generation. Uncle. Yi Ling saw that his own uncle had been staring at Yun Luofeng without even blinking, and anxiousness appeared on his face. He then glanced at Yun Luofeng beside him and only relaxed after seeing that the other party didn't get angry. Yi Buffen gradually recovered and the gaze looking towards Yun Luofeng was peculiar, and that unusualness was as if he was looking at someone through her. I don't know if I should address you as Miss Yun or Yun Luofeng. Yi Buffen's facial expression was severe as if the absent-mindedness that appeared earlier on was someone else's imagination. It's just a way of addressing. General Yi, please feel free to call me however you like. Yun Luofeng slightly leaned against the doorframe with her pitch-black eyes staring deeply at Yi Buffen. However, I do not have any relations with General Yi, so may I know for what matter did General Yi find me for? Yi Buffen stayed silent for a long time before asking coldly, I just want to know, you as Longyuan Kingdom's general's granddaughter, why did you come to Lujin? If you were to say there was no purpose, I absolutely won't be convinced. Hearing these words, Yun Luofeng's eyes slightly squinted and a dangerous glint flashed across them. As expected, this fellow knew of her identity. Right now, even if she wanted to deny, it would only be superfluous. Furthermore, when she came here, she didn't even think of concealing her identity. She wanted the whole world to know that her purpose was to take revenge for her parents and wipe out a grudge. Seems like General Yi's really well informed. I, Yun Luofeng, am only a good-for-nothing within Longyuan Kingdom. To think that you're actually able to see through my identity. Yun Luofeng crossed her both hands over her chest with a wicked smiling expression. That's right, I'm Yun Luo's granddaughter and also the daughter of Yun Yang and Bai Ling. It was as if a heavy hammer had mercilessly hit on Yi Bufen's heart, causing his footsteps to stagger slightly. She's indeed Bai Ling's daughter. In fact, ever since Yun Luofeng had first entered Lujin, she had already entered his line of sight. Coupled with the fact that everyone from the Third Prince estate had addressed this young lady as Miss Yun, he had long since discovered her identity from this. Looking at the breathtaking appearance before him, Yi Bufen took a deep breath. He pacified his internal turmoil while his deep black eyes regarded her. Chapter 173, General Yi's Warning, 2. Miss Yun, I've been friends with your parents for a long time. However, as we had different masters, we could only meet each other on the battlefield. Therefore, on the basis of my friendship with them, I shall advise you to leave Lujin. I'm able to not hold you responsible for entering Lujin, but if you do not leave, don't blame me for being rude. Yi Bufen's tone was exceptionally weird as he had a strict expression on his handsome face. He was the general of Jin Lu, thus defending the country was his responsibility. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met with the woman he adored without hesitation on the battlefield 10 years ago. Unfortunately, because he had opposed to using crafty schemes to deal with Yun husband and wife, he had been recalled by the emperor before the battle was over. He was completely oblivious about what transpired later, and after he found out about it, he had heard that both Yun husband and wife had perished on the battlefield, with their souls returning to their homeland. He was devastated by the grievous news, so he resorted to alcohol to get drunk. Up till now, his heart was still aching. Leave Jin Lu. Yun Luofeng smiled wickedly. Do you think that since I'm already here, I would leave easily? Yi Bufen's handsome face turned solemn. Miss Yun, as long as I'm guarding Lu Jin, I will not allow you to do anything that will harm this country. Even if you are Bai Ling's daughter, I will not condone your action. Yun Luofeng wickedly shot him a glance. The reason why I came here is to avenge my parents, and no one can stop me from doing so. Yun Luofeng, Yi Bufen was somewhat enraged. When two countries are at war, there will definitely be casualties. There were also many people from Lu Jin who perished on the battlefield. Don't tell me that I'll have to revenge everyone. Revenge breeds revenge. Will there ever be an end to it? Besides, this was a war casualty, and all these things are simply unavoidable. Indeed, when two countries wage war, there will definitely be casualties. Unfortunately, I do not care for the life and deaths of the masses. What I care about is my family. Regardless of how they died, I only know that those who harm my family are my enemies. Yun Luofeng sneered while displaying obvious aggressiveness. If revenge breeds revenge, would there even be an end to it? It was a complete joke. She never believed in requiting evil with good, she only knew that a debt of blood must be paid in blood. Yi Bufen's eyebrows frowned tightly as anger appeared on his face. Seemingly feeling the fury of their own general, the surrounding soldiers pulled out their weapons, causing the atmosphere to suddenly turn tense. Yun Luofeng, are you really determined on doing this? Yi Bufen raised his hands to stop his soldiers as he coldly asked. However, Yun Luofeng did not answer him but laughed shallowly and answered the question with a question. General Yi, are you fond of my mother? The young girl's voice was seductive yet languid as if she was only asking something unimportant. However, Yi Buden's heart fiercely clenched tight at her words. Just now inside his mind, a beautiful appearance wearing a faint smile had once again surfaced in his mind. Do you know why my mother did not choose you? Yun Luofeng evilly smiled. Because the person she loves is a man who would dare to do anything. She wouldn't choose a subservient man like you. If my father was still alive, and anyone had touched my mother, he would definitely massacre the imperial city. He would let go of his identity as the general and never allow anyone to touch her in the slightest. The young lady's words had deeply struck Yi Bufen. His footsteps staggered as his sorry figure fell onto the chair. At this moment, the great general of Jinliu, who had widespread prestige, carelessly exposed his thoughts, making it plainly visible. Chapter 174, General Yi's Warning, 3. Yi Ling, let's go. Lastly, Yun Luofeng swept a glance at the haggard Yi Bufen before she turned and walked towards the endless dark night. Yi Ling, who initially wanted to accompany Yun Luofeng to leave, seemed unable to abandon Yi Bufen in his current state, as his steps slightly stopped before speaking to the middle-aged man with his back facing him. Uncle, on the account of you being my mother's elder brother, I shall warn you of something. Jin Lu's imperial family is destined to end, so you shouldn't continue killing for the emperor. After speaking, he did not look at the man behind him as ran towards the direction where Yun Luofeng had taken. Bang! Yi Bufen fell on the chair and smiled bitterly. Bai Ling, the reason you did not choose me back then was because I was too fair and strict, whereas Yun Yang was a hot-blooded man. Is it possible that my loyalty towards the emperor is also some sort of mistake? His handsome face was full of painful suffering as if he had sunk deeply into his memories. If life can be repeated, I really want to become an ordinary person without any burden. In this way, it isn't impossible for me to get reckless for a woman I love. Unfortunately, I am destined to be unable to be hot-blooded. Yi Bufen ordered someone to fetch a white spirit as he downed it all in one shot. Over the years, whenever he remembered the peerless magnificent lady, he would rely on the paralysis effect of the alcohol so he could succumb to sleep peacefully. Miss, you're back. Second Prince Estate. King Yin could spot the approaching Yun Luofeng in one glance as her cute crescent-shaped eyes brightened up and she hurriedly went forth to welcome her while happily speaking. Miss, since you've been out for a night, I reckon you're tired as well. I've already ordered the kitchen staff to prepare a bowl of soup. Drink it before you sleep. All right. When Yun Luofeng walked into the kitchen, suddenly a fragrant smell assailed her nostrils. She walked towards that bowl of soup and sat before it, lightly scooping a spoonful of the soup that was emitting a fragrant scent and slowly sending it into her mouth. Why is the meal this time different from the one in the afternoon? Yun Luofeng frowned. This cook's pretty good and is even superior compared to the general estate's cook. I'll have to bring this up with Yi Ling tomorrow to have him gift me this cook. Grandfather will definitely like it. Yun Luo did not have any hobby other than eating, so the cooks of the general estate had been hired by him at a high cost. Whereas Yun Luofeng, who had been used to the general estate's meal, was indeed unable to adapt after reaching Jinlu. She didn't think that there would be a cook in this third prince estate that possessed such skills. King Yun looked at Yun Luofeng with a guilty conscience. Miss, I don't think this is right. After all, this cook is from Yi Ling's estate. Why not? Yun Luofeng finished the bowl of soup and took the handkerchief that King Yun had passed her to wipe her mouth. She then did a stretch and stood up from her seat. I shall raise this request with Yi Ling tomorrow. I'm tired today, so, King Yun, you can go ahead and withdraw. Yes, miss, your servant shall take her leave. King Yun hurriedly carried the empty bowl while guiltily walking out. She was pondering internally how she was going to follow up on this lie. In the courtyard, under the pitch-black night, a man dressed in black robes seemed to have merged into the night. King Yun could see the unfeeling man in the courtyard with just a glance. After thinking, she finally walked over. I followed your orders and brought over a bowl of soup for miss. Also, I did not inform her that this was made by you. Okay, the man's voice was grim as before, as if other than Yun Luofeng, he was unwilling to speak even more than what was necessary. Give this to her. Chapter 175, General Yi's Warning, 4. King Yan was stunned for a moment as her line of sight fell on the plate of grapes on that man's hands as she blinked while becoming somewhat flabbergasted. Although Miss isn't fond of the meals in the third prince estate, these grapes don't seem any different, why do you? It's different. Different. What's different about it? King Yan was honestly unable to understand this man. Why does he act mysteriously all the time? Moreover, he had clearly been following behind Miss to protect her, but why does he not want her to know? That man spoke expressionlessly in a deep voice. I will continue sending the meal tomorrow. Obviously, those grapes were different. Yun Luofeng was very fussy towards food. For example, whenever she would eat grapes, it was necessary to remove the grape seeds. So the seeds on this plate had been removed by him using his spiritual energy one by one. However, he had no interest in explaining all of these to King Yan. In addition, just place these grapes on her table and don't disturb her. After a long time, that man's deep voice gave an instruction once again. His deep black eyes were staring at that candle-lit room as he resolutely turned around and instantly disappeared under the night skies. Right now, he ought to start preparing for her breakfast tomorrow. King Yan, where did these grapes come from? Early morning. The dawn light spilled into the room and a girl was seated on the table. Her slender, long fingers lightly tapped on the table, seeming to be casually asking. Ah. King Yan was stunned for a moment before speaking up guiltily. It's what I had prepared for miss. Is that so? Then what sort of method did you use to extract the grape seeds? Yun Luofeng appeared to be smiling yet not smilingly and watched little Yatu's delicate and pretty face while continuing to question closely. What? The little Yatu shouted in surprise. How is this possible? King Yan wanted to explain herself, but she suddenly realized she had accidentally revealed herself. She then looked at Yun Luofeng with a guilty conscience while hastily shutting her mouth. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her brows. Inside her heart, she immediately took notice of something and a smiling expression emerged on her breathtaking face. King Yan, when did you start learning how to help others and lie to me? Is this your heartfelt feelings towards me? King Yan thought that Yun Luofeng had really gotten angry, so she was somewhat anxious and hurriedly tried to explain, Miss, I did not deceive you deliberately. If others wanted to bribe me to do harmful things towards Miss, I will absolutely never betray you. I had only. She just felt that the relation between Yun Xiao and her young lady was good and that he would undoubtedly never cause harm to her miss. As such, she had decided to help him. Moreover, Yun Xiao just noticed that Miss didn't have any appetite these past few days and didn't want her to know that he was tailing behind, so he asked her to do the job. If it was someone else, she would have never taken notice of them. Puchi. Yun Luofeng chortled as she raised her hands to pinch King Yan's cheeks while having a smiling expression and spoke, all right, I shall not tease you anymore. King Yan, I naturally know of your heartfelt feelings towards me. I will act as if I'm unaware of this matter, and you can continue to keep in contact with him. Yun Xiao would have never thought that a plate of grapes had caused his whereabouts to be exposed. Miss. King Yan bit on her lips as she stamped her feet while being ashamed and resentful. Her miss was really getting more and more naughty. To think that she had been teasing her all along, causing her to think that her miss had actually gotten angry for real. The Empress and the second prince has arrived. The moment when Yun Luofeng had stepped out of the door, a penetrating voice suddenly sounded into her ears, causing her facial expression to slightly sink, while a trace of murderous aura surged from her pitch-black eyes. Chapter 176, Why Are You Seeking Death? 1. The third prince is truly unreasonable. This Empress one personally came to meet him, but he still doesn't receive me, snorted Empress Wrong in the back garden. I truly don't know how the late Empress Yi raised her son. A slight frown and displeasure appeared on her poised and elegant face. However, the third prince estate was quite wealthy. Take, for instance, this rock. It was cast from rocks found deep in the northern sea. The medicinal herbs in the flower bed too. They were actually the extremely valuable scarlet flame grass. Even the bamboo in the bamboo forest could not be purchased without millions of pounds of gold and silver. It looked like the Yi family was not as simple as they appeared, and the money that they gave to the third prince these past years was probably uncountable. Otherwise, he would not have had the ability to build such a prosperous estate. Empress Wrong's eyes flashed with greed as she stared fixedly at this nation's worth of wealth. However, she was not aware that her avarice had been spotted by Yi Ling already. Ho ho, a scornful laugh emanated from the sky, forcing Empress Wrong to cloak the greed in her eyes. She shot her gaze to the young man stepping out of the study, her beautiful eyes hiding a killing intent. This bastard, he was quite lucky. She had sent countless assassins, but they never managed to kill him. How unfortunate that regardless of how lucky he was, he would meet the same fate as that short-lived mother of his and die in the end. Yi Ling, this time, this empress sought you out to discuss a few matters with you. Empress Rong focused her icy gaze on Yi Ling, her greed bursting out of her eyes again. This empress and his majesty have owed you greatly these past years. In order to compensate and show our remorse, this empress has decided to have you and Luosa switch estates. Luosa's estate is in the city center, so it's much better than your remote location. She took a consulting approach on the surface but was actually unyielding and demanding. How could Yi Ling not recognize Empress Rong's aim? The smile on his lips chilling, he coolly said, my apologies. I prefer quiet locations, though I do appreciate Her Imperial Majesty's well-intentioned actions. Yi Ling, Empress Rong's face darkened. You are truly ungrateful. This empress is doing this to make up for what you are owed. The location of Luosa's estate is much better than this sorry estate. Her words implied that she was doing this for Yi Ling's benefit, yet Yi Ling, the rat bastard, stubbornly did not appreciate her kindness. Ho ho. Yi Ling released a low laugh as he said in derision, if you really want to make Yi Luo and me switch estates, it's not impossible. However, I'll take everything in my estate with me, even if it's just a blade of grass or a tree. The look on Empress Rong's face soured. Since it's an exchange of estates, then everything in each estate is naturally included in it. I'm afraid it's extremely unreasonable for you to bring these things with you. Yi Ling started laughing, his smile permeated with a bone-chilling cold. He looked up a small bit, his eyes shining with arrogance, and asked, Empress Rong, what is the difference between your actions and robbery? Didn't you take a liking to the treasures in my estate and so wanted to rob me with a justification? Why must your Imperial Majesty word it this nicely? How dare you? Empress Rong shouted in anger, spite sweeping across her elegant face. As a prince, you're also a citizen of the Lujan Kingdom. Could it be that as the Empress, this Empress doesn't even have that small privilege? This Empress is warning you, everything in Lujan Kingdom belongs to the Imperial dynasty, including the treasures in your prince estate. Since these are the possessions of the Imperial clan, why can't this Empress decide their fate? Chapter 177, Why Are You Seeking Death 2? Her meaning was as clear as day. All the wealth and treasure in this world belonged to the Imperial dynasty. As the mother of the country, she had the power to allocate this wealth. Hence, these treasures belonged to whoever she said they belonged to. Yi Ling glanced at the knavish Empress Rong in contempt. Other people aren't allowed to get a share of my possessions, including the people of the Imperial clan. How impudent. At Yi Ling's derisive words, Yi Luo bristled with anger, staring daggers at the fair and handsome young man in front of him. Yi Ling, my Imperial mother is this dynasty's Empress, the mother of the country. Who permitted you to speak to her like this? If my Imperial mother says your estate belongs to me, then beat it. My territory doesn't welcome a mud like you. The word, mud, stilled Yi Ling's breathing. He narrowed his eyes slightly, pressing dangerously close to Yi Luo. What did you just say? I said you were a mew. Slap. Yi Ling's palm was quick as the wind, and a slap struck Yi Luo's face before anyone could react. The crisp sound rang through the courtyard, stunning Empress Rong. She would never have imagined that Yi Ling would actually have the courage to slap someone in front of her. You actually hit me. Yi Luo clutched his swollen face, fury spitting from his eyes. I will tell Imperial Father and make him banish you to the border, you little mixed-breed bastard. I'm hitting you for Imperial Father. Do you think Imperial Father will banish me for this? Responded Yi Ling coldly after he retracted his arm, taking out a handkerchief and focusing on wiping his hand. Bullshit. Yi Luo could not resist swearing, his face livid from rage. This little bastard said he slapped him for Imperial Father. His behavior was extremely shameless. Don't forget, we are sired by the same father. Insulting me as a little mutt and bastard isn't that the same as saying I was born from a bastard? If you humiliate Imperial Father in front of me again, don't you think you deserve to be slapped? Yi Ling tossed the handkerchief to the ground and looked down his nose at Yi Luo. Yi Luo angered further. He was about to retort, but the stupefied Empress Rong finally regained her wits and slapped Yi Luo with a resounding thwack. Luosa, you could have insulted him with anything, but why did you call him a little bastard? Empress Rong said in disappointment. If these words traveled to his Imperial Majesty's ears, who can save you? Her face showed her anxiety. Yi Luo felt quite wronged, but he also knew he had placed his foot in his mouth just now, so he kept his mouth shut and did not dare to utter another word. All of a sudden, a chuckle drifted into earshot. Although this chuckle was incredibly quiet, it was still clearly heard by everyone. Everyone looked to the source of the laugh. A snow-white rookin appeared in their vision, his sweet and charming owner heading toward them with a green-clothed maid trailing after her. It's you. Yi Luo caught sight of Yun Luofeng right away. Awe still glittered in his eyes, but when he recalled what this young lady did to him, his eyes suddenly darkened. He would never forget how this efficking BTCH had humiliated him in public. Yi Luo took a deep breath, clenched his fists, and said, stressing each and every syllable, Imperial Mother, she's the woman I spoke of. Envy flashing in her beautiful eyes, Empress Rong was startled and directed her gaze to Yun Luofeng. Chapter 178, Why Are You Seeking Death 3. A woman as beautiful as this, no wonder she would not leave her son's mind. If His Majesty saw her, the Imperial Palace would not have a place for her, the Empress, anymore. Recalling the aim of this trip again, she realized she did not have the time to fight with Yi Ling about the estate. Her beautiful eyes intently watched Yun Luofeng, contemplation appearing in her eyes. Miss, what should I call you? Yun Luofeng shot her a sidelong glance and took her time replying. Yun Luofeng, Empress Rong muttered these three words, light flashing through her eyes before saying in a straightforward manner. This time, the main purpose of this Empress visit is to see you. This empress only wants to ask you, do you want to become someone great? Yun Luofeng raised her brow, and her arms folded across her chest as she asked with a faint smile, what do you mean? I have an opportunity here to help you stand above the mass. Empress Rong chuckled coldly, it will depend on whether you can grasp this chance. If you can grasp it, this empress will let the matter of you hurting Luosa become bygones. Oh, Yun Luofeng lightly laughed and bewitchingly raised her eyebrows. I'm uncertain what kind of chance you are speaking of. Let's hear it. Seeing the young girl's expression, Empress Rong thought there was hope, so joy, along with disdain, surfaced in her heart. She actually thought a woman with such an unrivaled appearance would have a strong backbone. It turned out it was so and was not all too different from those women in the brothels. As long as you're willing to listen to this empress can gift you to manager Wu Jung from Luofeng Pavilion. So long as you latch onto him, your future will be safe and peaceful from now on. Empress Rong haughtily lifted her chin, her cool, elegant appearance filled with derision. Her eyes were intently watching Yun Luofeng, as though she had already determined that the girl would snatch this chance. King Yin, the little maidservant standing behind Yun Luofeng, was dumbfounded by her words. She didn't hear wrong, right? Was there something wrong with this empress' mind? Was she actually going to give the shadow master of Luofeng Pavilion to a mere manager of the pavilion like a present? And she was even claiming that she was bestowing Miss with a chance to become someone superior. Are you referring to the Luofeng Pavilion's manager? Yun Luofeng lightly chuckled. I thought it was some important character, but it turns out it's merely a servant. Wasn't that right though? In the eyes of Luofeng Pavilion's true master, wasn't manager Wu Jung nothing but a servant? In any case, Empress Rong would never have imagined that this young, beautiful girl would actually be Luofeng Pavilion's master. If she knew everything, she would definitely find a hole to permanently burrow herself in. Servant. Empress Rong was briefly taken back before she abruptly started to laugh. Miss Yun, don't you know of Luofeng Pavilion's fame? This Luofeng Pavilion became renowned all over Lujin Kingdom in this short half-year period. And manager Wu Jung of Luofeng Pavilion is also a high-level, advanced-rank martial artist. Even when our Imperial clan's expert sees him, he has to show some consideration, so he's not just some servant. You better be more polite when you see him. To Empress Rong, the reason that Yun Luofeng would talk this big was unquestionably due to her ignorance, and because she was oblivious to Luofeng Pavilion's famous reputation. Now that she had revealed Wu Jung's strength, this young lady would surely throw herself into his arms with delight in her heart. At that time, she could then use Yun Luofeng as a bridge to get acquainted with manager Wu Jung. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. Hello, everyone, apologies for the long TL note in advance. I saw in the comments that there was some confusion about skipped chapters. There weren't any. I checked both the raws, from the original site, and the translation and also the flow of the chapters that you mentioned, and they both match. I think what happened was that the author did an abrupt scene change, unlike the ones from the previous chapters that the readers are used to. For ch. 161, grandfather mentions that Yun Luofeng left behind a letter saying she was leaving for some time, and then Yun Luofeng is in Lujin Kingdom, her destination, ch. 162, the power rising within half a year. The author just didn't write Luofeng's journey. You will notice that a lot more in the future, they didn't write the traveling between locations. As for ch. 175, the chapter before, Why Are You Seeking Death, it's another abrupt scene, perspective change. The chapters just switched from Luofeng's perspective to Empress Rong and her sons. And you see Yun Luofeng's entry in the last chapter, ch. 177. I wager ch. 176 is just the time between Luofeng hearing of their arrival and traveling to wherever Empress Rong and her son are. I hope this clarifies it. Sorry for the confusion. Chapter 179, Why Are You Seeking Death 4. It's a pity that. Under Empress Rong's confident gaze, Yun Luofeng shook her head. Servants are servants. No matter how strong his strength is, he still can't escape from his status as a servant. Empress Rong's satisfied face froze a little before she pacified the heaven-splitting fury in her heart. She said with a cold smile, Girl, I'm only giving you this chance out of the kindness of my heart, but you don't know how to grasp it. I admit that you're quite beautiful, but do you think you can get your claws into important people from your looks alone? The women that those important people marry, whose strength isn't strong. Having manager Wu Jung take a liking to you is already your fortune, so don't even think about seducing a person like the master of Luofeng Pavilion. After saying everything in a single breath, she added with an icy smile on her cold, elegant face, You aren't worthy of Luofeng Pavilion's master. No one knew the gender of this mysterious master of Luofeng Pavilion, but everyone unconsciously believed that it must be a domineering man who established a power like this. There were even some unmarried girls who regarded Luofeng Pavilion's master as their dream lover. However, they did not know that the master of Luofeng Pavilion was actually a woman. Miss, is this person a fool? Inquired King Yin, unable to resist any longer. Her miss was the master of Luofeng Pavilion, how should Miss seduce herself? How dare you? Empress Rong's expression darkened, and she coldly said, a mere maid actually dared to barge into a conversation. Someone, drag her away and flog her to death. Yes, your Imperial Majesty the Empress. Hearing her, the guards behind Empress Rong cupped their fists in salute and turned their fierce gaze onto King Yin. Just as all the guards headed for King Yin, an icy voice was suddenly heard, let me see who will dare to hit her. A handsome young man stepped up by himself and blocked King Yin behind him. He haughtily lifted his chin and expressionlessly fixed his eyes on the cold and stern guards. King Yin was one of Master's people, how could he allow this girl to be injured in his estate? Moreover, she was also the girl that he liked. Yun Luofeng lifted the corner of her lips and glanced at Yiling's figure with a smile in her eyes. However, when her sight landed on Empress Rong and her son, a killing intent flashed through her pitch-black eyes. Yiling, you are going against my order for a little girl. Empress Rong's chest was quivering in anger. She clearly heard the pretty girl referring to Yun Luofeng as Miss, so it was evident that she was merely a maid who served other people. But now, Yiling was actually willing to disobey her for a lowly maid. HMPH, Yi Ling snorted and expressionlessly stated, King Yin isn't some maid, she's this prince's princess consort. As though struck by lightning, everyone present, with the exception of Yun Luofeng, was stupefied. Someone with as high of a standard as third Prince Yi Ling actually took a fancy to a little maid. What was so special about this maid that she actually met his eyes? King Yin was also startled. Her clear gaze intensely stared at Yi Ling, who situated himself in front of her, and a cloud of red slightly emerged on her pretty face. He said that she was his princess consort. Suddenly, as though recalling something, King Yin's eyes dimmed, and a bitter taste entered her mouth. She was only a little maid. How could the Emperor of Lujin Kingdom allow Yi Ling to take her as his wife? That was unrealistic. Empress Rong finally regained her senses, and her expression became unpredictable. You said that you want to let a maidservant be your princess consort. Was this guy ruining his own future? If he really did this, the ministers of Lujin Kingdom could not protect him anymore. After all, a little maid was unsuited for the position of this kingdom's mother figure. Chapter 180, Why Are You Seeking Death? 5. I have already decided, I will take King Yin as my wife, and it will be pointless for anyone to try to prevent me from doing so. Yi Ling haughtily lifted his handsome face, coldly staring at Empress Rong with determination in his eyes. His voice was bone-chilling, similar to the winter's fierce wind. Empress Rong's beautiful eyes shifted. Since you insist on marrying a mere maid, then this Empress won't force you to do otherwise. This Empress will report this matter to His Majesty and let him handle it. Yi Ling, since you want to give up on the throne, then this Empress Luosa will accept it in your place. His Majesty definitely won't let a maidservant become the mother figure of a kingdom. Luosa, let's go. Empress Rong did not hesitate and turned around to leave the courtyard. Yi Luo froze for a second before hurriedly catching up and anxiously asking, Imperial Mother, are we just going to leave the matter like this? Don't worry, there are some things that she can't decide. Empress Rong released a foreboding chuckle. Luosa, make some arrangements. Imperial Mother will pay a visit to Luofeng Pavilion to see manager Wu Jung. But Imperial Mother, this third prince estate. Yi Luo's gaze was brimming with greed and reluctance. There were too many treasures in the third prince estate. If all of these treasures belonged to him, how great would that be? How could Empress Rong not detect Yi Luo's thoughts? Her crimson lips lifted with a confident smile as she unhurriedly spoke, Luosa, wait until you become the emperor. What can't you have then? At that time, you only need to speak one word, and Yi Ling will have to obediently present all of his treasures to you. This is the advantage of power. Empress Rong deeply felt the magnificent influence of power. She extremely liked this feeling of controlling other people's fate. I understand, Imperial Mother. Yi Luo's eyes brightened as he moistened his dry lips, his treacherous gaze sweeping across his surroundings and carving every inch of the grounds into his memory. As soon as he thought about how these valuable treasures would belong to him in the future, he felt a desire to laugh wildly with his head raised. Yi Ling, you chose a maidservant as a wife, implying that you have already given the throne up. Since it's like this, don't regret it later. The day that I ascend the throne will be the day that your life ends. Inside the courtyard, Yi Ling watched the departing figures with cold and calm eyes. In the midst of his contemplation, a languid voice slowly drifted to his ears, Yi Ling, remember what you just said, I will leave King Yin in your care then. Yi Ling started and turned his head, his eyes colliding with Yun Luofeng's pitch-black eyes. He slightly pursed his lips and nodded with determination as he said, Master, rest assured, I will protect her. With me here, no one can hurt a single strand of her hair. Nor can anyone prevent my desire to marry her. Because Yun Luofeng had seen through his intentions since long ago, he did not hide the affection in his heart, and his warm gaze gradually moved to King Yin. King Yin, are you willing to marry me? King Yin's cheeks reddened, and she gripped her robe with embarrassment. This servant doesn't want to marry anyone for the next several years. This servant would like to accompany Miss longer. King Yin, even if you marry Yi Ling, it doesn't mean that you can't work for me. Yun Luofeng lightly chuckled. However, if you aren't in a rush to marry someone, then there's no harm in getting betrothed first and waiting a few more years before marrying. Miss. King Yin became incredibly shy, her head was so low that it almost touched the ground, even her voice as quiet as a fly's, and her ears were completely red. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. I made a mistake earlier and accidentally published a much later chapter, as many of you realized. I'm really sorry for the confusion that happened. So, originally, this was going to be the last chapter for the day because I needed to slow down the release rate to 2 chapters per day until I can get another editor to join GEWW or contact my editor to ask if she can increase her editing rate. At the rate that this is going, GEWW will run out of chapters by the end of this week, and I would rather GEWW slow down its releasing rate than hit a hiatus. However, because I made that mistake, you guys will still get your third chapter of the day at 6 PM Greenwich Mean Time +8. I'm really sorry about this, and I promise I will make it up to you guys somehow. Bows. Starting tomorrow, GEWW will be on 2 chains per day release schedule for hopefully not too long. Chapter 181, Why Are You Seeking Death? 6. Master's idea is good. Yi Ling gently looked at King Yin and said with a smile, King Yin, you are the woman that I want, whether it's your strength, perseverance, loyalty, or protectiveness of your master, they're all personality traits that I admire. Besides, as long as I want to take you as my wife, no one can stop me. He truly admired these personality traits, but it was from his interactions with her for this past half a year that he truly developed feelings for this girl. He was not someone with a sense of hierarchy. As long as it was someone he deeply loved, he would marry her even if she was a beggar. If it wasn't someone he loved though, it was useless even if she was the daughter of the Emperor of Heaven. I will listen to Miss. Her words meant that she agreed to their solution, but because she was too shy, she did not directly admit it to Yi Ling. Yi Ling's heart overflowed with joy, and he knelt on one knee in front of Yun Luofeng. Master, this subordinate sincerely thanks you. It was because of you that I was able to meet King Yin. From now on, I will use my life to protect her, so please rest assured, master. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her hand, and that moment, a strong power held Yi Ling's body and lifted him up. Yi Ling looked at Yun Luofeng in shock. Truthfully, Yi Ling shared the same thoughts as others, believing that Yun Luofeng had excellent medical skills but lacked strength. On top of that, she had never exposed her strength this past half a year, so he had no way of gauging her strength. However, he could not exert even a smidge of power against the girl's strength. From this, it was apparent how strong she was. Above high-level spirit cultivator. Earth-level spirit cultivator. Regardless whether it was Longyuan Kingdom or Lujin Kingdom, the strongest cultivator was only at high-level advanced rank. If Yun Luofeng really reached Earth level, no one in the surrounding kingdoms would be her equal. Yi Ling, no matter what happens, I want you to stand by King Yin's side, even if it means that you have to be enemies with your dearest family members. Are you willing? I am willing, Yi Ling resolutely uttered these 3 words. Great, I'll find a suitable time and arrange the betrothal for you. Yun Luofeng raised her lips in a bewitching smile. King Yin had followed her for a long time, so she would definitely choose a fine husband for her. It was evident that the current Yi Ling matched her requirements. In addition, you have to be prepared, Empress Rong won't let you off easily. More importantly, she will definitely go find Wu Jung. I want to see how he will respond. If it weren't for testing Wu Jung, she would not have allowed Empress Rong to leave unscathed just for the fact that she mentioned the words, flogged to death. A killing intent flashed through Yun Luofeng's eyes as she started to coldly laugh. It was never too late for a gentleman to revenge himself. If her parents' deaths were really connected to Empress Rong, then she would clear her previous enmities and old hate with her one by one. Luofeng Pavilion. Empress Rong properly sat inside the main hall with a cup of tea in her hands, wearing a graceful, faint purse of her lips. Manager Wu Jung, I came to visit you this time because I have a present that I want to give you. What present? Wu Jung was wholly focused on sampling the tea in his hand and did not directly look at Empress Rong the entire time. Even more, his voice carried indifference and contempt. Luofeng Pavilion had an illustrious status in Lujin Kingdom. As Luofeng Pavilion's manager, Wu Jung naturally had the right to look down on this country's empress. Empress Rong was clearly not too happy, but she managed to suppress the displeasure in her heart and gracefully stated with a smile, it's like this, I accidentally became acquainted with a young, beautiful girl a while ago and even learned that she admires manager Wu Jung. She specifically requested me to intercede on her behalf, saying that she was willing to be manager Wu Jung's concubine and only needed manager Wu Jung to order Luofeng Pavilion's personnel to come for her. Chapter 182, Yun Xiao's Family, 1. It was known to all that manager Wu Jung did not have any interest except for liking beauties. If one wanted to please him, there was only this one method to do so. As expected, after having heard what Empress Rong said, Wu Jung's eyes emitted a peculiar radiance as his facial expression was filled with great interest. Oh. He raised his brows as his complexion seemed somewhat excited. And how does that woman look like? Do you have a portrait of her? Empress Rong revealed a determined smile as she raised her hands and lightly tapped twice. Men, bring up the portrait. Yes, Niang Niang. Having heard the command, 2 palace maids behind Empress Rong propped up a portrait and took nimble steps towards Wu Jung. Manager Wu Jung, this is a portrait of that young lady. If you fancy her, this empress shall be a matchmaker and allow her to get married as the imperial family's princess. Empress Rong gracefully smiled. Naturally, she had other ulterior motives. Since she wanted to form a good relationship with Wu Jung, it was necessary for the imperial family to step in personally and recognize Yun Luofeng as their adopted daughter. In this way, it would then be advantageous for the imperial family. Wu Jung gradually opened the portrait in his hands. The moment he saw the arrogant and proud white-robed lady on the portrait, his heart suddenly stopped beating while his eyes revealed a stunned expression. This portrait was drawn remarkably true to life. Even the arrogance from her overall facial appearance was clearly displayed, while her snow-white dress fluttered by the wind. Her slightly lifted chin was pointing at the deep blue skies, a smirk tugging at the side of her lips, as though she did not even place the heavens in her eyes. Not bad, it's truly great. I have lived for such a long period of time and I have never seen such a breathtaking young lady. Wu Jung rolled up the picture scroll as he praised sincerely. Empress Rong, are you certain that this young lady is willing to marry me? Empress Rong revealed a confident smile. The moment this young lady heard of manager Wu Jung's reputation, she had said that unless you are unwilling, it's not going to be a problem. Therefore, manager Wu Jung, you can rest assured. You would only have to make preparations by selecting an auspicious date to marry her. Luo Feng Pavilion's influence was extremely formidable. If Wu Jung had personally came forth to take her as a wife, that stinky yatta would be unable to resist. Empress, can I inquire for this lady's name? Wu Jung went silent for a long moment before asking. I am not aware of her name, I only know her surname is Yun. Yun. Wu Jung was startled. If he recalled correctly, it seemed that the deputy pavilion master had once mentioned that the real master of Yun Luo Pavilion also had a surname of Yun. It shouldn't be that coincidental, right? Seemingly amused by his own thoughts, Wu Jung laughed as he helplessly shook his head and internally rejected the suspicions he had. Even if he had never once seen his master's face, he was capable of knowing that the 14-year-old young lady does not have the capability of assuming the position of Luo Feng Pavilion's master. Therefore, it was simply impossible for this young lady to be his master that was hidden behind the scenes. Unfortunately, things turned out against what he wished. He from the current Wu Jung would have never thought that the master behind Luo Feng Pavilion was truly a lady of 14 years old. And when he knew of this matter, he had already regretted it. Just when Empress Rong had taken her leave but yet to walk out of Luo Feng Pavilion's gates, all of a sudden, a petite figure entered her line of sight and caused her expression to turn solemn in an instant. Hold it. Empress Rong snorted as her gloomy gaze fell upon the little Yatu that obstructed her way and coldly spoke, why would you be here? King Yan seemed to have never thought she would meet Empress Rong here and her expression was frozen and stunned at the same time. Chapter 183, Yun Xiao's Family, 2. Audacious, our Empress asked you a question and you dared to not reply. The palace maid saw the stunned King Yan and her facial expression changed while she advanced forth to rebuke King Yan loudly. King Yan got back to her senses as a trace of ridiculed smile appeared on her lovable and pretty face. Since the imperial family could be here, why can't I? Impudent, the palace maid slightly raised her chin and shot a disdainful glance at King Yan. You're just a little servant girl, how dare you compare yourself with our Empress? Our Empress is the mother of the land under heaven and there's no place she can't go. Who do you think you are and on what basis can you compare with our Empress? Even more, is it possible that your master did not teach you that you have to kneel before the Empress in order to speak? What do you call the imitation of a dog based on its master's power? It was vividly and thoroughly displayed by these palace maids' behavior. Although they were all maids, they thoroughly felt that they were a level above others. Clearly, from the tone of her voice, she did not put King Yan in her eyes. Although I'm a servant, there's only one person that I attend to. In this world, the only one that can make me kneel is only my miss. Who do you think you are? I, King Yan, am a maid with an unyielding character, and I'll definitely never submit to power. A determination could be seen on King Yan's flushed face as she raised her chin, not in the slightest bit afraid. Her bright eyes were as pure as clear spring, invertedly reflecting others' fiendish appearance. You. Empress Rong had never thought that this little maid would dare to speak to her in this manner, causing her complexion to turn red from rage. She extended her hands and furiously pointed towards King Yan's nose. Since you are someone who wants to become the third prince's concubine, you cannot be lacking in manners like this. Men, seize this Yato and send her to the palace. I will teach her how to respect the elders and how to become the daughter-in-law of an imperial family. When she spoke the last sentence, Empress Rong gnashed her teeth as her fierce expression appeared as though she was itching to eat King Yan up. At this moment, even a little maid did not treat her with deference. If she does not set an example now, would there still be someone in Jinlu who would obey her command in the future? Yes, Niang. A few palace maids rolled up their sleeves and walked towards King Yan. Their facial expression was malevolent, a sinister radiance emanating from their eyes. You're thinking of teaching me the rules. You don't have the rights. King Yan coldly snorted. There was a so-called saying that a master would result in a similar kind of servant. Within these 6 months, King Yan didn't manage to learn other things except for Yun Luofeng's arrogance. It was because she understood that she was the miss-servant that she must not disgrace her nor show weakness towards her enemy no matter what. Bang! Just when these few palace maids had grabbed onto King Yan's arm, a trace of energy leaked out from her body and caused the bodies of the palace maids to instantly fly out, while landing on the floor in a sorry figure. Empress Rong's expression slightly stiffened. She had never expected for King Yan to possess cultivation as a maid. No wonder Yi Ling did not treat her as a common Yatu. Unfortunately, a maid was still a maid. In any case, it was impossible to change her fate of serving others. Stinky Yatu, if you want to become the third prince's concubine, it's necessary to have my permission, but since you are so unruly, I shall immediately enter the palace and speak to the emperor about this incident. You shall never be able to live together with Yi Ling in this lifetime. King Yan gave the ashen-faced Empress Rong a disdainful glance as she said contemptuously, I've never mentioned that I would want to be a whatsoever third prince concubine. The person she likes was Yi Ling, not third prince. If Yi Ling was willing to become a prince, she shall be his concubine. If he was unwilling, then she would just be his future wife. Chapter 184, Yun Xiao's Family, 3. Good, very well, you better remember your words. Gloom radiated from Empress Rong's appearance as her line of sight shifted towards the servant from Luo Fang Pavilion, who just happened to pass by, and she spoke while gritting her teeth, aren't Luo Fang Pavilion's guard on duty too complacent? To think that just anyone is allowed inside. If Manager Wu Jung brings you to account, how are you going to assume responsibility? My sincere apologies, Empress Rong. The servant that was called by Empress Rong stopped on his track, unperturbed, and had an appropriate smiling expression on his face while appearing contrite. A complacent smile appeared on Empress Rong's face, and just when she was about to instruct the servants from Luo Fang Pavilion to throw King Yan out, who knew that the servant's tone would change as he continued speaking, what you've said is correct. Our Luo Fang Pavilion isn't a place that anyone can just enter, so I would like to request Empress Rong to leave. Empress Rong's facial expression instantly stiffened while her eyes widened and her fair white fingers pointed towards the servant from Luo Fang Pavilion. She then asked in a disbelieving tone, what did you just say? Empress Rong, this is our Luo Fang Pavilion's territory. If you are going to cause trouble here, I will call someone to send you out. The servant slightly bent down and replied in a manner neither servile nor overbearing. Aren't you afraid that I'll lodge a complaint towards Manager Wu Jung? Empress Rong was fuming with rage through gritted teeth as she angrily uttered her words. Hearing this, a contempt expression appeared on that servant's eyes. I only wanted to prevent others from defiling Luo Fang Pavilion's territory and did not mean other things. If Empress Rong feels that Manager Wu Jung will punish me because of this, then I can only concede that I'm out of luck. Very well. Empress Rong's gaze became more solemn and was as though knives swept past through that servant's figure before falling on King Yan. In regard to today's matters, you all better be careful. I will never let this pass. In any case, this was still Luo Fang Pavilion's territory and she did not dare to be rash. Furthermore, since that servant had helped that slut in such manner, there was a probability that both of them were engaged in a romantic relationship. She would wait until the time she obtained Wu Jung's trust before coming back to find trouble for them. Let's go. Thinking here, Empress Rong's voice went heavy as she coldly gave her orders. Yes, Niang, the palace maid respectfully replied. They could not understand why did Empress Rong, as the mother of the kingdom, would have to curry favor with the people from Luo Fang Pavilion. Even while merely facing a servant, she did not dare to be rash. Lady King Yan. That servant did not even spare another glance towards Empress Rong, who left in a rage, as he turned towards King Yan and respectfully gave his respects. What's your name? King Yan lifted her eyebrows and looked at the person in front of her and questioned. My name's Fang Yu. Does Lady King Yan has other matters? Fang Yu's voice was neither servile nor overbearing but had clearly displayed more respect when facing Empress Rong earlier on. Although he was unaware of King Yan's true identity, within this half year, he had seen King Yan next to the Vice Pavilion Master. Especially the way they had interacted, it was as if they were friends. From this, numerous people within Luo Feng Pavilion guessed that King Yan might also be the same as the Vice Pavilion Master, who was someone closely following the Pavilion Master. As such, she could then receive the Vice Pavilion Master's respect and trust. You've done well just now. King Yan satisfactorily nodded her head. People like you who can deal with such affairs are very few. I shall report this back to the Pavilion Master, and allow you to be promoted. The person that King Yan had mentioned was the Pavilion Master and not the Vice Pavilion Master. Fang Yu, who had heard her words, became somewhat stunned. He lifted his eyebrows while looking towards the direction where King Yan had left, with deep astonishment contained within his gaze. As expected, Lady King Yan was someone following alongside the Pavilion Master. The thought of getting promoted caused Fang Yu to become emotionally excited. Chapter 185, Yun Xiao's Family, 4. Xiao, so it turns out you're here. You've really made me expend great efforts to search for you. Within the forest shrouded by dark clouds, a red-robed lady slowly walked towards the man, with her eyes full of gentleness and longing. Within her beautiful eyes reflected the man's cold figure. The man's face was covered with an ice-cold mask, and his body emitting a cold aura that prevented others from approaching. This aura made the red-robed lady stop in her tracks, but there was still a gentle smile hanging on her face. During this period, there are two influences looking for you. One of it is the daughter of Strud sect and the other one is the Xiao family. Although they did not mention your name, I know that the person they're looking for is you. Yun Xiao slightly pursed his thin, pale red lips, as if he did not hear the red-robed lady's words, while his hard gaze was still cast towards the barren land not far away. I'm afraid no one is clearer as to why the daughter of Strud sect is looking for you. The red-robed lady smiled coyly as her beautiful eyes gleamed from reflections of the undulating of sunlight. Who asked you to be so charming that you can still attract numerous females even with a mask on? If you had taken your mask off, I'm not sure how many more people will go crazy over you. Unfortunately, this man was too unfeeling. The depth of his pair of black eyes was devoid of fluctuations. One would be curious if there something existed in this world that could move him. Whereas for Xiao clan, seeing that Yun Xiao did not pay attention to her, the red-robed lady was not annoyed and continued to speak with a smile. I heard that there was once a useless young master in the Xiao clan and had been chased out of the house when he was 7 years old. From then on, there was utterly no news of him. How is that Xiao family's young master related to you? A touch of probing was hidden within her speech as her beautiful eyes shot a glance at Yun Xiao. What made her disappointed was that from the beginning, this man was unconcerned, as if what she just mentioned was a trifling issue. If Yun Luofeng was here, she would definitely be able to guess that the young master that was chased out by his family was Yun Xiao. There was no other reason why. Yun Xiao's physique was categorized as void spread body, and those who had this sort of physique were unable to cultivate before the age of 10. They would only instantly advance by leaps and bounds after they reached 10 years old. Hence, a huge clan like Xiao clan was definitely unable to tolerate the existence of a useless person, and there was a high probability that they chased him out. Xiao, the red-robed lady pursed her red lips as a trace of peculiar radiance streaked past her beautiful eyes. It seemed as if the Xiao family are not aware of your true identity, and I also understand that you do not want that arrogant Xiao clan to discover your current strength. If you're willing to allow me to follow you, I will help you safeguard the secret. How about it? There was an obsession contained in her eyes. I do not entreat to become your wife, I just want to be next to you and go through fire and water for you. Yun Xiao's gaze finally revealed a glimmer of change as his apathetic gaze gradually shifted towards the red-robed lady beautiful face while saying indifferently, there's another type of people who are able to keep secrets, and that is dead people. The red-robed lady's complexion instantly changed as she tightly nibbled her lips. Xiao, you. My name is Yun Xiao. The man's imposing aura flared out and shrouded the red-robed lady. His expression was akin to an eagle as he spoke without expression. The name Xiao, you don't have the qualifications to say it. Ha ha, the red-robed lady laughed bitterly twice. Suppressed by that man's aura, her body felt like it had been subdued by a gigantic mountain, preventing her from moving. The commoners said that the Ghost Emperor is cold and ruthless and do not have tender, protective feelings towards women. By the looks of it, it's exactly like what they have said. Yun Xiao's voice was solemn and hoarse while he callously glanced towards that lady in red robe. I, Yun Xiao, will only feel tenderness towards one woman, but unfortunately, that person isn't you. Chapter 186, Garling's Nightmare, 1. I, Yun Xiao, will only feel tenderness towards one woman, but unfortunately, that person isn't you. The man's cold-heartedness had thoroughly hurt the red-robed lady, causing her complexion to instantly turn deathly pale. All of a sudden, she envied the woman whom the Ghost Emperor was speaking of. Exactly what sort of outstanding woman could possibly cause this man to place her in his heart? I would really like to meet that lady for me to understand in what way I lost out. A wry smile curved up from her stunning face as bitterness in her heart had long spread out, while pain and suffering could be seen from her eyes. If my guess isn't wrong, is the lady the infamous useless trash of Long Yuan Kingdom, Yun Luofeng? After the name Yun Luofeng was raised, she could clearly sense the man's increasingly chilling aura. His aura was similar to a sharp sword, causing her heart to instantly be drenched with blood. Thinking back to the news she obtained recently, that red-robed lady bit her lips and raised her beautiful pair of eyes to look directly at Yun Xiao. Someone as respectable as you, why would you be willing to become a bodyguard for a woman? Unless the reason you had lowered yourself is to just make her acknowledge you. The man gently pursed his thin lips while his unfeeling gaze coldly swept towards that red-robed lady. After which, he finally took a step and gradually walked towards her. With every step that man took, the red-robed lady felt somewhat difficult to even take a breath, as though there was a hand that was ruthlessly gripping her heart, preventing her from breathing easily. You're not qualified to know the reason. Ha ha, that red-robed lady laughed at herself. As always, this man was eternally heartless. Every word and action of his were like a sharp thorn that ruthlessly pricked her heart, causing that heart of hers that was already riddled with thousands of holes to become even more fragmented and shattered. "Sio, you're thinking of killing me." After sensing the murderous aura on that man's body, that red-robed lady's body shuddered as her pair of eyes looked towards the man that was approaching her, while her complexion became even more deathly pale. "You know too much." The man was terse and thorough as always, not willing to utter anything irrelevant. "What?" Clearly, that red-robed lady did not understand Yun Sio's meaning as she was somewhat dumbfounded. "You discovered her existence." That man ruthlessly swept the red-robed lady a glance as the murderous aura on his body became even stronger. "I will not overlook any danger that might harm her." He was implying that since this woman was in a tangle with him, along with the fact that she knew of Yun Luofeng's existence, he would never allow such danger to exist no matter what. "No," that red-robed lady cried out in fear and retreated. Her complexion was devoid of any colors as she used a heartbroken gaze to look directly at Yun Xio. "I was only curious what sort of woman she is. I have never thought of harming her. You cannot treat me like this." Yun Xio had already arrived in front of that red-robed lady, whereas she had no way of retreat behind her. She harshly nibbled her pale lips that were not as red as before. "I will not use her to test you. I will just nip all potential dangers in the bud." He would not dare to take risk nor gamble if this woman had any vengeful feelings towards Yun Luofeng because the consequences of losing the bet was something he could not bear. Bang! Both of the lady's legs became soft as she suddenly collapsed on the ground. Both of her hands were tightly clutching onto the land beneath her, while her sharp nails sunk deeply into the mud as she grabbed onto a handful of soil. She knew what Yun Xio had said was the truth. Although she did not have any intentions to kill Yun Luofeng at the moment, even she herself could not ascertain if she could still maintain a normal reaction the moment she meets Yun Luofeng. Chapter 187, Galing's Nightmare 2. Whoever it was, it would be difficult to accomplish that when confronting their rival in love. "Yun Xio, since I'm unable to obtain you in this lifetime, dying in your hands is also a release for me." The red-robed lady closed her eyes gently as the corner of her lips slightly rose. "Yun Luofeng, you really make one extremely envious. Even though you're nothing but a trash with a humble identity, you are the only soft spot of this unfeeling man. In order to prevent you from being harmed, he does not hesitate to nip all potential danger in the buds. Who knows what ** luck you've accumulated in your previous life to obtain such an outstanding man." Fuchi. Suddenly, a gust of power pervaded from the top of her head and even her body was filled to the bursting point. She opened her eyes slightly and fixed her gaze towards the man with deep yearning and longing, so as to deeply carve his silhouette into her mind. "Yun Xio, if there wasn't Yun Luofeng, would you allow me to follow you?" She was adamant about wanting to know his answer despite clearly knowing the other party's choice. That man did not answer her question. Perhaps to him, speaking another word was just a waste of his time. Naturally, he had an answer in his mind, but there was no need to say it to someone insignificant. "Yun Xio, I do not regret knowing you." The red-robed lady's smile was bitter and astringent. If she was given another chance, she would still fall in love with this man. However, she would not be as rash as today. Because the result of being rash wasn't just being unable to obtain him, but also losing her life. Fuchi. An inward groan sounded and shortly after, the red-robed lady's body appeared as though it had been stabbed countless times with over 1,000 holes. Fresh blood incessantly poured out from those holes and at the same time, her body was akin to a ball leaking air while it slowly shrank. "Master." Qin Yuan appeared behind Yun Xio while he indifferently cast a glance at the red-robed lady, who was gradually falling on the ground, without a trace of sympathy or pity towards her. It was like what Master had said, if he did not kill this woman, she would definitely stir up countless troubles, especially for Miss Yun. Clearly, Yun Clan's missus was his master's soft spot, so how could he allow someone who could threaten her to exist? He would just nip all the dangers in the buds, without allowing any chances for it to germinate. "How shall I settle the matters with Xiao Clan?" Qin Yuan wrinkled his brows. "What this woman said is true. The Xiao Clan is indeed looking for you, but they're not aware of your current accomplishment. Otherwise, those people from the Xiao Clan will definitely kneel down and apologize." Yun Xiao's eyes lightly drooped and his expression beneath the mask was grim. He stood with his hands behind his back from the beginning, and his ramrod-straight figure was standing in the mountains, while his pale red lips seemed to reveal a contemptuous arc. However, that sneer disappeared remarkably fast and made Qin Yuan feel his eyesight was going bad. To think that his master, who seemed to have facial nerve paralysis, actually possessed other expressions. "How is Gao Ling?" Yun Xiao's black eyes gradually turned towards Qin Yuan as he asked coldly. "Ah." Qin Yuan was stunned for a moment. He did not expect that Yun Xio would inquire about Gao Ling's status in this situation. After staying silent for a long time, he responded, wishing he could just die. That's right, the current Gao Ling had indeed wished he could just die. If it wasn't for his lack of courage to commit suicide, perhaps he would already be in the Yellow Springs. Compared to the suffering of the physical body these few days, the trauma he received in his spirit was the most tormenting. Especially those customers in the brothel, he wished that he could make a mincemeat out of them. Chapter 188, Accepting a Foster Daughter. Continue. Yun Xio simply departed with this word before leaving the forest and leaving a stupefied Qin Yuan alone. Continue. What does this word mean? Unless Gao Ling, that fella, had once again committed an offense towards the master. This won't do. You must immediately inform the brothel's mother and ask her to increase the punishment towards Gao Ling. Gao Ling would probably have never thought that because of a casual word left by Yun Xio, it would cause him to suffer an unimaginable torture. From then on, the customers he received had changed from normal people to a bunch of perverts. After a few days, he suddenly understood what cruelty meant. It's where his experience in the bamboo house became an eternal nightmare of his. As mandated by the emperor, Third Prince is to bring Miss Yoon into the palace to meet him. Within the quiet Third Prince estate, a sharp, penetrating voice broke the current atmosphere. Yoon Luofeng, who was currently seated in the pavilion, slightly creased her brows as a smiling intent flashed through her devilish charming pair of eyes. She then stood up languidly and turned behind to question the little Yatu behind her with a slight smile. King Yan, do you want to go with me to meet your husband's family? King Yan was stunned for a moment before she raised her head and looked towards Yoon Luofeng. After having seen Yoon Luofeng's teasing smile, she then knew that the other party was only making fun of her, and immediately she stomped her foot somewhat angrily. Miss, you're teasing me again. Apparently, the imperial family can't accept this servant maid. However, if Miss is to enter the emperor's palace, this servant of yours will certainly follow you. Let's set off then. Yoon Luofeng shrugged her shoulders as a peculiar radiance streaked past her pair of eyes, while she laughed silently. I want to know exactly what choice did Wu Jung make. King Yan nodded her head seriously. Miss, I went to Luofeng Pavilion today and ran into Empress Rong. Her motive would definitely be manager Wu Jung. If he is really unloyal, he isn't fit to pledge his fealty and devotion to Miss. Yoon Luofeng shallowly raised the corner of her lips and walked out of the courtyard without consulting anyone. She raised her head and looked towards the azure skies as the bewitchingly smiling intent within her eyes deepened. Wasn't her purpose of coming here was just to meet the Emperor of Jinliu Kingdom? The reason being was, as long as she managed to meet that man, she would then be able to clearly understand who had killed her parents back then. As such, paying no heed to how big of a ruckus she caused, she only had one motive, and that was to enter the palace. Inside the majestic palace hall, civil and military officials gathered while General Yi, as the leader of 100 officials, revealed a concerned look and would constantly cast a glance at Yoon Luofeng, who was standing in the palace hall. In his opinion, her identity must have been discovered and was thus summoned by the emperor. If that was the case, he feared that her life would be in danger. Everyone, the reason esteemed me had called you over is to announce something. On the high seat above, a figure donned in a yellow dragon robe, which was unable to display the man's vigor, was seated. His complexion was somewhat pale. Apparently, it was because he had expended too much of his lust and desire, thus his body was overly weak as a consequence of thinking using his libido. Although the Emperor of Longyuan Kingdom was an incapable ruler, he was just excessively discriminative in favor of new family. In contrast, the Emperor of Jinliu Kingdom, Yi Dong, was absolutely muddle-headed and tyrannical ruler, who only knew how to play with his harem of imperial concubines, without care or concern of the county's politics. Yi Dong softly coughed twice as an imposing aura emanated from his pale complexion. Just yesterday, Empress Rong had set forth to the Third Prince estate and met with Miss Yoon. Moreover, she felt familiarity at first sight and wishes to accept her as a foster daughter. So, the reason I had called forth everyone is to announce this news. Since the manager of Luofeng Pavilion had taken a liking to this woman, no matter what, he had to rope her into the imperial palace. Only by doing so would be able to bring forth huge benefit for the imperial family. Chapter 189, Unaccepting of Betrayal 1. All officials were causing a storm of protest. Everyone looked at each other in dismay, and the astonishment in their eyes was clearly displayed. There were even some people who were sizing her up openly, as if they were pondering what capability did this young lady had, for the empress to admire her. I object. Under Yi Dong's dissatisfied gaze, Yi Buffen gradually came forth as he spoke while lowering his head. Your Majesty, if Empress Rong were to accept her as a foster daughter, then she will become a princess of Jinliu Kingdom. Your subject does not agree to such a reckless decision. Previously, he received news that Empress Rong had left the Third Prince estate in a fit of rage, so how did she become kindred spirits with her? Therefore, regardless of whatever plan they had in mind, he would absolutely never agree with this issue. HMPH. Yi Dong coldly snorted. General Yu, I have already made a decision and you don't have to say anything else. There's no time like the present. Today I shall acknowledge her as my adopted daughter and add her name to the genealogy later. From the start, Yi Dong did not ask for Yoon Luofeng's opinion. In his mind, her opinion was not important because as the emperor, wanting to acknowledge her as a foster daughter was not a difficult matter. Just that. Yi Dong slightly squinted his eyes and gazed at her extremely breathtaking face. He even felt an urge to take her into his harem. If it wasn't for building a relationship with people from Luofeng Pavilion, he would never be willing to give such a beautiful woman away. Your Majesty. Yi Buffen uttered in his most sincere and earnest tone, please reconsider this 3 times. Silence. Yi Dong agitatedly exploded while his palms landed on the table heavily. General Yi, you're too long-winded. It is impossible to change what I have decided upon. Yi Buffen could only helplessly shake his head and smile bitterly. Bits of loyal advice jarred on the ears and the emperor was always unwilling to listen to it. Just then, a devilish yet charming and languid voice suddenly sounded, causing the atmosphere in the hall to become more and more strained. Every word and actions of yours are controlling my fate, but have you asked for my personal opinion? Yi Dong's brows couldn't refrain from frowning as his line of sight once again turned towards the white-robed young lady inside the hall. There's only benefits with absolutely no demerits of you becoming my daughter. Without the title of Imperial Princess, do you think that the people from Luofeng Pavilion would take you in as a wife? Even though Yi Dong was the ruler and had an arrogant temperament, he clearly understood Luofeng Pavilion's strength, especially manager Wu Jung. Before he joined Luofeng Pavilion, his name was already widespread in the Lujin Kingdom. He had originally wanted to rope him in at a great price, but who knew he would ultimately choose Luofeng Pavilion. Wu Jung has agreed. A streak of frost flashed across Yi Ling's eyes. He concealed his own identity in Luofeng Pavilion and only used the surname Ling as the vice pavilion master. However, everyone inside could discern that he did not have a favorable impression towards the imperial family. However, Wu Jung had actually agreed to Empress Rong's request. Such an act of his was clearly provoking him. Impudent. Yi Dong's expression turned cold as he berated in a stern voice. Unfilial son, without my order, who allowed you to interfere? You are a hostage of Long Yuan Kingdom, but you secretly returned. Right now, I have already sent someone to inform them, and you shall follow the people from the Long Yuan Kingdom back in a few ***. He would never allow Yiling to return, as God knows how Yiling's escape would cause two countries to engage in a war once again. Hearing Yidong's words, Yiling's heart gradually calmed down. Both of them were his sons, but the difference in treatment was truly not just a little. He really did not know if there was something left in this place that was worth his sentiments. Chapter 190, Unaccepting of Betrayal 2. Little did Yidong realize that his remarks had also broken the hearts of his civil and military officials. Yi Buffen cast a sorry look towards Yiling and shook his head as a bitter smile hung on his face. For the first time, he had regretted to persist for such an emperor within his heart. Did you see clearly? Yun Luofeng walked and stood beside Yiling, while she revealed a devilish smiling smile. This so-called family. The imperial clan had been ruthless since ancient times. How could a family like this form a genuine father and son bond? Yiling made a contemptuous smile. Since a few years ago, from the moment he had given me away to Long Yuan Kingdom as a hostage for peace, I have long realized it. Yidong's facial expression instantly turned solemn. Unfilial son, as this country's prince, you should sacrifice for the country. However, not only did you escape back to the country, you even wanted to marry a servant maid. This is simply throwing aside the imperial family's face. Since it has already come to this, you shall stay in the Long Yuan Kingdom forever until your death. Men, send him into the prison until people from Long Yuan Kingdom arrive. We shall obey your decree. The imperial guards cupped their hands in salute and walked towards Yiling in a grave and stern manner while encircling several people in the hall quickly. Yun Luofeng folded her hands and her whole body exuded an devilish yet charming aura while her pair of pitch black contained a bewitching smiling expression. I'm afraid you no longer have the chance to put Yiling in a prison. Just as she finished saying this, an instrumental musical sound was heard outside the main hall. Shortly after, a bridal sedan carried by several servant girls was lowered, and in the frontmost, a middle-aged man was approaching. The middle-aged man was already over 50 years, but because he took care of himself properly, he appeared to be in a good mental state. He then satisfactorily entered the hall with a neatly arranged black moustache. Empress Rong had previously mentioned that her newly adopted foster daughter admires me, and now I can't wait to take her as my wife. May I inquire where would this wife of mine be at? Wu Jung walked in while heartily laughing. The moment he took a step into the main hall, he noticed an extremely gorgeous white-robed young lady and he squinted his eyes while revealing an unconcealable surprise. Just when Wu Jung had finished appreciating the young lady's breathtaking appearance, he accidentally caught a glimpse of Yiling, who was standing next to her, and his facial expression instantly stiffened while astonishment revealed within his eyes. Deputy Pavilion Master. Why would he be here? Furthermore, he was surrounded by the imperial family's bodyguards. Wu Jung, who failed to understand the situation, stopped in his tracks and who knew what was going on in his mind. Unfortunately, Yidong did not notice his strange expression and spoke while smiling. She's the new foster daughter I had recently adopted, and she will serve as the connection between the Jinliu Kingdom and Luofeng Pavilion by marriage. Is manager Wu Jung satisfied with her? He had neatly forgotten Yun Luofeng's refusal and directly arranged her fate. Only then did Yi Buffen finally understand why Empress Rong wanted to recognize her as an adopted daughter. As it turns out, they wanted to use her to build a relationship with the Luofeng Pavilion. This matter had thoroughly caused him to be disappointed. Under everyone's gazes, Yiling's line of sight gradually shifted towards Wu Jung. On his handsome face was indifference while the corners of his lips curved, showing a scornful smile. I did not truly think I would see you here. You've really made me disappointed. Unfilial son, Yidong's facial expression changed as he hurriedly rebuked angrily. How dare you speak to people from Luofeng Pavilion in this manner? Hurry and kneel down to apologize. Luofeng Pavilion's potential was extremely formidable, and even that person placed them in high regards. If it wasn't because of that person's command, you would never try to curry favor with them in this manner. Chapter 191, Unaccepting of Betrayal 3. Yiling sneered and did not pay attention to Yidong, while his pair of bone-chilling eyes directly stared at Wu Jung, and the coldness caused one to feel apprehensive all over. Yidong's words gave Wu Jung a feeling of suddenly seeing the light. Why had he never thought before that Yiling would be Jinliu Kingdom's third Prince Yiling? No wonder he bore grudges against the imperial family, because no matter what, having been abandoned in another country as a hostage for several years would cause him to harbor an enmity towards the person who abandoned him. Unfilial son, you better kneel down immediately. Seeing no response from Yiling, Yidong once again increased the severity of his tone and coldly commanded. Kneel down. I'm afraid he's unable to withstand it. A mocking smile appeared on Yiling's handsome face as he asked slowly, am I right, Manager Wu Jung? KK, Wu Jung dryly coughed twice. You're right, Vice Pavilion Master. Even if I were to be given enormous courage, I would not dare to let you kneel before me. Such a matter of offending my superior, I will definitely never do it. Even if he was unsatisfied with Yiling, Wu Jung did not dare to refute him under such situation. Therefore, he could only acknowledge Yiling's identity. However, his words were like a thunderstorm, suddenly erupting throughout the crowd. Yidong suddenly stood up and both his eyes were intently staring at Wu Jung's slightly smiling expression, while his clenched fist slightly trembled. What did you address Yiling as? Vice Pavilion Master. That's right, Wu Jung's pupils slightly dimmed as he spoke with a faint smile. He is our Luofeng Pavilion's Vice Master. Bang! Yidong staggered and heavily fell down on his seat. His facial complexion was deathly pale and at this moment, his heart fiercely shuddered to the extent that his entire being became lifeless, unable to recover from this reality. Yiling was the Vice Master of Luofeng Pavilion. It was ridiculous of him to abandon something near yet seek something far. He had disregarded a readily available Vice Pavilion Master and instead went to befriend a manager. However, how could he possibly think that the Luofeng Pavilion's vice-master would be his own son? After all, how could he not be aware of his son's capability? Even if his innate gift was superb, wouldn't it be impossible for him to command a high-level advanced rank cultivator? Yi Bufeng looked at his nephew whom he has not seen for several years in a daze, and he suddenly realized that he was now unable to see through him. If his deceased sister could see his changes, she would definitely feel extremely gratified. You mentioned earlier that Empress Rong told you I admire you. What's more, you actually believed her words. Yun Luofeng unhurriedly walked towards Wu Jung, and the corner of her lips curved up. Her eyes were incomparably deep, causing one to be unable to see through her thoughts from her gaze. The young lady only stopped in her tracks after arriving in front of Wu Jung as her eyebrows raised slightly. May I know where did your confidence come from to actually believe that I would admire a person like you, someone who has already half entered the soil? Wu Jung's facial expression suddenly turned solemn. He had been fearful of Yi Ling because of his position as the vice pavilion master. Therefore, even if this young lady curried favor with Yi Ling, it would not be able to shake his position within Luofeng Pavilion. Thinking of this, he coldly snorted, in this continent, as long as a man has money and power, there will be countless exotic beauties throwing themselves into my arms. Therefore, I indeed have this confidence. Is that so? Yun Luofeng laughed demonically. If your current authority and status were given by Luofeng Pavilion, then I can strip you of your power right now. If your confidence comes from being a high-level advanced rank cultivator, then I can cripple your danshan. Remember, I, Yun Luofeng, do not accept traitors. Chapter 192, Unaccepting of Betrayal, 4. Yun Luofeng's voice was very soft, so soft that only she and Wu Jung could hear. After hearing the young lady's words, Wu Jung couldn't help but become stunned. A trace of something streaked across his mind and was nearly grasped by him. Luofeng Pavilion, Yun Luofeng. The master behind the scenes of Luofeng Pavilion had the surname Yun. Finally, Wu Jung managed to associate something in this direction, and in an instant his entire body went rigid, while his expression became deathly pale. No, it's impossible. How was it possible that the master behind the scenes of Luofeng Pavilion was such a young lady? If she wasn't, why would Yi Ling follow beside her, and why was it such a coincidence that her name had Luofeng, these two words? Goodness gracious, had he actually believed that the master of Luofeng came to admire him because of his power? One has to know that the entire Luofeng Pavilion was hers, so why would she cling to a manager? Thinking of this point, Wu Jung's complexion became increasingly unsightly. Once he thought of the deceiving words Empress Rong had told him, hatred gushed forth within his heart. Currently, Yi Dong had recovered from the initial shock as he dryly coughed twice. My son, since you are Luofeng Pavilion's vice-master, why didn't you mention this earlier? Since you have already broken away from Longyuan Kingdom's control, then as before, you are the prince of Jinliu Kingdom. Earlier, Yi Dong had still wanted to send Yi Ling into a prison. However, after knowing his identity, he wanted to acknowledge this son of his. Such an extremely conflicting attitude from the beginning until the end caused Yi Ling to coldly laugh. I'm afraid I don't have the fortune to enjoy this status of being Jinliu Kingdom's third prince. Moreover, my coming here this time is to ask you about something. Who killed Yun Yang husband and wife? You. Just when Yi Dong wanted to get angry, he suddenly heard Yi Ling's last sentence and his expression changed, causing him to coldly snort. That scoundrel Yun Yang did not have the capability and thus, died in the battlefield. This is known by everyone, so what are you asking this for? While saying this, Yi Dong's eyes were evasive, as if he was trying to avoid this topic. Is it truly as such? All of a sudden, a light laughter was heard, and Yun Luofeng slightly raised her brows while raising her head towards Yi Dong's evasive gaze. She asked, if it wasn't for Luojian Kingdom using a honey trap, New Xingqiu would never have revealed classified information. However, just revealing classified information would not cause their deaths. Right now, I only want to know who exactly killed them. Hearing this young lady words, Yi Dong's heart thumped. Who are you and what relationship do you have with Yun Yang husband and wife? Yun Luofeng coldly laughed. I am Yun Yang husband and wife's daughter, Yun Luofeng. Seeing Yun Luofeng announcing her own name, Yi Bufeng couldn't help but shake his head. He didn't think that in the end, he had to confront this situation ultimately. On one side was the monarch of Jinliu Kingdom, and on another side was the daughter of his beloved. Exactly what choice should he make? You are Yun Yang and Bai Ling's daughter. Yi Dong's facial expression completely changed as a trace of vigilance appeared within his gaze. What are you doing here? He would never have thought that Bai Ling's daughter would be here. No wonder from the start he felt that this young lady seemed familiar. So it turned out that she was Bai Ling's daughter. Regardless of appearance or facial features, it was precisely the same as Bai Ling. To think that he did not manage to recognize her from the start. Yi Dong was different from Yi Bufeng. Yi Bufeng had loved Bai Ling so much that the other party's every scowl or smile was deeply carved into his soul. As such, he managed to see through Yun Luofeng's identity in one glance. However, the other people who met Bai Ling earlier, if they did not have close interactions with her, they would only feel that Yun Luofeng looked familiar and would not recognize her as Bai Ling's daughter. Chapter 193, Coveting Beauty, 1. I've said this before, the reason I'm here is to know who caused the deaths. Yun Luofeng walked up unhurriedly, and the breathtaking smile on her face was fraught with danger similar to a poppy. A chill flashed through her slightly narrowed eyes, directly approaching Yi Dong who was seated atop. Yi Dong gradually recovered his senses and looked towards Yun Luofeng, snorting, how could there not be casualties from a war between two countries? Yun Luofeng, what intentions do you have by coming here now? For me not capturing you as a spy can already be considered as a favor from me. Men, bring this woman down. He waved his hands and coldly commanded. I would like to see who dares. Yi Ling went next to Yun Luofeng without any fear on his face and looked at Yi Dong's ashen face. The corner of his lips on his handsome face raised with a taunting smile. Today I will not any of you touch her in the slightest. All these years, Yi Dong neglected him and there were only Empress Rong and her son in his heart. As such, he had long been disappointed in his so-called father. In contrast, it was Yu Nuofeng who gave him a new life and made him pull himself together again, while even providing the opportunity to personally take revenge. Yi Dong's facial expression changed as a streak of fierceness flashed across his eyes. My son, even if you are the vice master of Luofeng Pavilion, you are still my son in the end. Disobeying me is considered as being unfilial. If you don't wish to be labeled as unfilial, you better step down. Not only will I overlook it and not retaliate, I will also immediately appoint you as the crown prince. Yi Ling coldly chuckled once as a disdainful smile emerged from his handsome face, as though he did not put Yi Dong's words to heart. I do not care for the crown prince's position. How could the position of crown prince be comparable to following Yu Nuofeng's side? For this reason, even if Yi Dong immediately wanted to appoint him, he would never stay. Just when Yi Dong was about to fly into a rage, a powerful force suddenly struck his mind with a thunderous sound, causing his body to suddenly tremble. In an instant, his mind went blank and his eyes changed from its previous anger into a dull expression, losing its focus. The young lady's voice was charming yet indifferent, saying, "Tell me what happened that year, including the reason for my parents' death. Reveal everything you know to me." Yi Dong, with a lifeless look in his eyes, stared directly at Yu Nuofeng. 10 years ago, I once saw Bai Ling. She was so stunning that even gods would be tempted, and not to mention I am only a mortal. Seeing her, I was inevitably tempted. It was also during that period of time that the minister of Jinliu Kingdom accidentally killed the prince of Longyuan Kingdom. Actually, for this kind of small thing, I could have avoided the war by handing over this minister, but coincidentally, I was anxious to find an excuse to wage war against Longyuan Kingdom. So I made use of this matter to declare war on them. It was as though these words were so heavy, causing each and every minister's body to tremble in the hall like they experienced a great earthquake. Among them, the one who had the biggest reaction was Yi Buffen. He had always believed that Yi Dong waged war against Longyuan Kingdom in order to protect the people of Jinliu Kingdom. Even if it was the Jinliu Kingdom who was originally at fault, he still raised his weapons to engage the enemies head-on. However, he had never thought that the real reason behind the war of the two kingdoms was because Yi Dong coveted a beauty. Ha ha. All of a sudden, he started laughing and his smiling expression was dripping with bitterness, while his disappointed sight fell on Yi Dong, who was seated on the dragon throne. So it turns out that those blood-soaked soldiers, who fought bravely, were sacrificed because of his selfishness. This sort of sacrifice isn't worth it. Chapter 194, Coveting Beauty 2. At this point in time, every minister found something fishy with Yi Dong. However, they were at a loss in the midst of shock from this news. As such, no one stepped out to put a stop to it but tried to digest his words instead. If that's the case, how did my parents die? Yu Nuofeng's black eyes were devoid of any fluctuations within them, while she slightly raised her gorgeous face to stare directly at Yi Dong and continued asking. HMPH, Yi Dong's voice was maliciously fierce. Isn't it because that woman, Bai Ling, rejected my offer? That time, I sent someone to pass a missive. If she's willing to follow me, I shall immediately withdraw my troops. But she actually tore my letter and said that I was a toad who wanted to eat a swan's flesh. Isn't that the case? Compared to Bai Ling, who was as pretty as a flower, Yi Dong, who only had the identity of an emperor, was basically worthless. How could she give up a young general and choose an incapable ruler who indulges in lust? So you plotted to kill him. Yu Nuofeng narrowed her eyes dangerously, and even her tone gradually dripped with killing intent. Of course not. Yi Dong snorted. Bai Ling is a married woman. It's her honor that I was willing to take her in, but she actually had the face to ridicule me. I must definitely locate the woman and send 800 overstrode beasts to humiliate her. This is the price she has to pay for rejecting me. Yi Buffen's heart gradually turned cold as he slightly shut his eyes. Right now, he could not imagine if Bai Ling had truly been held captive by Lujian Kingdom, what sort of cruel torture would have been waiting for her. But he, someone who claimed that Bai Ling was his beloved, had never once guarded her well, and instead helped this muddle-headed incapable ruler to harm her. He felt remorseful. This was the first time that Yi Buffen wholeheartedly regretted his decision to abandon his true love in favor of a dog-like emperor. It's a pity. Yi Dong shook his head and his manner of speaking was filled with regret. I, too, do not know who did Bai Ling offend to have actually died on the battlefield. It's really a pity for such a stunning woman to die before I succeeded in obtaining her. Yu Nuofeng became silent as her pair of eyes became complex, preventing others to see what was she thinking. Just now, she had used her strength to control Yi Dong's spirit and force him to divulge the answer she wanted to know. Therefore, it was impossible for him to lie. He truly did not know the person who killed Yun Yang husband and wife. Suddenly, Yu Nuofeng's tightly knitted eyebrows gradually relaxed as a ray of light flashed across her black eyes. Miss. King Yan was somewhat nervous as she nervously and restlessly stood beside Yu Nuofeng, wearing a look of anxiety on her delicate and pretty face. She didn't expect that they would fail to obtain the truth but exposed themselves instead. As a result, wouldn't her miss be in a life-threatening danger? King Yan, I've already obtained the result I wanted. We'll continue speaking of the rest when we get back. Yu Nuofeng raised the corner of her lips slightly and smiled. He should be waking up by now. The moment her voice ended, the focal distance of Yi Dong's pupil gradually recovered, but the him who had just woken up was mystified and unable to make any sense of the matter. It's only after a short period of time before he suddenly recalled the words he uttered earlier and his expression abruptly changed. What did you do to me a while ago? Yi Ling. Yu Nuofeng's line of sight had long drifted away from Yi Dong's figure as she smiled lazily. We've already achieved our objective for today. Bring Wu Jun along and follow me. Chapter 195, Price of Betrayal 1. Don't you dare. Seeing that they were about to leave, Yi Dong rose to his feet and roared furiously, General Yi, stop these people. Yi Buffen, who appeared to not have heard the order, stood upright in the palace, his eyes filled with disappointment and derision. He simply observed Yun Luofeng and her comrades walking past him without lifting his hands to stop them. General Yi, do you dare to defy my order? The face of Yi Dong changed, and he shouted angrily. However, Yi Buffen still didn't make any movement. He stood motionless, as cold as a sculpture. Bang! Seeing the girl and her companions departing from his sight, Yi Dong flopped down to his throne, as if all his strength had been drained. He was so angry that he even smiled. Good, very good, Yi Buffen, you are really something. You don't even obey my orders. What do I need you for? Yi Buffen took 2 steps forward and showed a deep obeisance, speaking in a way that was neither servile nor overbearing. Your Majesty, Third Prince is Vice Master of Luofeng Pavilion. I don't have the ability to stop him. If your Majesty thinks that I am useless, your Majesty can dismiss me and give the position to someone useful. You. Yi Dong vibrated all over due to anger. He really wanted to kill this guy. But now strong men were getting less and less in Lujin Kingdom. He really didn't possess that much determination to kill Yi Buffen. Guards, since General Yi defies my order, I decree him to shut himself off in his home and ponder over his mistakes. He is not allowed to come out without my permission. Yi Dong rose to his feet, angrily flicked his sleeves, and turned away, his face turning ghastly pale. Luofeng Pavilion. King Yan looked at the girl who was sitting at the table and sipping tea and couldn't help asking, Miss, weren't we too impulsive today? Now our purpose was exposed before we even find the murderer. Yun Luofeng put down the teacup in her hands and cracked a wicked smile. I knew the one who murdered my parents was not Yi Dong. It can't be him. In an instant, she recalled what Yi Ling said to her. Empress wrong. This time, I'll see how long you can keep your calm. What? King Yan's eyes were full of surprise. Since you already knew it was not a member of the royal family who killed Junior General, why did you still come after Yi Dong? Because only by meeting the Emperor I would have the chance to find out who killed my parents. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips. The trick I'm using is called drawing a snake out of its hole. Now we just need to wait here and soon you'll get the answer. King Yan blinked her clear eyes and gazed at Yun Luofeng without blinking. Somehow, she felt Miss was so calm and confident. If one had to use a word to describe her, it should be that she seemed to have a card up her sleeve. She was always calm as if there was no difficulty in the world that could stump her. King Yan, bring Wu Jung here. Yun Luofeng's smile carries a scent of danger. As I mentioned before, I will not tolerate any betrayal. If anybody dares to betray me, I will never let him go. Yes, miss. King Yan took her order and left. Not long after, Wu Jung was taken into the room by King Yan and Yi Ling. Looking pale and frowning, he was clearly thinking about how he should react. Wu Jung, do you plead guilty? Yun Luofeng crossed her legs, raised her eyebrows arrogantly, and turned her black eyes towards Wu Jung. I am not guilty. Wu Jung raised his head and looked directly at Yun Luofeng. I was framed by Empress wrong. After all, I am also a victim. So, I won't plead guilty. Chapter 196, Price of Betrayal 2. I'll give you one last chance. Do you plead guilty? The girl's words are domineering and unruly. She nonchalantly leaned against the seat and asked lazily. Wu Jung's face changed in an instant, and he gnashed his teeth. I don't know what the relationship is between you and Yi Ling, but Luofeng Pavilion was founded by Yi Ling and me. What have you done in the past 6 months? You have not made any contribution to Luofeng Pavilion. Why should I recognize you as my master? She was just a girl of 14. What could she do? Yi Ling might have an admiration for this girl and thus found Luofeng Pavilion to please her. Even though he didn't like Yi Ling, he had to admit that Yi Ling was a genius. As for Yun Luofeng, he already heard that General Yun Luo had a trash-like granddaughter. She simply didn't deserve his loyalty. Wu Jung, Yi Ling's face went cold. Apologize to master. Wu Jung sneered, if I didn't know who she was, perhaps I would have taken her as a disciple of some reclusive sect who came out to experience and strengthen herself. Otherwise, as a 14-year-old girl, what ability did she have to make you pledge your allegiance to her? But now, after learning that she is Yun Luo's granddaughter, I don't have such a naive idea. Yi Ling, if you want to please the girl, please her by yourself. Don't do it by giving the whole Luofeng Pavilion out. She is just a trash, so why should I accept her as my master? He coldly glanced at Yi Ling, as if he didn't feel the cold air emitting from Yi Ling. If you don't want to serve as the vice master, screw you. I don't want to see Luofeng Pavilion, which I've spent so much efforts, get ruined in your hands. Yi Ling's face grew colder and colder and the cold air he was giving off became icy. Just as he was about to do something, a slender arm came up from the side and stopped him. You said I wasn't qualified to own Luofeng Pavilion. Yun Luofeng asked with a chuckle. Exactly. Wu Jung proudly raised his head. Neither you nor Yi Ling is qualified. Oh, Yun Luofeng's smile deepened. So, only you are qualified. If none of you is capable of managing Luofeng Pavilion well, I can do it for you. Wu Jung disdainfully looked at Yun Luofeng. I'm not going to allow a trash to ruin my hard work. Yi Ling looked at Wu Jung as if he was looking at an idiot. If Yun Luofeng was a trash, then what were they? What's more, he even had the nerve to claim that only he was capable of managing Luofeng Pavilion well. Yi Ling, like I've told you, I don't need my men talented, but they must be loyal. Now you really let me down. Yun Luofeng shook her head. Is this the man what you've trained for these 6 months? Hearing this, Yi Ling hurriedly knelt on the ground. Master, it's my fault. Please forgive me. Remember, don't make the same mistake next time. Yun Luofeng glanced at Yi Ling, her dark eyes turning to Wu Jung, and then she smiled and slowly stood up. Did you really say that only you are qualified to own Luofeng Pavilion? I didn't expect you to be so ambitious. Wu Jung frowned slightly. He looked at Yun Luofeng, who was slowly approaching him, feeling somewhat upset. According to his thinking, if Yi Ling admired this girl and did all of these to please her, he really didn't have to kneel before her. Why did Yi Ling do such an undignified thing? Chapter 197, Price of Betrayal 3. What do you want? Wu Jung came back from his musing only to find that Yun Luofeng was already in front of him. Suddenly, he felt a cold wind whip his face and he couldn't help but shudder. He wondered why he was being overwhelmed by a 14-year-old girl. He didn't have this sensation even when confronted by someone stronger than him many years ago. Don't you want to own Luofeng Pavilion? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and spoke, then I can fulfill your ambition. As long as you can defeat me, Luofeng Pavilion is yours. Wu Jung couldn't believe it. He stared at Yun Luofeng, his eyes wide open. Is she serious about abdicating if he defeated her? Are you serious? Wu Jung's eyes gleamed with excitement. He did not expect that he would get Luofeng Pavilion so easily. Yes, said Yun Luofeng with a smile, glancing at him with arms folded over her chest. Law of the jungle applies everywhere. If I were really defeated by you, by all means, you should be the master of Luofeng Pavilion, but... She paused and something icy flashed through her dark eyes. Once you attack me, your betrayal becomes an ironclad fact. Are you sure you are going to do it? Ha. Trying to ignore the uneasiness he just felt, Wu Jung raised the corners of his lips and smiled greedily. Only a capable person should own Luofeng Pavilion. Since I'm capable, it goes without saying, I won't miss the chance. What's more, you are just a tra. He didn't have the time to finish. Bang. Her slender white palm seemed to contain a very powerful force and collided against Wu Jung's chest. Before he was even able to react, his body crashed against the snow-white wall. Cement and dust came crushing down from the wall and covered Wu Jung's body. He stood up and covered his chest with his hand, his chest brimming with rage. Yun Luofeng, you. Boom. A leg swept from the side, kicking hard on his face. In an instant, his whole body flew out, bumped into the wall and created a big hole in the wall. Get up. She slightly raised her eyebrows and taunted, her dark eyes filled with wicked lights. Go on. Under the debris of the crumbling wall, Wu Jung spat out a mouthful of blood. His left cheek was purple, and his angry eyes were full of shock. You're not a trash. Who the hell said the granddaughter of the general of Longyuan Kingdom was a trash? Has anyone ever seen a trash beating a high-rank, high-level spirit cultivator like this? If he caught the guy who made the rumor about Yun Luofeng being a trash, he would definitely kill him. Everybody said I was a trash, but they forgot this. In this world, nobody was born trash. Yun Luofeng looked extremely arrogant and confident. She glanced at Wu Jung with contempt. Wu Jung, I know you really want to be the master of Luofeng Pavilion. I'm now giving you a chance. As long as you can touch any part of my clothes, I will still give you what you want. Pretentious, Wu Jung sneered. Even if this little girl was not a trash, so what? In any case, being a high-rank, high-level spirit cultivator, it would be impossible that he couldn't even touch her clothes. Thinking of this, Wu Jung looked up at Yun Luofeng. Chapter 198, Price of Betrayal 4. In the gentle breeze, the girl in snow-white dress looked incredibly beautiful. She looked so arrogant and unruly as if she didn't give a damn about any rule. A wicked and cruel smile showed on her breathtakingly beautiful face, her dark eyes full of contempt. She was just a wild horse that nobody could tame. Perhaps it was the girl's eyes that spurred Wu Jung, for he suddenly exploded with great power. He dashed at Yun Luofeng, who was standing not far away, like a sharp sword. The girl was motionless, her hands folded at her back, her face showing a lazy yet cruel smile, and her waterfall-like black hair fluttering in the breeze. Her posture showed that she never took Wu Jung seriously. Wu Jung was so offended by the contempt on her face that he attacked more fiercely, trying his best to kill her. Didn't you say I couldn't even touch your clothes? Now I would show you my true strength. Wu Jung smiled insidiously and reached out his hook-shaped hand to strike at Yun Luofeng's chest. The sinister smile on his face grew wider and a vicious light burst out of his eyes. However, just when Wu Jung thought he could grasp Yun Luofeng's heart with his hand, the girl lightly moved her body like a breeze passing by and easily dodged the attack. Then, before Wu Jung could come out of his astonishment, a leg collided hard against his stomach in front. Bang! He fell on his buttocks once again in extreme humiliation, feeling as though his buttocks were no longer his. Do you want to be the master of Luofeng Pavilion? Yun Luofeng slowly walked forward, stepped on his chest, and looked down at him condescendingly. If you haven't given up, I can still give you one more chance. Unfortunately, you simply can't touch my clothes. The girl's voice was arrogant and domineering, her dark eyes full of contempt. What's your real strength? Wu Jung bit his lips and asked, looking aghast. At this moment, he was desperate. Who would have thought that a 14-year-old girl could possess such strength? Empress Rong was to blame. If it were not for her, he would not have offended Yun Luofeng and would not suffer at her hands. You don't deserve to know my real strength. Cracking a smile, Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes to look at the middle-aged man beneath her foot and said wickedly, Wu Jung, I won't tolerate treachery. You colluded with the imperial family despite knowing that they were Yiling's enemies. Just because of this, I will not forgive you. Wu Jung shuddered and desperately closed his eyes. Yes, though he didn't know Yiling was the third prince of Lujin Kingdom, he could see how much the young man hated the imperial family. However, he still betrayed Yiling and colluded with the imperial family. In fact, from the very beginning, Wu Jung didn't take Yiling seriously because he thought that the current status of Luofeng Pavilions was due to his sole contribution. In that case, he really didn't have to give up a peerless beauty just for Yiling. However, he had never expected that this peerless beauty was actually a poison that he could not touch. Chapter 199, by Su 1. Then what do you want? Gnashing his teeth, Wu Jung was thinking wildly, trying to figure out his next possible move. Chuckling, Yun Luofeng trampled Wu Jung's chest harder and said coldly, of course. I want you to pay the price of your treachery. Bang! As the girl's foot came crashing down sharply, Wu Jung's chest immediately caved in, and then a shrill sound reverberated throughout Luofeng Pavilion, like a whimper of a wild animal. Yi Ling, he has been disabled. Now throw him out of Luofeng Pavilion and leave him to fate. Her kick broke all of his ribs and completely destroyed his danshan, turning him into a real trash. Curling up and trembling, Wu Jung looked at Yun Luofeng with hatred, malice, and fear from the depth of his heart. Yes. He feared Yun Luofeng. The girl was powerful and decisive, who would haunt him like a nightmare until he died. Yes, master. Yi Ling showed obeisance and responded respectfully, and then with an expressionless face, he walked to Wu Jung, who couldn't get up from the ground. Wu Jung, you're unlucky to fall into the hand of my master. How dare you offend her with silly words? You should thank master for not having you cut into pieces. Now you can have fun outside. Just now, Yi Ling felt he was indeed lucky. Fortunately, 6 months ago, Yun Luofeng was short of subordinates. Otherwise, he would have been killed 1,000,000 times over for helping the Emperor of Longyuan Kingdom to plot against her. King Yan, I'm tired. Let's go back and take a rest. Yun Luofeng yawned lazily, and slowly retracted her foot from Wu Jung. She believed that Yi Ling would execute her order well. Imperial Palace. In a magnificent and luxurious palace, Empress Rong sent all court maids away and asked her trusted subordinates to guard the entrance. After she finished doing this, a cold laughter suddenly came from behind the door and made her quiver with fear. That Yun Luofeng is really interesting. Empress Rong's face changed and turned her head towards the handsome man, who suddenly appeared behind her and was leisurely sipping his tea. Master, Bai, please help me. Empress Rong bit her lips, looking at him with pleading eyes. The daughter of that bitch, Bai Ling, is coming after me. I implore you to help me. Now she has managed to have Luofeng Pavilion stand by her side. If she finds out that it was me who killed Bai Ling, she wouldn't let me go. Bai Su glanced at her wickedly and said indifferently, since you got yourself into such trouble, how can you expect someone else to clean after your mess for you? Where was the resolution you had when you killed Bai Ling? Why don't you just bring it out? Greatly dismayed, Empress Rong thought desperately, if Bai Su refused to help her, then she would be doomed this time. Who would have thought that the bastard Yi Ling was the vice-master of Luofeng Pavilion? The master of Luofeng Pavilion must be blind to make the idiot Yi Ling vice-master. This position should belong to her son. Don't forget, Master Bai, your family were involved in the murder as well. Without your aid, it would not be possible for me to kill Bai Ling. Empress Rong threatened. In any case, she couldn't let Bai clan get away with it. Bai Su's eyes darkened, and he suddenly cracked a smile that was so charming and touching that people would get mesmerized by it. Chapter 200. Bai Su, 2. Are you threatening me? He raised the corners of his lips dangerously, leaned back against the chair lazily, and raised his eyebrows wickedly. Wrong Sin, you seem to forget that though you're afraid of Luofeng Pavilion, Bai clan is not. And don't forget, the imperial family is just a dog to us. What makes you think you can threaten me? Empress Rong's heart missed a beat. How could she forget that though no ordinary person dared to offend Luofeng Pavilion, it was vulnerable in the face of the colossal Bai clan, no matter how strong it was. Master Bai, I. She was a little nervous, trying to explain something but was interrupted by the icy voice of the man. The poor little thing Bai Ling is also a Bai. Unfortunately, she is not a member of our family. My motto has always been that if I cannot get this woman, then nobody can. That's why I help you kill her. Though the man looked roughly 20, he addressed Bai Ling as the poor little thing, which sounded very strange. But, Bai Su paused and his sinister eyes turned to Empress Rong. You are really no match for Bai Ling. It's not surprising that Yi Dong admires her. Thus, you got so jealous that you begged us to help you kill her. Empress Rong's face turned ghastly pale, and her envy toward Bai Ling popped up from her mind again. Everyone thought she was no match for Bai Ling, but what did she have aside from that bewitching face? Why did everyone praise her so? She just couldn't bear the existence of that flirt. However, despite of that vixen being dead, she was still haunting her by sending her daughter here. Sure enough, both the mother and the daughter should stay in hell. No one was allowed to challenge her position. Wrong Sin, we allow Yi Dong make you the empress because you are not smart enough. A smart woman will end up just like Empress Yi. Bai Su smiled evilly, but, I didn't expect you to be so stupid. Threatened him. Never in his life had anyone dared to threaten him. It was as though Bai Su was reminding Wrong Sin of the past by mentioning Empress Yi. Her face turned pale. She bit her pale lips, her eyes full of shame and resentment. To a powerhouse like Bai clan, the royal family was just their puppet. A puppet didn't need to be smart. A smart puppet would only annoy its master. Therefore, a smart woman like Empress Yi was overthrown and driven into Cold Palace by Yi Dong and died due to depression. But Master Bai, intoned Empress Rong, rolling her eyes, Yi Ling is very smart, and all the ministers don't want His Majesty to make my son the crown prince but choose to support Yi Ling. That doesn't seem to be your business, said Bai Su, his eyes turning icy. Remember, don't mess around with something that's none of your concern. Bai clan doesn't need you to tell us what to do. Feeling the murderous intent behind the man's voice, Empress Rong had cold feet and broke out in a cold sweat. She bit her lip and said nothing, for fear that with one more word, the horrible man before her would kill her immediately. I suggest you ask Yi Dong to solve the rift between you and the Yun clan of Longyuan Kingdom. If he failed, I will send a person to help you. Bai Su rose slowly from his chair and glanced at Empress Rong wickedly. On the condition that you bring Yun Luofeng to me. I am very interested in that girl. Chapter 201, Bai Su, 3. That girl was way more interesting than her mother. Stroking his chin with his slender fingers, Bai Su cracked a grim smile and slightly narrowed his eyes, which were filled with interest. Empress Rong, trying to restrain the dissatisfaction and anger in her heart, said respectfully, Master Bai, you can rest assured. I will bring Yun Luofeng to you. Feeling the hatred in her heart, Bai Su sneered, I don't care how much you hate this girl, now she's useful to me. So I don't want you to act impulsively without due consideration, otherwise, you'll see what I'm capable of doing. Empress Rong shivered slightly, hurriedly restrained the emotion in her heart and lowered her eyes. I dare not. I hope you fulfill your words. Bai Su raised the corners of his lips. Empress Rong, remember my words, if I find that you want to betray me, it won't be difficult for us to destroy the entire Luo Jin kingdom. Luofeng Pavilion. On the soft couch, the girl was resting with her eyes half closed. Just then, there came a loud noise from the outside. Having her rest disturbed by the noise, she felt a little irritated. Raising her eyebrows, she asked, what's the matter? Why is it so noisy outside? Master, hearing Yun Luofeng's question, Fang Yu hurriedly replied, I'll go check what's going on out there. Fang Yu was the steward she recently promoted. Though his strength was not as strong as Wu Jung's, he was very smart and sensible, so Yun Luofeng was quite satisfied with him. No, said Yun Luofeng, getting up from the soft couch and gently smiling. I'll check it out myself. Luofeng Pavilion was not located amidst the bustling place of the imperial city, but there was still a lot of people living around it. At this moment, the people in the street were standing at a distance, and pointing at and whispering about the imperial guards that were surrounding Luofeng Pavilion. Only those in power knew how powerful Luofeng Pavilion was. The ordinary people at the bottom of the society had no idea of their strength. In the eyes of these people, only the royal family was the ruler of the world. Therefore, they were all wondering just what kind of major crime had the Luofeng Pavilion committed that even the emperor of the royal family came to personally arrest them. In reality, coward as he was, Yi Dong was unwilling to go to this place in person. However, Master Bai ordered him to come here, so he had no choice but to seize them himself, no matter how frightened he was. What's more, he was slightly confident in his heart, as he believed that his son would never do anything untoward to him. While Yi Dong was thinking of this, to his pleasure, he caught a glimpse of Yi Ling stepping out of Luofeng Pavilion. He coughed dryly and put on a harsh face as usual. Linger, I come here today to catch Yun Luofeng, who is a spy of our enemy. How daring is this Yun Luofeng for wanting to kill all the people of our Luo Jin kingdom, including those innocent ones. Therefore, for the sake of all the people in this kingdom, I must arrest this woman today. He who had a mind to beat his dog would easily find a stick. As the emperor of Luo Jin kingdom, every single word he spat out counted and people of this kingdom would naturally believe him. Sure enough, hearing the words of Yi Dong, the crowd of spectators got furious, as though Yun Luofeng was a villain who would kill without batting an eye. Who is this Yun Luofeng? How dare her plan to destroy Luo Jin kingdom and eliminate its people? Isn't she afraid that the ghosts of the victims will come after her at night? Chapter 202, Bai Su, 4. Fortunately, His Majesty discovered her plot, or else our whole nation will suffer. The devil should be cut into pieces as a warning to all of our enemies. Kill her, kill the devil. Those attacking Luo Jin kingdom must die. Listening to the people's shouting, Yi Dong secretly sneered. Glancing at the expressionless Yi Ling with harsh eyes, he said coldly, don't you hear that? So many people want her to die, which proves that she did commit a terrible crime. Yi Ling, since you are my son, I can exonerate you. Now get out of the way. Yi Ling, who stopped the furious King Yan, glanced at Yi Dong ironically. So many people want her to die, which proves that she did commit a terrible crime. That's ridiculous. Isn't it because you framed her that to incite these people? Father, I have never seen such a shameless man like you. Yi Dong's face darkened. Yi Ling, how dare you speak with your father like this? However, though you aren't filial to me, I'll still treat you as my son. How about this? If you like the girl standing next to you, I'll allow her to be your concubine. As for your legal wife, I've already chosen one for you. She is Rong Yue, the niece of Empress Rong. Yi Ling released a chilling aura and his eyes turned icy. It's none of your business. I will marry no one but King Yan. As for Rong Yue that you've just mentioned, you can keep her for your own enjoyment. How dare you? Yi Dong looked fierce, glaring at Yi Ling furiously. You are a prince of the royal family and the vice master of Luofeng Pavilion, while this woman is just a maid of Yun Luofeng. How can you abandon yourself like this? By marrying a servant girl, you are only disgracing the royal family. I will not allow this to happen. Also, I know this Luofeng Pavilion was founded solely by you. You can hand it over to me rather than give it to some stranger. With his last words, Yi Dong's greed was completely exposed. After pondering for a long time, it finally dawned on him. As Yi Ling's father, no matter what he ordered, Yi Ling would listen to his words since he has to be filial to his father. What's more, he found out that Luofeng Pavilion was built by his son. As for the so-called master, not once did he show up. Maybe he doesn't even exist. Then, it would be totally justifiable if he managed Luofeng Pavilion on behalf of his son. It was because Yi Ling was born because of him. Suddenly, a chuckle was heard from Luofeng Pavilion, which was fraught with mockery, making Yi Dong's complexion change in an instant. I didn't expect that my Luofeng Pavilion is being coveted by so many people. I just got rid of Wu Jung and here comes another one. As the saying goes, birds of a feather flock together. Your gangster logic is exactly the same as Empress Rong's. That day, Empress Rong went to the second prince estate and ordered Yi Ling to hand over the estate in exactly the same tone. Now Yi Dong did just that. Both of them were so shameless. Yun Luofeng. Seeing the girl in white stepping out of the threshold, Yi Dong's face suddenly fell and commanded coldly, guards. Capture this woman. The imperial guards obeyed his order and quickly approached Yun Luofeng. Gazing at the advancing guards, the girl lazily leaned against the door and a haughty and unruly smile appeared on her face. You want to capture me with these people? Aren't you overestimating your imperial guards? The collective strength of these people is no match for my maid. Chapter 203, Angry Little Maid. Yi Dong was greatly angered, and a sinister light flashed through his eye. Yun Luofeng, as a young girl, you really talk big. How dare you claim that a common maid can resist the imperial guards? Come on, show me the strength of that little maid. Generally speaking, a little maid like King Yan would not have a great strength, otherwise, she wouldn't be serving as a maid. This statement might be right if King Yan did not meet a master like Yun Luofeng. She would probably then spend her life in the very bottom of the society and would not be able to climb to her current status. However, King Yan was fortunate. She had Yun Luofeng as her master, who was willing to help her cultivate, so she could have an extraordinary life. Looking at the smug face of Yi Dong, Yi Ling smiled sarcastically, his eyes full of contempt. Don't worry, miss, leave these people to me. King Yan raised her comely face and smilingly looked at the imperial guards that were surrounding her. And then, she quickly drew her long sword out of the scabbard and rushed into the imperial guards. The blood stained the entire courtyard red, like roses in full bloom. King Yan's petite body nimbly moved through the crowd of valiant men. Each time she lifted her sword, a stream of scarlet blood would gush out and splatter on the little girl's jade-like face. At this moment, King Yan was no longer that adorable little girl, but a well-trained assassin who would kill without mercy. Yi Dong's smug face became stiff due to the maid's performance. He clenched his fist and couldn't stop himself from trembling. He glared at King Yan, his eyesight as sharp as a sword. That is impossible. This is absolutely impossible. With his fingernails sinking deep into the center of his palm, he forced himself to calm down, but no matter how hard he tried, his heart couldn't help but still quiver. King Yan was just a common maid. How could she defeat the well-trained imperial guards? What's more, she was greatly outnumbered by the imperial guards, and yet she still managed to win against heavy odds. Halt, all of you. Seeing the imperial guards being killed one after another, Yi Dong could no longer restrain himself. He roared furiously and was on the verge of breaking point as his fragile heart couldn't bear such a blow. The imperial guards stopped their attack in succession and were planning to retreat. However, King Yan didn't give them a chance to retreat. The petite body flashed by and wielded her sword as if she didn't hear Yi Dong, leaving behind a number of bodies on the ground. I told you to stop, didn't you hear me? Yi Dong almost couldn't restrain his anger. Seeing that King Yan had no intention of stopping, he turned to Yun Luofeng with sharp eyes. Yun Luofeng, tell her to stop. Still leaning against the door, Yun Luofeng lazily lifted her eyes and smiled wickedly. By entering Luofeng Pavilion, you should be aware of the consequences. If you want to leave here, there's only one possibility of that happening. That is, you can have yourselves carried out when you're all dead. By saying this, she was literally telling him that she would not let them go unless they were carried out as bodies. Little girl, don't bite one's head off for a tiny mistake. Don't you think you're going too far? Suddenly, an old voice came, carrying an amiable laughter into everyone's ears. Chapter 204, Not everyone is qualified to be my master. Raising her eyebrows, Yun Luofeng looked at the old man in white appearing out of nowhere and cracked a wicked smile. Don't bite one's head off for a tiny mistake. If I forgive him, will he spare me? Hearing her words, the old man in white was not angry. Instead, his merciful face turned a bit sad and spoke in a kind tone. Little girl, you're wrong. No matter how many mistakes the royal family has made, they are responsible for governing the entire kingdom. If you kill the emperor, the citizens of the kingdom will be plunged into an abyss of misery and many of them will be dead and wounded. I'm trying to persuade you because I don't want to see the people suffer. If you insist on going with your instinct, you will be damned to everlasting hellfire and will never be able to reincarnate. You mean the royal family can be forgiven if they make mistakes, but I should go to hell if I do. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and looked at the old man in white, mocking. Little girl, your life can't be compared with the lives of everyone. The old man in white shook his head and said with a wry smile, if you die, I'll have Yi Dong burn a lot of paper money for you and keep you warm and fed in hell. But Yi Dong is different. Regardless of whoever is right or wrong between the two of you, he can't die. Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips and a defiant smile appeared on her beautiful face. My life is more precious than anyone else's. Even the sum of all the lives of all the people cannot be compared with my own life. 10 years ago, the imperial family hurt my mother, Bai Ling. Now 10 years later, they want to take my life. To revenge the old and new hatred, I swear I'll never stop until I kill him. Little girl, your heart is brimming with hatred. If you don't change yourself, you will make the whole continent suffer and ultimately become possessed by the devil. The old man in white looked at Yun Luofeng compassionately, and then he said kindly, how about this? Come with me and acknowledge me as your master, and I will help you remove your inner rage. Though his voice was affable, his face had a touch of arrogance, as if it was a blessing for Yun Luofeng to have him as her master. Yun Luofeng sneered, in this world, not everyone is qualified to be my master. You don't deserve it. If it were anyone else, he would have been enraged by Yun Luofeng's arrogant words. However, the old man in white kept smiling as though he was not angry by the girl's words at all. Little girl, you have been possessed by the devil, which makes you keep making wrong decisions. I know you are struggling in pain and hoping I can pull you out from the quagmire, but the devil in your mind makes you unable to call for help. Don't worry, since you've met me, I will not leave you alone. He was so self-righteous that Yi Ling could not help but stare at him. His eyes were full of contempt as if he was looking at an idiot. When Master rejected the old man's offer, he thought Master did this because she had been possessed by the devil. Wasn't this guy feeling too good about himself? Girl, in this world, only I can help you. Bai Si smiled amiably. If you follow me, I'll make you stop killing. An eye for an eye will only make the whole world blind. I believe that no matter what kind of hatred, as long as you are willing to return good for evil, your enemy will be grateful to you. Isn't it better than revenge? Yun Luofeng nodded and agreed, yes, you're right. So if I kill your parents and children and have your daughter-in-law raped, and if you complain to me, I will definitely be grateful to you. An eye for an eye will only make the whole world blind, right? Chapter 205, Hypocrisy. Bai Si's old face finally froze. With his chest heaving, he took a deep breath to restrain the anger in his heart that was about to burst out. It seems that you are too deeply possessed by the devil, otherwise you won't say such cruel words. How can you just take a person's life as you wish? Yun Luofeng smiled. So my father and mother should die, and I should die as well. Why didn't you stand up for them when the royal family plotted against my parents? Now I just want to revenge my parents, and you keep asking me to return good for evil. Is this what you call compassion? Bai Si suddenly became mute, his old face slightly changed and an icy light flashed through across eyes. Soon, his eyes regained its friendliness, and he looked at Yun Luofeng kindly, saying, these two things are different. As a junior general, your father died on the battlefield with your mother. It was a noble death. However, this is now a different story. Your behavior is justifying life. How can I just sit and watch this to happen? Yun Luofeng, leave here with me now and let me save you. Bai Si's face raised a gentle smile as if he was the savior. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes. What if I say no? Then I have no choice but to kill you. Bai Si shook his head, his eyes full of compassion. Of course, I don't want to see this happen. Yun Luofeng chuckled, her defiant laughter was filled with contempt and slowly traveled to the subdued courtyard of Luofeng Pavilion. When it was me who was going to kill someone, you claimed that it's because I was possessed by the devil, and I was being extremely cruel. But now that it was you who want to kill me, you're just going to ignore this. Little girl, I'm just forced to do this. By killing you, I can save more people. Thus, in the end, I am still saving the world. Otherwise, you'll keep following the devil's orders and make the whole world suffer. Bai Si Yun stared at Yun Luofeng, full of compassion. You may rest assured, after killing you, I will abstain from eating meat and will pray to Buddha in my entire life to atone for my sin. You mean, my life only amounts to you abstaining from meat and praying? Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips. I really don't know whether you're a tear-shedding crocodile or a fraud. From the moment she first laid her eyes on the old man, Yun Luofeng had already found out his real thoughts. The compassion he mentioned was just something from his standpoint. It was as though it was his right to kill, but anyone else would be in the wrong regardless of the reason. This kind of person was not genuinely compassionate but just a hypocrite who used mercy as a guise. You are really stubborn. Bai Si shook his head and sighed helplessly. Since you're still young, I'll give you a chance and spare your life. But I'm going to cripple you so that you won't be able to take anyone's life. Startled by his words, Yi Dong turned to Bai Si and said anxiously, Master Bai Si, Master Bai, Yi. Before he came here, as ordered by Bai Su, Empress Rong had told him that he had to bring Yun Luofeng to Bai Su. If Bai Si crippled Yun Luofeng, he would not be able to fulfill his task. Ignoring Yi Dong's words, Bai Si released his entire strength. Under the powerful pressure, Yi Dong was unable to utter a word as though he had been gagged. Feeling Bai Si's imposing manner, Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes and asked Xiao Mo through soul communication, Xiao Mo, what are my odds of defeating him? Chapter 206, Remove one of your arms, 1. After a moment of silence, a youthful voice was heard from her mind, Master, you want to use that method to raise your spiritual strength again. But even if you raise your spiritual strength, you only have 50% chance of defeating him. 50% chance, ha. Yun Luofeng caressed her chin, determination in her features. That's more than enough. Xiao Mo, help me raise my spiritual strength. While saying these words, she stopped hiding her aura, and it exploded out with a loud bang, akin to a roaring ocean with its surging waves. Earth level, low rank spirit cultivator. After feeling the young lady's fierce aura, Bai Si's features became solemn, and pity appeared on his geriatric face. You are a genius who has already become an earth level spirit cultivator at such a young age. If your hatred is eliminated, you would definitely have a bright future. Bai Si wryly smiled and looked at Yun Luofeng in pity. It's unfortunate that you're full of hate, so in order to prevent you from committing a monstrous massacre, I can only cripple your strength. Girl, don't hate me, I'm doing all of this for your own good. His words implied that even if he killed Yun Luofeng, it was for her own good. As for her, not only did she not have the right to hate him, but she should also thank him. Otherwise, there would eventually come a day when Yun Luofeng became an existence that everyone spurned and insulted. And him, he was only preventing that from happening. Wasn't this for Yun Luofeng's own good? Now, I've finally realized that shamelessness is also an achievement. Yun Luofeng wickedly raised the corner of her lips as her pitch-black eyes landed on Bai Si. However, a feat like this can't be accomplished by just anyone. Today has opened my eyes. Bai Si's brows furrowed. This girl was truly stubborn. She was unwilling to listen to his patient and well-meaning advice, so he could only destroy her strength. Girl, you are quite young, but you already have earth-level strength, so you certainly have the right to be arrogant. However, you seem to have forgotten that a genius is only a genius. Anyone can kill a genius who has yet to finish growing. Yun Luofeng smiled. I'm afraid, it won't be that easy for you to cripple my strength. In the gentle breeze, the young lady was arrogant and reckless with an unruly smile on her lips. Her dark eyes were looking straight at Bai Si without a trace of fear on her face. Ha ha ha, Bai Si guffawed. Since it's like this, I will let you see my strength. They were both earth-level spirit cultivators, but this girl was only at low rank while he had already reached advanced rank. He was 2 entire ranks above her, an unbridgeable gap that determined her inability to surpass him. Boom. A powerful gust lashed out at Yun Luofeng from Bai Si's sudden palm strike, the wind knifing and slicing the cheeks of bystanders. It was like an enormous fist and was storming toward Yun Luofeng's chest. Bang! Yun Luofeng lifted her hand to meet Bai Si's fist and staggered back a few steps, blood dripping from the corner of her mouth. Her pitch-black pupils contained a malicious light. Since you want to kill me, I will definitely pull you down with me. Yun Luofeng wiped the blood from her lips and turned around to pull the long sword from Yi Ling's hand. Her white clothes fluttered in the breeze, giving her an appearance similar to snowflakes blossoming in the sky. She was proud, cold, and aloof, so beautiful that no one could shift the gaze from her. Miss. King Yin's eyes carried anxiousness, and her heart was pounding like crazy. Her bright eyes were brimming with worry as she looked at Yun Luofeng while tightly biting her lips. Chapter 207. Remove one of your arms, 2. King Yin, withdraw with Yi Ling. No one is permitted to approach without my order. The young lady held the long sword in her hand, a wild light flashing through her pitch-black eyes. By C, I, Yun Luofeng, have always had a clear conscience regarding my actions. I didn't wrong anyone, but at the same time, I'm also not a pushover, allowing anyone to walk all over me. Since you want to kill me, you must be prepared to be bitten by me instead. Bai Ci's eyes slightly narrowed, and he released his killing aura without any reservations. His figure was akin to an unsheathed long sword, piercing through the air and glistening light. Girl, I originally only wanted to cripple your strength and make you unable to cultivate for the rest of your life, but since you want to die, I will grant your wish. Bai Ci's speed was too quick to the extent that Yun Luofeng was unable to prepare any counterattacks. Thankfully, at the crucial moment, she used the spiritual force to slam into Bai Ci's mind, causing him to briefly lose his focus. However, Bai Ci was not Jinglin after all, and they had an enormous difference in their strength. Hence, Yun Luofeng's spiritual attack only created a second of distraction, and he quickly recovered. His attacks became increasingly ferocious, his eyes revealing his killing intent. Fortunately, Yun Luofeng's earlier spiritual attack won her some time. Even if it was merely a second, it was enough for her to use the sword in her hand to ward off the other party's formidable attack. Bang! A fist suddenly exploded on the long sword, and everyone could only hear a clang before Yun Luofeng's sword was already broken in two and slowly landed on the ground with a crisp sound. The young girl staggered back 2 steps, her hand lightly clutching her chest, and there was seriousness in her dark eyes. Girl, let me ask you, do you still want to exact revenge? Bai Ci's eyes were filled with pity. Although Empress Rong killed your parents back then, so many years have already passed, why must you remain this tenacious? Empress Rong. As expected, it was Empress Rong. Finally receiving the answer that she wanted, Yun Luofeng's lips raised with a wicked smile. Wait until I have killed your parents and children, and say this to me again. Perhaps I will be convinced then. It looks like you really can't be saved. Bai Ci shook his head and indifferently stated, then, I will kill you now to prevent your endless suffering in the future. As soon as he finished saying this, his figure was already in front of Yun Luofeng, fast like the flicker of a ghost. Girl, do you have any last words? Yun Luofeng chuckled and tossed her sword to the ground. Her lips were faintly raised, and the killing intent in her extremely wicked eyes deepened. Yi Ling silently walked to stand in front of Yun Luofeng, blocking her from view. His handsome face exposing his choice to face death unflinchingly. Yi Ling, move. Yi Dong's expression shifted, and he severely berated, this has nothing to do with you, Zhen is telling you to get lost. Yi Ling expressionlessly glanced at Yi Dong and coldly stated, if you want to kill her, it will be over my dead body. Yi Ling, Yi Dong flew into a rage, his eyes brimming with fury. He really did not understand what was so great about Yun Luofeng that his own son would protect her to this extent. Even if he took a liking to Yun Luofeng's maidservant, he still did not need to lose his life for Yun Luofeng. Yi Ling, Yun Luofeng looked at the handsome youth blocking her and said, move, I, Yun Luofeng, am not this easily defeated. Chapter 208. Remove one of your arms, 3. Yi Ling was startled and silent for a moment before finally moving away from Yun Luofeng. He should believe in her, shouldn't he? With master's strength, since she said it, then she would definitely achieve it. She also would not fight an uncertain battle. Girl, I, Bai Ci, know a lot of people, but I have never seen someone as conceited as you. Bai Ci's lips were raised with an aloof smile. His amiable eyes were haughty as he harshly stated, if you are willing to admit defeat, then I would probably just cripple your strength. However, I now understand that if I don't kill you, I will leave a potential disaster behind, so you can only die. An explosion resounded, and Bai Ci's figure could be seen quickly shooting into the sky like a long sword. His fist was akin to a falling meteor, piercing through the sky and falling onto Yun Luofeng. Fast. Too fast. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes, watched the geriatric figure shooting towards her like lightning, and hurriedly took a few steps back. However, her reaction was too slow, and the old man's fist abruptly landed on her chest. In an instant, she promptly slid back, leaving behind a long trail on the ground. Is this all that an Earth-level advanced rank spirit cultivator can do? Yun Luofeng wiped the blood from her mouth and looked up at Bai Ci. Her features emitting an intense confidence. This minute strength of yours is absolutely harmless. Bai Ci slightly narrowed his eyes, a cold light flashing through them, and snorted. His long, snow-white robe appeared in front of Yun Luofeng again. This time, Yun Luofeng did not wait for him to act before initiating an attack. With a flick of her finger, a tiny silver needle whisked through the air, emitting a buzzing sound as it rapidly flew towards Bai Ci's head. Bai Ci's eyes revealed a hint of mockery, and with a wave of his palm, grabbed the flying needle. He snorted before saying, Yun Luofeng, I didn't imagine this was all you can do. You couldn't win against me, so you plan to injure me with a concealed weapon. How ridiculous. It looks like you are only quick with your mouth and don't have any real talent. He really did not understand how this girl had the right to look down on him with this measly strength of hers. Is that so? Yun Luofeng cleaned the sweat from her face as her lips raised with a wicked curve. Bai Ci, your biggest flaw is your overconfidence in yourself. What? Bai Ci was taken back for a moment and was about to say something when he suddenly felt a piercing pain from his palm. When he finally reacted, he discovered that the silver needle that he originally held in his hand appeared to suddenly have a life of its own and burrowed itself into his palm. Yun Luofeng was correct, he was too confident in himself. He thought that even if Yun Luofeng poisoned the needle, he would still have a way to detoxify the poison. This was why he dared to grab this needle with his bare hand. Who knew that this needle would actually burrow into his palm? Moreover, the entire needle was buried inside, only leaving a tiny black dot behind in the middle of his palm as evidence of everything that just occurred. Yun Luofeng, you are truly despicable and treacherous. You actually dared to injure someone with a concealed weapon. Feeling the stab of pain from his palm, Bai Si did not have the presence of mind to care about his mask and fiercely glared at Yun Luofeng with rage-filled eyes. Finally stop pretending. Yun Luofeng smiled. I thought you would always keep your infinitely merciful appearance, but you can't resist anymore. That's right, Yun Luofeng, am truly despicable, treacherous, cunning, and shameless. But so what? You were called a king if successful and a bandit if defeated one. No matter what method I used, at least I injured you. Chapter 209, Remove one of your arms, 4. From the start, Yun Luofeng had created an illusion for Bai Si, an illusion where she was incredibly weak and did not possess the power to retaliate. It was because she created this illusion that Bai Si was this careless. Boom. Fury erupted in Bai Si's mind, his expression became stormy in an instant, a completely different person from that affable elder from earlier. The audience sighed. In the beginning, they actually thought Bai Si was a genial old man, but they did not imagine that this old man would get angry and have such a malevolent expression. Yun Luofeng, since you are seeking death, I will help you. Bai Si fumed with hatred between gritted teeth, his face was ferocious like a beast's as he violently pounced on the girl in white. All the energy rushed into his fist, which weighed 1,000 pounds, and even the surrounding air became heavier because of it. If this fist landed on Yun Luofeng, its consequences could easily be imagined. A bloody hole would definitely be created in Yun Luofeng's feeble body. Her internal organs would possibly rupture because of this as well. Amidst the insane wind created by the fist, the girl, dressed in garments as white as snow, raised her lips in a wicked smile, her pitch-black eyes silently and intently watching the fist arriving in front of her. Then, instead of dodging, she met Bai Si's fist straight on. Faced with this dangerous scene, everyone's heart momentarily stopped, some people even closed their eyes, unable to bear seeing a girl as picturesque as her covered in blood. Was this woman an idiot? Even if she was quite talented, she was still a mere Earth-level low-rank spirit cultivator. And yet, she was directly engaging someone from advanced rank, wasn't she seeking death? As expected. Met with Bai Si's powerful fist, Yun Luofeng's body suddenly flew back into the crowd behind her. Miss. King Yin turned pale with fright, jumping up in an instant and caught the girl's body from the air. Her pretty face was fraught with anxiety. Yun Luofeng kept spitting blood out, the area around her chest was also fierily stinging. She wiped the blood from her chin, but the more that she wiped, the more that she spat, so it did not cease no matter what. Miss, are you alright? King Yin was almost crying from her worry as she tightly supported Yun Luofeng, afraid that the girl would fall the moment that she loosened her hold. Yun Luofeng shook her head, so weak that she did not even have the energy to open her mouth. She did not care about much at a time like this, so she took out a spiritual herb from God Code space and swallowed it. Ah. Suddenly, a shrill scream was heard, making everyone who was originally focused on Yun Luofeng to turn their line of sight to Bai Si. Bai Si staggered back a few steps and furiously roared with a livid expression, "What did you do to me?" Several veins popped out on his arm, as though countless worms were roaming in his arm. Veins covered the entire length of his arm, hideous and terrifying. Yun Luofeng cleaned the blood from her mouth and slowly stood up, smiling wickedly. I already told you that it's not that easy to kill me. Even if I can't kill you right now, I can still remove one of your arms. She was willing to eat everything except for a lost one. The moment that Bai Si aimed his fist at her, she used a spiritual attack to make him momentarily lose his attention, and then she hid a silver needle in her chest as fast as she could. In other words, Bai Si's fist happened to land right on the silver needle, causing the needle to pierce into the back of his hand. Chapter 210, Yun Xiao, I knew it, you came, 1. As to why Yun Luofeng didn't do this from the start, that was because it took some time for her to imbue spiritual energy into the silver needle. Otherwise, a normal needle would be unable to injure Bai Si's core. Seeing the veins multiplying on his arm and gradually spreading toward his shoulder, Bai Si's expression finally changed. He deeply inhaled a breath and drew the long sword from a nearby Imperial Guard, slashing it toward his shoulder without any hesitation. Splash! Blood spurted into the air, the intense pain turning Bai Si's complexion pale. He staggered back a few steps and forcefully thrust the sword into the ground to support his trembling body. Seeing the puddle of blood in front of Bai Si, everyone gasped. Just how much courage was needed for a person to mercilessly chop off his own arm? Yun Luofeng. Bai Si's gaze slowly turned to Yun Luofeng with malice written all over his face. It seemed like it took all of the strength in his body for him to curse, "You have too many lives on your hands, you definitely won't end well." Yun Luofeng smiled. "You were the one who severed your own arm, it had nothing to do with me. Moreover, don't paint yourself so innocent. Who on this continent is completely clean and doesn't have blood on their hands? Are you saying you have never killed anyone?" "You." Bai Si was utterly flustered, "You're twisting my words." Perhaps due to losing too much blood, his voice was very weak, as though he would stop breathing at any moment. Suddenly, a bewitching laugh appeared out of nowhere. This voice carried a trace of flattery as it was slowly heard. "No wonder you are Bai Ling's daughter, so different from everyone else. However, you are much more interesting than your mother." Yun Luofeng lightly frowned, looking up at the man in the air. After seeing this man, a dangerous glint flashed through her slightly narrowed eyes. In the overcast sky, a peerlessly handsome man stood above them akin to a deity descending on earth. His fluttering purple robes revealed an aura of nobility, making everyone unable to directly look at him. However, with just a glance, Yun Luofeng could sense that this man was extremely dangerous. Or she should say, someone more dangerous than anyone she had ever encountered before now. "You know my mother?" Yun Luofeng was silent for a moment before asking. Bai Su's lips lifted with a bewitching smile. You want to know more about your mother? If you leave with me, I might tell you. Yun Luofeng coldly smiled. You must give me a reason if you want me to leave with you. The man started to chuckle wickedly, his slender fingers lightly touching his chin as he evaluated Yun Luofeng with interest in his eyes. A reason? I'm quite interested in you, is that reason good enough? Apologies. Yun Luofeng glanced at the man. I'm not interested in you, so this reason won't suffice. The young girl's words did not anger the man and instead turned the wicked smile on his handsome face bigger. You two, haven't you discovered that we're two of the same kind? If we join forces, I believe that, in time, this continent will be ours. And if I decline? Then I can't guarantee what I will do. Your talent is quite superb. If I had to destroy you, it would be a great pity. Further still, this girl truly made him very interested, so he will win her over no matter what. Chapter 211, Yun Xiao, I knew it, you came, too. Young master, this girl is extremely stubborn. Anything you say to her will be useless. Bai Si pressed against his ceaselessly bleeding arm with a ghastly pale complexion, his hate for Yun Luofeng deepening. Bai Su did not look at the old man. As if his body was a breeze, Bai Su suddenly appeared in front of Yun Luofeng with a wicked smile on his lips. An intense pressure pressed on Yun Luofeng like a mountain, freezing her body. She wanted to resist, but she could not utilize any of her strength. It might not seem like she used too many moves against Bai Si, but in truth, because she overused too much of her spiritual strength, her body was currently very weak. Bai Su glanced at Yun Luofeng with a smile and exerted an even stronger pressure on her, vainly attempting to force her to kneel. The girl's knee did not stop trembling. Under this formidable pressure, she could feel that her legs were somewhat unable to bear this type of force. But, even though her bones were strained to the point of creaking, she did not allow her knees to bend. Her spine remained straight, and her pitch black eyes were brimming with determination. Girl, as expected, you are not bad. Bai Su glanced at Yun Luofeng with praise, but he did not retract his force and instead increased the strength of his power. However, I would like to see how long you can last. This girl's personality was extremely stubborn. If he did not tame her now, he reckoned that it would be difficult for him to use her in the future. Bai Su released all of the power in his body and directed it all toward Yun Luofeng. If it was an average person, they would have been crushed by his strength a long time ago. But even now, Yun Luofeng was still bitterly holding on. Even so, the shaking in her knees grew more intense, and they gradually began to bend. Watching Yun Luofeng's sweat-ridden back, King Yin and Yi Ling's eyes were fraught with anxiety. However, when Bai Su exerted his pressure on Yun Luofeng, he also emitted some excess pressure. And this excess pressure caused them to be unable to move a single step. They could only look on helplessly as Yun Luofeng struggled under such an incredible power. Yun Luofeng's body was almost at its limit. Her snow-white face was covered with sweat, and her clothes were completely soaked with sweat and closely plastered to her body. Yun Xiao, she quietly muttered with a smile on her lips as she slightly closed her eyes. Yun Xiao. Everyone could hear the two words that she uttered, but they were taken aback, not comprehending who was this Yun Xiao that she spoke of. At this moment, a heavy aura abruptly struck, closely followed by a black silhouette rapidly dashing toward them like a nightjar, setting off stormy winds in the entire street. Fast. This speed was too fast. The figure was like a gale, and by the time everyone regained their senses, he already reached Yun Luofeng. At this moment, Yun Luofeng, who was about to fall headfirst on the ground, suddenly felt an arm extending toward her from behind, and her body landed in a warm embrace. Feeling the man's broad chest, a smile appeared on her beautiful face. Yun Xiao, I knew it, you came. After a half-year of interactions, she was already extremely familiar with this man's presence. Hence, it was because she sensed the man's presence that she would relax and allow her body to fall just now. I'm late. The man pursed his lips, his long black robe billowing in the wind. He tightly held onto the girl in his arms, his entire body emitting his killing intent. Chapter 212, End of Empress Wrong 1. He had only been away for several days, but when he came back, the first thing he saw was that Yun Luofeng was being bullied. Yun Xiao couldn't imagine what would happen if he back came a bit later. Go to hell. The man's cruel eyes left Yun Luofeng and turned to Bai Su. All those who bullied her shall go to hell. Bai Su stared at the man next to Yun Luofeng who just showed up, a subtle light glimmering in his vicious eyes. It seems that I am not the only one who fancies her. You like her too. Too bad, I'll never allow any other man get the woman I like. Yun Xiao gently and slowly put Yun Luofeng on the ground and instructed King Yan expressionlessly, take care of her. Then, he turned his eyes to Bai Su, his body as straight as a sharp sword and his dark eyes filled with killing desire. No one could hurt her. Oh, I'd love to see the real strength of the famous Ghost Emperor. Smiling and looking at Yun Xiao with ease, Bai Su seemed not to fear him at all. Instead, the existence of Yun Xiao aroused a greater interest of his on Yun Luofeng. Ghost Emperor. Yi Dong shivered and a look of horror appeared in his eyes. He couldn't help backing up a few paces, rolling his eyes and thinking about what he should do next. Was this horrible man in black the Ghost Emperor who was said to be heartless? Gosh, Yun Luofeng even knew of Ghost Emperor. Moreover, it seemed that the two were actually quite close. And he was trying to take Ghost Emperor's woman just now. Boom. In the air, Bai Su received the attack of Yun Xiao. Right at the moment the two's fists collided, a powerful force was released, destroying all the surrounding trees and leaving an enormous gaping hole in the ground. Bai Su was continuously pushed back, and it took a long time before he stopped. He looked at the man who was as cold as a god, with a vicious smile on his face. The strength of Ghost Emperor is really not bad. Now I have been enlightened, I'll take my leave first. Let's fight again some other time. Seeing Bai Su running away, Yun Xiao had his face darkened and just when he was going to chase him, he felt something ominous next to him. Young master, go. Bai Si shouted at Bai Su and kept concentrating all his inner strength, his whole body swelling like a balloon and his twisted, ferocious face showing a determination to take his life. If Yun Xiao was going to chase Bai Su, he could not stop Bai Si from exploding himself. And then Yun Luofeng, who was unable to move now, would be badly injured by his self-detonation. Yun Xiao would surely know what the right choice was. His tall figure immediately appeared in front of Bai Si. He then grabbed the old man in his hand, saying coldly, "Do you want to explode yourself? Good, I'll give you a hand." Boom. A great power suddenly rushed into the old man's body and dispelled all his strength, and in an instant, his body began to crack and his blood trickled down on his skin. Ah! With this shrill cry, the old man's body exploded like a balloon and turned into a mist of blood. And then, the whole street quieted down again. Yun Xiao threw the old man's clothes onto the ground and walked to Yun Luofeng. "I've injured him. It would take him a long time to recover. During that time, he won't be able to bother you, and I will send someone to pursue him." Chapter 213, End of Empress Wrong 2. Raising her head, Yun Luofeng looked into the man's cold eyes and plastered on a smile. "Yun Xiao, I'm tired. Take me back to rest." "All right." Yun Xiao went to Yun Luofeng, bent down to pick her up and strode into Luofeng Pavilion. Looking at the two departing people, Yi Dong finally came back from shock. His face all pale, he rolled his eyes and asked, "My son, do you know Ghost Emperor?" Yi Ling coldly snorted and his handsome face was full of contempt. "I don't know Ghost Emperor. I only know her." The her referred to Yun Luofeng. "Son," Yi Dong's face turned even paler, "I didn't mean to offend Yun Luo. Miss Yun, I just followed the order of Bai family. Taking into account that I'm your father, go intercede in my behalf." Other people present may not have heard of Ghost Emperor, but he was the emperor of a country, so how could he not know the existence of Ghost Emperor? So, upon hearing that Yun Xiao was Ghost Emperor, he became terrified. "Intercede for you. Come on, you didn't only want to take her but also take her power away, and now you want me to mediate for you." Yi Ling sneered and said coldly. "What?" Yi Dong paused and then asked, "What are you talking about, son? When did I attempt to take away her power? I just..." Before he even finished, he was interrupted by the cold voice of the young man. "I forgot to tell you, Luofeng Pavilion is her power. I just work for her. She is the real master of Luofeng Pavilion." Luofeng Pavilion. Yun Luofeng. The truth hit Yi Dong like a bolt out of the blue. He staggered and finally fell to the ground because he couldn't withstand such a blow. In the first place, it didn't occur to him that Luofeng Pavilion was named after Yun Luofeng. He was just too stupid to connect her with Luofeng Pavilion. And he even attempted to take away the entire Luofeng Pavilion in front of its master. Thinking of this, he had a bitter feeling welling up in his mind, and his face turned utterly pale. Yi Ling glanced at Yi Dong and said with a cold voice, "Now I just want to tell you this, if you don't court death then you won't die. You've gotten yourself into trouble, and there's no one you can blame." In a dense forest, a man in purple robes fell down from the air. Holding an ancient tree next to him to support himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped the blood from his mouth, slightly raised his vicious eyes to look at the sky nearby, and sneered, "I really underestimated that girl. I didn't expect that she'd have Ghost Emperor stand on her side. And the power of Ghost Emperor is way more powerful than I thought." His attack almost shattered my insides. If it were not for Bai Si sacrificing himself, he would not have managed to escape. One day, I will return the humiliation I suffered today to you. In a diadem of the Imperial Palace. Inside the luxurious palace, Empress Rong was lying casually on a soft crouch, a triumphant smile on her demure face. "Bai Ling, you were killed by me, and your daughter can escape this fate as well. You and your daughter are too much alike in character. Both of you believe death is better than dishonor. So, I'm sure Yun Luofeng will not leave with that powerful man of Bai family." Chapter 214, End of Empress Rong 3. Empress Rong lowered her eyes, and the triumphant smile on her lips grew even wider. Members of the Bai family always stuck to the principle that if they were unable to have something, then nobody could have it. If Yun Luofeng refused to leave with the powerful man of the Bai family, she would probably end up dead. Ha ha ha. As if witnessing Yun Luofeng dying miserably, Empress Rong laughed with abandon. Her face looked ferocious, and her demure manner disappeared along with her wild laughter. "Empress consort, Empress consort." All of a sudden, an urgent voice was heard, and immediately after a court maid hurried into the palace, panting. "How's it going?" Empress Rong sat up excitedly. "Is that little BTCH dead?" In order to find out how miserably Yun Luofeng died, Empress Rong had deliberately sent a court maid that she trusted to stay on the site to report a vivid description of Yun Luofeng's death when she returned. At the words of Empress Rong, the woman paused and carefully glanced at Empress Rong. "Empress, Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng is a low-rank Earth-level Strud cultivator, and she even took the risk and disabled Master Bai Si's arm." "What did you say?" The face of Empress Rong changed in an instant, and a malicious light glimmered in her eyes. "Are you sure you're telling the truth?" Yun Luofeng was a low-rank Earth-level Strud cultivator and defeated Master Bai Si. This was impossible. How could this little BTCH be so skilled? "Consort, it's true." And after Yun Luofeng defeated Master Bai Si, Master Bai Su also appeared. The court maid had long been trusted by Empress Rong, so she knew a little bit about the Bai family, though she didn't have a clear understanding, nor did she know that the whole royal family was controlled by the Bai family. Master Bai Su also appeared. A streak of delight flashed across Empress Rong's eyes. Was Yun Luofeng killed by Master Bai Su? The court maid shook her head and meekly answered, "Consort, it was almost certain that Yun Luofeng would have been killed, but a man who was called Ghost Emperor by Master Bai Su suddenly appeared. Then Master Bai Su was defeated by him and escaped. Also, Yun Luofeng is the master of Luofeng Pavilion." The court maid did not know who Ghost Emperor was, but Empress Rong once heard Yi Dong mention this man. It was said that this Ghost Emperor was powerful, bloodthirsty, and almost like the devil himself, so he was called Ghost Emperor. What devastated Empress Rong was that Yun Luofeng was the master of Luofeng Pavilion. How ridiculous she was for planning to gift Yun Luofeng to the steward of Luofeng Pavilion and make her his concubine. She even claimed that Yun Luofeng would definitely choose to marry Wu Jung for his power. Who would have thought that she was the master of Luofeng Pavilion? No wonder she didn't give her *T about Wu Jung. As if hearing what she had said that day, Empress Rong shivered slightly and closed her eyes, her face full of despair. "Queen Consort, something bad has happened." As soon as Empress Rong closed her eyes, someone hurriedly stumbled inside and shouted anxiously, "The Emperor has been caught." Third Prince led a group of people and intruded into the Imperial Palace, claiming they would have revenge for Junior General Long Yun of the Longyuan Kingdom and his wife. "What?" Empress Rong quickly opened her eyes and asked anxiously, "How about Luosa? Where is Luosa?" "She." Second Prince wanted to run away when he got the news, but he was caught by the men of Third Prince. Translator's thoughts. Iris 8197 Iris 8197. Hello, readers. Ghost Emperor Wild Wife will be entering Premium on April 11th GMT +8 time. Premium is a program that will be beneficial to the author, translators, and the platform and is crucial for our growth. Thank you. He's the one who edited 3. Chapter 215, End of Empress Rong 4. Her knees went weak, and Empress Rong fell to the ground. With a ghastly pale face, she looked out of the palace in despair. She was finished. This time, she was completely finished. Outside the palace, a bustling voice rang. After a while, a handsome and cold young man led a group of people to come in from the outside. Waving his hand, he ordered coldly, "Guards, arrest Empress Rong and her men." "No." Seeing this group of people approaching her combatively, Empress Rong finally realized what had happened and screamed, "You let go of me. I'm Empress of the country, the motherly model of the nation. How dare you offend me? I'll have your whole family executed." Her hair came loose and fell on her face. She stared fiercely at the guards like a mad woman, a crazed look on her face. "Take her away," Yi Ling coldly commanded. From the beginning to the end, he never looked at Empress Rong. "Yi Ling, you little beastard, little brute. I knew that I should have killed you and sent you to be with your mother in hell. But in the end, I did not kill you. Now you not only don't appreciate that I spared your life, but are even helping others to hurt me. You're even lower than a beast. What an ungrateful soul." Empress Rong struggled hard, her face full of hatred. "Little beastard, you should not be alive in this world. You should have died." Yi Ling's eyes darkened. Looking at Empress Rong who was desperately struggling in the hands of the guards, he sneered, "Empress Rong, you can never escape God's retribution for all your deeds. Today you are only getting what you deserve. Well, let me think about how to deal with you. Should I dismember you alive, feed you to the wolves, or cut you in pieces?" Every time Yi Ling uttered a punishment, Empress Rong could not help but tremble. She finally felt scared, trying to push away the guards holding her firmly. "Please don't. I realize that I was wrong. Yi Ling, please spare me because I didn't kill you when I could have. I promise I'll never do anything bad again." Yi Ling raised the corners of his lips and looked at Empress Rong mockingly. "You mean I should thank you for not killing me? Unfortunately, it's not me who wants you to die. Guards, take her away and put her to death by cutting her in pieces." "No." A shrill cry rang through the whole imperial palace. However, no matter how hard she fought, she was finally dragged out of the door by 2 guards. What happened in the imperial palace of Lujin Kingdom spread all over the imperial city at lightning speed. It was said that the emperor had lost his power, the empress was captured, and all the princes were fighting for the throne. In the end, General Yi led the army to guard the imperial palace and quell the rebellion. Even so, after the ministers and common people of Lujin Kingdom learned that it was Yun Luofeng who had thrown the imperial city into chaos, they swarmed around Luofeng Pavilion early in the morning. As if led by some unknown person, all the people began to shout angrily. "Yun Luofeng, Yi Ling, how dare you traitors conspire to murder His Majesty? Come out. That woman Bai Ling was really a femme fatale. She was the cause of everything. If it were not for her, the 2 countries wouldn't have had a war. So many people wouldn't have died." For those who believed that the continent should be dominated by men, women were to blame for all the tragedies. Chapter 216, A Femme Fatale Who Brought Calamity to the World. If the emperor hadn't had a crush on Bai Ling, there wouldn't have been a war between the 2 countries 10 years ago. Therefore, that woman was exactly a femme fatale who brought calamity to the world. All the casualties were caused by her. Her daughter should atone for her mother's sin. She was not entitled to revenge Bai Ling's death. His Majesty did nothing wrong, the one who was to blame was Bai Ling. She let His Majesty have a crush on her. If she had tamely become His Majesty's concubine, would there have been so many casualties? Those people who had lost their loved ones in the war were particularly angry and even wanted to kill Yun Luofeng to revenge their loved ones. A femme fatale who brought calamity to the world. Suddenly, a chuckle came from the rear. The crowd turned to look at it only to find that Yun Luofeng had shown up behind them. She was in a snow-white robe, with a wicked smile on her face and an icy light glimmering in her eyes. She coldly stared at the people swarming around Luofeng Pavilion with her dark eyes. "Yun Luofeng, you finally appear. I thought you would hide like a turtle pulling its head into its shell." Someone sneered in the crowd. Yun Luofeng turned her eyes to the speaker and gently raised her eyebrows. Did you just call my mother a femme fatale who brought calamity to the world? Yes, so she was. If it weren't for her, there wouldn't have been so many deaths on the battlefield. Yun Luofeng chuckled, her smile full of killing intent, and she gradually moved toward the person in the crowd. As far as I know, the war arose between the two countries due to the lewdness of Yidong. But now, you are blaming her for that. Humph. As the ruler of the country, His Majesty can't be wrong. Besides, you wouldn't have started the war if it weren't for Bai Ling. So, as Bai Ling's daughter, you should kneel down and apologize to the heroes who died on the battlefield. On this continent, although women could learn martial arts, the power was held by men. Since men were in power, how was it possible for them to admit that men would make mistakes? Even if the war broke out because of a man's lewdness, they would only blame a woman for that. Yun Luofeng felt that it was ridiculous. These male chauvinists would always pass the buck. Yidong was fatuous and lewd and even launched a war against the Longyuan kingdom just for his personal desire. How could you think that it was my mother who did the wrong thing? What wrong had my mother done? She was persecuted by a tyrant and was murdered on the battlefield. What's wrong with me seeking revenge for her? No matter how many people died, I had nothing to do with it. Yes, there were heavy causalities in the war between the two countries, so what? I don't care how many people of your country died. I only know that I will send those who murdered my parents to hell to atone for their sin. With her face showing a defiant and unruly smile, and her snow-white robe fluttering in the fierce wind, she looked aggressive and domineering. If any of you dare to call her that again, I don't mind using your blood to wash the gate of Luofeng Pavilion. She would never allow anyone to insult her parents. Ha ha ha, ridiculous, you are really ridiculous. Yun Luofeng, we are just ordinary people who came to denounce your crime. As a martial master, are you going to kill ordinary people? Aren't you afraid that you will make yourself a laughingstock? This was why they dared to swarm around Luofeng Pavilion and provoke Yun Luofeng. After all, Yun Luofeng had been born in a general's family, and she had become an earth-level strip cultivator. Was she really going to kill a bunch of ordinary people? If she did, the whole world would laugh at her. Translator's thoughts. Iris. Thank you for your support. 3. Chapter 216, A Femme. Chapter 217, I have no family but you. Yun Luofeng, if that Siren Bai Ling hadn't bewitched His Majesty wouldn't have launched a war against the Longyuan kingdom. Therefore, you have to kneel down and kowtow 1,000 times to all the dead of our Luojian kingdom. And set His Majesty and Empress Consort free. They didn't do anything wrong. The one who was to blame was only Bai Ling. Yes, set His Majesty and Empress Consort free. You have no right to imprison them. Of these people, 2 young men spoke the loudest. They kept speaking with a self-righteous tone as if Bai Ling and Yun Luofeng were heinous villains. And Yidong and Empress Rong, who were imprisoned by her, were good people who had been wronged. Raising the corners of her lips, Yun Luofeng walked toward the young man, her arrogant eyes shining with danger. I've told you, don't let me hear any insulting words about her again, otherwise. Boom. She punched the chest of the young man, who suddenly flew out and slammed into the door before he had the time to react. Otherwise, you will end up like this. The young man spit out a mouthful of blood and looked at Yun Luofeng angrily. Yun Luofeng, you won't have a good end. You will be damned to the deepest level of hell and never have a next life. If there really was a hell, I would love to take a trip there. Yun Luofeng glanced at the young man, who couldn't get up from the ground, and sneered. Unfortunately, even hell wouldn't dare to accept me. You. The young man pointed at Yun Luofeng, his face purple with anger. Yun Luofeng, you demon. One day, you will outrage the public, and the righteous men on the continent will wipe you out on behalf of heaven. I'd like to see them try. Yun Luofeng slightly raised the corners of her lips and commanded, pass my order. Kill anybody who dares to insult my parents. Make sure no one dares to say any insulting words about them even at the cost of a bloodbath in the imperial city. Yes, master. The people of Luofeng Pavilion made an obeisance and answered respectfully. A bloodbath in the imperial city. She didn't just say it for fun. In a short time, Luofeng Pavilion swept over the entire imperial city with lightning speed and made all the voices insulting Bai Ling disappear. Those who thought Yun Luofeng would not condescend to deal with them because they were just ordinary people bore the consequences of their actions. In an elegantly decorated room, a wisp of sandalwood smoke was rising slowly. She stood at the window pondering, her white robe covered by the glowing moonlight and her eyes fixed on the dark night outside. Do you think I am wrong, Yun Xiao? The man standing behind her heard her words and answered coldly, you can't be wrong. Whatever she did, there was nothing wrong with it. What if the whole world thinks I'm wrong? She slowly turned around, gazed at the man's handsome and masculine face with her dark eyes, and smiled. Yun Xiao paused, you can't be wrong. If everyone in the world thinks you are wrong, I will kill all the people, and no one will say you are wrong. She wouldn't do anything wrong. Even if she did, you would think she was right. He added, I'll always stand by your side. Even if the whole world thought she was wrong, as long as he thought she was right, that would be enough. Yun Luofeng smiled wickedly, what if your family thinks I am wrong? It seemed that her words reminded Yun Xiao of something. He paused, raised his cool dark eyes and gazed at Yun Luofeng. I have no family but you. Chapter 218, Going Home, 1. I have no family but you. Yun Luofeng wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. She looked at Yun Xiao with a complicated look because it hadn't occurred to her that he was an orphan. Certainly, Yun Xiao didn't expect that Yun Luofeng had misunderstood his meaning, but for him, there would be no difference whether those people were alive or dead. Yun Luofeng gazed at his cold face and said seriously, from now on, Yun family will be your home and my family will be your family. As long as I am here, you will never be alone. Easily touched by her words, Yoon Seo couldn't help raising the corners of his lip and cracked a faint smile. Though it was just a faint smile and disappeared soon, Yoon Luofeng caught a glimpse of his casual smile. Immediately, she felt her heart skip a beat. His smile was simply mesmerizing. Yoon Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes, raised her hand to pinch his cold face, and laughed with joy. I didn't expect your smile to be so beautiful. If it was seen by other women they would go crazy for you. Yoon Seo was stunned and then looked at Yoon Luofeng seriously, then. I'll only smile for you. For him, he would answer every single question of Yoon Luofeng seriously, and every single order Yoon Luofeng issued, he would also carry it out seriously. Even if Yoon Luofeng was only joking, he would take it seriously. Looking at his serious face, Yoon Luofeng raised her eyebrows slightly and flirtingly lifted his chin with her finger, the smile on her face getting more seductive and coquettish. Yoon Seo, do you know what you mean by this sentence? In saying this, she leaned her body forward and pressed his body tightly against the wall. She raised her eyebrows and said, now that you have made an oath that you will only smile for me from now on, then you must not smile for any other woman, otherwise. Yoon Luofeng narrowed her eyes slightly, and a dangerous light flashed through her eyes. Yoon Seo looked deeply into Yoon Luofeng's eyes. I will not take back what I said to you. And I will never deceive you. This was his commitment to her. A lifelong commitment. Yoon Luofeng's heart shivered greatly. Somehow she just believed every single word Yoon Seo spoke. It was as if she knew from the depth of her heart that this man would never deceive her. Just as Yoon Luofeng was in a daze, his hand suddenly fell on her back and pressed her hard against his chest. And then. He didn't give Yoon Luofeng the chance to leave, his cold lips falling on hers and his hands tightly holding her against his chest. Yoon Luofeng narrowed her eyes slightly and showed a faint smile, the light in her eyes getting more dangerous. Was this guy actually kissing her? For half a year, Yoon Seo had been in a passive role. It was the first time that he took the initiative. It seemed that her education had finally worked. However, because Yoon Seo had never touched a woman, he was like a blank sheet of paper. Therefore, his kissing technique was lacking and Yoon Luofeng still needed to guide him. Yoon Luofeng's hand suddenly fell on Yoon Seo's chest, pushing him away from her. Yoon Seo, your technique is unskilled and I still have to teach you. Translator's thoughts. Iris 8197 Iris 8197. Your readers have been 3. Chapter 218. Chapter 220. Going home, 3. Yoon Seo, whoever hurt you, I will avenge you. She would never allow anyone around her to be hurt. Yoon Chapter 219. Going home, 2. And then. Her hands slid into Yoon Seo's clothes like little snakes, her slender fingers gently stroked his strong muscles, and her touch, like an electric current, made Yoon Seo's body suddenly freeze. There was a burning desire in his mind, and at this moment he even had the impulse to fling himself on her. Take him to bed, take him to bed. The one who was most excited about Yoon Luofeng's behavior was Seo Mo in the Godcode's face. He almost jumped up, and 2 lines of tears ran down his face. This was great. Master finally did something. As long as she and Yoon Seo practiced dual cultivation, her strength would be greatly improved. And then, he would be one step closer to leaving the God Code space. Unfortunately, Seo Mo rejoiced too soon. Yoon Luofeng's palm slipped across Yoon Seo's chest and then was withdrawn, and a wicked smile hovered on her lips. Yoon Seo, you have good muscles. How did you get these? Yoon Seo frowned. I don't know. 10 years ago, I was thrown into a mountain forest, and I didn't leave there until 3 years ago. During those years, I stayed in the mountains and fought with spiritual beasts. I probably developed these muscles at that time. He said this with a cold tone as if he was telling someone else's story. Even when he talked about 7 years of nightmarish life, he still kept a straight face. Yoon Luofeng felt a sharp pain in her heart. Though she was called trash, she still had a grandfather who was a general. Over the years, those people didn't dare to hurt her openly. But those years of Yoon Seo were a sheer nightmare. 10 years ago, he was just a kid under 10 without the strength that he had today. She couldn't imagine how he survived 7 years. Yoon Seo, didn't you ever think of leaving there during the 7 years? He spent the most beautiful 7 years of his life alone in the mountains. No wonder this guy was so simple. He was utterly ignorant about love between men and women because no one had ever taught him about this. Those accompanying him in the mountains were only spiritual beasts. How could he know about Changgong Tu? At this moment, Yoon Luofeng finally understood why there was a man on this continent who had no idea what a Changgong Tu was. To Yoon Luofeng's question, Yoon Seo just said, that mountain forest is called No Return. With this name, Yoon Luofeng understood what he meant. The Forest of No Return, just like its name, meant nobody would return from it. It was one of the most dangerous places on the continent. It was said that the Forest of No Return stretched tens of thousands of miles from the east to the west, across the whole continent. More importantly, there were different perils in the Forest of No Return, where the slightest carelessness would make one the food of spiritual beasts. Even if you escaped the hunting of beasts, you might fall into a trap. Even the strong ones of the continent dared not venture into the Forest of No Return. Yoon Seo, who left you there? Yoon Luofeng's eyes shone with a killing intent. She could hardly imagine how he survived this dangerous environment. And he had been living in that place for 7 years. That man, Yoon Seo's eyes gradually darkened. He doesn't deserve to be called a human. Yoon Luofeng repressed the feeling in her heart and stepped forward to embrace Yoon Seo. She lowered her eyelids to cover the killing desire in her eyes. Chapter 220. Going Home, 3. Yoon Seo, whoever hurt you, I will avenge you. She would never allow anyone around her to be hurt. Yoon Seo looked down at the woman in front of him and showed a faint smile. I have you and that's enough. He could give up anybody in the world but her, and he wouldn't care if anybody in the world had abandoned him. As long as she was with him, that would be enough for him. Yoon Luofeng raised her head that was buried in his chest and cracked a gentle smile. We have been away for a long time. I think my old man must be really mad at me, and right now what I did in the Lujin Kingdom hasn't been made known to the people of Longyuan Kingdom. I need to go back home before the people of Longyuan find out about these things. Go home. How warm were these two words for Yoon Seo, who had no family. From this moment on, any place where she was would be his home. Okay, let's go home. The Longyuan Kingdom. In the hall of the general's estate, General Yoon listened to a servant reporting with a cold face. The general's mood had been so bad since the heiress left without notice, that all the people of the general's estate were very careful for fear that the general might vent his anger on them. Your Excellency, the servant carefully glanced at the old guy and said meekly, His Highness the Crown Prince has been missing and Miss left without notice. People are all gossiping that Miss was unwilling to let His Highness Crown Prince marry Mu Wushuang, so she forced His Highness to elope with her in exchange for her treatment of His Highness's disease. Bang! The old man hit the table with rage, which was immediately smashed into two pieces. The teacup on it fell to the ground and the tea spilled all over the floor. Who started this rumor? The servant swallowed and replied with a shaky voice, The people of the Mu family did it. General Yoon had not personally heard the rumors outside, nor did he know how terrible the contents of these rumors were. If he had heard those words, he wouldn't have been able to control his temper and would have killed those people on the spot. In a word, at the behest of the people of Mu family, everyone was gossiping about Yoon Luofeng and Gao Ling. All they were talking about was that Yoon Luofeng was really shameless. The Crown Prince didn't love her, but she used her treatment as a threat, forcing the Crown Prince to elope with her. The poor Crown Prince must have fallen into Yoon Luofeng's hands. Since Yoon Luofeng used to stick to the Crown Prince like a limpet, she must have raped him. Soon, all the women in the Longyuan Kingdom, who loved the Crown Prince, were gnashing their teeth at Yoon Luofeng. If Yoon Luofeng appeared in front of them, they would surely have rushed forward to tear her to pieces. At this point, Yoon Luofeng, who had just returned to the Longyuan Kingdom, did not know what had happened these days. However, as soon as she stepped into the gate of the Imperial City, she found that everybody looked at her with a strange look. She paused and frowned, but she did not think much of it and went in the direction of the general's estate. What did you say? Yoon Luofeng had come back. In the Prime Minister's estate. Mu Xingqiu was in the study discussing some issues with his subordinates. After he heard the reporting of his servant, his face turned grim and he sneered, I didn't expect that she would have the nerve to come back. This time, I will never let her go. Every time Mu Xingqiu thought of the humiliation he suffered at the gate of the Imperial City that day, he could not restrain his anger. Chapter 221. Avenge my parents. Grandfather, Mu Wushuang slightly lowered her eyes and her beautiful face looked calm and emotionless. Yoon Luofeng is back now. What should we do? Wushuang, you can rest assured that no one can compete with you for the Crown Prince. Mu Xingqiu slightly narrowed his eyes and said coldly, I don't care whether the disappearance of the Crown Prince has anything to do with Yoon Luofeng or not. I just want the whole world to believe that she has coerced the Crown Prince. As long as people believe it, she will be ruined. Mu Wushuang did not say anything, but the resentment in her heart kept springing up like mushrooms and she couldn't stop it. At the general's estate, as soon as Yoon Luofeng stepped into the foyer, she heard an angry voice coming out of the hall. Yoon Seo, she said, raising her eyebrows, you stay in the backyard and I'll be there soon. Since second uncle's recovery, she had moved back from the back mountain to the courtyard. So, she naturally asked Yoon Seo to wait for her in the backyard. Looking at her receding figure, Yoon Seo nodded in silence, knowing that Yoon Luofeng was trying to allay the old general's anger. In the majestic hall, a servant was kneeling down on the cold ground, trembling and suffering from the raging anger of the old man. Obviously, the old man was terribly angry. His old face was full of anger, and his eyes shone with ferocity. Beside him, a table was broken into two pieces, and tea was spilled all over the ground. It was totally a mess. Just when the old man was going to break out into cursing, a chuckling sound suddenly came and made him freeze. Who offended you when I wasn't here? The first thing I see when I come back is that you are getting mad. Her lazy voice was full of flattery. Hearing it, the old man stiffly raised his head and stared in shock at the girl standing at the door. In the gentle breeze, a girl in a snow-white robe looked at the stunned old man with her smiling dark eyes, her arms crossed over her chest. Grandfather, I'm back. She came back. Finally, the old man recovered from his shock, and the first thing he did wasn't catching her in his arms to hug her or to say he was happy she came back but swearing. You darn girl, tell me honestly, where did you mess around these days? How dare you leave home without notice? Good, you have guts. You really have the GDDM guts. You are really a granddaughter worthy of me. Looking at her furious grandfather, Yoon Luofeng cracked a smile. I went to the Lujin Kingdom to avenge my parents. Her words made all the swear words disappear in the old man's throat. He stared at Yoon Luofeng for a few seconds without a word and then asked as if he didn't hear it clearly. Did you just say you went out to avenge your parents? With a side nod, Yoon Luofeng waved away the servant kneeling down on the ground and turned her eyes to her grandfather. I went to the Lujin Kingdom to find out the people behind my parents' death. Fortunately, I managed to find those people and kill them to revenge my parents. Bang! The old man stumbled and fell heavily on the sandalwood chair behind him. Sitting stock still for quite a while, he then suddenly burst into wild laughter. Chapter 222, Mu Shen's Arrival. While laughing, his tears flowed down uncontrolled as he emotionally said, Yang Ling can you see this from the heavens? Those who caused your deaths have finally received their retribution. Ha ha ha. Taking revenge. All these years, he didn't even dare to think of those two words. After all, the other party was the royal family of the Liu Jing kingdom, whereas he was merely the general of an enemy kingdom, so how could he kill that dog emperor and avenge his son and daughter-in-law? However, he didn't expect that his own granddaughter had the capability to have killed that dog emperor without anyone knowing. Feng you've done well. You deserve to be a member of the Yun family. The old general gnashed his teeth in extreme anger. Back in those days, the emperor of the Liu Jing kingdom took a fancy to Ling and delusionally wanted us to hand her over. However, your father was a hot-blooded man. How could he allow his own wife to be humiliated by someone else? The Yun family refused, but in an attempt to get Ling Yidong that dog emperor found an excuse to start a war with the Longyuan kingdom. Right now, as long as he recalled the incident back in those days, the old general's heart was still filled with wrath. The emperor of the Longyuan kingdom clearly knew that the Liu Jing kingdom had initiated a war because of this, and even intentionally allowed Ling to follow Yun Yang to fight a battle. Yun Luofeng stayed silent for a long while before raising a question, as her hands lightly caressed her chin. Considering Gao Tu's nature, I'm surprised he didn't force my mother to remarry. Keke, the old general sneeringly laughed. How could he not have? Based on that selfish personality of Gao Tu, how could he not have tried to force your mother to marry Yidong? However, the Yun family isn't that easy to take advantage of. I can endure other things, but I will absolutely never allow the exchange of a woman's lifetime happiness for peace. If we did that, then why would our country still need men? The old general spoke in an extremely angry tone. Furthermore, I had confidence in your parents. Based on their strength, it was impossible for them to lose the war. Who knew that the incident with Prime Minister Mu would happen afterward? Without Prime Minister Mu divulging secret information, your parents would not have died. Yun Luo was a man, and even more so a man of indomitable spirit. Therefore, methods such as using a woman to connect by marriage was something he disdained. In his opinion, countries were to be maintained through brute force, whereas only a coward would sacrifice a woman in exchange for a country's peace. For him, it was impossible for any hot-blooded man to do something like that. Grandfather, Yun Luofeng unhurriedly walked towards the old general and lightly laughed. I've said this before. I will avenge my parents. Those from the Liu Jing kingdom would be first, while Mu Xingqiu would be second. Whereas for the third, it would be the Bai family who protects the Liu Jing kingdom's royal family. Oh right. The old general seemed to have recalled something all of a sudden and spoke while frowning. While you were gone, Mu Shen from the Mu family came to look for you several times. I chased him out with the excuse that you were not at home. Mu Shen, Mu Wushuang's half-brother, the top playboy son of rich parents in the imperial city. Half a year ago, he had been bashed by the Yun family's guards when he tried to make trouble for her on the streets. Later on, she conned him out of 50 million as a medical treatment fee. However, ever since she went into seclusion, she hadn't seen Mu Shen. Exactly why would he come looking for her now? While she was thinking, a servant hurriedly walked over and respectfully reported, General, Miss, the second young master of the Mu family requests to meet you. Hearing the servant's report, Yun Luofeng shrugged her shoulders. We were just talking about him and here he is. Since he's here, then I will meet with him. I want to know why he came looking for me. Chapter 223, Mu Shen, a wolf hidden in the dark. Sunlight poured down and covered every corner of the courtyard. Currently, within the courtyard, Mu Shen was in the process of anxiously pacing back and forth. He was so nervous that he had clenched his hands into a fist, while urgency filled his eyes. All of a sudden, a gorgeous figure was reflected in his eyes, causing him to reveal a stunned look. His heart was even fiercely stunned by this sight. Ever since half a year ago, when this young lady had failed to commit suicide, she seemed to have turned into someone else entirely. Every time she appeared it was as if she had a halo over her, instantly attracting everyone's gaze. Yun Luofeng. As he lightly whispered these three words, Mu Shen's gaze was somewhat complicated. If it wasn't for this young lady, perhaps he would have been unable to carry on his ancestral line in this lifetime. The young lady walked towards Mu Shen and gradually came to a stop. Her eyes contained a wicked yet charming hint of a smile as she languidly raised the corners of her lips. For you to come looking for me, could it be that your body has some problems? Mu Shen's face turned red as he spoke like a subordinate. No. It isn't. I came here to inform you of a matter. I had unintentionally heard a conversation between Mu Wushuang and Mu Xingqiu. They're thinking of framing the incident of the Crown Prince's disappearance on you. I hope that you can make preparations for that. Yun Luofeng devilishly raised her brows and asked while seemingly smiling, yet not smiling, why have you come to inform me of this? Because I. Mu Shen's facial expression was somewhat hesitant, but ultimately, he made up his mind and said, I want to follow you. Give me a reason. Yun Luofeng raised her eyes and stared directly at the youngster standing in front of her. Give me a reason that will completely convince me. Mu Shen's pupils looked down as he tightly clenched his fists. I want to take revenge. To revenge my sister. At that time, when Mu Wushuang was facing charges at the city gates, one of the charges was killing her own half-sister. The sister whom she had killed was Mu Shen's younger sister. All these years, I have never once enjoyed a day in the Mu family. I can only forever serve as a joke for Mu Wushuang's siblings. Mu Shen raised his head and a trace of hatred emerged from his gaze. Miss Yun, I'm sure you're aware that I have been labeled as the top rich playboy son within the imperial city. Do you think that I truly wanted to be this? Only by pretending to be a useless hedonistic son would Mu Wushang's siblings lower the guard against me, so that I could continue being the Mu family's second young master. His hatred was like water gushing from a spring. His eyes were filled with a red blood-stained hate. He was like a wolf concealed within the darkness, such that if someone was just slightly careless, they would have their body torn and bones crushed. The corner of Yun Luofeng's lips raised in an arc. She reckoned that the Mu family would never think that Mu Shen had hidden himself so deeply. All these years, it was the Mu family who had provided for Mu Shen. At the same time, they had turned him into a wolf hidden in the dark, glaring at them like a tiger, watching his prey and preparing to dash forth and bite them. Mu Shen. Yun Luofeng stared deeply at Mu Shen. I will give you a chance to point a blade towards your enemies. Are you willing to grab onto it? Mu Shen's eyes shone and even his breathing became erratic. I'm willing, as long as I can take revenge, I am willing to do anything you ask of me. Within that unfeeling new family, his sister had been his only warmth. Yet, even his last warmth had been personally snatched away by Mu Wushuang. This sort of hatred that had penetrated deep into his bones would only disappear following his enemy's death. Otherwise, it would follow him eternally. Chapter 224, Demanding for Someone. Good, remember the words you've said today. Yun Luofeng's curved lips contained a wicked charming smile and her pair of black eyes were as clear as the pitch-black starry sky. Just then, a grievous shout sounded from outside the main gates. After hearing the familiar voice, Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes and gave an order, Mu Shen, leave from the back gate. Mu Shen stared at her blankly. He also understood that at this moment he couldn't allow people to witness him and Yun Luofeng together. As such, he nodded his head in agreement without any resistance. All right. Take him out through the back gate. Yun Luofeng causally pointed towards a servant maid and only took a step towards the main gate after ordering her to bring Mu Shen out. Outside the main gate, it was bustling with activity. The masses had circled around while incessantly pointing towards the general estate's main gate. Only after spotting the gorgeous young lady that stepped out did they immediately quiet down. Yun Luofeng's eyes scanned the surroundings in a domineering manner, and only after seeing everyone had shut their mouths did her pair of dark eyes gradually turn towards Mu Wushuang. Pu Tong. All of a sudden without any warning, Mu Wushuang knelt before her, and the breathtaking face was no longer graceful but was instead covered with tear stains that made her look pitiful. Why? Did you not kneel enough in front of my parents' graves at that time? Are you thinking of repenting in front of me? It's a pity, regardless of how remorseful you are, I will never forgive you. Yun Luofeng's brows raised slightly while directing a smile that did not seem like a smile towards Mu Wushuang. At this very moment, Mu Wushuang had long sorted Yun Luofeng inside her heart 1,000 times over. However, her facial expression was like a pear stained with teardrops, making one feel tenderness towards her. Yun Luofeng, I'm aware of my mistakes, I truly know my mistakes. I should never have fallen in love with the Crown Prince. However, if it weren't for you being a waste, the Crown Prince would never fall for me. Regardless of whatever resentment you have, you can vent it on me. I only beg you to return the Crown Prince to me. Yun Luofeng crossed her hands over her chest and leaned against the door frame, looking like she was waiting to see a good show. Do you think that a person like the Crown Prince is worth my trouble to kidnap? Mu Wushuang tightly bit her lips as a trace of ruthlessness flashed across her eyes, but her voice was still using a begging tone. The Crown Prince came requesting to be treated, and you said that if he was willing to accompany you a few nights, you would agree to treat his illness. The Crown Prince personally told me this, and to let him recover his spiritual energy, I endured it. However, I didn't expect that he would disappear for several months, so I had no other alternative but to look for you. She did not say that Yun Luofeng had threatened the Crown Prince to make him take her as his wife, but instead that she had coerced the Crown Prince to accompany her a few nights. The difference between these two was, the former fully revealed Yun Luofeng's desire for power, while the latter illustrated her as a slut. To be able to say words like accompanying her for a few nights, if she wasn't a slut then what was she? Yun Luofeng raised the corner of her lips as her figure was languid yet charming. Mu Wushuang, not everyone would be interested in a cheap person like the Crown Prince. To be honest, regardless of his looks or his figure, he's far inferior compared to my Yun Xiao. Would I leave an alluring pastry like Yun Xiao to taste a heap of pig food? Mu Wushuang raised her beautiful eyes in astonishment. This woman dared to associate the Crown Prince with pig food. For men, women were only an accessory. Wasn't there a saying that women were like clothes? However, she had actually used food as a metaphor for men, and used words like sampling. Chapter 225, Heading towards Bamboo House to look at the Crown Prince, 1. Mu Wushuang was unable to believe that this woman was actually that shameless to say these words without being ashamed. Yun Luofeng, you. Mu Wushuang pointed towards Yun Luofeng, can you still be considered an unmarried daughter of a noble house? Yun Luofeng slightly raised her brows. My apologies, I'm only the hedonistic daughter of a wealthy family. Words like an unmarried daughter of a noble house don't suit me. Everyone said that the miss of the Yun family was a hedonistic person. That being the case, she was going to even more thoroughly act like one. Spotting that stoic man walking out from the main gates, Yun Luofeng's lips curved up as she tightly grasped his arms and pushed him towards the wall, before tiptoeing and kissing his ice-cold lips. He stared blankly, but he did not resist her kiss and instead, raised his arms to embrace her body. His cold yet handsome face was shrouded in a faint radiance under the sunlight. It was so beautiful that one was unable to shift the gaze. Looking at these two who were kissing, everyone only felt that it was so beautiful, like a masterpiece that wouldn't make one think of it as obscene. Mu Wushuang's pair of beautiful eyes were wide open and she only managed to prevent a shout by hastily covering her mouth. No matter what, she never thought that Yun Luofeng would kiss a man in a public place with numerous people. Especially if that man was a lowly bodyguard. After their kiss ended, Yun Luofeng released the man in front of her, as her slender long fingers lightly lifted the other party's chin while revealing a wicked smile. Yun Xiao, earlier Mu Wushuang said that I used treating the Crown Prince as a bargaining chip to threaten him to accompany me for a few nights. Do you think that I would have any interest in this person? Yun Xiao slightly furrowed his brow as his unfeeling gaze swept past Mu Wushuang who was kneeling. He's too ugly. He was implying that, based on the Crown Prince's looks, it was impossible for Yun Luofeng to be interested. Mu Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. Originally within the Imperial Palace, you were shooting me meaningful glances, but just because I wasn't willing to spare you a glance, your love turned into hatred. Thus, you started fooling around with Yun Luofeng. I reckon that only she would be willing to degrade herself to sleep with a bodyguard. So what right do you have as a mere bodyguard to insult the Crown Prince? If this was in the past, everyone would believe Mu Wushuang's words without any doubt. However, ever since that day when she had confessed her crimes at the city gates, the masses knew that this young lady who usually seemed graceful and calm wasn't actually so. As such, the masses who were surrounding him only had the attitude of wanting to look at a good show concerning her words. You are also too ugly. Yun Xiao paused for a second before continuing to speak. Both of you are a couple made for each other. You. Mu Wushuang gnashed her teeth in anger. This was the second time that Yun Xiao had insulted her by calling her ugly. How could a woman who had always considered herself as a peerless beauty be able to endure this? Since you think that the Crown Prince's disappearance is unrelated to you, then you too better provide some evidence as proof. Otherwise, I will absolutely never let you off. She unhurriedly stood up from the ground as her hands were tightly grasped into a fist. At this moment, her elegant face revealed a sinister expression. Regardless if the matter of Crown Prince was related to Yun Luofeng or not, she would definitely frame this matter on her. After all, this woman was absolutely unable to come up with any evidence of her innocence. Yun Xiao pondered for a long while before speaking. Regarding his whereabouts, everyone within the 4 countries knows where he is. Mu Wushuang laughed sarcastically. You say that everyone within the 4 countries knows of the Crown Prince's whereabouts, so why are we unaware? If you were going to find an alibi, it should at least be believable. With just one sentence of yours, you want to prove Yun Luofeng's innocence. Chapter 226, Heading towards Bamboo House to look at the Crown Prince, 2. Yun Xiao's unfeeling eyes swept past Mu Wushuang as he spoke expressionlessly. A few days ago, the Bamboo House released news about the Crown Prince of the Longyuan Kingdom prostituting himself there. This news is known to many. Speaking of this, as if he was afraid that no one believed in him, he added another sentence. If you don't believe it, you can head to the Bamboo House to see for yourself. Bang! Asterisk. Yun Xiao's words were like a bolt from the blue that abruptly exploded within the crowd, causing a wave of sensation. The Crown Prince was actually prostituting himself in the Bamboo House. What type of place was it? It was a place for men to satisfy their perverted desires. To think that the Crown Prince had become depraved enough to sell himself into slavery in that place. No, I don't believe you. You're spouting nonsense. The Crown Prince would never prostitute himself to the Bamboo House. Mu Wushuang's body trembled as she angrily walked up, intending to grab Yun Xiao. However, before her hands landed on Yun Xiao's body, his imposing aura suddenly exploded with a boom, causing Mu Wushuang's body to be fiercely flung away. Mu Wushuang's sorry figure fell on the ground and she incessantly puked out fresh blood. Her facial expression was deathly pale as she stared at Yun Luofeng and Yun Xiao with a furious glare. There was no way that she would believe that the Crown Prince would go to that sort of place. Currently, the masses were still stunned by the news, so no one was actually considering how a bodyguard like Yun Xiao could inflict a serious injury on the so-called genius, Mu Wushuang. More importantly, Mu Wushuang couldn't even touch the corner of his robes. Let's go head out to the Bamboo House and look at the Crown Prince. Unaware of who spoke up within the crowd, everyone immediately left, leaving Mu Wushuang lying on the ground alone. Bamboo House was a brothel that had several other outlets throughout the mainland, and the one in the Longyuan Kingdom was located not far from the Imperial City. Currently, in a private room at Bamboo House, moaning sounds that would cause one's heartbeat to increase and face to turn red were heard outside from time to time. Sometimes, the voice was high-pitched or low-pitched, short or long, but one could identify that both of the voices belonged to men. KK, indeed, the taste of the Longyuan Kingdom's Crown Prince is different. Such slender and tender flesh is impossible to forget. Ha ha ha. Within the room, a coarse man was laughing satisfactorily. He crudely pinched Gao Ling's chin, and his narrowed eyes contained a cold glint. It's a pity you've received too many guests. Otherwise, I would actually think of redeeming you. Gao Ling's eyes drooped down as he tightly clenched his fists. After being here for over a month, he had learned how to swallow his anger. If he resisted even a little, what waited for him was a group beating. Furthermore, daytime was considered a period when he could relax. Once it was nighttime, then the nightmare truly began. He would never forget that once the moonlight arrived, Chun Liang would lead several spirit beasts into his room, and this experience was absolute torture. Even if one day he managed to leave this godforsaken place, he would be unable to erase the trauma. Crown Prince, I wonder if you've tried playing something more exciting. Let's try it, shall we? The boorish man heartily laughed. Gao Ling raised his head in fright, and before he had the chance to speak, a whip ruthlessly landed on his body, lacerating his flesh. What do you think you are doing? Anger rose in his heart, causing Gao Ling's emotions to suddenly erupt. He turned around and fiercely grabbed onto the boorish man's hands. He had a malevolent expression as he angrily snarled, I'm warning you, you better not go too far. Chapter 227, Heading towards Bamboo House to look at the Crown Prince, 3. Pa. The brutish man ruthlessly slapped Gao Ling's face, and that slap caused him to see stars in his eyes while his ears buzzed. His throat seemed to contain a mouthful of bloody phlegm, with an extremely concentrated smell of blood. BTCH, since I've spent my money I can play with you however I like. Do you still think you are the Crown Prince? Within Bamboo House, there's no difference between you and those gigolos. Don't give me the proud look, I will not let you off even if you are the Crown Prince. However, if you serve me well, perhaps I might redeem you on a whim. Gigolos. The word was like a needle that ruthlessly pierced Gao Ling's heart. Compared to the pain of his body, the pain in his heart was even deeper. Right now, when he recalled the humiliation that he had suffered these few days, he wished that he could kill someone. He, Gao Ling, was still the crown prince a month ago. Not only did he currently have to play the woman, he actually had to fawn on a group of men in order to survive. He was covered all over with cuts and bruises, and had even abandoned all his arrogance and pride. Why were these people unwilling to let him go? Pa! The brutish man's whip came down and Gao Ling was in so much pain that his whole body trembled. His fingers tightly clenched the bed sheets as his handsome yet pale face showed a malevolent expression. Sooner or later, he would make these people who once humiliated him wish they were dead. Yo Tilda, I didn't expect that Qin Yi's hobby was actually so unusual, that he liked you play this way. Just then, the room door was pushed open as an alluring voice gradually became clear, causing one's body to go soft. For Gao Ling, this voice was similar to a nightmare. His body trembled even more severely as he tightly bit his pale lips. Fear was apparent within him and he did not even have the courage to lift his head. Chun Liang, I was just getting in the mood. Why are you here to disturb me? The boorish man furrowed his brow as his dissatisfaction was apparent in his voice. Chun Liang giggled as she spoke while covering her lips. Qin Yi, it is because many people know that the crown prince of the Longyuan kingdom is receiving patrons here at Bamboo House. They have rushed here especially to look at him. Obviously, I can't let them be disappointed, so I could only come and disturb you. If you like, I can gift him to you for a few nights so that you can have more fun with him. Hearing Chun Liang's words, Gao Ling's body trembled as his expression became more and more appalled. No. He couldn't be seen by those people. Otherwise, if it was spread into the Longyuan kingdom, not only would he lose his face, he would even lose the title of crown prince. Qin Yi heartily laughed. Then I'll have to thank you. Chun Liang, you can take him away right now, but don't forget the matter you promised me. Chun Liang cast Qin Yi a seductive glance. Rest assured, when have I ever gone back on my promises? I shall wash him clean and send him over tonight. After speaking, Chun Liang's gaze turned towards Gao Ling as she alluringly laughed. Gao Ling, do you want to walk yourself or I shall drag you there? Gao Ling's body trembled as he bit his lips. He suppressed his internal embarrassment and begged, can I wear my clothes? TSK, for a merchandise like you, you'll only look dog-like even if you wear your clothes, so there's no need for that. Oh right, I'd like to remind you that the people who came here to look this time round can be considered as your neighbors. Therefore, I want you to reveal your body in front of them and let them look at your scars. Chapter 228, Worst Scum Among Scums, 1. Bamboo House. Within the luxurious hall, nervousness was apparent within Niu Wushuang's gaze, as her hands placed beside her legs were unconsciously clenched. Although she did not believe that the crown prince would get caught within the Bamboo House, ultimately she still came. Her purpose was to allow her to put her mind at rest. However, the moment a handsome young man covered with injuries all over his body walked out from the hall, her heart thoroughly crumbled as she hastily reached out her hands to cover her mouth. By doing so, she was able to prevent herself from uncontrollably screaming out. No. It's not possible. How could this be? Why would the crown prince sell his body within the Bamboo House? This must be a scheme by Yun Luofeng, the cheap woman. I will never forgive that woman Yun Luofeng. Everyone, Chun Liang delicately chuckled, the man you all wanted to see has arrived. At this time, please don't forget to make your payment. It isn't that easy to look at people within my Bamboo House. What's more, this is the crown prince of Longyuan kingdom. With Chun Liang's devious personality, how could she not take the opportunity and earn a sum? It's the crown prince, it truly is him. I didn't think that the respectable crown prince would become depraved to this extent, to be selling his body here. TSK, I have to say that this crown prince sure has a tender and soft skin. Looking at him, I can't help but think of buying him for a night. Hearing these soft obscene voices, from the beginning Gao Ling had his head held low, not daring to look at these people. If it wasn't for the fact that he did not have the courage to commit suicide, he would have long ago banged his head until he died, instead of getting humiliated by others here. You're spouting nonsense. All of a sudden, a furious voice sounded. After this voice had entered his ears, Gao Ling's body became even stiffer as he wished he could hide his head underground. The crown prince isn't such a person. He must have been forced by this woman from Bamboo House. Niu Wushuang tightly clenched her teeth, while her sharp sword-like gaze fiercely shot towards Chun Liang. You've committed a felony by forcing the crown prince of Longyuan kingdom to sell himself. Chun Liang giggled delicately as she spoke in a flirtatious manner. This young sister, you've truly wrongly accused me. My Bamboo House has always been a place of fair exchange. With one willing to sell, and us willing to buy, our house offers sincere treatment to all, and fair trade to old and young alike. So, you could question this fellow whether he was forced. When she spoke of this, Chun Liang's hands ruthlessly pinched Gao Ling's thighs, with her fair white jade fingertips making contact with the youngster's snow-white skin. Thinking back on his nightmares these few days, Gao Ling's entire body trembled as he spoke. It was my choice and I was willing. It was a surprising turn of events and Niu Wushuang trembled as she took 2 steps backward. Tears stained her beautiful pair of eyes, not daring to believe the youngster who had his head down. I don't believe you, I won't believe it. You would never do such a thing, these people must have forced you. Rest assured, I shall immediately return and bring reinforcements to save you. Niu Wushuang tightly bit her lips, thinking of leaving after she turned. However, before she managed to even take a few steps, she had been blocked by a few burly men. What do you think you are doing? A raging fury was stifled within Niu Wushuang's chest as she coldly questioned. Just when she finished questioning him, a laugh could be heard from behind her. It looks like this lady is a former acquaintance of Longyuan Kingdom's crown prince. Since you're so desperate to save him, how about replacing him for a few nights? As such, I will let him go. How about it? Gao Ling's eyes lighted up as he hurriedly looked at Niu Wushuang. A trace of radiance appeared in his originally dull grey eyes. Chapter 229, Worst Scum Among Scums, 2. That's right, he indeed loved Mu Wushuang, but the person he loved more was himself. As long as he could escape this nest of devils, so what if he sacrificed one Mu Wushuang? Furthermore, the people that originally kidnapped him here said before that he had delusionally thought of snatching the Ghost Emperor's woman, which led to him suffering all these tortures. The only woman he loved deeply was Mu Wushuang. As such, the woman that the Ghost Emperor had taken a liking to would definitely be Mu Wushuang. Therefore, it wasn't wrong of him to use her to offset the torture he was receiving. Who asked the Ghost Emperor to send him here? It's a pity that Gao Ling did not know that the Ghost Emperor's woman wasn't Mu Wushuang, but instead Yun Luofeng. What did you say? Mu Wushuang unbelievingly turned towards Chun Liang as her face turned ashen. You actually dared to ask me to receive patrons. Chun Liang covered her lips while laughing, and her voice would cause one's body to go soft. Don't you love him that much and want to save him? If both of you are truly in love, why don't you be his replacement for a few nights? The patrons of the Bamboo House are bisexual and go both ways. You'll definitely be able to sell for a good price. You. Mu Wushuang was angered to the point that her chest heaved up and down, while a trace of viciousness flashed past her beautiful eyes. However, before she finished speaking, she had been interrupted by an anxious voice. Wushuang, you must save me. Only you can save me now. Mu Wushuang's body trembled as she used a despairing gaze to look at Gao Ling, with pain and suffering filling her eyes. Crown Prince, you want me to be your replacement. Do you know what it means for a woman to lose her purity? Rest assured, Wushuang, as long as you save me, I will definitely take you in as my wife and not let you down. Gao Ling hastily spoke. Mu Wushuang laughed. Her laughter was wretched and miserable, and the pain in her beautiful eyes was even worse. Even her gorgeous face turned ashen. This was the man who once repeatedly said he loved her. Right now, he actually wanted to push her into this devil's nest to save himself. Moreover, saying that he'll take her as his wife in the future. Funny, it's truly funny. If she truly lost her purity, how would this man possibly still take her as his wife? Perhaps he might immediately reject her and refuse to recognize her after he left this place. Are you done discussing? Evidently, Chun Liang was somewhat irritated as she raised her eyebrows. Exactly who will stay? Chun Liang, we've finished discussing. Gao Ling did not give Mu Wushuang an opportunity to reject as he spoke hastily. She's willing to replace me for a few nights, she just hopes that you'll release me. Looking at Gao Ling's wretched look, the corner of Mu Wushuang's lips curved into a disdainful smile. This was exactly how men were. In order to defend themselves, they wouldn't hesitate to gift out their own woman, even if they were made a cuckold. Alright, since you've discussed, then you're not required to serve customers these few days. Whereas whether to let you off, it'll depend on my mood. Chun Liang smiled flirtatiously. Men, drag this lady down to wash, she shall start receiving patrons tonight. Mu Wushuang's eyes were downcast as her long eyelashes covered the hatred within her eyes. Yun Luofeng, if it wasn't for you revealing Gao Ling's location, I would never have headed towards Bamboo House and landed in these people's hands. Therefore, one day, I will also let you have a taste of living while hoping you're dead. Also, Gao Ling, such a coward like you isn't fit to be called a man. Even brutes know to protect their own woman, but you are worse than a brute. Chapter 230, A Sly Man's Lofty Aspirations, 1. When Chun Liang walked past Gao Ling, she slightly stopped for a moment as a sneering smile appeared on her luring face. Gao Ling, I've seen numerous men in my lifetime but I've never seen someone who's a worse scum than you. From the start, if you were resolutely unwilling to exchange your freedom for hers, perhaps I might have been touched and released both of you. It's a pity, but you've truly made me disappointed. After throwing out these words, Chun Liang swung her bewitching snake-like waist and walked towards the room. Even though she did not spare him another glance, she knew how unsightly his face was at this moment. Wushuang, I'm sorry. Gao Ling tightly clenched his fists as he looked straight at Mu Wushuang, with remorse filling his eyes. Rest assured, after leaving here, I will never abandon you, but instead treat you well. Mu Wushuang laughed coldly deep down within. Wouldn't abandon her. This man only knew how to say nice words, but from now on, she would no longer trust any words of his. Although those were her internal thoughts, she did not reveal it on her face. She only used a pair of suffering eyes to stare at Gao Ling. Crown Prince, I know that you have your own predicament. As long as you are willing to marry me, I will not blame you. Won't blame him. How was that possible? The current her was still required to rely on the royal family, thus she wouldn't break off their relations. After she had sufficient power, regardless of Yun Luofeng or Gao Ling, she would never let anyone off. Wushuang, thank you for understanding me. Gao Ling was touched. You can rest assured that I will never abandon you. I will even love you more than before. A bitter and astringent smile hung on Mu Wushuang's face. The moment when she was pressed down by the group of robust men, she couldn't help but turn to look at Gao Ling. That glance of hers was filled with reluctance, causing Gao Ling to feel heartache. Wushuang, humans are selfish. I do not wish to stay here forever, so I can only sacrifice you. Luckily you are sensible and can understand me. If it was Yun Luofeng that trash, she would definitely ignore my life or death. Complicated feelings filled Gao Ling's eyes. However, you are too outstanding. So outstanding that even the Ghost Emperor took a liking to you. Otherwise, I would never have suffered all these tortures. Fortunately, the one you love is still me, and this has also indirectly proved that I am better than him. In Gao Ling's subjective view, the woman that the Ghost Emperor had taken a liking to must be Mu Wushuang, but the person she loved was him. Didn't that prove that he was superior to the Ghost Emperor? As such, the Ghost Emperor flew into a rage out of humiliation and punished him. The corner of Gao Ling's lips couldn't help but form a smile. Ghost Emperor, regardless of how powerful you are, the woman you love is deeply in love with me. Furthermore, you think that selling me into Bamboo House is punishing me, but you would never have imagined that I would drag down the woman you love. This is the price of you harming me. Contrary to what one might expect, the fourth prince's estate was extremely different from the crown prince's. The fourth prince's estate wasn't luxurious or elegant but instead seemed particularly serene, with high mountains and flowing streams, resulting in a pleasant atmosphere that made one comfortable. Yun Luofeng could see the man seated within the pavilion from afar as her eyes narrowed slightly. Evidently, the man within the pavilion sensed her appearance and slightly lifted his handsome face while giving her a gentle smile. However, regardless of how gentle his smile was, the craftiness within his eyes had sold him out. "You're here," the man raised the corner of his lips as he asked warmly. Chapter 231, A Sly Man's Lofty Aspirations 2. Yun Luofeng stopped in her tracks as she lightly raised her gaze to stare at the handsome man seated in the pavilion. "Why have you asked for me?" The fourth prince of Longyuan Kingdom, Gao Xiaochen, seemed gentle like jade on the surface, but in actual fact was as crafty as a fox. Such a man radiated danger in all aspects, making him impossible to fathom. Gao Xiaochen slightly narrowed his pair of fox-like eyes as his lips were raised in an elegant arc. "Obviously because I have important things to discuss with you." "What important matters?" Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows in a devilish manner and asked as she tilted her head to one side and shot a glance at Gao Xiaochen. Gao Xiaochen elegantly raised the teacup between his fingers and took a sip. From beginning to end, there was a harmonious smile hanging on his gentle face. "I wish to work together with you." Gao Xiaochen stopped for a moment before he continued. "I know you hate Gao Ling and Mu Wushuang. As long as we both work together, I will provide you with the opportunity to trample them beneath your feet." Yun Luofeng shot a glance at Gao Xiaochen with a slight smile. "You are wrong. I do not hate Gao Ling and Mu Wushuang. Both of them aren't worthy of my hatred. There was only one person she hated, and that person was the one who threw Yun Xiao into the forest of no return 10 years ago. Other than that, other people weren't worthy of her hatred." Gao Xiaochen lightly chuckled as his slightly narrowed fox-like eyes revealed a deceitful glimmer. "Then you don't wish to be a person above all others. I believe that as long as we work together, this entire Longyuan Kingdom would be ours." "I'm sorry, there's something you are mistaken about. The whole world I want isn't just the Longyuan Kingdom, but the entire continent." The young lady looked up, as a trace of arrogance was exposed from her untamable pair of eyes. What she had wanted all along wasn't the Longyuan Kingdom, but this entire continent. Looking towards this domineering white-robed young lady, the hand that Gao Xiaochen used to grasp the teacup slightly trembled, and the interest within his narrowed fox-like eyes became increasingly concentrated. It was as if there was a flame raging within. "Xiao Feng'er, the more you act like that, the more I am interested in you. I believe that we are a match made in heaven. If we work together, no one else's conspiracy could ever beat us." "Indeed. If Yun Luofeng and Gao Xiaochen worked together, there's no doubt that no crafty plots could get past them." However, in regards to Yun Luofeng, she preferred the simple and wholehearted Yun Xiao instead of the cunning Gao Xiaochen. When she was with Yun Xiao, she could be completely relaxed in her entire being. However, while facing Gao Xiaochen, she felt that if she was slightly careless she would fall into his trap. Such a man who only knew how to make use of things that were beneficial for himself, if something wasn't useful for him, he would definitely kick it away. "I feel that." Yun Luofeng slightly paused for a moment before smiling devilishly. "It'll be better if you conspire alone. I do not have the interest to accompany you." Hearing the young lady's words, Gao Xiaochen did not get angry but instead revealed a gentle smile towards her. His fox-like eyes that seemed to emit electricity stared directly at Yun Luofeng. Rumors say that the miss of the Yun family loves to take liberties with handsome men the most. With such a handsome man like me in front of you, why aren't you teasing me? If you are willing, I will definitely accompany you until the end. Yun Luofeng lightly rubbed her chin as she sized up Gao Xiaochen while smiling. "Handsome man, I'm sorry, but I do not see in what way you are handsome." Gao Xiaochen was indeed handsome, but unfortunately, with a top-grade product like Yun Xiao beside her, how could other men catch her eye? Chapter 232, The Force Behind Mu Wushuang 1. Gao Xiaochen's face turned black as he stood up in the pavilion and gradually walked towards Yun Luofeng. "Xiao Feng'er, you've really made me heartbroken by speaking this way." A gentle smile hung on Gao Xiaochen's lips. "You are even willing to tease a bodyguard, so why are you unwilling towards me? If you want, I can wash up and wait for you within the room." His speech was filled with a flirtatious intent that caused Yun Luofeng's eyes to suddenly turn solemn and a cold glint flashed through her pitch-black eyes. So what if he's a bodyguard? Even if Yun Xiao's a bodyguard, at least he's one that belongs solely to me. However, who knows how many women you've had before? Do you honestly think that I would be interested in someone from the royal family? Gao Xiaochen smiled and once again took a few steps towards Yun Luofeng. "But don't you think that both of us are more compatible? Previously you had your engagement with Crown Prince broken off, so if you get married to me now, it'll definitely be a ruthless slap towards him. Also, I understand that both of us aren't people who easily fall in love, therefore a marriage would only be a transaction." Seeing that Gao Xiaochen kept approaching her, Yun Luofeng frowned as arrogance and dominance radiated from her eyes. "If you dare to move forward another step, I won't mind crippling your legs." Gao Xiaochen's facial expression stiffened, and he stopped in his tracks. He narrowed his eyes while staring directly at Yun Luofeng. "Xiao Feng'er, this seems to only be our third meeting, but did I do something to cause you to loathe me that much?" This was something Gao Xiaochen was unable to understand regardless how he tried to think. In any case, he was still the fourth prince of Longyuan Kingdom and there were numerous women willing to marry him. She was the only one who had regarded him as a poisonous scorpion. Was he that scary? "I'm just not used to you being too close to me." Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and continued. "You asked me over today on the pretext of having something to tell me regarding Mu Wushuang. Perhaps this was the true motive of yours by asking me here." Gao Xiaochun swept a glance towards Yun Luofeng while a gentle smile was still hung on his handsome face, seemingly not taking to heart the words she said earlier. I only wanted to inform you that Mu Wushuang's identity isn't as simple as you think. However, I'm unaware of the specifics and perhaps even Mu Wushuang isn't clear herself. It's only the Emperor who knows of it. Yun Luofeng's heart sank. She had long guessed that the reason why Gao Tu had sided with the Prime Minister wasn't just because of noble consort Wu. However, she never thought that it was Mu Wushuang whose identity wasn't simple. Simply put, she did not know to what degree her identity was not simple. Xiao Feng'er, I called you here to tell you all this and to warn you. If you want to deal with Mu Wushuang, you must uproot the forces behind her, otherwise, it will cause no end of trouble. Gao Xiaochun gently smiled. Of course, if you marry me and assist me to the throne, there's a sect behind the royal family to support you. As such, the forces behind Mu Wushuang would not act blindly without thinking. Yun Luofeng raised her pair of black eyes and smiled devilishly. Regardless of what background Mu Wushuang has, Yun Luofeng will never cower. Furthermore, I have never been someone who is willing to share my man with other women. What I want is a husband who is mine alone for a lifetime. Just by the numerous concubines you have in your harem, you do not have the right to say these things to me. Gao Xiaochun slightly narrowed his eyes. You are truly unwilling to consider it. As a child of the royal family, Gao Xiaochun had been influenced since childhood that men should have numerous concubines. Therefore, as he transitioned into adulthood, he had naturally taken in a few rooms of concubines. Chapter 233, The Force Behind Mu Wushuang 2. However, right now, he had heard this sentence of, a husband who is mine alone for a lifetime, from a woman. Mine alone for a lifetime. Haha, that's ridiculous. How many men in this world would be willing to only have one wife? Especially if they were born within the royal family. Even if he didn't have the intention to take in concubines, there would still be numerous people who would gift him the daughters. In such an environment, how could he not be influenced? If you're finished, then it's time for me to leave. My Yun Xiao is still waiting for me at home. The young lady smiled languidly as her eyes swept past Gao Xiaochun's handsome face. After which, she turned and left under the man's attentive gaze. Seeing this young lady's figure leaving, Gao Xiaochun wanted to extend his hands to grab her but then withdrew upon realizing what he was doing. His pair of fox-like eyes stared at the sight of her leaving while his eyes were slightly flickering. Xiao Feng'er, the more you reject me, the more I am interested. However, towards a little girl like you, I still can't be too straightforward or else I will scare you away. If that's the case, where would I be able to find another you? From the beginning, Gao Xiaochun never once thought of disbanding his harem, because to him, it was a normal thing for a man to have many wives. As long as Yun Luofeng accepted him, then everything wouldn't be a problem. The general estate's backyard. From afar, Yun Luofeng had spotted the black-robed man standing under the tree. Her footsteps gradually stopped as her pair of black eyes fell on the man's handsome and heroic face and a devilishly charming smile appeared on her gorgeous face. Yun Xiao, what are you doing here? Waiting for you. Just these simple words had expressed his endless yearning. Although this man would never express his feelings, he was truthful without any intent to hide things or deceive her. Yun Xiao, in the future, you don't have to wait for me here. No matter what I'm heading out for, I will bring you along. Yun Luofeng raised her head and stared at his handsome face. However, if I don't let you take action, it means that I want to personally teach them a lesson. Therefore at those times, you don't have to stick up for me. Okay. Yun Xiao slightly nodded and his voice was hoarse yet magnetic. It was as if there was a feather that lightly brushed past Yun Luofeng's heart, causing her to feel itchy and unbearable. She slightly narrowed her eyes and forcefully pressed Yun Xiao to the tree while tiptoeing to kiss the man's ice-cold lips. Feeling an uprising internal heat, Yun Luofeng's hands fiercely grabbed onto his lapels and with a pull, she had torn his clothes fabric, revealing a sexy chest. Putong. Not far away, Qin Yuan, who was hiding in the dark, nearly fell on the ground as he hurriedly stabilized his posture. His entire being seemed to be struck by lightning, causing him to be in disarray. Oh god, his master was actually forcefully held down. My master's woman is truly a wild tyrant that will cause the world to explode. She's too formidable. In this world, I reckon only she could forcefully push down master. The young lady's fingertips slightly brushed his chest, and it was as if an electric current flowed through them, causing his body to tremble slightly. Perhaps Yun Luofeng's teasing had gone over the top, causing a raging heat to rise from the bottom of his heart. As he raised his hands and pulled, he had managed to hold her body tightly against his chest. Chapter 234, The Force Behind Mu Wushuang 3. Feeling the young lady's body temperature, Yun Xiao no longer restrained himself as he extended his hands to push her against the tree. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes slightly, as the corner of her lips curved up seductively. Compared to being pressed down, I prefer pushing you down. Her pair of black eyes emitted a flirtatious radiance, and the smile on her face was devilishly charming, so beautiful that it caused one's heart to shiver. Miss. King Yin ran over hurriedly, but who knew that the moment she reached the backyard, she would witness both of them whose clothes were untidy. She was momentarily stunned before she quickly covered both her eyes. Your servant did not witness anything, both of you can continue. After saying that, she hastily turned as she thought of leaving. However, after talking a few steps, she seemed to have recalled something as she once again came to Yun Luofeng. Miss, your servant came to inform you that Mu Wushuang is also prostituting herself at the bamboo house. The entire Longyuan kingdom is aware of this, so your servant wanted to tell you this to make you happy. Alright then, I shall not disturb either of you anymore. After saying this, King Yin didn't say another word as she covered her eyes and hastily ran in the direction of the front yard. From the start, she had already sensed that the relationship between her miss and Yun Xiao wasn't normal, it was just that she never thought they had truly progressed to such a stage. This wouldn't do, she must definitely inform the general of this news and at the same time, let him be happy. Yun Xiao, how long are you intending to push me down? Yun Luofeng's line of sight retracted from King Yin's back view while she devilishly raised her eyebrows and questioned. Yun Xiao gradually released the young lady between his arms while his emotionless black eyes swept a glance towards King Yin. A trace of an undetectable glimmer flickered within his eyes. Yun Xiao, was the incident with Mu Wushuang orchestrated by you? The young lady's voice caused Yun Xiao to recover as his black eyes turned towards Yun Luofeng. She asked for it. If it wasn't for Mu Wushuang and Gao Ling occasionally humiliating Yun Luofeng, perhaps he wouldn't have been so ruthless. Yun Xiao, I feel that in a while, my grandfather will ask me over to question me. Let me think of how I should deal with him first. Since that young girl King Yin had witnessed this scene, it would definitely be spread to her grandfather's ears. Therefore, she had to prepare to deal with him. Although she had teased Yun Xiao before in public places with numerous people, her grandfather would only think that she had purposely put on an act in that scenario. However, now that King Yin had chanced upon him accidentally, the nature of her teasing would be viewed differently. Needless to say, just as she had expected, Yun Luo had sent someone to call her into the study room. Originally Yun Luofeng had intended to confront him alone, but Yun Xiao had unyieldingly followed beside her. Just when Yun Luofeng wanted him to stay behind, he only spoke a sentence. You've said before that in the future, you will not make me wait for you here. Regardless of what you do, you would bring me. With just this sentence, he had caused all the objections that Yun Luofeng had prepared to disappear. Although this man was usually obedient, occasionally he was as stubborn as a bull and wouldn't listen to anyone's words. Therefore, Yun Xiao ultimately followed Yun Luofeng into the study room. Within the room, the general had on a straight face as he glanced towards both of them entering the room. His aged facial expression was so solemn that it seemed somewhat scary. Speak, what's going on between the both of you? He cleared his throat and questioned strictly. Yun Xiao tightly grasped Yun Luofeng's hand as his grim eyebrows were slightly furrowed. This matter. Chapter 235. You don't want to take responsibility. I didn't ask you. The one I'm asking is Yun Luofeng, the darn girl. The old general coldly snorted and spoke unhappily. If it was someone else who dared to speak in such a manner towards Yun Xiao, he would have long made them into a corpse. However, this old general was Yun Luofeng's family, and he was unable to get angry towards her family members. Even so, Yun Xiao took a step forward and shielded Yun Luofeng's body behind his, as if he was afraid that the old general would harm her in his fury. What do you want me to say? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. After all, you've already seen it all, so what more can I say? You. The old general was so angry that his face turned ashen. You darn girl, I haven't been disciplining you these few years and you've truly become more and more unruly. You have taken liberties with him, yet you don't want to take responsibility. Is my granddaughter a woman that doesn't bear responsibility for taking advantage of others? If you do not take responsibility for him, this old general shall not recognize you as being from the Yun family from now on. Yun Luofeng threw a sideways glance towards the old general who was raging and replied. I'm still young. Her words implied that she was still young and didn't want to get married so early. You darn girl, your mother married your father when she was 15 and you'll be 15 in another month's time. You dare to say you're still young. Your parents were such responsible people, but why did they give birth to a daughter that doesn't take responsibility for taking liberties with others? The old general was nearly angered to the point of spitting blood. If it weren't for King Yin coincidentally chancing upon this scene, he reckoned that this girl would continue being irresponsible. Have you finished speaking? I'm tired. Yun Xiao, let's take a rest. Yun Luofeng yawned languidly. Currently, to her, it wasn't the time to get married. She would only consider these things after avenging her parents. How could she peacefully enjoy her life when the Mu family had yet received their punishment? The old general restrained his anger as he spoke with an ashen face. You darn girl, Yun Xiao is an excellent child. I liked him from the moment I saw him, and since you've already acted like a beast towards him, do you still not want to take responsibility? Like a beast. The corner of Yun Luofeng's lips twitched for a moment. So was it that within her grandfather's heart, she was acting like a beast that didn't have any commitment after mating. The old general snorted and no longer paid attention to Yun Luofeng as his gaze turned towards Yun Xiao. Xiao, rest assured. I will definitely make the decisions for you regarding this matter. Oh, right, where can I find your family members? I'll find another day to discuss the marriage with them. Yun Luofeng glanced at Yun Xiao and replied for him. He's an orphan without family members. Is that so? Hearing her words, the gaze the old general shot towards Yun Xiao contained a trace of pity. Then you're quite a pitiful child. Since you're currently called Yun, then the Yun family shall be your family members in the future. Therefore, you are no longer an orphan. From the start, Yun Xiao's face did not show any expression as his pair of pitch black eyes were cold as always. However, no one knew that when the old general had spoken these words, a huge wave was already set off in his heart. All right. After a while, he raised his head and stared at the old man's concerned face and spoke this word in a hoarse voice. Take a look at how obedient Xiao is. The old general shot a glance at Yun Luofeng and snorted. Not like you, who only knows how to make me angry every day. Xiao, this child is pretty good and knows how to protect you. But as a result, not only did you act lustfully towards him, you don't even want to take responsibility for it. Chapter 236, Sharing a Bed 1. Not taking responsibility. Yun Luofeng touched the tip of her nose and questioned in a soft voice. Am I truly acting like a beast? You only understand that now. The old general glanced at her disdainfully. That expression was as if she was so stupid to only realize she was acting like a beast at this moment. If Yun Luofeng truly did forcefully push down Yun Xiao, then she would still admit whatever the old general said. However, nothing had really happened between them, so where did her not taking responsibility come from? Of course, she understood that even if she explained herself to the old general, he would never believe her. As such, she might as well skip the explanations as she slightly narrowed her eyes while speaking. Grandfather, this is a matter between Yunxiu and me. You don't have to care about it. Darn girl, your grandfather is doing this for your own good. The old general looked at Yun Luofeng. Yunxiu, this child is stronger than Gao Ling in every aspect. With just his strength, no one within this Longyuan kingdom is his opponent. However, he was perfectly content to follow alongside you. Don't you understand why? From this sentence, one could see that the old general was very satisfied with Yunxiu, and thought that he was much better than Gao Ling. That scum. Are you feeling too idle these few days? A devilish radiance could be seen from Yun Luofeng's slightly narrowed eyes. If you were so unoccupied recently, you could head down to the underground training floor to assist second uncle. Hearing this, the old general was instantly silenced. It wasn't easy for him to live a serene life in his later years, so how could he be willing to continue working hard? Having the younger generation deal with the matters of the Yun family was sufficient, and he only wanted to drink tea and chat, while living a leisurely life. You darn girl, at the very least, I'm still your grandfather. You actually dare to threaten me. The old general's voice became increasingly soft, seemingly afraid that he would be sent to train the corps by his very own granddaughter. You're still aware that you are my grandfather. If a stranger witnessed this, they would think that Yunxiu was your grandson while I was someone whom you picked up from the streets. Yun Luofeng raised the corner of her lips as she spoke in a devilish tone. Although she said that, but she was not truly angry. After all, her grandfather liking Yunxiu was a good thing, as from the very start, she had been afraid that her grandfather would not accept him. Your grandfather has always sided with logic and not my own flesh. The old general stretched his neck while saying this in a tough manner. Of course, if the one Yun Luofeng's facing was Mu Wushuang or even people from the royal family, even if his granddaughter was the one in wrong, he would still recognize her as in the right. If someone dared to badmouth his granddaughter, he would surely wipe out their entire family. However, with matters regarding feelings, it's inevitable that he would side with logic and not his family members. Who asked his own granddaughter to have taken advantage of others but leave after she had eaten them whole? Not only that, she didn't want to take responsibility. How could he stand for that? He absolutely wouldn't permit such things to happen. I will personally settle this matter. If you are too idle, I will send you to the underground training place to train the corps together with second uncle. Yun Luofeng raised the corner of her lips. So do you choose to drink tea and enjoy fruit or to look after the corps? Fruit? What fruit? Spirit fruit. These two words instantly caused the old general's eyes to brighten up. He coughed dryly twice and his gaze turned toward Yunxiu while chuckling. Ah Xiu, this granddaughter of mine is truly unruly. As her grandfather, I am unable to control her decision, but I will support you to seize her. If my granddaughter were to get married, her only partner would only be you and I will not accept others. What a joke. With Yunxiu such a powerful and obedient man beside her, how could others be compared with him? If his own granddaughter were to abandon Yunxiu, he would be the first to disagree. Chapter 237, Sharing a Bed 2. Grandfather. Yun Luofeng's expression sank. Do I really look like someone who is ungrateful? Furthermore, the type that takes advantage of someone but shrugs off responsibility. This. The old general cleared his throat as he dryly coughed twice. Even if he did not speak, his expression had clearly expressed that she was this type of person. Noticing that Yun Luofeng's expression was turning solemn, he laughed evasively. This old man will not hinder you from having a talk. Ha ha. In order not to head down to the underground training location to train the corps, for his spirit fruit, he could only apologize to Yunxiu. Thinking here, the old general hastily escaped towards the door. When he reached the door, he suddenly recalled something and reminded, girl, don't forget about my spirit fruit. After speaking, he no longer stayed and escaped hurriedly. The entire study room soon recovered its silence. It was so quiet that both of their breathing could be felt clearly. Yunxiu, did you do it on purpose? Yun Luofeng raised the corner of her lips and drew near him 2 steps. You purposely allowed King Yun to witness that scene. With Yunxiu's capabilities, he could even sense it even if an ant had appeared within 100 miles. However, regarding King Yun charging in, he did not inform her. Furthermore, she had carelessly withdrawn her conscience, thus not realizing the other party's arrival. Yunxiu honestly nodded his head and admitted to her words. Yunxiu, Yun Luofeng smiled. Her smile was extremely beautiful yet full of a dangerous aura. When did you become so scheming? Yunxiu's expression instantly tightened. You're angry. Do I look like someone who would get angry that easily? Yun Luofeng's smile became increasingly devilish. Yunxiu and Gao Xiaochun weren't the same. Gao Xiaochun was scheming in all aspects, and while she was in contact with him, he made her feel as if she had to watch her back. Whereas for Yunxiu, he would never harm her regardless of what he did. It was also this that caused her to forgive his actions today. Although I'm not angry with you, I'm still going to punish you with regards to your actions today. Yun Luofeng slightly narrowed her eyes as her pair of devilish charming eyes contained a dangerous glint. From today onwards, you shall sleep with me on a bed. However, you are not allowed to touch me. Yunxiu's facial expression slightly stiffened. Every time as long as he approached Yun Luofeng, a fiery impulse would gush forth within his heart. Not to say if he were to sleep on a bed with her. It was fine if it was just sharing a bed. However, he wasn't allowed to touch her. For a perfectly normal man, what sort of ordeal was this? However, Yunxiu ultimately nodded in agreement. All right. He was unable to reject any of her requests. After Yun Luofeng left the study room, she found a quiet place and sat cross-legged, allowing her consciousness to enter the God Code world space. Seeing Yun Luofeng appearing out of thin air within the space, Xiao Mo's mouth twitched as his eyes were filled with resentment. Master, exactly when will you have a dual cultivation with Yunxiu? Yun Luofeng swept him a glance without speaking, as she bent down to gather the spirit medicine growing in the medicinal field. Master, now that your abilities are so outstanding, there will definitely be more admirers in the future. Yun Xiao only wants to marry you, therefore he purposely allowed King Yin to witness both of you, which is pardonable of him. Who told you to shirk your responsibility after having taken advantage of him? Chapter 238, Sharing a Bed, 3. Seeing Yun Luofeng ignoring him, he continued to jabber on and on. Master, are you really going to be that type of carnal person that doesn't take responsibility for their actions? The hand which Yun Luofeng tightly grabbed the spiritual medicine slightly trembled, while her devilish pair of eyes swept past Xiao Mo's tender complexion as she spoke. My grandfather is unaware of my progress with him, but how could you not be aware? I haven't even taken off his clothes, so where did this idea of me not taking responsibility come from? Xiao Mo lightly caressed his jaw. Indeed, you did not take off his clothes, but you've torn them before. Yun Luofeng's eyebrows suddenly twitched as she gradually spoke after taking a deep breath. Xiao Mo, I do indeed have good feelings towards Yun Xiao, and I do not dislike his approach. I feel safe with him alongside me. Although he tricked me once today, I understand that he would never deceive me or harm me. This man would rather abandon the whole world than let her go. How could she not feel anything from this? Furthermore, with the matter of today, if he had denied it, she reckoned that she would choose to believe in him. Yet, he would rather take the chance of her getting angry and had admitted to his actions. Who else is more trustworthy, compared to a man who does not even know how to lie? However, Xiao Mo, are you clear of my situation within Huachia? Yun Luofeng turned and looked at Xiao Mo. In my past life, I personally witnessed my parents getting killed and falling into a pool of blood. Furthermore, the people who harmed my parents not only took away my family's property, but they even got away with their crimes, whereas I was sent to an orphanage. I would never have escaped from this trauma if it weren't for meeting my benefactor. Xiao Mo was startled by this as he turned silent. He had met Yun Luofeng at Huachia College, but he was unaware of what she had experienced before that. Right now, not only am I able to live another life, I have come to have beloved family members. How could I be willing to let my family members suffer or get bullied? Even though she had frequently talked back to the old general, he was the closest family member she had in this world. Therefore, she would definitely take revenge and settle the debt for this body's parents. Only by doing so would the old general be able to escape from the past hatred. Master, if you want to take revenge, then all the more you should have jewel cultivation with Yun Xiao. By doing so, your strength would break through even faster, Xiao Mo said and then tightly closed his lips. Yun Luofeng shook her head. By relying on my own efforts, I can also avenge my parents. Xiao Mo, I have always seen the matter between male and female as a good thing, not a condition that can raise my own strength. Indeed, I have good feelings towards Yun Xiao, and I do not resist his touch. But this does not mean that I am willing to hand myself over to him right now. Xiao Mo opened his mouth intending to say something, but the words that had reached his mouth were swallowed by him while a complicated gaze was contained in his eyes. Master, even though I want for you and Yun Xiao to dual cultivate, right now I'm willing to respect your decision. With his master's personality, she would never roll on a bed with a man just in order to have dual cultivation with him. Only by waiting for her to completely fall in love with this man, would she be willing to give herself entirely to him. Isn't a master like this a person he should admire? Within this mainland where the strongest are respected, how many people can follow their original heart without being influenced by obtaining power, thus dual cultivating with others? Master, I believe that the day when you and Yun Xiao dual cultivate isn't far off. Xiao Mo laughed and revealed his two cute tiger teeth. His pair of eyes were as bright as the night stars, shining with a bright radiance. According to Masters and Yun Xiao's current progress, he wouldn't have to wait long before his heartfelt desire would come true. Chapter 239, Offending Ghost Emperor. The Bamboo House. Within the luxurious cabin rooms, Niu Wushang's body was tightly wrapped in bedsheets with an incomparably pale facial complexion. She had a lifeless and despairing gaze, while her eyes were filled with pain. Gaoling, Yun Luofeng, one day, she would definitely make them wish they were dead. Thinking of these people who caused her to be in this situation, the hatred within Niu Wushang's eyes became increasingly strong, as if there was a flame continuously burning. Knock knock. A wave of knocking sounds suddenly sounded from outside the door. The sounds were like a devil that caused Niu Wushang's body to ferociously shake. She bit her lips tightly and asked, "Who is it?" "Wushuang, it's me." She heard the voice that formerly captivated her from outside the door, causing the hatred beneath her eyes to become increasingly strong. Despite so, she still suppressed her internal wrath and replied, "Come in." Kriak. With the room door being pushed open, a thin figure gradually entered. The youngster's look was still as handsome as before, but his aura no longer had the sharpness it had in the past. Instead, he had a distorted aura. He looked at Niu Wushuang in a daze and asked in a hoarse voice, "Wushuang, are you all right?" "All right." Under such circumstances, he had actually asked if she was all right. What was the difference between giving her a slap? Niu Wushuang took in a deep breath as a wretched smile appeared on her pale face. "Crown Prince, regardless of what Wushuang has done for you, Wushuang feels that it's worth it." Wushuang. Gaoling took a huge step forward and hugged Niu Wushuang's soft body into his arms, seemingly not noticing a gloomy and cold intent in her eyes. Having encountered such a situation, how could she treat Gaoling as before? However, in order to make this man feel guilty towards her, she could only act like nothing happened. "Crown Prince." Niu Wushang raised her deathly pale face and questioned in tears, "Can you tell me, exactly who put you in such a place? This way, I can be clear about whose scheme I fell into. Was it that slut Yun Luofeng?" Hearing Niu Wushuang's words, Gaoling couldn't help but frown. To think that he had once believed that Niu Wushuang was more outstanding than Yun Luofeng. Other than her strength surpassing others, she was completely unable to be compared with Yun Luofeng in other aspects. Furthermore, with Yun Luofeng's status as a physician, she wasn't lacking in comparison to Mu Wushuang. Above all, Mu Wushuang only had herself without any family members and had even waited on an old man earlier on. Gao Ling at present had forgotten it was because of him that caused her to fall into such circumstances. If it wasn't because of his selfishness, Mu Wushuang never would have lost her innocence. Whereas for him, this incident caused him to despise her, feeling that she did not abide by how a woman should keep her purity. Even though he was thinking as such deep down, he did not display it on his face. An indiscernible glimmer flashed past within his eyes. This matter wasn't caused by Yun Luofeng, it was the Ghost Emperor. Ghost Emperor. Mu Wushuang's whole body shivered as she looked at Gao Ling in a flabbergasted way. You're saying it's the cold-hearted Ghost Emperor that everyone knows. Crown Prince, how did you provoke such a man? The Ghost Emperor was a legend of this entire mainland. 3 years ago, this man called Ghost Emperor had appeared within the common people's eyes. It was said that this Ghost Emperor belonged to the Hawk faction, ruthless and decisive. The number of people who died in his hands within these 3 years wasn't just a few. During this period of time, there were also numerous righteous individuals who had tried to encircle and annihilate the Ghost Emperor to safeguard the mainland's peace. However, who would have expected that those people only went out and none had returned? They had all disappeared without a trace, and this was why the Ghost Emperor's name had become widespread. Chapter 240, Ghost Emperor is an ugly man. Wasn't there this saying, that there's no land in this world that doesn't belong to the imperial family? However, this Ghost Emperor was a figure that caused even headaches. You still dare to question me on this? Upon hearing this, Gao Ling, who was talking in a coaxing manner earlier on, had turned grim in a split second. Originally, when the Ghost Emperor's subordinate dealt with me, they actually said that I had vainly attempted to steal his woman. Therefore, I've always wanted to ask you, how did you manage to become involved with him in the first place? If it weren't for you, I would never have suffered such punishment. Mu Wushuang's originally astonished eyes became increasingly wide. You're saying that the Ghost Emperor is interested in me? Although Gao Ling did not speak, his expression was unsightly. As long as he recalled the pain and suffering he suffered these days, he felt like he would soon be driven mad. Crown Prince. Noticing Gao Ling's ashen expression, Mu Wushuang clenched her teeth and stood up to hug the man. Crown Prince, rest assured. The man I love shall only be you forever. The pupil of his eyes flickered as he lowered his sight to look at Mu Wushuang. Now that I've told you that the Ghost Emperor has affectionate feelings towards you, don't tell me you are not in the least bit moved. Crown Prince, it is rumored that the Ghost Emperor always wears a mask and no one has seen his true face. If he was truly extremely handsome, he would certainly never use a mask to hide his face. Thus, Wushuang suspects that he must be too ugly to meet people with this true face, so how can he be compared with you, Crown Prince? As long as Crown Prince doesn't give up on Wushuang, Wushuang shall never leave the Crown Prince. For a powerful man like the Ghost Emperor, it's certain that he would not be willing for his own woman to lose her purity. As such, even if Mu Wushuang was tempted, she still managed to come back to her senses. She reckoned that when the Ghost Emperor was dealing with Gao Ling, he never thought that Gao Ling would pull her down, and for her who had already lost her innocence, she could only grab tight onto Gao Ling as her last option. It was a pity. If she still had her innocence, then she would definitely choose to throw herself into the Ghost Emperor's embrace, instead of being with a scum like Gao Ling. At least comparing the Ghost Emperor's strength with Gao Ling, he wasn't just a little more powerful. From the beginning, Mu Wushuang never suspected Gao Ling's words as in her opinion, she was outstanding and stood out from the rest. Having the Ghost Emperor take a liking to her was inevitable and right. As for why the Ghost Emperor had never appeared before her to reveal his true feelings, the explanation she gave herself was that perhaps the Ghost Emperor was afraid of frightening her, and that's why he had taken actions towards Gao Ling. Wushuang, it's good that you know. Gao Ling's facial expression gradually eased. You've been suffering all sorts of torments these days because of me. After we return to the palace, I will bestow you a status. Return. Mu Wushuang laughed bitterly. Crown Prince, do you think these people from the bamboo house will let us go? The pupil of Gao Ling's eyes twinkled. Chun Liang came to look for me a while ago. She said that as long as you wait on a few spirit beasts tonight, she will release us tomorrow. The young man's words were as if thunder from a clear sky, causing Mu Wushuang to raise her beautiful eyes in disbelief and in astonishment. Crown Prince, you're actually asking me to serve spirit beasts. Was this the true reason he came looking for her today, saying words like willing to marry her, in order for her to undergo an even bigger humiliation? Mu Wushuang's body started to tremble slightly, and despair was apparent on her snow-white face. She could still endure when she was asked to sell herself. However, asking her to serve spirit beasts, how could she endure any more? Chapter 241, Heart-wrenching Mu Wushuang. Wushuang, Gao Ling held onto Mu Wushuang's shoulders tightly. Hear me out. We can only take revenge on the Ghost Emperor by leaving. If we continue staying here, we will be unable to be together our entire lifetime. So what if you have to sacrifice for a moment for our future? Being unable to endure for a small matter would throw the bigger picture into chaos. Don't tell me you do not understand this. Just for revenge, you want me to wait on spirit beasts. Mu Wushuang no longer cared if she maintained her facade as she shouted in a heart-wrenching manner, with her body trembling incessantly. Crown Prince, I'm your woman, your fiancé. By doing this, are you still human? Gao Ling looked at Mu Wushuang in astonishment. Didn't you say you were willing to do anything for me? Furthermore, you've already lost your innocence to a man. There's no difference between a man and beast. It'll pass over if you just bear with it a little. From the start, even when she lost her innocence, Mu Wushuang had controlled her internal anger in order to grab tightly onto Gao Ling. However, she didn't think that this man would be so cruel, to actually allow a spirit beast to humiliate her. Mu Wushuang coldly laughed. Then why don't you bear with it a little instead of insisting on me? I have already accepted a compromise, so why don't you let me off? Furthermore, you've said that I'm the woman that the Ghost Emperor has taken a liking to. Would he even let you off when you're treating me like this? Gao Ling's expression turned grim as he tightly grabbed on Yu Wushuang's wrists. His hand suddenly exerted force and on the young lady's hands, and the streak of a red mark caused by him could be seen. Mu Wushuang, I knew it, you must have had illicit relations with the Ghost Emperor. Otherwise, you would never mention him right now. You are only a slut that lost her innocence. What qualifications do you have to protest in front of me? I'm warning you, you must go even if you're unwilling. Mu Wushuang was in so much pain that her facial complexion turned pale. She despairingly fixed her gaze on the youngster's handsome appearance. You say that I'm a slut, so that is to say the words you said previously were lies. Gao Ling, you're a scumbag. Don't forget I lost my innocence because of you, and you actually want me to serve a beast right now, you. Smack. A sharp and clear slap could be heard, causing Mu Wushuang's words to suddenly stop. The rims of her eyes were red through and through, staring at Gao Ling with hatred. Gao Ling didn't even spare her a glance. What was worth for him to remember a woman that had lost her purity? Although he still felt guilty towards her from the start, after calming down a few days later, his internal guilt had long disappeared and had been replaced with anger. If it weren't for this slut, the Ghost Emperor would never have taken action against him. All along, Gao Ling had assumed that the woman the Ghost Emperor had taken a liking to was Mu Wushuang, instead of Yu Nuofeng. Therefore, Mu Wushuang had unluckily received the hatred for Yu Nuofeng from Gao Ling. TSK, I sure came at a good time, to have seen such a great show. All of a sudden, a coquettish voice sounded from the back. Gao Ling's body jolted before he turned to look at the seductive woman standing at the entrance and spoke in a flattering way. Chun Niang, Wushuang has agreed to it. Do your words still hold true, to let us off tomorrow? Contempt was revealed within Chun Niang's eyes. Rest assured, I always hold true to my promises. Since I've said to let both of you off, then I will definitely let you go from this place. It's just that your life and death are unrelated to me after you leave. These two people were still thinking of spending their lives in safety after having offended the Ghost Emperor. That was truly a joke. If they had stayed in the bamboo house, perhaps they might be able to live and drift without purpose. Whereas once they left here, what awaited them would be even more severe tormenting. Chapter 242, Perfectly willing to be pressed down by you. Gao Ling's eyes brightened, and he was wild with joy. As long as he could leave here, he would definitely make those people who had once humiliated him pay a painful price. Chun Liang glanced at the unconcealable hatred on Gao Ling's face and a seductive smile curved upon her lips, with disdain filling her beautiful eyes. Enjoy your last night here, and you can leave tomorrow. Finishing speaking, she swung her snake-like waist and walked towards the exit erotically. After she had left, Gao Ling left too, walking out with long strides. He never once turned to give Mu Wushuang another glance. Nighttime. The dim light of the night was like water, with faint moonlight penetrating the curtains into the room, landing on the young lady's breathtaking appearance. The young lady was seated upright on the chair and her fair jade-like fingers lightly lifted a teacup. Her pitch-black eyes stared at the scenery outside, without looking at the man behind her. Yun Xiao, how much do you understand about the Bai family? Recalling the encounter she had with the Bai family in the Lujin Kingdom, her slightly downcast eyes concealed her cold intent. Yun Xiao looked at the young lady seated beside the table. All these years, the family head of Bai family has changed several times, but the young master has never changed. That person is Bai Su. Suddenly, a handsomely devilish face appeared in Yu Nuofeng's mind and she slightly narrowed her eyes. What do you mean? The family head has changed several times, but there's only one Bai Su having the position of the young master. Yun Xiao paused for a moment and continued speaking. I mean, regardless of who is the family head of the Bai family, only Bai Su can be the young master. In the Bai family, Bai Su is considered a special existence. Furthermore, it is said that the Bai family's ancestor's name is also Bai Su. Heading this, Yu Nuofeng hands lightly pounded the tabletop as she entered into a state of deep pondering. After a while, she finally opened her mouth and asked, other than this, what else do you know? Yun Xiao was silent for quite a while before he coldly replied, I'll go and check. In the past, he was not interested regarding the Bai family's matters, but since Yun Luofeng wanted to know, then he would send people to investigate. All right, Yun Luofeng stood up and smiled languidly. Yun Xiao, I'm tired. I've already warmed the bed. Yun Xiao's eyes deeply stared at Yun Luofeng and he had a serious expression. So, you can take a rest first. Yun Xiao, have you forgotten my previous words? Yun Luofeng pressed on towards Yun Xiao a few steps and a wickedly seductive smile on her lips. As your punishment, it isn't enough for you to just warm my bed. You still have a share a bed with me. After saying this, Yun Luofeng raised her hands and pushed him. After pushing Yun Xiao onto the bed, she pressed her body against his, with both her eyes narrowing. You're not resisting. You've mentioned it before, you don't like to be pushed down by others. Yun Xiao's arm tightly held the young lady's soft body. Therefore, when I'm in front of you, I'm willing to be pushed down by you. Between the two of them, there would always be one who was being pushed down. Since Yun Luofeng didn't like being pushed down, then what harm was there if he followed her wishes? Why should he care as long as she was the person who pushed him down? Regardless of how cruel and unfeeling he was in other people's eyes, but in front of her, he was willing to pamper her, protect her, and perfectly willing to be pressed down by her. Even if he wouldn't be able to turn the tide in his lifetime. This sentence of Yun Xiao inadvertently reached her heart, causing her heart to be touched at this moment. Chapter 243, AB starred matched with ABTCH, a perfect couple, 1. Yun Xiao, why do you treat me so nicely? Yun Luofeng slightly lowered her eyes to gaze at the handsome and cold man beneath her, her pitch-black eyes emitting a wicked glint. Because I want to make you take responsibility. Responsibility. Suddenly, Yun Luofeng recalled the second meeting between them, how this man appeared in her room with his cold face and awkwardly said the word, responsibility. You saw my appearance underneath the mask, so you need to be responsible for me, Yun Xiao said seriously as he intently stared at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng smiled. I'm not the only one who has seen your appearance, so why did you choose me of all people? When they first met, the moment that the mask fell off of the man's face, she was exceptionally stunned for certain, but that was all. She would never have imagined that she would become hopelessly entangled with this man in the end. I only want to make you take responsibility. No other reason. Even though he had now tossed aside his mask to follow Yun Luofeng, resulting in many people having seen his appearance, but he still only wanted her to take responsibility. Yun Luofeng narrowed her eyes. And if I don't want to take responsibility? Then, I will be responsible for you. The man's voice was as cold as always, slightly startling Yun Luofeng. But before she could respond, a pair of icy cool lips was on her lips, blocking all her words. It's fine that you don't want to take responsibility for me. I will just be responsible for you instead. No matter what, don't think about throwing me away. Yun Luofeng's eyes were enveloped in a dangerous light. She lifted her arms to ferociously push against Yun Xiao, but the man was tightly holding onto her, so she was unable to shove him away. Yun Xiao. Yun Luofeng had a deep frown on her face, the light in her eyes growing more dangerous. When she was about to shove the man off again, suddenly, his dark eyes fiercely crashed into her eyes, making her heart tremble. The man's dark eyes did not have their previous coldness and clearly reflected her figure, causing her heart to involuntarily soften. She could never be angry at this man. Yun Luofeng's hand slowly landed on the man's chest with a light touch before she ripped his clothes off of him again. The moonlight coincidentally landed on the man's abs at just the right angle. His abs were so perfect that it made people unable to resist touching them. Naturally, Yun Luofeng did just that. Her fingers lightly flitted across the man's abs, the smile on her lips bewitching and dangerous. Yun Xiao, I said before that sharing the bed with me is your punishment, so you aren't permitted to touch me. Now that you've violated this rule, I will give you an even bigger punishment. It was only after feeling the change in the man's body that Yun Luofeng halted her hand's movements and moved her lips away from the man's lips. She tossed him a wicked smile as she said, I'm tired, so I will rest first. After saying this, Yun Luofeng burrowed into her warm blankets and did not pay any more attention to the man burning with desire. The next day. A piece of news traveled through the entire Longyuan kingdom. It was said that His Highness the Crown Prince, who had sold himself at Bamboo House a while ago, had returned along with the Mu family's Mu Wushuang. In truth, after learning of Galing and Mu Wushuang's fate, both the Imperial family and Mu family sent people to rescue them, but those people encountered obstacles during the journey, and not a single one returned. This was why it was only now that Galing and Mu Wushuang returned to the Longyuan kingdom. However, not long after they returned, another piece of news rapidly spread. Chapter 244, AB starred matched with ABTCH, a perfect couple, 2. Galing and Mu Wushuang were getting married. After hearing this news, Yun Luofeng, who was currently leisurely laying on the chaise lounge, spat out the tea she just drank, covering the face of Yun Xiao, who was standing in front of her. Yun Xiao licked the tea that splashed on the side of his mouth and commented in a low and husky voice, very sweet. Regardless of what he was saying, Yun Xiao always had a serious expression, and his dark eyes were always earnestly and sincerely watching Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng wiped the tea from her mouth, and, as though not hearing Yun Xiao's words, turned to look at King Yin beside her, the one who reported this news. She wickedly raised her brows. Galing will get married with Mu Wushuang. Is this really true? Miss, absolutely true. Almost the entire imperial city knows about this. Hearing King Yin's reply, Yun Luofeng smiled. Mu Wushuang lost her innocence at the Bamboo House. How would Galing be willing to marry her with that arrogant personality of his? But now, even though he got cuckolded, he still has to marry Mu Wushuang. This matter is worth some consideration. Her fingers lightly caressed her chin, her dark eyes flashing with thoughtfulness. Miss, should we go sabotage this wedding? King Yin joyfully inquired with bright eyes. Yun Luofeng lazily stretched and sat up on the chaise lounge with a wicked smile. Why should we go sabotage their wedding? Don't you think these two people are a perfect couple? A whore matched with a dog, a match that will last for eternity. These two people were made for each other from the start. Why would she let them ruin other people by sabotaging their wedding ceremony? This was not something that she could do. Yun Luofeng turned to look at Yun Xiao. Do you think we should give them a present on their wedding day? Yun Luofeng nodded and coldly stated, yes. Regardless of what she wanted to do, he would support her. And if she wanted to kill someone, he would also carry the sword for her. Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes to hide the cold glint in her eyes. Mu family. Ever since your intelligence leak led Yun Yang and his wife to lose their life on the battlefield, you were destined for death. In the extravagant main hall of the Imperial Palace, Galing stood in the middle of the hall and, with an extremely unsightly expression, looked at the middle-aged man sitting above him. Imperial father, why do you still want to make me marry Mu Wushuang? She has already lost her innocence. What right does she have to be my wife? He was a man, a normal man, nonetheless. To him, being cuckolded by his beloved woman was a very embarrassing matter. Even if it was him who personally pushed Mu Wushuang towards someone else, he still could not withstand the truth that she was already dirty. Imperial son, Gao Tu shot Galing a cold glance and snorted, you already made a mistake on this matter. Back then, you shouldn't have surrendered Mu Wushuang no matter what. Mu Wushuang doesn't have a simple identity, and if a certain someone learned about your conduct, I'm afraid it would encumber the entire Imperial family. So right now, the top priority is for you to marry Mu Wushuang and have her give birth to your child in order to ensure your survival. Galing started and asked, not understanding, Imperial father, what do you mean that Mu Wushuang's identity isn't simple? What isn't simple about her? Gao Tu released a deep sigh. In the beginning, Zhen did pamper noble consort Mu because she greatly pleased me. And back then, I did choose to side with Mu family because of noble consort Mu as well. However, a few years ago, I learned of a matter. Translator's thoughts. Zen underscore. Gaoling makes me want to puke, just saying. 3. Chapter 245, Mu Wushuang's True Identity, 1. Emperor Father, then Mu Wushuang has another identity. Gaoling started, his eyebrows lightly knitted as an uneasy feeling slowly rose from his heart. No wonder Emperor Father still wanted to have him marry Mu Wushuang even though the Mu family lost all of their face at the city gate back then. It was actually because Mu Wushuang had an unusual identity. He wanted to know what was so special about Mu Wushuang's identity. Her identity isn't all that special. What is special is her mother's background. Gao Tu snorted, her mother is from the Chan family. 1. Chan family. Gaoling's eyes were thoughtful. Emperor Father, I know about many of the formidable powers on this continent, but I have never heard of this Chan family. What does this Chan family have that it's even stronger than the Spirit sect? Gao Tu shook his head. No, the Chan family isn't strong, and is, in fact, only a third-rate clan on this continent. Moreover, in the Chan family, even the strongest person is nothing more than an Earth-level Spirit cultivator. Gaoling grew increasingly uncomprehending. If Chan family was only a small, third-rate clan, then why did Emperor Father have this much apprehension about Mu Wushuang? Seeing Gaoling's confused eyes, Gao Tu only indifferently glanced at him. The Chan family frightens people because several decades ago, an abnormal Chan Ya Tu emerged from the Chan family. Although Chan Ya had left his clan several decades ago and never returned, who could guarantee that Chan Ya wouldn't appear and personally settle the score if you offended the Chan family? If it was only based on his ability, Chan Ya wouldn't make others terrified. What truly makes people fearful is Chan Ya's status as the #1 godly doctor on this continent. A countless number of strong people were once saved by him, and there are many more that owe him a favor. He only needs to speak, and an innumerable number of people would do his bidding. Gao Tu's eyes revealed a reverence. Unfortunately, he appears and disappears unpredictably, so no one is able to trace him. Imperial son, do you now know why I'm having you marry Mu Wushuang? This continent's #1 godly doctor, someone that even the medical pavilion personnel had to give some face to. Hence, when he heard these words, Gaolin was incredibly stunned. He appeared to have never imagined that Mu Wushuang would have blood relations with the #1 godly doctor of this continent. Emperor Father, how come you didn't know of Mu Wushuang's true identity and background for all these years? Gaoling lightly knitted his brows and inquired. Moreover, Mu Xingqiu, that old man, actually guarded this secret for this many years and didn't tell people about his daughter-in-law's deep background. This indeed was not that old man's style. I reckon that even Mu Xingqiu doesn't know about this matter. Zhen only knows this because a few years ago, when Mu Wushuang's parents were still alive, the hidden guards in the palace accidentally overheard the secret. Gao Tu smiled and imposingly said, this is why Zhen is having you marry Mu Wushuang no matter what. If you can gain a connection with that #1 godly doctor, who cares about you, Luofeng? What qualifications does she have to compare with that one? Also, Gao Tu paused briefly before continuing with a sneer. Zhen also learned that after the Chan family discovered Mu Wushuang's innate talent in medicine, they wanted to bring her back to the Chan family and nurture her to become a second Chan Ya, so this is your best opportunity to enter the Chan family. Mu Wushuang's medical talents were completely incomparable with Yu Luofeng's, but she was still a genius in other people's eyes. This was why Gao Tu was willing to have Gaoling marry Mu Wushuang even if it meant the imperial family was cuckolded. Translator's thoughts. Zen underscore. GEWW entered premium today. I hope you enjoyed today's mass release. Thank you for supporting GEWW. This will be the last chapter of the day, and GEWW will return to its 3-chapter per day schedule tomorrow, and extra chapters on Sunday GMT, depending on how high GEWW's rank is. 3. So please throw all of your stones at us. Chapter 246, Mu Wushuang's True Identity, 2. Gaoling's interest was caught. If he could really gain the favor of that godly doctor, perhaps his illness could be cured. Thinking to that point, understanding flitted through his eyes. Emperor Father, this imperial son knows what to do. Please rest assured, I will definitely seize this opportunity. Gao Tu nodded and meaningfully clapped Gaoling's shoulders. A malicious glint flashed through his eyes before Gao Tu replaced it with a look of prudence and coldly ordered, remember, as long as you can ingratiate yourself with the Chan family, the day that our imperial family leaves the control of the Spirit sect is also imminent. However, because of what you did to Mu Wushuang, it isn't very likely for Mu Wushuang to completely forgive you, so you must quickly make Mu Wushuang carry your child. Gaoling cupped his fists in salute and respectfully responded, yes, Emperor Father. If he had known that Mu Wushuang was related to Chan Ya, he would not have handed her over no matter what. Unfortunately, he did not know this, so he committed such a grave mistake. However, if he rectified the error now, it still would not be too late. Emperor Father, in regards to Yun Luofeng, Gaoling slightly narrowed his eyes. Can you bestow her to me as a concubine? Gao Tu was silent for a moment before saying, if Mu Wushuang doesn't have any objections, then you can take her as a concubine. No matter what, Mu Wushuang is of the Chan family, so you must seek her opinion for anyone that you want to take as a concubine. Emperor Father, this son understands. Gaoling smiled, his features brimming with satisfaction. Ever since he did something like that to Mu Wushuang, it was impossible for her to still love him. She only agreed to marry him because, besides him, no one would be willing to marry a woman who had lost her innocence. Since there was no love, why would Mu Wushuang have objections about who he took as a concubine? Moreover, Mu Wushuang resented Yun Luofeng because of her jealousy, so if Yun Luofeng became his concubine, wasn't it the same as letting Mu Wushuang torment her however she wanted? Hence, there was even less possibility of her objecting. Since it was the Chan family making the decisions, regardless of how much arrogance Yun Luofeng had inside her heart, she still would not dare to disobey. The more Gao Ling thought about this, the more pleased he became. His features were undoubtedly shameless. He only had to recall the young girl's haughtiness that day, and he would itch to mercilessly press down on her and crush all of her haughtiness. Yun Luofeng barely stepped into the main hall of the elegant tea house before she heard a commotion in front of her, an elderly man's violent rage barely audible in its midst. You are a shady merchant, actually using a second-rate substitute, some shoddy tea leaves, to deceive this old man. Are you swindling me because you think this old man isn't from this city? The old man's words were followed by the mocking voice of the tea house's waiter. Old thing, who are you accusing of using some second-rate substitute? Do you know who is the owner of this tea house? If I told you, it would scare you to death. This tea house of ours is owned by the nephew of noble consort Mu, eldest young master of the Mu family. With his identity as the eldest young master of the Mu family, why would he deceive you? Eldest young master of the Mu family, Mu Wuchen. Yun Luofeng slightly started and halted her steps, her dark eyes shimmering with a flickering light. This tea house is owned by Mu Wuchen. King Yin blinked. It appears so. This matter was known by everyone in the Longyuan kingdom, but Yun Luofeng did not pay attention to this, so she did not know that the behind-the-scenes owner of this fragrant wind tea house was Mu Wuchen. Hearing this, a bewitching smile appeared on the young girl's gorgeous face. I didn't imagine that when I randomly chose a tea house, I would actually find one owned by the Mu family. It's a pity that I don't want the Mu family to have an easy time. How can I not join in when presented with an opportunity like this? When she finished speaking, Yun Luofeng strode forward. Translator's thoughts. Zen _. Someone. Please tell me why Gao Ling and his father are so delusional. Chapter 247, Using a Second-Rate Substitute. At this moment, inside the main hall of the tea house, the old man's face was full of rage. He was so angry that his previously meticulously combed hair was bristling. If he was not trying to maintain his esteemed demeanor, he would have already gone up to the waiter and beaten him up. To think that the waiter's scams ended up targeting him. Didn't the punk know that he was an ancestral master in the world of deceit? I don't care who your boss is, tell him to get out here. This old man has never heard of what's her face noble consort Mu. The waiter examined the old man from top to bottom before shouting to the crowd in the main hall, whose old man is this? Hurry up and take him away. He actually dared to claim our eldest young master is swindling. He's simply tired of living. If you don't take him away, don't blame me for not respecting the elderly. Everyone surrounding them was sighing, looking at the old man with sympathetic gazes. Was this old guy a fool, daring to offend someone from Prime Minister Mu's estate, who didn't know that in the current Longyuan, the Prime Minister estate was extremely prosperous? Even though Mu Wushuang lost her innocence, the imperial family still planned to make her the crown prince consort. This level of deep favoritism could only be enjoyed by the Mu family alone, even the general's estate could not hope to compare. Just as the old man's fury was about to explode, a hand reached out from the side, snatching away the teacup in his hand. The person took a sniff of it and commented with raised brows, these are definitely second-rate tea leaves. The old man started and turned his head, meeting a pair of faintly smiling, dark eyes. Currently, the girl was lightly rocking the cup in her hand with a bewitching, languid smile on her lips. This young lady was not too old, around 15 years old, but she looked very calm, without the spoiled and impatient manner of a youngster. Clearly recognizing Yun Luofeng's voice, the waiter said with ridicule on his lips, oh, I was wondering who this was, it turns out it's eldest miss of the Yun family. Cluck cluck, since when did eldest Miss Yun become knowledgeable about tea? Who in the Longyuan kingdom doesn't know that our tea house's tea leaves are the most superior quality? Why don't you ask your own conscience before saying that? Can you bring out tea leaves as good as this? She was only the eldest daughter of an affluent family and knowledgeable about medicine. Since when did she become versed in the ways of tea as well? This type of subject was not something that a young girl like her could come into contact with. Moreover, in all of the Longyuan kingdom, there was not a single tea house whose tea leaves could compare with their Mu family's leaves. Although they did bring out the second-rate tea leaves because they knew that this old man came from out of town, even these second-rate tea leaves were not something that the Yun family could bring out. Good tea leaves could not be simply bought with money, it also required all types of connections. Yun Luofeng looked at the waiter with a faint smile. If I can bring out tea leaves better than your Mu families, then you must announce to the entire Longyuan kingdom that your fragrant wind tea house is using second-rate substitutes to cheat foreigners. The waiter was startled. Although he believed that Yun Luofeng would not be able to bring out better tea leaves, this type of matter was not something that he had the right to decide. While the waiter was stuck in this dilemma, a cold voice was abruptly heard in the silent main hall. All right, I'll agree to your request. From the second floor, an icily arrogant man slowly walked down the stairs. He had an apathetic expression as his cold eyes looked straight at Yun Luofeng. His tea leaves were plucked from Snow Mountain, and there were not any other that could compare with them in the entire Longyuan kingdom. A mere Yun family could actually bring out tea leaves better than his. Are you sure this woman wasn't joking? Chapter 248, Spread Tea. Mu Wuchen, seeing the man walking down the stairs, Yun Luofeng smiled, since you agreed, I can compete about tea with your fragrant wind tea house, and all the people present can serve as witnesses. Mu Wuchen's eyes became even colder, and he inwardly snorted. He already monopolized several famous tea leaves production locations in the Longyuan kingdom, so where could Yun Luofeng go to collect better tea leaves? Hence, he would definitely win this competition. Someone, bring the Snow Mountain white tea here. After realizing this point, Mu Wuchen coldly ordered, everyone, you will be the judges of today's competition. In order to embarrass Yun Luofeng, he did not have a single trace of reservation and brought out the best tea leaves of the tea house. When everyone else heard, Snow Mountain white tea, their eyes lit up. They never imagined that they would be so lucky today as to be able to taste Snow Mountain white tea. This Snow Mountain white tea was fragrant Wind Tea House's treasure. It could not be bought even with 1,000 gold taels. Reportedly, this Snow Mountain white tea was not only fragrant and tasty, but it also had the effect of strengthening the body. A short while later, an employee of the tea house carried a teapot out from the back room. He filled everyone's cups with tea before slowly retreating with the empty pot. Everyone could not wait to sample the Snow Mountain white tea. The moment that the tea entered their mouths, a sweet scent overflowed it, leaving a rich aftertaste. The flavor of this Snow Mountain white tea is quite nice. In my opinion, we won't need to sample Eldest Miss Yoon's tea anymore. We already started with such a great Snow Mountain white tea. No matter how good her tea is, it won't compare. That's right, that's right. I'm so fortunate today, actually being able to taste Snow Mountain white tea. It was worth my trip. I'm already very satisfied. Everybody was singing praises one after another, as though they all thought the competition was no longer necessary. There was no way that Yoon Luofeng could bring out a tea that surpassed Snow Mountain white tea. Mu Wuchen glanced at the calm Yoon Luofeng and smiled. Everyone, this competition was personally proposed by Yoon Luofeng, so it would hardly be justifiable if she didn't bring out some tea leaves. Moreover, I would like to know where she got the confidence to come here and boast. Of course, if she's willing to admit defeat, I'll agree to let her off, haha. Yoon Luofeng's eyes ran over Mu Wuchen before turning to the white-haired old man on the side. Do you know how to brew tea? The white-haired elder chuckled. I'm not bragging, but no one alive can compare to my tea brewing technique, Since that's the case, Yoon Luofeng did not give the chance for the little old man to continue praising himself and directly interrupted him. I will leave the matter of brewing the tea to you. After saying this, Yoon Luofeng dug into her pocket and took out a pouch of tea leaves. Little girl, what tea is this? The old man accepted the tea leaves, his eyes instantly brightening. Even though he had not tasted the tea yet, from the scent of the tea leaves alone, he could feel that it was certainly superior quality tea. A lot better than some Snow Mountain white tea. Besides, the old man did not understand what was so good about Snow Mountain white tea. He had a pile of those tea leaves in his cabin, all gifted to him by the people who were treated by him and knew he was fond of tea tasting. However, he thought those tea leaves were too inferior and did not drink a single sip. Hearing the old man's words, Yoon Luofeng slightly started and replied with faintly knitted brows, I named this tea Stra tea. These tea leaves are unique on this continent. Translator's thoughts. Zen_Zen_. I want some tea too. Chapter 249, The Little Old Man's Shock. Mu Wuchen looked at Yoon Luofeng, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Spread tea. From what I know of tea, I've never heard of spread tea. If you don't think you can beat me, just give up, which might allow you to save face. If you randomly pick a bag of tea and try to fool people, you will just end up bringing disgrace on yourself. The little old man's eyes revealed a strong contempt. Now even someone like Mu Wuchen dared to claim he knew all about tea. He had long heard of the reputation of Wind Sen Tea House, but he didn't expect that the tea house's top-level highlight was just Snow Mountain white tea. When the little old man looked at Yoon Luofeng, he immediately changed his expression, and his wrinkled old face looked just like a chrysanthemum in full bloom with a great smile on it. Little girl, I've already made the tea for you, but I really can't resist the scent of this tea. Can I taste it first? Sure. Yoon Luofeng slightly raised the corners of her lips and smiled. The little old man's eyes lit up. He picked up the teacup in front of him and took a sip of the tea. With a single sip, he felt that his whole mouth was filled with a great scent, which cleansed the inside of his body and made him feel so refreshed. Good tea, this is definitely a top-level tea, and the best tea I have tasted for decades. With shining eyes, the little old man stared at Yoon Luofeng. Little girl, where did you buy this tea? Can you tell me? Yoon Luofeng shrugged. I've told you, this tea is unique. What a pity, the little old man let out a sigh of pity. It'll be my lifelong regret if I can't drink such a great tea anymore. However, my trip to the Longyuan Kingdom today wasn't wasted, as otherwise, I wouldn't know there was such a good tea in the world. Mu Wuchen glanced at the little old man, who was sighing alone and snorted. Have you two finished the drama yet? Do you think that I don't know that you two are working together and your purpose is to ruin our business? Your words don't count. The winner shall be decided by someone else. Come on, distribute the so-called spread tea to everyone here. He never thought that, with Yoon Luofeng's strength, she would come up with a better kind of tea than he did. Therefore, this competition would definitely end with the failure of Yoon Luofeng. Master Mu, this silly competition is totally unnecessary. How is it possible for Miss Yoon to come up with some tea comparable to Snow Mountain white tea? Isn't the result already clear? But, for the sake of Master Mu, we'll still show her some respect and taste her tea. After the man finished, the other people all echoed this and no one thought that Yoon Luofeng could win. Yoon Luofeng just turned a blind eye to their ridicule, and with a wicked smile hanging on her beautiful face, she said, well, I forgot to tell you about the utility of spread tea. It will not only strengthen your body, but it can also cure small maladies such as a headache, fever, and so on. What's more, it can also keep you clear-headed, so it is especially suitable for night owls. Because her grandfather loved drinking tea, Yoon Luofeng had planted a tea tree in the spiritual medicinal field of the God Code world a few months ago. The tea tree in the medicinal field naturally turned to a spiritual tea tree after being nurtured by spirit energy. The tea leaf Yoon Luofeng brought out now was the most inferior part of the tea tree. It could only treat some sicknesses such as a headache, fever, and so on. She had kept the best ones for her grandfather, which would not only treat sicknesses but also could promote the spiritual strength of spirit cultivators. Chapter 250, Blood-Spitting Mu Wuchen 1. Shortly the attendant had served everyone a cup of the tea. Immediately, the whole tea house was filled with a fresh scent, which was so refreshing and pleasing that people in the tea house felt their bodies get lighter. Even so, they still didn't think the spread tea had the effects that Yoon Luofeng just said. Therefore, they didn't take her words seriously and were quite casual with the tea. Some people even showed an obvious contempt on their faces, just to please Mu Wuchen. Yun Luofeng. Mu Wuchen glanced at Yun Luofeng and smiled complacently. If we're talking about medical skill, I admit you'll win. Unfortunately, I know what the Yun family is capable of, so this time, you have no chance to win. However, just as Mu Wuchen finished, suddenly exclaiming voices filled the whole tea house. What's going on here? I had a cold today and my nose was stuffed up, but as soon as I drank this cup of straight tea, I feel I can breathe freely. Can it really cure sicknesses? Wow. My legs have an old wound. Just now I still felt some pain in them, but now the pain is gone. Am I dreaming? There is nothing wrong with my body, but after drinking this straight tea, I feel so refreshed and clear-headed. Snow Mountain white tea is simply no match for this one. The complacent smile on Mu Wuchen's face froze. He stared at the people coldly, then rushed to the attendant, grabbed the teapot from his hand, poured some tea into a cup and gulped it down. His movements were very rude, without the refined manner he usually had when drinking tea. When his mouth was filled with the tea, his face changed several times and finally turned pale. He looked at Yun Luofeng, his eyes full of shame and anger. But in the end, all his anger turned to two words: I lost. Looking at the pale face of Mu Wuchen, Yun Luofeng smiled. Since you have admitted you lost, fulfill what you promised me. I'd love to see how your Win-Sen tea house loses its reputation. Actually, she came to the tea house to sell the defective tea leaves. After all, anything she prepared for her grandfather must be the best, and she would never give these defective ones to the old man. But she didn't expect that she would be so lucky. She just randomly picked a tea house, and it happened to belong to Mu family. You can rest assured. I'll keep my words anyway, Mu Wuchen snorted and said with an expressionless face. By the way, it seemed that something occurred to Yun Luofeng and she smiled evilly. This tea is quite expensive. This bed cost me so many tea leaves. You have to compensate my loss. The price is 100,000 taels of silver for every gram of tea leaf. I used 10 grams, so that would be 1 million taels of silver. Just send the money to the general's estate. You. Mu Wuchen's face suddenly darkened and was filled with anger. Yun Luofeng, don't push me too hard. The most expensive tea on the continent is just 10,000 taels of silver for every gram. How dare you charge me? Chapter 251. Blood-spitting Mu Wuchen 2. Just as she finished speaking, a voice came out of the tea house. Miss Yun, do you still have any of the spirit tea? I'd like to buy 10 grams from you. For this top-level tea, 10 grams are just too few. I want a kilo of it. The power of the Mu family was really great indeed, but this spirit tea could cure sicknesses, even chronic old problems could be cured. If one kept drinking this spirit tea, they might be immune to all diseases. Compared with offending Prime Minister Mu, they were more afraid of suffering from a disease. What's more, with his current status, Prime Minister Mu would not blatantly give them a hard time. So, they dared to say these words in front of Mu Wuchen. But their words annoyed the little old man, who hurriedly stood in front of Yun Luofeng with his hands on his hips and glared at the excited people. Didn't you hear her? There was only one portion of the tea, and there isn't any of it left. Besides, if there was still some of the tea left, I would buy it all. You guys would not have any chance to buy it. Obviously, the last sentence was the real idea of the old man. For this top-level tea leaf, there wouldn't be a lot of it on the whole continent. If Yun Luofeng still had some of it, he would definitely buy it all at any cost. How was it possible for him to leave some for these guys? Hearing his words, the crowd calmed down and groaned. Their eyes were full of disappointment. Looking at the disappointed faces, the girl slowly opened her mouth and said, I only have one portion of the tea, but I haven't said how many kilos a portion contains. However, one thing is for sure, I'm the only one in the world with this straight tea. The little old man's eyes lit up, and he turned quickly to Yun Luofeng, short of breath. Ah, are you serious? You still have this top-level tea? Yun Luofeng slightly nodded. Yes, 100,000 taels of silver every gram. No bargaining. Great. I'll take 100 kilos. Poof. The little maid Qingyan, who was standing silently by Yun Luofeng, almost spat out a mouthful of blood when she heard the words of the little old man, and looked at him with a strange look. Of course, the other one who almost spat blood was Mu Wuchen. He had just said the straight tea was too expensive, and the little old man said he would buy 100 kilos of it. It was just like a smack in his face. In an instant, Mu Wuchen's face darkened and turned purple with anger. Do you think this straight tea is cabbage? 100 kilos? Are you kidding me? Yun Luofeng glanced at the little old man with a slight frown. I can sell you 1 kilo at most, and I'll save the other 1 kilo for the other people. Undoubtedly, what these people said just now had offended Mu Wuchen. So, she would save some tea for them. Anyway, these were the defective tea leaves and she had kept the really good ones for her grandfather. Not expecting that Yun Luofeng would save some of the tea for them, the crowd looked at her with gratitude. After all, the tea could be sold to anybody. Since the old man ordered 100 kilos of the tea without giving it a second thought, he couldn't be an ordinary man. However, Yun Luofeng didn't sell all the tea to him to fawn over him but saved some for them. A kilo, isn't it too little? The little old man looked pathetically at Yun Luofeng. How about this? You sell me 1.5 kilos and I owe you a favor, alright. Yun Luofeng thought for a while and nodded. Okay, but before that, I want Win-Sen tea house to pay their bill first. The bed wasted so many of my straight tea leaves. How can I just let it pass? She would not let it pass. Chapter 252. Should I let you go? Mu Wuchen's face turned blue. If he refused to pay today, he didn't know how many bad rumors about him would be spread tomorrow. So, in the face of such a shameless request from Yun Luofeng, he tried to restrain his anger and said coldly, Yun Luofeng, I hope you remember what you did today. I will never forget it. Looking at Mu Wuchen's cold face, Yun Luofeng raised the corners of her lips. Even if I didn't ask you to compensate me, you wouldn't leave me alone. So, what does it matter to add more bitterness between you and me? Good, very good. Mu Wuchen gnashed his teeth, his handsome face purple with anger. When my sister marries His Highness Crown Prince, I will send the money and my sister's wedding invitation to your estate. After all, you have loved His Highness for so many years. Our Mu family will give you a wedding invitation for consolation anyway. Hearing this, the crowd all sighed for Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng loved His Highness, which was not a secret in the Longyuan kingdom. However, only people of the Mu family dared to talk about it before her, and now Mu Wuchen even tried to irritate her with the wedding of Mu Wushuang and His Highness. However, hearing Mu Wuchen's provocative words, Yun Luofeng only smiled indifferently. Do you think I would be interested in a person like Gao Ling who has been laid by countless men? Only Mu Wushuang, who also sold her body in the bamboo house, would accept him. She implied that both Gao Ling and Mu Wushuang were cheap wa-tres. Perhaps the two had served the same guest together. Yun Luofeng. Mu Wuchen face turned ghastly pale, with a grim light in his eyes. I warn you not to push me too hard, otherwise you will regret it someday. Watch your mouth if you know what's good for you. I'm sorry, but I'm sure I won't regret it, said Yun Luofeng, with a lazy smile on her lips. Mu Wuchen was trembling with anger, and he felt that if he continued to talk with the BTCH, he would surely go mad. Thinking of this, he flicked his sleeves and gnashed his teeth. Yun Luofeng, I hope you remember your words today. Don't let me see you again, or else I am not sure what I will do to you. After saying this, Mu Wuchen turned around and wanted to leave, but before he moved his foot, a wicked voice came from behind. Should I let you go? Mu Wuchen froze. Tightly clenching his fist, he tried to restrain the anger in his heart, with his back to Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng, what do you want? Nothing. Yun Luofeng crossed her arms against her chest, leaned against the stair handrails and lazily narrowed her eyes. It's just that my little maid has an itch to move her fingers, and she needs a human punching bag. I'm sorry, but I think you are suitable for this job. Yun Luofeng. Looking at the young girl, Mu Wuchen couldn't control himself any longer and his anger suddenly burst out. How dare this BTCH look down upon him like this? How dare she ask him to serve as a little maid's punching bag? If he didn't give her a lesson today, he would become a laughingstock of the people on the continent. You're courting death, Yun Luofeng. Boom. With a fierce wind, his fist came straight at Yun Luofeng's face like a tornado. His fist was pointing at Yun Luofeng's nose, and his eyes were full of ferocity. Chapter 253, Real Strength of the Little Maid. With a smile hovering on her lips, Yun Luofeng fearlessly stared at the fist in front of her, standing still like Mount Tai. Swish. Suddenly, a small figure appeared beside Yun Luofeng and lightly caught the fist of Mu Wuchen. And then, the crowd heard a clear clashing sound, and then a shrill cry rang out. Bang! King Yin hit Mu Wuchen in the chest with her palm, making him fly out and bash into the wall of the tea house. In a moment, the unstable wall collapsed and the debris buried his body. All the people were shocked because they didn't expect that the heir of the Mu family would be so easily defeated by a maid of the Yun family. That was just like a slap to the Prime Minister's face. Under the people's shocked eyes, Mu Wuchen awkwardly got up from the ground. He glared at Yun Luofeng and shouted angrily, Yun Luofeng, I have agreed to keep my words and I have told you I will send the money for the strategy to General Yun's estate. Why did you still beat me? Crossing her arms against the chest, Yun Luofeng glanced at furious Mu Wuchen. Since I'm called the first dandy in the Longyuan kingdom, I don't need a reason if I want to beat someone. I beat you because I wanted to. So what? The girl's voice was arrogant and domineering, her face full of contempt. Yeah, I beat you, so what? Except for Yun Luofeng, who else dared to speak like this in the world? Mu Wuchen glanced at Yun Luofeng grimly, flicked the dust from his clothes and said, perfect. Let's go. With that, he finally looked at the girl and hurriedly led his men to walk away, fearing that he might not be able to leave here if he was not quick enough. Obviously, this time, Yun Luofeng did not stop him. She just lazily stretched herself and said, King Yin, let's go. Wait a minute. When Yun Luofeng was about to leave, the little old man hurried up to stop her. Yun Luofeng paused her step and slightly raised her eyebrows. If you want to buy straight tea, go to General Yun's estate before noon tomorrow. I don't have so much tea with me at the moment. No, the little old man stood in her way, his wrinkled old face smiling like a chrysanthemum. Girl, I'd like to invite you to dinner. Could you please give me the chance? Not interested. Girl, I'll give you 10 million gold coins if you agree to have a dinner with me. From what happened just now, he could tell that the girl was a money grubber, and he would have to pay something if he wanted her to have a dinner with him. Yun Luofeng looked at him wickedly. I didn't expect you to be so lewd even though you are already so old. If you want someone to accompany you to have a meal, go straight on this street. There is a brothel and women there will only charge you 1,000 taels for a night. If you just want them to have dinner with you, 100 taels will be enough. Knowing that Yun Luofeng misunderstood his words, the little old man blushed, but his tone was still triumphant. How would an innocent man like me go to such a place? Yes, I'm in my 50s, but as a matter of fact, I'm still a virgin. Chapter 254, The Little Old Man's Past. Hearing his words, Yun Luofeng looked at the little old man with a faint smile. You have no woman to love you even though you are in your 50s. Is there anything wrong with your intellect or your health? At first, the little old man didn't understand the meaning of Yun Luofeng's words, and when he thought about it, he suddenly realized what she meant and his old face turned blue. Who says there is something wrong with my health? No, I'm well both physically and intellectually. If it hadn't been for a bunch of beastards who had tried to force me to marry a woman I didn't love and made my beloved woman misunderstand me, I wouldn't have been single for so many years. If it were not for those beastards, he would have married and had children. This was why he kept away from his family for so many years. Really? Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows. No matter what reasons you put forward, just come to the General Yun estate to buy street tea at noon tomorrow. No one can get it from me in advance. Qingyan, let's go. Yes, miss. Qingyan responded respectfully and quickly followed Yun Luofeng. At the gate of the tea house, the little old man gazed at the figures of the two girls, his eyes shining with a subtle light. Lord Godly Doctor, you really came to the Longyuan kingdom. Suddenly, a voice came, letting the little old man come back from thoughts. He looked at the woman in red standing in front of him, frowning. Are you Fang Ya of Medical Pavilion? Fang Ya giggled, covering her mouth with her hand. I didn't expect the Lord Godly Doctor would still remember me. Just several days ago, our master complained that he didn't have a chance to visit you because your whereabouts were always unknown. So, Elder Rong sent me to look for you when he heard you had come to the Longyuan kingdom. Look for me. The little old man frowned. What does he want with me? I'm not interested. Now there was nothing more interesting to him than the street tea of Yun Luofeng. Lord Godly Doctor, recently Elder Rong found a person who is greatly gifted in medicine and he wants to recommend her to you. The woman is very talented and I'm sure Lord Godly Doctor will be satisfied with her. All right. The little old man gave an uninterested response. Before today, it was true that he wanted to find a genius and pass on all his medical skills to them. However, after he met Yun Luofeng, he suddenly found that he was quite interested in the little girl. In particular, the little girl had the very rare tea in her hand. And Fang Ya kept silent for a while and said, Lord Godly Doctor, a few days ago we received information that some big shots of your family had come to the Longyuan kingdom for reasons unknown, so Elder Rong told me to ask you about this. The little old man sneered, I have nothing to do with the people of the Chan family, and I've been away for decades. They have nothing to do with me. A few decades ago, he was only one of the many outstanding juniors of the Chan family. Fond of manipulating people, the Chan family wanted to control his destiny and force him to marry a woman he did not love. But at that time, he already had a beloved woman. Those animals drugged him and had the woman they chose lay with him in bed. Seeing that scene, his beloved woman misunderstood him and left him in a fit of pique. For this, he kept away from his family for decades. In the past few decades, he was no longer a young man who would be easily manipulated but had grown up to be a very strong man. His name resounded across the whole continent. So, after he became famous, the Chan family was very regretful and kept sending people out to look for his whereabouts, hoping to persuade him to return to his family. Chapter 255, Chan Family 1. Every time he thought of the past, the little old man couldn't help but gnash his teeth. If it were not for the fact that the Chan family raised him, he would have had the Chan family disappear. However, even if he let go the Chan family in the end, it didn't mean he would be involved in the matters of the Chan family. Lord Godly Doctor, as for the genius I just told you about. Fang Ya carefully looked at the little old man, wondering how to persuade Godly Doctor to meet Yun Luofeng. Although Elder Rong had guessed that Yun Luofeng was Godly Doctor's disciple, it was only a guess without any substantial evidence. Therefore, he sent Fang Ya to visit Godly Doctor to arrange the two to meet to verify whether his guess was correct. Not interested, said the little old man with a wave of his hand, I've met a more interesting person. No genius is better than that girl to me now. Fang Ya paused and felt sorry for Yun Luofeng. She planned to take this chance to verify whether Yun Luofeng was his disciple. If not, with her own gifts, Yun Luofeng would be a perfect candidate for his disciple. However, she didn't expect that Lord Godly Doctor wouldn't give Yun Luofeng a chance. Lord Godly Doctor, Elder Rong found out that some people of the Chan family will arrive in the Longyuan kingdom in 2 days, so he sent me to tell you the information. If they find you, they will certainly pester you. If the Chan family had not done that terrible thing to the little old man, there wouldn't have been any family matching the Chan family in status today. Unfortunately, the Chan family made a big mistake, or else they wouldn't have lost such a strong family member. They had broken the heart of the little old man. How could he be willing to see them? If he had forgiven the Chan family during the past decades, he would have returned to the Chan family. I owe your medical pavilion a favor, the little old man paused and then continued, before the people of the Chan family come here, I will leave the Longyuan kingdom, giving them no chance to meet me. Fang Ya smiled. One message to earn the gratitude of Godly Doctor was really worth it. General Yun's estate. In the backyard, a girl lazily leaned against the pavilion and smiled, her slender fingers stroking the gold-seeking hamster on her palm. Little guy, you grew up really fast. I've finally been rewarded for all these spiritual medicines I fed you. I hope you won't let me down. Squeak. Milk Tea squeaked and rolled his big round eyes. Just then, it felt another person's presence and hurried into the girl's capacious sleeves, only leaving its small head outside. Yun Luofeng lowered her eyebrows, without looking at the man in front of her and said coldly, Why did your highness the fourth prince come here? If you want to persuade me to stand by your side, I can only tell you that I myself would be enough to deal with the whole Longyuan kingdom. Gao Xiaochen flipped his fan open and put on an elegant and gentle smile, his slightly narrowed eyes glimmering with a scheming light. I came here to bring you some information. Yun Luofeng lifted her eyebrows and waited for his next words. Understanding what she wanted to say from her expression, Gao Xiaochen smiled, I overheard my father's conversation with Gao Ling the other day. It is said that Niu Wushuang is a descendant of the Chan family. The Chan family. Yun Luofeng's line of sight finally fell on Gao Xiaochen, but her tone was as lazy as ever. Is the Chan family very powerful? Chapter 256, Chan Family 2. The Chan family is more powerful than the royal family, though it cannot be compared with the spirit sect. The strongest person in the Chan family is just a earth-level low-rank spirit cultivator. However, the Chan family has godly Dr. Chan Ya, who is a very famous doctor on this continent, so no one dares to provoke the Chan family, even if its overall strength is not that strong. Gao Xiaochen smiled, so I came here to tell you the news. Yun Luofeng slightly raised her eyebrows. Which realm is Chanya in? Gao Xiaochen thought for quite a while and then slowly replied, I'm not sure about the strength of Chanya. What I know about him is that his medical skill is very good and his whereabouts are always unknown. I heard that he hasn't returned to the Chan family during the last decades. As a matter of fact, I don't know much about him. Okay, I get it, said Yun Luofeng, glancing at Gao Xiaochen. I appreciate you coming here to tell me about these things. But, I don't think you did it out of kindness. If my guess is right, you want me to mess up Mu Wushuang and Gao Ling's wedding, so Gao Ling can't curry favor with the Chan family, and thus you'll get the position of crown prince, right? Not expecting that Yun Luofeng had seen him through at the start, Gao Xiaochen was stunned and then, he put on a smile and said, Little Feng you are so smart. Yes, I am not content. Gao Ling was raped by a group of men in the bamboo house, disgracing the whole royal family of the Longyuan kingdom. Even so, Father Emperor has not abolished him. How can I be content? What else does Gao Ling have to make him the crown prince, except that he was born to the empress? The man no longer disguised his innermost feelings, his foxy eyes revealing a gloomy light. If it were not for Mu Wushuang, Father Emperor would abolish him. Because today, in the royal family, only Gao Ling is willing to marry Mu Wushuang. Because of Mu Wushuang's identity, whoever marries her will be the crown prince, even though Gao Ling has become notorious. No matter how attractive the position of crown prince was, he would not marry Mu Wushuang who had lost her virginity. He didn't want to be cuckolded. Only Gao Ling would ignore everything to marry her. He probably wouldn't hesitate to marry her even if Mu Wushuang was pregnant with someone else's child. You're wrong. A wicked light flashed through Yun Luofeng's eyes. Who will be the crown prince is not decided by the emperor. Instead, only the Strit sect is entitled to decide it, let alone the fact that Gao Ling used to be in prostitution in the bamboo house. Even if he was FK'd by a dog, he would still be the crown prince. That's because only he is so stupid in the whole royal family of the Longyuan kingdom. He is easier to control. No matter Gao Xiaochen or any other prince would not be so easy to control. Only Gao Ling, who had all ambitions but no strength, was literally the only choice of the Strit sect. As for the disgrace of the royal family, it was none of their business. They just wanted to keep the control of the country. Hearing Yun Luofeng's analysis, Gao Xiaochen slightly narrowed his foxy eyes. Little Feng I really have to admire you. What you just said is true. Gao Ling is easier to control than anyone else. And I came to you for a reason. We must prevent the wedding of Gao Ling and Mu Wushuang. Otherwise, both of us will be in danger if Gao Ling successfully becomes a member of the Chan family. Yun Luofeng cast a sideways glance at him. What does their wedding have to do with me? The two are perfect for each other. Why should I break them up and let them do harm to others? Besides, whether they're married or not, they will only join hands to deal with me. So, why should I bother? Chapter 257, Chan Family, 3. Help them to fulfill their wish, would she? She wouldn't mess up their wedding, but it didn't mean she would let go of the two. Yun Luofeng slightly raised the corners of her lips, and a dangerous light flashed through her squinting eyes. Fourth prince, if you have nothing else to tell me, you may leave. As for the wedding of Gao Ling and Mu Wushuang, I will not disrupt it, and I will even give them a wedding gift. Gao Xiaochen looked up only to see a wicked smile on her face. Suddenly, his heart shivered, and he got a strange feeling in his heart. Even he himself didn't understand where the feeling came from, which somehow just occupied his whole heart. Just when Gao Xiaochen was going to walk toward Yun Luofeng, a big hand came out from behind the girl and put a snow-white cloak around her. It's a little cold. The man's voice was low and husky, but it contained great concern for her. Yun Luofeng's heart warmed up and she turned to look at the cold man behind her. Yun Xiao, what are you doing here? I miss you. Yun Xiao's dark eyes were gazing at the beautiful girl in front of him. It was hard to imagine that a man as cold as he was would speak such sentimental words. These were really not like the words he would normally speak. Yun Xiao, Yun Luofeng frowned. What happened? The man did not answer her, his eyes quietly fixing on her. I would like you to call me Xiao just like we were in bed. Oh my. Yun Luofeng was stunned at the words of Yun Xiao. She didn't know how to react until she caught a glimpse of the angry eyes of Gao Xiaochen. Then she cracked a smile. Now there is still someone here. Let's talk about this when we are alone in our room, okay? If Yun Xiao's Indeed, with Gao Xiaochen's current status and strength, he was totally unworthy of her. Gao Xiaochen's handsome face suddenly darkened. Then he is worthy of you. Hearing his words, Yun Luofeng slightly raised her eyebrows and said, yes. Why? I want to know the reason. Because. Yun Luofeng paused. He is keener than you, fairer than you, more obedient than you, and better built than you, and he has promised me that he will not have any other woman in his lifetime. He would not have any other woman in his lifetime. This was a love that every woman longed for, but nowadays how many men in the world were willing to promise that? Gao Xiaochen's heart shivered, wondering why he was so upset when he heard what Yun Luofeng said. Was it because he was in love with Yun Luofeng? No. Impossible. He had no love in his heart. He wanted to get Yun Luofeng because he wanted her to become his own power. He was upset because he didn't want to lose Trigard. Yes, that was all. Thinking this, Gao Xiaochen laughed wryly. As a member of the royal family, he would not fall in love with any woman. Beauty is in the eye of the beholder. This saying is exactly true. Gao Xiaochen raised the corners of his lips. Since you've made a choice, I won't force you to change your mind. However, I still hope you can cooperate with me to cope with Gao Ling. Farewell. After saying this, Gao Xiaochen made an obeisance and hurriedly turned away. He was afraid that he could not help but beat Yun Xiao if he continued to stay here. Even if he didn't love Yun Luofeng, a man's pride didn't allow him to lose to another man. but in the end, he restrained himself and didn't do anything in General Yun's estate. Gao Xiaochen, who hurried away, did not notice that behind him there was a pair of cold eyes watching him. Expressionless as Yun Xiao was, nobody could find any clue from his face. However, only Qin Yuan, who hid in the dark, knew that Gao Xiaochen was going to suffer. How dare he try to steal his mistress? However, to Qin Yuan's surprise, his master finally got it straight and he even learned how to use a trick to repel a rival in love. Gee, it was really impressive. In the luxurious main hall of the Imperial Palace, seeing a man and a woman walking in, Gao Tu hurriedly came forward and said respectfully, Master Chan Yu, Miss Chan Qi, I didn't expect you to arrive early. Sorry for not going out to welcome you. He did not expect that the Chan family would send the two most prominent geniuses of the direct line of descent here. They must take Mu Wushuang very seriously. Chan Qi nodded coldly and asked, where is Mu Wushuang? Miss Chan Qi, please wait a moment. I've sent people to call Wushuang and my son in. They will come here soon. In the presence of the two persons, Gao Tu dared not be disrespectful and no longer put on airs. By the way, Gao Tu thought of something, rolling his eyes, I think you must have heard the rumor about my son and Wushuang on the way. But, it was all a frame-up. Those two definitely would not prostitute themselves in the bamboo house. The rumor was fabricated by Yun Luofeng of the Yun family, who was jealous of Wushuang because she could marry my son. Actually, they just went out to experience an ordinary person's life and stayed out for several months. They didn't prostitute themselves. Chan Qi gently frowned. She had no interest in what had happened to Mu Wushuang and Gao Ling. She came here to pick up Mu Wushuang because Mu Wushuang was suitable to be a high-level drug testing person with her type of constitution. They didn't mean to cultivate her. So, she didn't care whether Mu Wushuang was clean or not. As for Gao Ling, if he really married Mu Wushuang, she wouldn't mind having one more low-level drug testing person. Chapter 259, Let Her Be a Concubine, 1. Just then, a eunuch rushed in and reported respectfully, Your Majesty, the Crown Prince and Miss Wushuang are waiting outside the temple. Hearing the eunuch's words, Gao Tu waved his hand, let them in. Yes. The eunuch took his order and left. In a moment, Gao Ling and Mu Wushuang walked in from outside, their eyes full of doubt, apparently not knowing why Gao Tu suddenly summoned them. Son, Wushuang, you've come. Gao Ling put on airs again, speaking solemnly, these two are Chan Qi and Chan Yu of the Chan family. Come on, salute them. The Chan family. Not knowing what the Chan family was about, Mu Wushuang paused, but Gao Ling standing beside her immediately reacted by flattering him, I've long heard of the names of Master Chan Yu and Miss Chan Qi. Now I finally get a chance to meet you. You two are really as prominent as I imagined. Hearing too much of this cheap flattery, Chan Qi and Chan Yu remained expressionless and had no reaction to Gao Ling's flattery. Are you Mu Wushuang? Chan Qi coldly stared at Mu Wushuang's face, Chan Xin's daughter. Hearing the two words Chan Xin, Mu Wushuang's heart shivered. She bit her lip tightly and stared at Chan Qi, who looked indifferent and haughty. Who are you? Chan Qi didn't speak, her indifferent eyes sweeping from Mu Wushuang's face and she slightly raised her chin with a tinge of arrogance. Wushuang, fearing Mu Wushuang's words might offend Chan Qi, Gao Tu hurriedly explained, your mother Chan Xin was also from the Chan family, and the Chan family holds a dominant position on this continent, even the famous godly doctor comes from the Chan family. Gao Tu's words were like a heavy stick hitting deep in the heart of Mu Wushuang. Her eyes were wide open and sparkled with excitement, her graceful and beautiful face flushed, and her thin lips quivered. Mu Wushuang didn't expect that she had such a powerful backing. She came from the same family with the famous godly doctor on the continent. With such an exalted status, who else could compare with her? If Yun Luofeng knew about this, she would be mad with jealousy. Maybe she would kneel to her, begging for her mercy, ha ha ha. After all, no matter how talented Yun Luofeng was, she would be no match for the famous godly doctor. Mu Wushuang's face lit up with an excited smile and then she glanced at Gao Ling beside her in disgust. If she had known she was from the Chan family, she would never have married the scumbag Gao Ling. So, after she left here, she would ask Chan Qi to call off the engagement for her, and make Gao Ling pay for what he did. When Gao Tu was just about to say something to Mu Wushuang, he suddenly caught sight of the obvious hatred in the girl's eyes, and his eyelids couldn't help twitching. Right now, he was currying favor with the Chan family and forgot how much Mu Wushuang hated Gao Ling. He must find a way to make Mu Wushuang put aside her grudge. Thinking this, Gao Tu cleared his throat and ordered solemnly, Son, Master Chan Yu and Miss Chan Qi came from afar and they must be tired now. Take them down to have a rest. Wushuang, stay a while, I have something to tell you. Mu Wushuang felt that her heart missed a beat, knowing why Gao Tu asked her to stay a while. Chapter 260, Let Her Be a Concubine, 2. However, seeing the two people of the Chan family having no intention to stop him, Mu Wushuang suppressed her inner feelings and said obediently, Yes, Your Majesty. This way please. Gao Ling looked at Mu Wushuang and then drew back his side. He respectfully showed Chan Yu and Chan Qi the way out. Chan Qi answered coldly and left the main hall as guided by Gao Ling, her face cold and expressionless, her dark eyes filled with indifference. Wushuang. After the two people left, Gao Tu turned to Mu Wushuang, How have I been treating you these years? Mu Wushuang, with a slight shudder, bit her lips and said, Your Majesty treats me as your own daughter. I appreciate you very much. Now that you know this, I am relieved. Gao Tu sighed, Alas, my son has done such a brutal thing to you and let you suffer so much. I'm having him marry you because I want to compensate you. Not saying anything, Mu Wushuang lowered her eyes to conceal the hatred in them. She would never forget what happened to her. Gao Ling would have to pay for what he did to her sooner or later. Wushuang, you are going to leave with the Chan family in a few days. In such a large family, if there is no power backing you, I am afraid it will be very difficult for you to survive there. Of course, according to the information Gao Tu had received, the Chan family wanted to cultivate Mu Wushuang and make her a second Chan Ya. But he would not tell it to Mu Wushuang because she would become even more disobedient if she learned how the Chan family valued her. Unfortunately, Gao Tu didn't expect that instead of cultivating her, the Chan family just wanted to use her to test medicines, to make her a so-called drug woman. All his efforts were doomed to be in vain. Your Majesty, I see. Mu Wushuang clenched her fists, but her voice was as graceful as ever. She knew that what Gao Tu said was right. She would have a hard time when she just returned to the Chan family, but it would be another story if she was the crown princess of the Longyuan kingdom. She could kill Gao Ling only if she had gained the supreme status in the Chan family, or if she managed to have godly doctor stand by her side. I'm glad you understand it. Gao Tu showed a loving smile. As the royal family has the spread sect support behind us, the Chan family won't give you too hard a time. Besides, as for what happened to you and Gao Ling in the bamboo house, I've told Chan Qi that you were just framed by Yun Luofeng. After all, the people of the Chan family didn't see your situation in the bamboo house, so they will just take a skeptical attitude in regards to it. Mu Wushuang's body quivered and her beautiful face turned pale. What she experienced in the bamboo house would be her permanent nightmare. Yun Luofeng. If that BTCH hadn't let her know that Gao Ling was trapped in the bamboo house, she would not have been tempted to go there. And if she hadn't gone to the bamboo house, she would not have suffered such a fate. All this was Yun Luofeng's fault. If she had died earlier, how could this have happened? Why didn't a BTCH like her go to hell? The more Mu Wushuang thought, the more she hated Yun Luofeng. She gnashed her teeth. I want Yun Luofeng to die. She must die. It's easy. Gao Tu glanced at Mu Wushuang and smirked. I can issue a decree now, ordering her to come to the imperial palace and marry the crown prince as a concubine. At that time, as the crown princess, you could torture her to your heart's content, and nobody would blame you for that. As a concubine, she will have to grovel at your feet for a lifetime. Chapter 261. Let her be a concubine. 3. Mu Wushuang raised the corners of her lips and smiled grimly. I had planned to ask noble consort to appoint a husband for Yun Luofeng half a year ago. But something happened to prevent me. I didn't expect that Yun Luofeng's marriage would still be up to me. It's just that her future is changed from marrying a dandy to becoming Gao Ling's concubine. If it were half a year ago, she would never allow Yun Luofeng to become the crown prince's concubine. However, after the bamboo house event, she had no love but only hatred towards the crown prince, so she wouldn't mind him having a concubine. However, compared with Gao Ling, she hated Yun Luofeng more. Even if the person who made her lose her virginity was Gao Ling, she still blamed Yun Luofeng for that. By the mandate of heaven, His Majesty decrees that, as the heiress of the general estate Yun Luofeng is beautiful and virtuous, His Majesty hereby gifts her to His Highness Crown Prince Gao Ling as a concubine. Respect this. In the front hall of the general estate, the messenger eunuch folded the imperial edict and looked at the grandfather and his granddaughter who stood before him with a smile. Miss Yun, you may accept the imperial edict and express gratitude for royal graciousness now. The old man's face was purple with anger, and even his beard was shaking with rage. Rolling up his sleeves, he was going to beat the eunuch. Just then, a slender arm reached out from behind, taking the imperial edict away from the hands of the eunuch. The eunuch smiled with satisfaction. Miss Yun, that's very sensible of you. After all, no one can disobey His Majesty's edict. Hiss. Just as the eunuch was going to praise her more, a clear paper-tearing sound came suddenly, which made his pupils constrict and his heart pound wildly. What did you say? Yun Luofeng threw the imperial edict torn in two to the ground, clapped her hands and said, Sorry, I didn't hear you. Can you say it again? You. The eunuch's face turned blue with anger. It was the first time he had encountered such a presumptuous person, who had not only rejected the imperial edict but also dared to tear it in two. Since you have nothing to say, I can only let you go. Guard, throw him out. Yes, miss. Hearing Yun Luofeng's commanded, two guards came out from behind, held him by the arms and threw him out of the door. Bang! The eunuch fell awkwardly before the gate of the general's estate. He scrambled to his feet and hurried away under the curious eyes of the pedestrians. In the royal study, hearing someone that sounded terrified outside, Gao Tu frowned slightly. He looked at the eunuch coming in and asked coldly, I asked you to deliver my imperial edict. Has Yun Luofeng accepted it? Your Majesty. Flop. The eunuch fell on his knees. Yun Luofeng is really presumptuous. She not only refused to accept the imperial edict but also tore it up. Gao Tu's face suddenly darkened. He had thought that Yun Luofeng would reject the imperial edict, but he didn't expect that she had the courage to tear it up on the spot. She was really a worthy granddaughter of that old fool Yun Luo. Get out of here, Gao Tu commanded coldly. Yes, Your Majesty. The eunuch stood up, flicked the dust from his clothes, respectfully made an obeisance and left. After the eunuch left, Gao Tu sneered and said to Gao Ling who stood beside him, if you want Yun Luofeng to be your concubine, you have to use the power of the Chan family. If we do not send her to your estate and let her be tortured by Mu Wushuang's anger will not be diffused. In fact, Gao Tu didn't favor this stupid son, Gao Ling. However, the Strut sect had already given him an order that the next emperor of the Longyuan kingdom must be Gao Ling. Chapter 262, Let her be a concubine. 4. Father Emperor, I just want Yun Luofeng's virginity. After I take her virginity, I don't mind giving her to Mu Wushuang. Thinking of that gorgeous face, Gao Ling felt so excited. Even if Yun Luofeng didn't love him now, he must have her. What's more, he didn't believe that Yun Luofeng, who used to love him so much, would suddenly have no feelings for him. Glancing at the smug face of Gao Ling, Gao Chu impatiently waved his hand and coldly commanded, "You can leave now." "Yes, Father Emperor." Coming back from his thoughts, Gao Ling made an obeisance and left. Gazing at the receding figure of Gao Ling, Gao Chu's eyes gradually darkened. The general's estate. In the underground training room, as soon as Yun Luofeng stepped in, people all gathered around her. Second uncle. Seeing the man who was guiding people cultivating, Yun Luofeng cracked a beautiful smile. "You look pretty good these days, and I plan to restore your strength tonight." Yun Qingya's fingers trembled and his clear eyes sparkled with excitement. "Feng do you mean I can really recover?" Looking at the man's shining eyes, Yun Luofeng walked slowly to him. At this moment, the girl's eyes were more serious than ever. "Second uncle, I can not only restore your former strength but also improve it. After all, during the past half a year, I've been turning and instilling spiritual energy into your body, so your strength would be really impressive after you make a breakthrough this time." Her words brought a smile to the man's handsome and elegant face. "Little Feng it would be a miracle if I could just restore my strength. I never expected to have it improved." "Second uncle," Yun Luofeng looked up at Yun Qingya's handsome face. "After I settle the affairs of the Longyuan kingdom, I want you to tell me who hurt you back then. I will make them pay for what they did to you." Yun Qingya chuckled. "Good, I promise, I'll tell you about the past." No longer the one who would be easily manipulated, the girl had grown up at a surprising speed. So, he should let her know what happened in the past. Hearing Yun Qingya's reply, Yun Luofeng showed a confident and wild smile on her face, her eyes shining with a wicked light. "This time, I came here to announce a more important thing. It's time for Steel Core and Raging Flame Core to present themselves to the world. We shall give the Mu family a great gift on the wedding day." Back then, selected by Gao Ling, everyone in the Two Core was just trash. However, after half a year, the Two Core had grown to be an invincible power. If Gao Ling knew this, he would vomit 3 liters of blood. Gazing at the beautiful face of the girl, Yun Qingya said with a serious look, "Little Feng, no matter what you want to do, I will always stand by your side." Listening to the man's sincere voice, Yun Luofeng felt a wave of warmth sweep through her. In this world, except for Yun Xiao, only her family would support her unconditionally. To keep them safe and sound, she wouldn't mind killing anyone in her way. Chapter 263, Rise of the Two Core, 1. On the day of the wedding, the Crown Prince's estate was decorated with lanterns and streamers and filled with a jubilant atmosphere. In the hall, Gao Chu and noble consort Mu sat high side by side and cheerfully looked at the new couple who were bowing to them. As the master of Mu Wushuang, Jing Lin sat with Mu Xingqiu below Gao Tu, with a satisfied smile on his face. Besides these, there sat 2 most honorable seats in the hall, on which a handsome man and a pretty girl were sitting. However, contrary to the jubilant atmosphere, the two looked indifferent and cold. "Your Excellency, something bad happened." At the end of the ceremony, a hurried voice came from outside the hall. A servant of the Prime Minister's estate stumbled in. He was in such a hurry that he almost fell to the ground, sweat dripping down from his forehead. Suddenly, the whole hall quieted down, and all eyes were fixed on the servant. Mu Xingqiu looked somewhat embarrassed. "What happened?" "Your Excellency," the servant knelt on the ground, sweat dripping down from his forehead. Your estate was smashed by a group of people." Bang! Mu Xingqiu pounded the table with his palm and stood up, his old face blue with anger. "Who did this? How dare they smash my estate? In particular, on the day that the wedding ceremony of his granddaughter was being held. Who on earth had such a deep grudge against the Mu family?" Suddenly, something occurred to his mind, and he could not help gnashing his teeth. Yun Luo, it must be the Beastard. More than a decade ago, Yun Luo sent people to smash his estate. Now after more than 10 years, he did it again. Ironically, it didn't work before, as he could always rebuild his estate. It was not a big deal. Just as Mu Xingqiu was pondering, another hurried voice came from the outside of the hall. "Your Excellency, something bad happened, something really bad happened." Then a man in a green robe came running into the hall. It seemed that he had been running all the way, so he was breathless and sweaty. "What happened?" Mu Xingqiu asked impatiently. "Your Excellency, all our properties in the Imperial City have been burned." "What?" Mu Xingqiu stumbled and fell into the chair behind him. Clenching his fist, he tried to suppress the raging anger in his heart. "Did you see who did this? It must be a group of bandits." The man in a green robe wiped the sweat from his forehead and said anxiously, "Your Excellency, I don't think these men are bandits. They're more like trained soldiers." "Soldiers?" Mu Xingqiu frowned. The military power of Yun Luo had been repossessed by His Majesty. He didn't have any soldiers under his control. Was it not Yun Luo who smashed his estate and burned all his properties? They're soldiers, and they called themselves the Steel Core and the Raging Flame Core. Steel Core and Raging Flame Core. Why hadn't he heard of these names? Mu Xingqiu's heart gradually sank. He would rather that Yun Luo did these things. That would be better than not knowing anything and having no clue who he had offended. Looking at Mu Xingqiu's pale old face, noble consort Mu quickly stood up and knelt down to Gao Tu, weeping in an attractive manner. "Your Majesty, those Beastards made trouble during Wushuang's wedding. They just want to ruin the marriage of Wushuang and His Highness. That's really outrageous. Please uphold justice for us, Your Majesty." Chapter 264, Rise of the Two Core, 2. "My dear wife," Gao Tu reached out his hand to help noble consort Mu up, speaking tenderly, "you can rest assured. I will find out who did these and give justice to the Mu family." "Thank you, Your Majesty." Smiling through tears, noble consort Mu stood up gracefully. Just then, one of the guards waiting outside hurried into the hall and fell to his knees, reporting, "Your Majesty, a woman who called herself the Deputy Commander of the Raging Flame Corps is asking to see you." Raging Flame Corps, Steel Corps and Raging Flame Corps. Hearing these words, Mu Xingqiu couldn't hold his temper anymore. He sprang up, his eyes filled with rage. "How dare these people come to see us? Your Majesty, allow me to meet these beastards." After saying this, Mu Xingqiu strode out of the hall before Gao Tu got the time to issue an order. Mu Wushang hurriedly lifted the red cover on her head and looked anxiously at Mu Xingqiu's receding figure. Finally, ignoring the people's glare, she chased him out. In the courtyard, a lovely young girl was standing under a willow tree. Her round big eyes were shining with bright luster and the 2 dimples on her cheek were intoxicating. Zhongling saw Mu Xingqiu and his entourage at a glance, and with her bright eyes full of merriness said, "Prime Minister Mu, do you like the gift we prepared for you?" "You." Mu Xingqiu angrily pointed at Zhongling, his face red with anger. "How dare you? I don't know who gave you the courage to smash my estate and then come to the Crown Prince's estate to see us." More importantly, he wanted to know who was behind the Steel Corps and Raging Flame Corps. Zhongling naughtily winked. "I just heard that today is the wedding day of the heiress of the Mu family, Mu Wushang and His Highness Crown Prince, so I prepared a surprise for you." A surprise? It was more like a scare. How dared the BTCH claim she was giving him a surprise by smashing his estate and burning all the properties of the Mu family? How shameless she was. Of course, Zhongling glanced at the Prime Minister who chopped with anger, and said, "I came here to send you a gauntlet for my master." Mu Xingqiu tried to suppress the anger in his heart, his old face purple with anger, his sharp eyes filled with burning flames that seemed to be able to burn the girl in front of him to death instantly. "Where is the gauntlet?" Mu Wushang stepped out, coldly glanced at Zhongling with her beautiful eyes and said, "I'll take it." Zhongling threw the gauntlet to Mu Wushang, her bright eyes curved into a pair of crescent moons. "My job is done, and it's time for me to go back. Don't bother to invite me to stay for dinner. Invite you to stay for dinner. BMNU." Looking at Zhongling, who turned around and left, Mu Xingqiu couldn't suppress the anger in his heart anymore. What made the BTCH think that he would invite her to stay for dinner after she smashed his estate? However, at this time, Mu Xingqiu was still sober-minded. Although Zhongling was rather hateful, she was just a messenger. If she had been killed here, her master would not have appeared. Therefore, suppressing his inner rage, Mu Xingqiu took the gauntlet from Mu Wushang's hand and flipped it open, his face grim. "The Mu family will disappear in 2 days. Chapter 265, Rise of the 2 Corps, 3. Without any signature, there was only this simple sentence in the gauntlet. Arrogant, domineering and confident. The Mu family will disappear in 2 days. Tearing the gauntlet to pieces, Mu Xingqiu was almost mad, his face purple with rage. "Good, we're waiting for you. No matter who you are, you will have to pay a heavy price since you dare to provoke the Mu family." Unlike Mu Xingqiu, Galing, whose wedding ceremony was interrupted, was silent. His eyes were fixed on the receding figure of Zhongling, his sharp eyes filled with doubt. The girl just now, he might have seen her somewhere. Unable to recall the identity of Zhongling, Galing gave it up. With a frown, he shook his head and silently sighed. He didn't expect that this Zhongling was one of the people he chose for the Yun family that day. After all, he gave these people to Yun Luo after carefully testing the gifts in person. Thus, if he finally learned that the members of the Steel Corps and Raging Flame Corps were the people he chose that day, he would definitely vomit blood in regret. In the backyard of General Yun's estate, seeing the girl lazily lying on Yun Xiu's lap, Zhongling hesitated. However, after thinking quite a while, she still risked disturbing the two and walked to them. "Master, I've sent the gauntlet to Mu Xingqiu." This voice, with a nasal sound, sounded quite lazy. 2 days would be enough for Yiling to come back. Yun Luofeng slowly got up from the man's lap, her dark eyes fixed on the pretty face of Zhongling. "When I accepted you as my subordinates back then, I had told you that if you follow me, I'll make your names resound throughout the whole continent and people would tremble hearing your names. And soon you will take the first step on the path to success. If you succeed, from now on, you will no longer be trashes at the mercy of others." The girl's words were so powerful that Zhongling became excited. "Master, I will not let you down." Yun Luofeng smiled encouragingly. "You can leave now. Get yourself prepared. There will be a great battle in 2 days. "Yes, master." Zhongling respectfully made an obeisance and left. Gazing at the receding figure of Zhongling, King Yin, who was waiting silently beside, pondered for a while and asked, "Miss, fourth prince said Mu Wushang was related to the Chan family that has the backing of Godly Doctor. Isn't it too early, if we deal with Mu Wushang now?" "Too early." Before King Yin finished, her words were interrupted by the girl's wicked voice. "At first, I didn't know the identity of Mu Wushang, so I wouldn't take any action rashly." She slightly narrowed her eyes and a subtle light flashed through her eyes, "but now I've figured it out, so I have nothing to worry about." "Miss, I still don't understand." King Yin looked at Yun Luofeng with doubt and asked again. Yun Luofeng lowered her eyes, and the smile on her lips gradually spread. "King Yin, if Chan Ya really cares for the Chan family, why hasn't he returned to the Chan family during the last decades? It proves that the Chan family means nothing to him, and without Chan Ya, the Chan family would not be a problem." Chapter 266, If you kill, I'll bury the dead for you. Listening to Yun Luofeng's words, King Yin understood and nodded. "Miss, I understand. So, the Chan family is just a paper tiger. Without the shelter of Chan Ya, we'll see if they can help those bad guys to evil." Yun Luofeng smiled and did not answer King Yin's words. She lay on the body of Yun Xiao and asked, Yun Xiao, what do you think of my decision? Yun Xiao looked down at the girl lying on his lap, his big hand gently stroking her beautiful waterfall-like hair, her cold eyes firm and determined. If you kill, I'll bury the dead for you. He was literally telling her that you just need to kill, and I will clean up the mess for you, saving you from any trouble. As if there was a hand gently touching her heart, Yun Luofeng felt something she never had before, and this feeling changed her. Yun Xiao, her eyes fell on Yun Xiao's cold face, and her lips moved, no matter how the world judges me, I won't be afraid as long as you understand me. Why should she care what other people thought of her? She just needed his understanding. Qingyan, Yun Luofeng sat up again, lazily stretching herself, let's go. I'll help my second uncle restore his strength. Qingyan's eyes lit up, and a smile appeared on her comely face, Miss, can second master's strength really be restored? Of course, said Yun Luofeng, nodding slightly. With the special medicinal liquid I prepared for him, he will be able to regain his strength soon. No, not only that, at this time his strength will also greatly improve. Now it was the time for her to help second uncle restore his strength. Only when he regained his power, would the Yun family become truly powerful. In the last few days, a lot of shocking events happened in the Longyuan kingdom. First, on the wedding day of Mu Wushuang and Gaoling, 200-person groups who called themselves the Steel Corps and Raging Flame Corps suddenly appeared, smashing the Prime Minister's estate and setting fire to all properties of the Mu family. Everyone was talking about the big news, wondering who on earth the Mu family had offended to get such revenge. Just before this event was finished, another blockbuster came, which made the whole imperial city of the Longyuan kingdom tremble. The hostage of the Longyuan kingdom, Yi Ling, who was trapped in the Longyuan kingdom for many years, escaped back and then returned today to propose to a woman. Even more, the one he was about to propose to was just a little maid named Qingyan serving in General Yun's estate. When Gao Tu learned about this, he immediately became furious. He sprang up from his throne in rage, his handsome face purple with anger. Good, very good, Yi Ling, I set you free and in return, you hook up with a little maid of the Yun family and publicly propose to her. Do you think I'm a fool? 6 months ago, Gao Tu sent Yi Ling to General Yun's estate to frame Yun Luo, but to his surprise, Yi Ling secretly fell in love with a little maid in Yun Luo's estate and betrayed him for this woman. More importantly, Yi Ling's actions were literally telling the whole world that the Longyuan kingdom was unable to guard another country's hostage and let him run away. That would be a great shame for him. Yi Ling, you want to marry the little maid in General Yun's estate. But I won't let you. Gao Tu sneered and ordered with a harsh voice, send my messenger to the Lujian kingdom to issue my order that I want Yi Ling to marry my 8th princess. Chapter 267, Yi Ling proposed. Yun Luo, you think the royal family of the Lujian kingdom will accept the maid who you instigated to seduce Yi Ling? How ridiculous it is. I will not let your plot succeed. A little maid fancies becoming a prince consort. Only in her dreams. However, Gao Tu did not expect that the emperor of the Lujian kingdom had been imprisoned by Yi Ling. So who could stop him? Unfortunately, on the continent where communication means were limited, it would take months to spread the news. Besides, the Lujian kingdom was far away from the Longyuan kingdom. When messages about the events of the Lujian kingdom reached the Longyuan kingdom, the emperor of the Lujian kingdom had already been changed. In the front hall, looking at Yi Ling standing in front of him, General Yun kept nodding with a satisfied smile. Good, this young man is very good. Though Qingyan is just a maid of our family, she and my granddaughter will like real sisters. This general hopes you won't marry a concubine after marrying her. Can you promise me? Qingyan was greatly touched by his words. She was just a little maid in the Yun family. Even though she had become the commander of the Raging Flame Corps, she was still a subordinate of Yun Luofeng. She didn't expect that General Yun cared about her so much. Thinking so, Qingyan looked up at Yi Ling. At the very moment that she had an eye contact with him, she quickly drew back her eyes and blushed. General, you can rest assured. I will never betray Qingyan, and I will have only Qingyan as my woman. Yi Ling promised word by word, his eyes serious and firm. Ha ha, the old man laughed brightly. In that case, I will adopt the girl as my granddaughter and marry her to you. Hearing their words, Qingyan blushed again. Glancing at Yi Ling standing near her, she made up her mind and turned to Yun Luo. General Yun, since we have not yet taken vengeance on our enemies, I don't want to get married quite yet. Even if the Mu family was going to collapse, those who heard Yun Qingyo was still at large. So, how could she just put these things aside and get married? She would not marry Yi Ling unless the Yun family had taken vengeance on all their enemies. Looking at the loyal little girl, Yun Luo was greatly touched. He sighed and said, if you don't want to get married now, you can get engaged to the third prince and marry him later. Hearing the old man's words, Yi Ling, who was a little disappointed just now, became quite happy and hurriedly fell to his knees. Thank you, General. I will treat Qingyan well, and I will never let her suffer any grievance. Startled by Yi Ling's movement, Yun Luo quickly stood up, rubbing his hands in embarrassment. Third prince, you are being too polite. Get up, please. You don't need to kneel down to me. Seeing that Yun Luo was going to hold Yi Ling up, Yun Luofeng chuckled and said, Grandfather, it's all right. He can kneel down to you. You darn girl. Yun Luo stared at Yun Luofeng. He is the third prince of the Lujian kingdom. Even though he is marrying Qingyan now, he needn't bow down to me. Yun Luofeng shrugged. I forgot to tell you that Yi Ling is my subordinate. It isn't a problem if he kneels down to you. Don't get upset because he did that. Though Yun Luofeng had told her grandfather that she went to the Lujian kingdom for revenge, she did not tell him the details, so he did not know that Yi Ling was now her subordinate. Chapter 268, A Surprise. When Yun Luo heard Yun Luofeng's words, his mouth was wide open and he looked shocked. Did he hear her right just now? The third prince of the Lujian kingdom was a subordinate of his own baby granddaughter. Are you serious? Yun Luo was shocked and yet felt proud of his granddaughter, making a prince her subordinate. Who else could achieve this on their own except his granddaughter? You didn't know that? Yun Luofeng looked at her grandfather with a surprised look. He is the deputy commander of the Steel Corps. It's just that when I took you to the underground training ground back then, he had gone out on a mission and didn't come back until today. Although General Yun led the war against the Lujin Kingdom, he had never seen the third prince of the Lujin Kingdom before. So when Gao Tu arranged Yiling to lurk in the Yun family 6 months ago, he didn't know his real identity. Otherwise, he would never have let Yiling step into the Yun family, and there would not have been such a good marriage. Ha ha ha, laughing brightly again, General Yun stroked his long beard and smirked. I thought the king and the third prince first met in the Lujin Kingdom and I didn't expect that they got to know each other here. Should we thank Gao Tu for granting us this wonderful marriage? As a hostage of an enemy country, how did Yiling manage to infiltrate into the Yun family? It was a no-brainer that Gao Tu must have been behind it. However, as things were, Yiling had been subdued by his granddaughter. So, he should thank Gao Tu for finding King Yun such a good husband. What's more, he found his granddaughter a good subordinate. Yun Luo laughed and asked, will Gao Tu go mad when he learns this? Yun Luofeng gently stroked her chin, her dark eyes shining with an evil smile. I don't think it's enough to just drive him mad. I want to have him overthrown. Grandfather, just sit still and watch the show. In 2 days, I will present you with a big show that you will never forget in your lifetime. After saying this, Yun Luofeng turned to Yiling, raised her eyebrows and said, these 2 days, my second uncle is cultivating in seclusion, so you will have to take care of the issues of the Steel Corps. Yiling paused and then responded respectfully, yes, master. Is your second uncle cultivating in seclusion? Catching the key words in their conversation, Yun Luo looked at them with a puzzled look. Your second uncle was unable to make any breakthrough since he was injured 10 years ago. Why is he suddenly cultivating in seclusion? Yun Luofeng blinked. It's a surprise. You'll see. A surprise. Hearing the 2 words once again, the old man couldn't help but roll his eyes. Every time the darn girl said she would give him a surprise, he was so frightened in the end. He really wondered what she was fiddling with this time. Maybe, suddenly, something occurred to Yun Luo and made him shudder. Are you helping your second uncle restore his strength? Yun Luofeng shrugged and smiled. Since it's a surprise, I can't tell you about it now. Just in a few days, you will get the answer. I'm tired, King Yun, let's go. She then yawned lazily and walked slowly out of the hall. Staring at the receding figure of the girl, General Yun shook his head helplessly. What about girl? Fine, I will find out sooner or later even though she refuses to tell me about it now. I'm not in a hurry. As a matter of fact, Yun Luofeng didn't tell him for a reason. She could treat Yun Qingye, but his own endurance was also vital. If he could endure the pain of treatment, he could not only regain his strength but also have his strength greatly improved. However, if he couldn't endure it, his treatment would fail. Chapter 269, Mu Wushuang's Jealousy and Ambition. If it failed, Yun Luo would be extremely disappointed. So, she chose to conceal it and wouldn't tell her grandfather the good news until Yun Qingye was really cured. After all, her grandfather was already at such an age that he could not stand great stimulations. The Prime Minister's estate. Out of a boudoir filled with the scent of sandalwood, Mu Wushuang pushed the door and came in. Catching sight of Chan Qi, who was sitting in bed and meditating with her eyes closed, she hesitated for a while and then walked slowly to her. Miss Chan Qi, I think you've known what happened to the Mu family recently. I'd like to ask you to help us. Now that the Steel Corps and Raging Flame Corps dared to attack the Mu family on her wedding day, it proved that they didn't put the royal family in their eyes. Therefore, she could only turn to Chan Qi for help. If Chan Qi was willing to help them, the Steel Corps and Raging Flame Corps would not be a problem at all. Hearing Mu Wushuang's request, Chan Qi slightly opened her eyes, coldly glanced at the girl standing in front of her, and said indifferently, I came here just to take you away. The issues of the Mu family have nothing to do with me. Mu Wushuang, since you are going to be a member of the Chan family, you'd better ignore these vulgar things. Mu Wushuang felt her heart suddenly missed a beat, her face full of anxiety. But, Miss Chan Qi, I was brought up by the Mu family. How can I just abandon them? Slightly lifting her eyelids, Chan Qi answered arrogantly, Mu Wushuang, if you care about the Mu family so much, I can only give you up. I hope you give it some thought. Once you join the Chan family, the Mu family will have nothing to do with you, no matter what happens to them. Listening to her words, Mu Wushuang tightly clenched her hands, her face all pale. She looked up at the woman who was sitting on the bed with her legs crossed, and a wave of resentment swept through her. Both of them were members of the Chan family. Why was Chan Qi able to give orders to her arrogantly but she had to stay humble and ingratiate herself with her, just to successfully enter the Chan family? No. She was not content. What she wanted was a supreme status, not groveling before someone. Be it Yun Luofeng or Chan Qi, she would trample them underfoot one day. Mu Wushuang clenched her fists more tightly, and then she raised her head with a firm look. Miss Chan Qi, I understand. I won't be involved in the Mu family's issues. They no longer have anything to do with me, whether they survive or get killed. If she had to give up her family to be strong, she had no choice. She was sure that her grandfather would understand her choice. Good. Chan Qi flicked her sleeve, rose slowly from the bed and coldly stared at Mu Wushuang. Mu Wushuang, get prepared. We are going to leave the Mu family now. Now. Mu Wushuang was stunned. The Steel Corps and Raging Flame Corps are going to come against the Mu family in 2 days. Mu Wushuang. Chan Qi scowled at Mu Wushuang and interrupted her. Did you forget what I told you just now? If you want to stay, I won't stop you, but I hope you won't regret it later. Struggling in her heart, Mu Wushuang closed her eyes and her eyelashes were trembling slightly. She knew that if she insisted staying in the Mu family, she would lose an opportunity to become a member of the top class. Mu Wushuang opened her eyes. Her eyes were determined and firm, without any sign of struggling. "All right, Miss Chan Ki, I will leave with you." Chan Ki nodded coldly. Chapter 270, Heartless Mu Wushuang. To her, Mu Wushuang was only a drug tester. How could she be willing to stay additional days just for a drug tester? For her to be willing to wait until Mu Wushuang had completed her wedding was already considered bestowing favor on her, as normally she would never help a drug tester and waste her energy. "Pack up and we'll leave immediately." Chan Ki's words were cold and detached as usual. Mu Wushuang gnashed her teeth in hatred but did not reveal it in the slightest on her face. Her face was full of respect but her heart was full of resentfulness. "Chan Ki, just you wait, for the day when I succeed in the Chan family, I shall also make you find yourself utterly isolated." Outside the door, a servant maid who was secretly eavesdropping on their conversation went to find Mu Xingqiu hastily and in great alarm to notify him of this matter. When Mu Xingqiu found out that Mu Wushuang was about to leave with the Chan family, he was suddenly enraged and he quickly went out to obstruct them in the courtyard. Luckily Mu Wushuang required some time to pack her belongings, so by the time when Mu Xingqiu rushed to the courtyard, he coincidentally met Mu Wushuang who was following behind of the two from the Chan family. "Wushuang." Mu Xingqiu's eyes became red through and through in a moment's time, faintly containing the flames of anger. "What are you doing right now? Could it be that you are going to abandon your family without any regards?" From the start, Mu Xingqiu did not worry about the steel core and raging flame core because they had the Chan family supporting their backs. Otherwise, in a situation of not knowing the other party's identity, he wouldn't dare to talk nonsense. However, he didn't expect that the people from the Chan family were going to leave just like that. Even his own granddaughter didn't care about their family's survival. "Prime Minister Mu, you're wrong." Mu Wushuang's eyes slightly sunk. "I'm someone from the Chan family. I only have one family, which is the Chans. The Mu family is insignificant to me." In order to prove her determination to Chan Ki, Mu Wushuang had even addressed Prime Minister Mu as such. Her motive was to draw a clear dividing line with the Prime Minister's state. Mu Xingqiu's heart suddenly became incomparably ice cold as he looked at Mu Wushuang's heartless expression in disbelief. "What did you call me? Mu Wushuang, don't forget, I'm the one who raised you. Without me, where would you be? I have always doted and indulged you endlessly, but now that you've caught onto a higher branch, you're going to fall out with us and become hostile." Mu Wushuang knitted her eyebrows tightly. "If you love me dearly, you would not obstruct me from another path that is more suitable for my development. Being in the Mu family will only hinder my footsteps. I must leave here if I want to succeed and step on the masses beneath my feet." Her tone was filled with cold and detached feelings as if the elderly man who stood in her face wasn't a family member who raised her up, but a stranger instead. Humans are all selfish, so even if she was initially angered by Chan Ki's words, she finally managed to calm down. As long as she could stand on the pinnacle, not to mention if she had to leave the Mu family, even if she was asked to kill her relatives she would do it without hesitation. Smack! A slap ruthlessly came from the side, hitting Mu Wushuang's face. Instantly, her head leaned to one side, with her hair messily hanging on her shoulder. Half of her face had become red and swollen. Wiping the traces of blood on the corner of her lips, Mu Wushuang laughed coldly as her gaze turned towards the handsome man who had an angered face. She spoke sneeringly, "What right do you have to hit me?" Mu Wuchen's complexion was ashen as he raised his hands, wanting to continue to slap her. But ultimately, he powerlessly dropped his hands. "Mu Wushuang, he's your grandfather. The Mus are your family. Are you going to disregard your family members' deaths and only care for yourself?" Mu Wushuang laughed coldly. "Let me repeat myself. My family is the Chans. The Mus are of no relation to me. In what way am I wrong to be selfish? What has the Mu family given me all these years? Why should I abandon my opportunity to succeed for you?" Chapter 271, Being Selfish. Mu Wushuang. Mu Wuchen gnashed his teeth, and his eyes were emitting raging flames of anger. "You actually dare to ask what the Mu family gave you? Don't tell me that so many years of luxurious living were all fake. Without the Mu family, do you think you would have the achievements you have today? Within the entire Mu family, grandfather doted on you the most, but who would have thought that it is also you who is the cruelest and most unscrupulous?" Hearing the voice of her own elder brother, the mocking on her lips was even more evident. "But, the Mu family did not make me into someone above others, and I am still being bullied by Yun Luofeng. If the Mu family is that powerful, how could Yun Luofeng that slut dare to bully me? I do not blame myself for leaving Mu family as I only blame that you do not have enough strength to make me want to stay." If it was said that Mu Wushuang still felt guilty for her initial decision, then right now the actions of these family members had caused the guilt in her heart to disappear completely without a trace. However, at the time when Mu Wushuang was fighting with Mu Wuchen, they did not notice Mu Shen's silhouette flashing past from a distance away. "Brother, you're too selfish." Mu Wushuang glanced at Mu Wuchen who was angered to the point of being unable to say anything else, with disappointment in her eyes. "If you all truly love me, you should have never stopped me. Instead, you would rather the Mu family meet its destruction than troubling me. However, you've insulted me using righteous words. Your actions will only make me loathe the Mu family more." Mu Wushuang. "Brother, I do not think I'm in the wrong. Every miller draws water to their own mill. In this world, I believe anyone who is looking from my perspective would make the same choices I did, without any exception. Even though that slut Yun Luofeng acts as if she values feelings and relationships, I believe she would never abandon the chance if she had the opportunity to reach heaven in a single bound." In Mu Wushuang's mind, all humans were selfish creatures without any exceptions. Therefore, she didn't think her actions were wrong. So what if the Mu family had raised her up? That was done by them willingly and couldn't be used to restrict her actions. "Miss Chan Ki," Mu Wushuang turned towards Chan Ki, "we can set off." Chan Ki coldly nodded her head and a trace of ridicule flashed in her eyes. To delusionally think of being above others based on her personality. She was simply dreaming. After reaching the Chan family, she would then know how big of a mistake she made by abandoning her own grandfather and brother. Unfortunately, she no longer had the opportunity to make a choice. Mu Wushuang, hold it. Mu Wuchen anxiously grabbed onto Mu Wushuang's arms. Are you truly that heartless, without any regards for the Mu family? Right now there's not only the steel and raging flame core, but also Yun Luofeng who is covetously eyeing us. With you leaving, the Mu family will definitely meet its destruction. How can your conscience be at ease? Mu Wushuang stopped. As she had her back facing Mu Wuchen, he was unable to see her expression. However, seeing Mu Wushuang stop, he assumed there was a chance for her to return, and his expression couldn't help but become gentler. Wushuang, that year when you were bullied outside, it was me who brought a group of people to beat up those beastards who bullied you. You admired the crown prince, so I prevented another woman from pursuing him, and I have also helped you settle those who managed to attract him. Not only that, when we went out to experience life when we were young, I took a blow for you when you were attacked by street beasts, so you managed to stay alive. Don't tell me you've forgotten all these things. Chapter 272, A Stunning Entrance. The past experiences were like running water, rushing forth into Mu Wushuang's mind. However, these experiences did not even arouse any guilt within her and had instead caused her internal hatred to increase. She raised her hand and ruthlessly slapped away Mu Wuchen's hands that were tightly holding onto her arm and turned to face him. Mu Wuchen, even if you were buried under that street beast's claws that year, you had brought it upon yourself. I did not ask for you to save me, but you felt guilty and that's why you did it. Let me tell you, anyone who obstructs me from my future prospects will be my enemy. I will definitely not be lenient towards my enemies. Her words implied that if Mu Wuchen continued to obstruct her way, then she would not be courteous towards him. Mu Xingqiu had already recovered from his initial rage. The moment he slightly shut his eyes, his entire being seemed extremely aged. Wuchen, let her leave. Grandfather. Mu Wuchen cried out involuntarily. Let her get lost. Mu Xingqiu opened his eyes as his gaze stared deeply towards Mu Wushuang. However, I hope you do not regret your actions today. Regret. Mu Wushuang sneered and raised the corner of her lips in ridicule. I left the Mu family to obtain a more powerful strength. What do I have to regret? Grandfather, it is you who caused my decision today. If it weren't for your strength being inferior to Yun Luo, I would never leave the Mu family. This is all your fault because you're too worthless. Mu Wushuang had practically shouted out the last sentence, her eyes filled with rage. I want to enter the Chan family. I want to be more powerful. I want Yun Luofeng that sut to kneel down and beg for forgiveness. Mu Xingqiu seemed to see the real Mu Wushuang for the first time as he stared without blinking at her eyes that were filled with hatred. So it turns out that the years he had pampered her couldn't be compared to her pursuit of power. Why should he try to retain such a granddaughter? Grandfather, when I leave I will bring Gao Ling along with me. Furthermore, I will use the Chan family's authority to order Yun Luofeng to become Gao Ling's concubine very soon. At that time, I can torture her however I wish. Can the Mu family achieve this? Her hatred for Yun Luofeng had caused Mu Wushuang's expression to turn unsightly, while she spoke malevolently. Since you're unable to achieve that, you don't have the qualifications to hold me back. Mu Wushuang ruthlessly flung her clothes and turned while walking towards Chan Qi's side. Miss Chan Qi, I have settled my affairs. From today onward, I am someone from the Chan family, and I am willing to work extremely hard for them. Whereas for this Prime Minister Mu's estate, its survival is not related to me. Just when Mu Wushuang's words were spoken, a devilish yet languid voice was suddenly heard from outside the courtyard, carrying a trace of mirth. Leave. May I know where exactly you are rushing off to? For Mu Wushuang, this voice was extremely familiar. Instantly, the hatred in her eyes increased as she coldly stared outside of the courtyard. Da da da. First was a wave of orderly yet powerful footsteps that could be heard from outside the gate. Rows of trained military personnel entered the gate and instantly encircled the entire courtyard. After that, several women lifting a wide palanquin walked into the courtyard. On this luxurious and spacious palanquin, the young lady's entire body was lying flat on that unfeeling man's thighs. Her right hand was supporting the back of her head, and her snow-white robe was flowing with the breeze, revealing her delicate collarbone. Her looks were incomparably breathtaking, with a slightly curved lip revealing the devilish smile of hers, and an indolent smiling intent that filled her pitch-black eyes. Even the people from the Mu family couldn't help but be stunned looking at the current Yun Luofeng. The handsome man and beautiful woman seated within the palanquin looked so well matched together that it was like a perfect scene in a mural. The man seemed to be discontented with the people looking towards the young lady as his callous eyes surveyed his surroundings. His expression was cold as if it was a long, sharp sword. The people who were within his reach had looked away as they felt a chill coming from the bottom of their feet up into their heart. Chapter 273, Formidable Steel and Raging Flame Core. It's you. Mu Xingqiu saw Zheng Lingge who was standing beside the palanquin with a glance. His eyes were filled with flames of fury, and he wished that he could rush over and ruthlessly beat her up. Ultimately, he managed to restrain himself. Unwavering eyes filled with rage stared at Yun Luofeng, the hatred evident on his aged face. Yun Luofeng, the Yun family, I was already suspicious before. There weren't that many people that our Mu family had offended, so why was there someone who was acting against us? I didn't think that the one who schemed against us behind the scenes would actually be you. It was such a joke that everyone had been tricked by her, and hadn't realized that this young lady had managed to secretly develop such a formidable strength. Yun Luofeng's posture was languid yet satisfied. Her hands leaned on the palanquin's support as she slightly raised her eyes to glance at Mu Xingqiu. I have to thank Gao Ling for this. If he hadn't taken the trouble to find me this crowd of people, my power wouldn't have increased so quickly. Mu Xingqiu's expression suddenly became increasingly unsightly. The people the Crown Prince found for you were all people with low aptitude. It's impossible for them to be this group of people. Yun Luofeng, your actions of armed rebellion will undoubtedly cause your 9 generations to be executed. Execution of my 9 generations. Yun Luofeng lightly chuckled. I'm unsure what qualifications you have to execute my family members. Not to mention that these people were personally given to me by the Crown Prince, so what if I had secretly recruited men? If I truly wanted to seize the throne, the title of the Emperor wouldn't still belong to him. Mu Xingqiu was stunned. He couldn't believe that this young lady was so arrogant that she would say such rebellious words in a public place with numerous people. Even if she had the general's estate as her backing, it couldn't compare to the imperial family. Don't forget that there was still a high-level advanced rank cultivator within the imperial family, while the strongest person the Yun family had was Yun Luo. No matter how strong Yun Luo was, his current strength was only in the high-level low rank. Yun Luo simply couldn't compare with the number 1 person within the imperial family. Yun Luofeng. After knowing the master behind the scene of Steel and Raging Flame Core was Yun Luofeng, Mu Xingqiu's heart calmed down and he spoke sneeringly. Within this half a year, you've indeed caused others to sit up and take notice of you. Unfortunately, regardless of how powerful the forces are that you have in your hands, you are still a waste. Today, since you dared to intrude in my estate, I will definitely make sure you never leave. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and questioned with a smile that wasn't really a smile. You think you have the qualification to say such words? After the young lady's words had been spoken, everyone within the Steel Core and Raging Flame Core no longer hid their aura, but instead released their might, encasing the entire estate. After Mu Xingqiu, who was originally confident in himself, sensed the aura of these people, his aged expression instantly became deathly pale. Both his eyes were wide open in shock, and even his body shook violently. 10 high-level low rank and the others are all middle-level high rank. This is impossible. Within the entire Longyuan kingdom, there were only 2 high-level cultivators. Even Yun Qingye, who was once known as the genius, was only a middle-level high-rank cultivator. He didn't expect for 10 high-level cultivators to appear all of a sudden. However, Yun Qingye was only 12 years old that year, and he had only trained for 2 years. He was indeed a genius to have broken through to be a middle-level high-rank cultivator in 2 years' time without any external aid. After all, the general's estate within the Longyuan kingdom was not a force like the Spirit sect. For a power as strong as the Spirit sect, the disciples within would begin testing for their aptitude when they were 6, before choosing a suitable cultivation method. Since Yun Qingye was born in the secular world, he only attempted to test for his talents when he was 10 years old. Chapter 274, Intimidation. Comparatively speaking, these people from the Steel Core and Raging Flame Core were luckier. Not only did they have marrow-cleansing medicinal liquid to change their innate talent, they even had access to spirit-gathering medicinal liquid to increase their strength. With those resources, these people were able to grow to such a realm in a short half-year's time. Of course, the ranks before a high-level spirit cultivator were relatively more common and so easier to break through. However, after reaching the realm of a high-level spirit cultivator, the cultivation would become extremely difficult, with every step similar to climbing a mountain. 4. Qian Qi coldly swept a glance towards Mu Xingqiu, with disdain flashing through her eyes. The moment when the Steel Core and Raging Flame Core appeared, she had already sensed the might of these people. Who would have thought that Mu Xingqiu was so fearless to show off his ability here? However, Qian Qi slightly narrowed her eyes and glanced towards that pair of a handsome man and woman, and took a short sharp breath. These 2 people gave her the feeling of being extremely dangerous. That unfeeling man had caused her to be restrained with fear, whereas for that gorgeous white-robed young lady, she felt dangerous in terms of her aura. It was as if she would fall into a trap the young lady arranged if she was careless, to the extent of having no hope of escape. Excuse me, I hope that you will make things easy for us. I must take Mu Wuxuang away, whereas you can take care of the others however you like. Qian Qi cupped her fist and spoke. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows lightly. I still have some debts to settle with Mu Wuxuang, so she has to stay. Miss Yun, Qian Qi's expression turned slightly colder and her tone became unfriendly. You better think this through. Being enemies with the Qian family isn't worthwhile. I've heard that you're a physician. If you allow me to bring Mu Wuxuang away, you can ask me for advice of the Qian family in the future if you encounter any questions. I will definitely answer your queries. Miss Qian Qi, Mu Wuxuang said somewhat anxiously, Yun Luofeng isn't someone worthy, so how can you direct her to the Qian family and look for you? You better shut up. Qian Qi coldly threw Mu Wuxuang a glance. Do I have to get your permission on how I handle affairs? What do you think you are? Without me, you're nothing. Mu Wuxuang shut her mouth but her beautiful eyes were filled with unwillingness and anger, as her unwavering gaze stared at Yun Luofeng. Why did Qian Qi adopt an overbearing attitude towards her, but change her appearance in the face of Yun Luofeng? No. She was unwilling. She was indignant to have lost to Yun Luofeng in every aspect. Mu Wuchen, who saw Mu Wuxuang chided by Qian Qi, couldn't help but chuckle sneeringly. Mu Wuxuang, only grandfather and me truly cared for you in the past. You think that you've managed to hang on a higher power's thigh, but in other people's heart, you're nothing. KK, Mu Wuxuang coldly laughed. Even if I'm a dog within the Qian family, it's still better than being the miss of the Prime Minister's estate. Even if her identity was a dog, she had the opportunity to use her position to bully others. Furthermore, with Qian Qi and Qian Yu's protection, Yun Luofeng couldn't kill her even if she wanted to. Thinking this, Mu Wuxuang no longer spoke as she silently stayed beside Qian Qi. However, the gaze she directed at Yun Luofeng still contained hatred. That look of hers was as if she wished she could dismember the other's body into 1,000 pieces. You can leave. A pair of devilish black pair of eyes swept past Qian Qi, and Yun Luofeng raised the corner of her lips. However, Mu Wuxuang must stay. Regardless, she persisted on what she said earlier on, that Mu Wuxuang absolutely must stay here. Qian Qi's facial expression suddenly changed. What if I were to take her away forcefully? Chapter 275, Despairing Niu Wushuang. My apologies, then both of you will have to stay. The young lady's voice was arrogant with confidence, causing Chan Qi to reflexively clench her fist. Her aura emerged prominently all around her body, but just when she was about to take action, Chan Yu, who was silent from the start, reached out to stop her. Miss Yun, Chan Yu turned and looked at Yun Luofeng with a grave and stern expression. The Chan family did not know you had a grudge against Niu Wushuang, and so we had wanted to bring her away. Since she has animosity with you, then we shall leave her for you today in return for a favor. Chan Yu. Chan Qi was stunned momentarily as she looked towards Chan Yu in confusion. A trace of anxiety was revealed in her eyes. But, my drug tester. Chan Yu frowned, furrowed his brows, and spoke in a volume that only they could hear. Niu Wushuang's physique is indeed unique, but she's not the only one in this world that is suited to become a high-grade drug tester. It's not worth it to offend these two because of her. Only an outstanding talent could recognize current trends. So what if the Chan family had Chan Ya, whose name shocked the entire mainland? After all, Chan Ya wasn't here, and if they were to meet force with force against these people, it would definitely not be good for them. Therefore, Chan Yu had decisively made this decision. Above the palanquin, Yun Luofeng stuck both her legs up as her hands lightly tapped on her thigh. It's a given that Niu Wushuang had to stay, but you actually used this as a pretext to ask me for a favor. My favor's extremely precious, and I'm afraid you can't afford it. You. Chan Qi's icily cold pair of eyes gradually contained anger. You better not go too far. Chan Yu is our Chan family's. Chan Qi. Chan Yu coldly swept a glance at Chan Qi and interrupted her words. Then, he turned his gaze towards Yun Luofeng. Miss Yun, then what do you think would be fitting? Yun Luofeng raised her chin lightly as a smile filled with madness hung on her breathtaking appearance. You have to owe me a favor. All right. Chan Yu took a deep breath. I promise you. Chan Yu. Chan Qi cried out involuntarily. Just when she finished, Chan Yu grabbed her arm and said, let's go. At this place, he was practically unaware of what was going on. Even though that unfeeling black-robed man had maintained his silence since his appearance, his incomparably sharp glance was directed at him all along. If he continued to stay for even a moment more, he would inevitably be unable to endure the man's gaze and collapse on the floor. This was also the reason why he had abandoned Niu Wushuang. Especially just now when he asked for Yun Luofeng to owe them a favor, he felt that even his breathing became sluggish at that moment, as if he would meet his demise here. This unfeeling man was too terrifying, so frightening that it caused one's heart to tremble. No. Niu Wushuang did not know what happened, or why both of the Chan family's people wanted to abandon her. Turning pale from fright, she hastily ran towards Chan Qi and raised her hands to grab her sleeve while anxiously saying, Miss Chan Qi, don't leave me here. I will definitely do my utmost to cultivate after entering Chan family. I will absolutely not disappoint you. Cultivate. Chan Qi mockingly laughed as she caused Niu Wushuang's body to fall on the ground with a kick, and spoke with a cold face. You're still thinking of going to the Chan family to cultivate. Dream on. Do you truly think I came here because I had noticed your talents? You still want to become superior to others. Why don't you take a look at yourself in the mirror? To tell you the truth, it's because your physique is suitable to become my drug tester. That is why I had the intention to bring you into the Chan family. Otherwise, you wouldn't have the qualifications to enter that sort of place in your lifetime. At this very moment, Chan Qi had vented all her anger towards Yun Luofeng on Niu Wushuang. Chapter 276, Regret 1. Niu Wushuang's body started to lightly tremble while her beautiful eyes filled with suffering looked at Chan Qi. Her gorgeous face was deathly pale, with despair in her eyes. Miss Chan Qi, what did you just say? Even till now, she couldn't believe that the Chan family came for her in order to become a drug tester. Niu Wushuang, do you still not understand? Chan Qi raised her ice-cold face filled with arrogance. I thought I had already said it in an easy-to-understand manner. I didn't think that you were so stupid as to not understand. Who do you think you are? A person like you who can even abandon your family just for your own selfish gain. How could our Chan family use you? By raising you, it's tantamount to raising a white-eyed wolf. Niu Wushuang's body trembled more and more as she struggled to get up off the ground while clenching her fist tightly. Miss Chan Qi, it was you who said it. If I were to become someone from the Chan family, I shouldn't care about the life and death of others. I only listened to your orders, so what wrong did I do? Hearing Niu Wushuang's words that sounded a bit crazy, Chan Qi sneeringly raised the corner of her lips. That's right, those words were indeed said by me. However, it was your decision to follow them. A person who would even abandon their own family will definitely betray the Chan family. On what basis do you think you're important to us? As if 5 lightning strikes had fallen, Niu Wushuang stumbled a few steps. She had to support herself against a huge tree beside her so that she would not fall on the ground. What was a drug tester? It was impossible that Niu Wushuang as a physician didn't know. A drug tester was someone who tested medicine. Some physicians would prepare several drug testers to test medicine for them. In this case, the life and death of a drug tester were dependent on the physician's abilities. What a joke that the Chan family looked for her to make her into a drug tester, while she had ruthlessly betrayed her family who loved and pampered her in order to enter the Chan family. No. Niu Wushuang gave a heart-wrenching shout. Her voice was mournful, while 2 teardrops of despair gradually flowed down from her beautiful eyes. She wasn't willing. She was unwilling to be defeated here. She had yet to stand on the pinnacle of the mainland, nor had she achieved being a god physician. How could she be resigned to fall in front of Yun Luofeng? Chan Yu coldly glanced at Niu Wushuang before looking to speak to Chan Qi beside him. Chan Qi, let's go. Chan Qi lightly nodded her head and followed Chan Yu's footsteps to walk out of the courtyard. When she walked past Yun Luofeng, she paused for a moment and deliberately lowered her voice to speak. I don't wish to argue with you because of Chan Yu this time around, but if I encounter you in the future, I will definitely not let you off easy. Yun Luofeng lightly raised her eyebrows, as her pitch black eyes contained a devilish charming smiling intent. Sure, as long you have the capability. Even though she had a smile on her face, her tone was incomparably arrogant, causing Chan Ki's expression to suddenly change. She gripped her sword hilt even tighter, and she had to take a deep breath before she managed to restrain the anger that was about to gush forth. Alas, Chan Ki walked out of the courtyard in great strides without turning back. No. Looking at both the disappearing figures, Mu Wushang finally experienced terror as she quickly threw herself towards them. Miss Chan Ki, I know my mistakes, please don't go. Chuckle. Before she had the time to rush out, the image of a beautiful woman flashed past and a palm strike fell on Mu Wushang's chest. Suddenly, her body once again flipped and flew out before fiercely slamming on the ground. Chapter 277, Regret 2. King Yin stood facing Mu Wushang with teasing intent. Mu Wushang, remember how you bullied my miss that year? Now it's time for you to get back what you gave out. Bang. Just when Mu Wushang wanted to open her mouth to speak, another palm strike landed, instantly causing her body to fling out with fresh blood continuously spurting out from her mouth. Silence. The entire Prime Minister estate was deathly silent. As Yun Luofeng's personal maidservant, no one was unaware of what sort of capability she had. However, at this moment, this obscure and unknown little maidservant suddenly had a cultivation of high-level low rank. What would be even more shocking than this? At this very moment, Mu Wushang no longer had any thoughts left to notice King Yin's strength. She despairingly gazed at the direction the people from the Chan family had left, while her heart suddenly sank to the lowest point. An unprecedented panic invaded her heart, and she hastily got up from the ground while dashing towards Mu Xingqiu. Grandfather, I know my mistakes. Your granddaughter knows her mistakes. Please, I beg you to save me. Please go to the Imperial Palace to beg the Empress. As long as the Empress speaks up, the Emperor will definitely save me. Mu Xingqiu closed his eyes and opened them after he had recovered his senses, but they were filled with disappointment. Wushuang, since now you're regretting it, why did you do it from the start? Previously you first abandoned the Mu family, and now that the Chan family gave up on you, you're begging me to save you. I only want to know, how should I save you? Hearing Mu Xingqiu's words, Mu Wushang thought that the other party still remembered their family ties and her eyes instantly brightened. There's the Strud sect supporting the Longyuan kingdom behind the scenes. You can head to the Imperial Palace and beg the Empress. The Emperor pampers the Empress the most and he will definitely save me because of the Empress. If the Emperor is willing to save me, he can invite the strong cultivator from the Strud sect. That way, you Luofeng that Sud cannot kill me. Mu Xingqiu was Mu Wushang's last hope to save her life, so she had firmly grabbed onto him while appealing to him. Wushuang, I'm unable to save you. Mu Xingqiu shook his head. Not to mention me, even the Emperor cannot save you, nor save the Mu family. Grandfather, Mu Wushuang shrieked involuntarily as she spoke angrily. I'm your granddaughter, how can you not save me? I know you definitely have the means to save me. You cannot see me die without saving me. Otherwise, the soul and spirit of my deceased parents would absolutely never let you off. Smack. Mu Wuchen raised his hands and slapped Mu Wushuang as his expression was grave and stern while speaking. Mu Wushuang, it was you who betrayed the family first. What right do you have now to blame others for not saving you? Not only did this slap not make Mu Wushuang calm down, but instead it caused her to be increasingly frantic. Her entire person had become unsightly. The whole Mu family isn't worth anything. Sooner or later, I will let all of you pay the price, ha ha ha. She laughed frantically 3 times and gradually turned towards Yun Luofeng with hatred in her eyes. Yun Luofeng, you can't kill me. Otherwise, the Ghost Emperor would never let you off. Ghost Emperor. When Mu Wushuang said this, she completely did not notice that Yun Xiao's expression abruptly turned cold. Waves of killing intent were surging forth from his cold eyes. Yun Luofeng, you probably didn't know that, right? The reason why Gao Ling was sent to the bamboo house was that the Ghost Emperor had taken a liking to me. Whereas Gao Ling wanted to fight with him over me, therefore the Ghost Emperor sent people to throw him into the bamboo house. As such, if you dare to touch even a strand of my hair, the Ghost Emperor will definitely not forgive you if he finds out. Mu Wushuang chuckled coldly and her face no longer had fear on it, instead, it had been replaced with a look of being proud of herself. Chapter 278, The person the Ghost Emperor likes is Yun Luofeng. Chuckle. Just when Mu Wushuang had said these words, a grey-robed figure suddenly fell into the crowd from the ancient tree within the courtyard. I'm sorry, Qin Yuan laughed mockingly and got up. I couldn't bear it and fell down. As his master disliked him to appear out in the open, he had hidden in the tree. He didn't think that after suddenly hearing Mu Wushuang's self-opinionated words, he would receive an enormous shock and carelessly fell down. Who are you? Mu Xingqiu's expression changed. He didn't expect there was someone watching from the sidelines in a secret place when the Mu family and Yun family were fighting each other. Even he did not notice that person. Just how strong was this man? You're asking me? Qin Yuan turned towards Mu Xingqiu and laughed. I'm sure the Crown Prince of the Longyuan Kingdom knows me. It was me who sent him into the bamboo house and I also managed to sell him for a great price. TSK, I have to say that the Crown Prince's figure was extremely good and the customers within the bamboo house loved it. Of course, even if this Crown Prince's figure was good, it couldn't be compared to his own master's physique. You are the Ghost Emperor's subordinate. Hearing Qin Yuan's words, Mu Wushuang was internally delighted. Are you here to save me? Qin Yuan laughed awkwardly. Aren't you mistaken about something? My master isn't acquainted with you, so why would he ask me to save you? Not acquainted. These 2 words caused Mu Wushuang's expression to change. If he doesn't like me, why is he a rival with the Crown Prince for my affection? Qin Yuan's face still had a smile, yet his eyes revealed a dense ridicule. The one my master likes is the Yun family's Yun Luofeng, and he wasn't a rival with Gao Ling for her affection. It's because Gao Ling was extremely irritating and was always pestering my master's future wife. Therefore, my master asked me to throw him into the bamboo house so that they could have silence for a period of time. Rival for affection. Gao Ling, that beastard, didn't have the qualifications to compete with his master for Yun Luofeng's affection. The actions of his master that day were only that of chasing away a housefly that was pestering his woman, so where did being a rival for affection come about? Sure. Mu Wushang's expression instantly became incomparably pale as she once again retreated a few steps. With a bang sound, her butt fell to the ground and her pale expression was similar to a dead person's grey face. The person the Ghost Emperor likes is Yun Luofeng. Why? Why was Yun Luofeng's luck always so good? Even the Ghost Emperor loved her deeply. What was even funnier was that she thought the Ghost Emperor had fallen for her. Suddenly, Mu Wushang seemed to have recalled something as her hoarse voice contained a trace of madness. Ha ha ha. The person the Ghost Emperor likes is actually Yun Luofeng. It's sure unfortunate, Yun Luofeng that Sut had improper relations with her bodyguard and has lost her innocence. I can't see how the Ghost Emperor would continue to like her. Hearing Mu Wushang's mad words, Qin Yuan prudently shot a glance towards the cold and unfeeling man seated on the palanquin, and his whole body was covered with cold sweat. He knew that he did not deal with the matter well initially, causing Mu Wushang to be mistaken that his master liked her, and this matter would definitely cause his master to be extremely discontented. But how could he have known that this woman would be narcissistic to this extent? As if feeling the killing intent on that man's body increasing, Qin Yuan was terrified and his head shrank down on his shoulders. Afraid that he would be tied to her fate, he instantly turned to look at Mu Wushang, who was laughing frantically, and spoke in a sarcastic manner. My apologies, the bodyguard you mentioned that had improper relations with Miss Yun is my master. Chapter 279, Destruction of Mu Family, 1. He had deliberately lowered his volume when he spoke that sentence because he knew that his master did not wish to reveal his identity. Otherwise, with the selfish personality of those people from the Xiao family, they would definitely not let go of the opportunity to pester his master. However, even if his voice was suppressed and he spoke extremely softly, Yun Luofeng could still clearly hear him with her capabilities. She lightly raised her eyebrows and looked towards the ice-cold handsome man. Her narrowed black eyes contained a dangerous glint. Yun Xiao, explain to me when we get back what exactly this is about. Yun Xiao was startled but managed to nod his head. All right. Currently, within the courtyard of the Prime Minister's estate, Mu Wushang's entire being was foolishly seated like a sculpture as her lifeless gaze was staring at Qin Yuan, who stood in front of her. Seemingly, she hadn't recovered her senses from his words. Impossible, he's only a bodyguard. How could he be? Her voice was trembling, and even her chest throbbed violently. There was no color on her ashen face, and before she finished her words, she had been interrupted by Qin Yuan's mocking voice. Who asked my master's woman to be so outstanding that my master would willingly accompany her? Of course, you can beat her on this point even if you wasted your entire lifetime. Qin Yuan's words were like a sharp knife that ruthlessly stabbed Mu Wushang's heart, causing her eyes that were originally filled with despair to be filled with hatred, and her gaze was full of unwillingness and anger. From the start, she thought that the Ghost Emperor was an ugly man. That was why he had used a mask when revealing himself to the masses. It did not occur to her that the Ghost Emperor looked cool and extremely handsome. He was so perfect that it caused one's heart to beat faster. The rest of the men in the world couldn't compare to him. More importantly, he was infatuated with Yun Luofeng. But why was such an outstanding man only interested in Yun Luofeng? In what aspect was she lacking compared to her? Especially as this Ghost Emperor was actually perfectly willing to stay by a woman's side as a bodyguard. All of a sudden, Mu Wushang recalled her initial insult towards Yun Xiao. At that time she humiliated him, saying that a small bodyguard did not even have the qualifications to look at her. But she would have never have thought that a small bodyguard like him was in existence of such a grand reputation. Once she thought of this, Mu Wushang wanted to give herself a tight slap. If only she had not humiliated Yun Xiao previously, perhaps the Ghost Emperor would have some tender, protective feelings for her, and she would not be in such circumstances. Clearly, Mu Wushang had truly thought too much of herself. Even if she did not say those words previously, she was still an existence that must die in Yun Xiao's heart. Who had asked her to offend Yun Luofeng? Everyone that offended Yun Luofeng must die. Mu Wushang, Qin Yuan raised the corner of his lips as his eyes were filled with teasing. You and Gao Ling are sure a perfect match. Both of you are brain dead. Truly a match made in heaven. Only Gao Ling would have fallen for such a woman like you. But it's pretty good, at least he allowed my master to pick up a treasure. As if he was afraid that Mu Wushang wasn't angry enough, Qin Yuan continued to stab her with his words. His contemptuous voice was like a sharp thorn, stabbing her whole heart to have 1,000 holes and be drenched with blood. After that, Mu Wushang, whose whole heart was filled with anger, had an unsightly face. She then pounced toward the palanquin with a sinister expression. Yun Luofeng, you sut, I'm going to kill you. It's all because of you. If it weren't for you, I would have never fallen into such a situation. It's all your fault. Chapter 280, Destruction of Mu Family, 2. A chuckle was heard. Before Mu Wushang had the chance to reach Yun Luofeng, a sharp sword had suddenly pierced her chest. The fresh blood instantly blossomed like a rose and dyed her clothes. King Yin coldly retracted the long sword and a sneering expression was evident on her delicate face. Mu Wushang, have you forgotten how you treated our miss in the past? You're only suffering the retribution you deserve. The servant girl's words caused Mu Wushang's entire body to stiffen and trembled for a moment. The moment she raised her head, her beautiful eyes looked at the young lady lying on the palanquin and unwillingness appeared on her deathly pale face. No. She couldn't die here, especially falling in front of Yun Luofeng. Grandfather. She turned her head with great difficulty and looked at Mu Xingqiu with an appealing gaze. Save me. Mu Xingqiu couldn't bear it and spoke up. Yun Luofeng, this time, the Yun family has won, and you've won beautifully. All these years the Yun family has been my old enemy and I've always been opposing you. Now, I'm tired of this. Old enemy. Yun Luofeng raised the corner of her lips. My apologies, your Mu family is only my stepping stone, you don't qualify to be my old enemy. If it was in the past, Mu Xingqiu would definitely have a quarrel with her after hearing her arrogant words. However, at this moment, his heart had already sunk to the lowest point. He then took a deep breath and spoke. Yun Luofeng, I can commit suicide before you right now, but I beg you to leave Mu Wushuang a whole corpse. King Yun's previous strike had deliberately missed Mu Wushuang's vital points and one didn't even have to think of why she had done so. It must be to leave her alive and to continue to torture her. He couldn't bear to see the granddaughter he pampered the most in the past being tortured, even if Mu Wushuang had betrayed the Mu family at the end. You're talking conditions with me. The smile on Yun Luofeng contained a devilish intent and her pitch-black eyes landed on Mu Xingqiu's deathly pale face. Do you think you have the qualifications? Mu Xingqiu laughed bitterly. Yun Luofeng, take it as I'm begging you, please leave a complete corpse for my granddaughter. Allow her a death without any pain and suffering. He did not pray for Yun Luofeng to let off Mu Wushuang, because that was basically impossible. He only begged her to leave Mu Wushuang a complete corpse. This was the last thing he could do for her as her grandfather. Grandfather. Mu Wushuang's voice was full of weakness, with deep despair clouding her beautiful eyes. I don't want to die, grandfather, I really don't want to die. Please save me from here. Mu Xingqiu's expression was filled with pain. Alas, he eventually ignored Mu Wushuang's pleading voice as his eyes quietly gazed at Yun Luofeng. Yun Luofeng, if you promise me, I will commit suicide immediately. Yun Luofeng's black shot a wicked glance at Mu Xingqiu as she spoke while the corner of her lips curved up. Mu Xingqiu, do you remember the words you said to me before? Mu Xingqiu's body stiffened as his aged face became increasingly pale. Previously you told my grandfather that the Mu family had the noble consort Mu. Afterward, there would be Mu Wushuang as the future princess consort. Therefore, it was destined for the Mu family to step on the Yun family's head forever. While the Yun family did not have any outstanding daughters that could curry favor with the imperial family. You were indeed correct on this. The people of the Yun family indeed wouldn't fawn over the imperial family as I will only use my own strength to determine my own destiny. Chapter 281, Destruction of Mu Family, 3. Mu Xingqiu slightly shut his eyes, and as he recalled the ridiculing words he had told Yun Luofeng, he felt that it was such a joke on his part. That's right, the Mu family indeed had two outstanding women that could be sent into the imperial family. Especially Mu Wushuang, she was the future empress, the mother of the land under heaven. The Yun family had nothing, and even Yun Luofeng's engagement with the crown prince had been retracted. However, what use was it even if women of the Mu family were outstanding? Didn't they still have to cling to the imperial family in order to survive? While the Yun family was unknowingly capable of putting the imperial family beneath their feet. Yun Luofeng, do you truly not cherish old friendships? Mu Xingqiu opened his eyes and spoke overbearingly. In any case, both I and your grandfather are officials. Why are you being excessively ruthless? Old friendships. Yun Luofeng started laughing. Her laughter was filled with sarcasm. When did the old friendship of us with the Mu family come about? At that time when you revealed military intelligence and caused my parents' death, you should have expected such retribution to follow. The heavens are watching whatever we do. For the Mu family to have this outcome was the retribution that they should bear. KK. Mu Xingqiu laughed grimly, as his eyes glanced towards Mu Wushuang beside him. He then released a sigh before speaking. Wushuang, I've indulged you too much over the years, thus causing you to commit so many wrongdoings, and to even betray the family. But regardless of how many wrong things you've done, you are still the bloodline of our Mu family. I had originally wanted to let you die without any pain, but now it seems like even that will be impossible. After saying this, Mu Xingqiu turned towards Mu Wuchen. If you don't want to suffer too much pain, follow me and commit suicide. When his words finished, Mu Xingqiu did not hesitate to pull out his long sword and thrust it into his heart. Splurt. Fresh blood splattered out and stained the entire ground. Mu Xingqiu's body trembled slightly before gradually falling to the ground. Grandfather, the rims of Mu Wuchen's eyes instantly turned red and he stared at Yun Luofeng fiercely. Yun Luofeng, compared to the Mu family, you aren't any better. You will surely meet your own retribution having killed so many people. When you die, you will definitely enter the 18th layer of hell. Retribution. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and the words she spoke were unruly and domineering, as her eyes were filled with madness that did not place the masses in her eyes. If I do not enter hell then who should? When I reach there, I will kill the Mu family members once again. HMPH. Mu Wuchen coldly snorted. We'll see who kills who at that time. Yun Luofeng, I will be waiting for you in hell. Bang. Mu Wuchen raised his palms and slapped on his skull. Momentarily, his skull was smashed into pieces by the palm strike, while brains mixed together with blood gradually flowed from the top of his head. Strictly speaking, Mu Wuchen only had a haughty personality. While the words he said were a little malicious, he did not participate in any of the matters that Mu Wushuang and Mu Xingqiu had schemed up. At most he had only helped Mu Wushuang deal with a few women who had clung to the crown prince. However, Yun Luofeng did not have any intention to let him off. It was a must to remove the roots. If she were to let Mu Wuchen live, he would definitely do something that would hurt the general's estate with his hatred toward her. It was impossible for her to stay within the general's estate forever. For her loved ones, she would not regret it even if she were to be spit on and cursed by everyone. Yun Luofeng swept a glance at the two dead bodies that fell on the ground and turned her gaze to Mu Wushuang. I'll give you a chance. You can choose to commit suicide like them, or let me dispose of you. Of course, if you chose the latter and want to commit suicide in the future, I'm afraid you won't have the opportunity anymore. Chapter 282, Abdication of the Emperor, 1. Mu Wushang's body trembled as she looked at Mu Xingqiu and Mu Wuchen, who had fallen on the ground, and her eyes revealed traces of panic. No, I don't want to die. I want to continue living. Even ants knew how to drag on their lives, let alone Mu Wushang, who was afraid of death. Therefore, it was impossible for such a person to commit suicide. I've already given you a chance. Yun Luofeng paused for a moment before she continued speaking. Therefore, you can't commit suicide in the future even if you want to. Mu Shen, she shall be handed over to you. I believe you won't disappoint me. Mu Shen. Hearing his name, a touch of surprise appeared within her gaze as she looked up at the young man walking towards her. That young man's expression was very calm, without the distinctive qualities of a dandy man. His eyes were filled with hatred as he looked towards Mu Wushang, who had a foolish expression on her face, and said in a sneering manner, Mu Wushang, I'm sure you didn't expect this, for you to have a day like this. Ha ha ha. Mu Wushang, who was above others and didn't take anyone seriously, could only let go of her attitude and beg for forgiveness here in a petty and lowly manner. Speaking of it sure was a joke. Mu Wushang was shocked as she stared blankly at the young man appearing before her. Why is it you? Were you the one who brought Yun Luofeng here? Mu Shen raised the corner of his lips and laughed sneeringly. That's right. These two words had thoroughly caused Mu Wushang to sink into madness. Her face turned unsightly as she shouted in hatred, Mu Shen, a traitor like you who betrayed the Mu family will definitely not have a peaceful death. If it weren't for Yun Luofeng suddenly appearing here, perhaps she might have left together with the people from the Chan family. Even if she were to enter into the Chan family as a drug tester, it was much better than falling into Yun Luofeng's hands. After all, as a drug tester, as long as she had the opportunity, she could put Chan Qi beneath her feet and replace her. However, right now, all her great ambitions were shattered, all because of Mu Shen the traitor. Traitor, Mu Shen sneeringly laughed, I'm indeed a traitor within the Mu family, but you aren't any better. Grandfather pampered you so much and gave you all the good things since you were young. In spite of that, you did not care about his life or death. Don't tell me you aren't a traitor. Every word of that young man had hit her where it hurt, causing Mu Wushang's heart to violently tremble. She suddenly plopped and knelt before Mu Shen and both her hands tightly grabbed onto his thigh while she implored him, Mu Shen, I beg you to let me off, looking at the fact that we are relatives. If you let me off this time, I will definitely work extremely hard to pay you back in the future. Mu Shen slightly closed his eyes, and at the time when he opened his eyes, the hatred within his eyes turned into sarcasm. Mu Wushang, you caused the death of my sister, and just that is sufficient for me to take revenge against you. Hearing this, Mu Wushang's hands gradually loosened as her body fell weakly to the ground. Her deathly pale face was filled with despair. She knew that she had met her end this time around. Master, Mu Shen glanced at Mu Wushang before turning to walk towards Yun Luofeng as he cupped his fist respectfully. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to take revenge against my enemy. In the future, this life of mine will belong to you, and only you can take away my life. His addressing of Yun Luofeng was no longer divine physician nor Miss Yun, but was instead directly addressing her as master. The meaning of his words was very clear. Chapter 283, Abdication of the Emperor, 2. Facing a wholehearted Mu Shen, Yun Luofeng lightly nodded her head. Mu Shen, I will not care about the matters of Mu Wushang in the future. It's your problem how you want to punish her. With your hatred towards her, you will certainly settle this better than me. Yun Luofeng's words weren't wrong. With Mu Wushang falling in his hands, she could only suffer all kinds of torment and then die. Even committing suicide was an extravagant action for her. While the period of being alive would become Mu Wushang's eternal nightmare. The matters of the Mu family have been settled. Now we'll enter the palace. Yun Luofeng slightly lowered her eyes and the corner of her lips curved in a devilish manner. It's time for that dog emperor to step down. Imperial Palace's courtyard. Within the study room in a serious atmosphere, Gao Tu was currently discussing matters with Gao Ling while noble consort Mu was looking at Gao Tu at one side with a tender gaze. She had even taken over the work of a palace maid to fill a cup of tea for Gao Tu from time to time. Suddenly, a hurried voice came from outside the study, and the eunuch did not wait to be announced but had rushed into the room in a staggering manner. Your Majesty, something bad has happened. Gao Tu's expression instantly turned solemn. Eunuch Lu, for you to be so rude and impetuous, where's your decorum? Your Majesty, something big happened. Eunuch Lu wiped the sweat from his forehead and spoke anxiously. Yun Luofeng from the Yun family has brought men to force your Majesty to abdicate. What? Bang! Gao Tu's palm struck on the table as he suddenly stood up from the dragon chair while speaking with an ashen-colored expression. Yun Luofeng, she sure has the audacity to try and force my abdication. Could it be that she wants me to step down so she can be the emperor? What a joke, this Longyuan kingdom of mine isn't for her to take charge of. Your Majesty. Noble consort Mu stood up hastily and lightly caressed Gao Tu's chest, while her face was filled with gentleness. Please calm down. Even though this consort knows that the Yun family does not know what's good for them, I never expected Yun Luofeng to have such a huge ambition. You can rest assured that since ancient times, the evil can never suppress the good. Just based on the power that Yun Luofeng has, she doesn't have the capability to compete with the millions of soldiers of the imperial family. Hearing noble consort Mu's words, Gao Tu's facial expression turned somewhat better. He fiercely flung the sleeves of his robes and walked out of the study with an ashen face. From the beginning, Gao Ling was frowning as he felt that something seemed to be fishy, but he could not pinpoint a specific problem. Therefore, he no longer continued to think about it and followed behind Gao Tu's back and walked out. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The moment they stepped out of the study, a group of people instantly appeared from the front and encircled the entire compound. As for the guards within the palace, they fell on the ground one by one while incessantly howling in pain and covering their stomach. Yun Luofeng, you are sure fearless. Gao Tu's expression was ashen as his stern gaze stared directly at the young lady who was lying within the palanquin in a slothful manner, while he sternly berated her. Who gave you such courage, for you to force my abdication? Within the palanquin, Yun Xiao's grim eyes swept a glance at Gao Tu, as he took a grape from the fruit plate while delivering it into Yun Luofeng's mouth. Yun Luofeng lightly sucked on Yun Xiao's fingers as her tongue licked his fingertips. Her eyes were full of smiling intent as she devilishly shot a glance at Gao Tu. It's my nature to be courageous, therefore, I don't need others to give me any. You, Gao Tu pointed angrily at Yun Luofeng. Esteemed me has never thought that the Yun family had such huge ambition. Speak up, is it Yun Luo who wants to be the emperor or you? Yun Luofeng released sounds of laughter. My apologies, I'm not interested in your title of emperor. Chapter 284, Abdication of the Emperor, 3. Gao Tu's eyes suddenly narrowed. Since you're not interested in the throne, then why are you here? Having heard what he said, both Yun Luofeng's arms lazily rested on the palanquin and she spoke, purely because. You're not pleasing to the eye. That's all. I just do not like looking at you, and I want you to abdicate. What can you do to me? Gao Tu was nearly angered to the point of madness. He had always thought that he was extremely unbridled, but only after being compared with this young lady before him did he understand what was truly unruly and arrogant. Such madness and arrogance that doesn't consider what the masses think, who other than this young lady could have done it so proper and expect it as a matter of course. Yun Luofeng, you're simply presumptuous. Gao Tu shouted sternly as he commanded his troops, men, take her down. However, no one came forth even after he gave his command. Within the entire palace, only the wailing voices of those imperial guards could be heard. Men. Gao Tu's expression changed once again as he continued shouting, where have all of you gone to? Why aren't you taking them down? The autumn wind blew and the fallen leaves flew. A maple leaf fell before Gao Tu, making him seem so lonely and pitiful. Even if you shouted until your voice broke, no one will come to save you. The young lady's voice contained viciousness. If someone was unaware of the circumstances, they would have the impression that she was about to do immoral things to Gao Tu. Yun Luofeng. Gao Tu gnashed his teeth in hatred, but his heart had fiercely clutched. What have you done? He did not know what happened. Even if numerous imperial guards had fallen on the floor, there were not only just these guards within the palace. Yet, why have the others disappeared? All the guards within the imperial palace have been disabled by my men. Yun Luofeng devilishly raised the corner of her lips, so, no one will be coming to save you. At this moment, Gao Tu's facial color turned thoroughly pale. His footsteps staggered and luckily, noble consort Nu supported him from behind so that he did not fall down. Gao Ling, Yun Luofeng's line of sight turned towards Gao Ling. Do you still remember these people around me? Gao Ling, who did not originally take notice, turned towards the subordinates alongside her after hearing her words. If these people had appeared before him individually, perhaps he might not have recognized them. However, at this moment, these people were connected with Yun Luofeng and so, Gao Ling had no choice but to enter into a state of pondering. These are the bodyguards and servant maids that I had helped Yun Luo to recruit. Gao Ling hesitated for a long time before he spoke this sentence. He still held the idea of it being impossible deep down inside him. After all, no one was more clear about the aptitude of those people he had recruited. So how could they be these trained soldiers before him? He was absolutely unbelieving of it. However, Yun Luofeng's answer caused his heart to fall into the ice cellar instantly. That's right, I should also thank you. If it weren't for you, it wouldn't be possible for the Yun family to have recruited so many people in such a short time. Gao Ling's face turned from his initial paleness to be completely drained of color. He tightly gripped onto his trembling hands as his entire body was shaking like a leaf in the wind. Impossible. The people who I found for you were trash. They wouldn't be able to have much of an improvement their entire lives, so how could they be these people? Gao Ling's voice contained madness, and his eyes were filled with disbelief. No one was clearer than him on the abilities of these people. It was obvious that he couldn't believe it. Chapter 285, Abdication of the Emperor, 4. Trash. Yun Luofeng smiled as her arrogant eyes were filled with confidence. In my eyes, no one is a trash. There are only people who are willing to work hard and those unwilling to work hard. As long as you are willing, you can break through extremely fast even if your aptitude is inferior to others. No one was a true trash. This sentence had aroused the hearts of everyone within the Steel and Raging Flame Corps. That's right. There was no trash in this world, and as long as they strived hard and endured hardships, they could still become outstanding and stand on the pinnacle of the mainland even if their aptitude was inferior to others. What Master says is right. Junglingde stood out and resolution could be seen on her adorable baby face. We are not inferior compared to those so-called geniuses. At least we are willing to invest more effort and endure more hardships than an ordinary person. Within this half-year's time, it was not just to the credit of the medicinal liquid that allowed the members to break through with flying speed. After all, the medicinal liquid was only a supplemental aid, and what truly caused them to grow was the blood, sweat, and tears they invested. 6 months of time, for innumerable days and nights, they had been training while neglecting their sleep and forgetting about food. No one was willing to lag behind. It was their own efforts that had brought them to the point they were today. After saying that, Jungling's aura burst forth, and at the same time the others released their strength, causing the entire Imperial Palace to be shrouded in their auras. High-level cultivators. 10 high-level cultivators. Gao Ling's foot retreated a few steps back and with a bang sound, his entire body had fiercely fallen against the wall. His pale expression was filled with astonishment. How could this be? Even if you have the ability to let them become a genius from being a trash, it's simply impossible for humans to have broken through and become a high-level cultivator within a short half-year's time. God. All of a sudden, this word emerged from Gao Ling's mind, as his gaze towards Yun Luofeng contained fear. This woman was a god. Otherwise, how could she make those trash break through at such speed? Luckily, Yun Luofeng herself was still a trash. Otherwise, the Yun family was truly going to overturn the skies. Gao Ling, you moron. Gao Tu finally recovered his senses and a fierce slap landed on Gao Ling's face. Even if Gao Ling's reputation was notorious, Gao Tu had never raised his hands to lecture him. However, because of the unforeseen events of the Yun family, he finally could not help but raise his hands against Gao Ling. His handsome face was incomparably ashen. These are the trash you had gathered for the Yun family. Gao Ling's body trembled as a bitter smile hung on his lips. He knew that regardless of how he tried to explain himself, it was useless. His imperial father would never believe him. In fact, the strength of this group of people was too shocking, so how could he believe they were still trash 6 months ago? Idiot, imbecile. Gao Tu ruthlessly trampled on Gao Ling's chest as he shouted in a stern voice. I've always known you were silly, but I never thought you were foolish to such an extent, to actually send these people to the Yun family. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have let you take charge of the matters that day. After lecturing Gao Ling, Gao Tu's line of sight turned towards Yun Luofeng as he coldly snorted, Yun Luofeng, so what if you have so many high-level cultivators in your hands? The strongest within our imperial family is of high-level advanced rank. As soon as the news of you trespassing in the palace is known by him, he will arrive to settle you all in a moment's time. Ha ha ha. The reason he was not in the least fearful was because of the strongest cultivator within the imperial family. As long as he was here, no one who trespassed in the imperial palace could leave here unscathed. Chapter 286, Imperial Family's Number 1 Expert 1. Besides, there was still the Strit sect behind the imperial family, so even if Yun Luofeng's might was formidable, she could not be compared to a huge monster like the Strit sect. Yun Luofeng's hands lightly caressed the gold-seeking hamster, Milk Tea, who came out from her sleeves as indifference appeared on her slightly raised eyebrows. All these years, as the general of Longyuan Kingdom, my grandfather guarded the borderland for many years and my parents even sacrificed their lives for the country. However, you as the kingdom's ruler, not only do you lust for beauties, you are also tyrannical and muddle-headed, attaching importance to devious people and ignoring the voices of your subordinates who are truly loyal. How are you not hurting the hearts of your subjects? Therefore, I shall come forth to teach you a lesson in place of my grandfather. Keke. Just when the young lady's words were spoken, an old and weak sneer gradually sounded from the backyard. Immediately afterward, an old man with a white beard with both his hands behind his back walked before Yun Luofeng in a few steps. His footsteps were full of vitality as if he was riding a cloud and stepping on fog. He then spoke without enthusiasm, the Yun family's Yun Luofeng, was it Yun Luo, that boy, who allowed you to cause a ruckus within the palace, or was it your own idea? Even though his tone was insipid, his aged eyes were arrogant and proud, and he seemed to think that Yun Luofeng was rather insignificant. That young lady's entire body rested on Yun Xiao's chest and her bewitching eyes contained a trace of a smile. Regardless of whether it was grandfather who permitted me to come forth, or if it was my own idea, it's none of your business. My purpose of coming here is to force this dog emperor to abdicate, and whoever obstructs me, I will definitely kill them. Egotistical arrogance. If anyone obstructs, she will kill them. Within the entire Longyuan kingdom, who had the audacity to speak such arrogant words in front of the imperial family's number 1 expert? Only Yun Luofeng. It was hard to tell if this woman was truly confident or just extremely foolish. Yun Luofeng, this old man does not care what the imperial family has done to the Yun family, but you must be clear on one point. If the monarch wants the subject to die, the subject must die. Those who violate the monarch's orders are guilty of treason. The old man's indifferent gaze looked down at Yun Luofeng, while both his hands were on his back and his white robes floated in the air. He had an extraordinary bearing with ample loftiness. Yun Luofeng raised her legs and her arrogant eyes, to look down upon the old man. I only know of one sentence. The winner becomes the king and loser becomes the thief. If Gao Tu fails, he can only be a bandit. I don't think that the winner has to lower their head towards the bandits. The old man slightly narrowed his eyes as he coldly stared at the young lady reclined on the palanquin. The young lady's current posture was egotistical and domineering. Her gaze was like a winner who always won, with unbridled arrogance and overlooking the whole world. Looking at such a domineering young lady, the old man's heart suddenly had some uncertainty. After all, the gaze of Yun Luofeng seemed to belong to a sovereign king. Not to mention Gao Tu this moron, even the family head of the Strit sect did not possess such gaze. Yun family's Yun Luofeng, with me here today, don't even think about harming Gao Tu in the slightest manner. Furthermore, if I were to fight against the Yun family, you wouldn't benefit from it either. So how about giving me face and leaving? Hearing the old man's words, the corner of Yun Luofeng's lips could not help but curve up once again. Mocking intent was revealed within her slightly raised eyebrows. How much money is your face worth, for you to be worthy of me giving you face? Her speech was full of provocation, arrogance, and aggressiveness, causing the old man's expression to change instantly. Chapter 287, Imperial Family's Number 1 Expert 2. It isn't a good thing to be too arrogant. If you insist on being so, then this old man can only raise his hands and teach an inexperienced girl a lesson. Hua. The old man's body suddenly transformed into a hurricane and appeared before Yun Luofeng instantly. His hand had curved up, like an eagle claw that was fierce and sharp, while his gaze was filled with ruthlessness. Yun Luofeng shallowly laughed while looking at the old man's figure that was rapidly dashing towards her. She didn't even try to dodge as her eyes were smiling. Looking at the young lady's attitude, where she seemed to have a card up her sleeve, caused the old man to become even more enraged. His attack also became increasingly fierce, as if he wanted to take away her life with a single strike. However, just when the old man's hands were a millimeter away from Yun Luofeng's face, a violent rage was suddenly transmitted from the summit, carrying an imposing aura like a hot knife slicing through butter. Who dares to harm my granddaughter? Bang! A strong force that was fierce and violent came forth from the rear, causing the old man to be unable to care about Yun Luofeng before him. He hastily turned his body towards the force that had suddenly arrived, and with an explosive sound a powerful blast scattered off his body, causing dust to fly everywhere, hiding the skies and covering the earth. Meanwhile, the grim, stoic, and expressionless man on the palanquin had gradually withdrawn his hands. He then continued to feed fruits into Yun Luofeng's mouth, as if nothing had happened. Perhaps the Imperial family's #1 expert never expected that he would be so close to death earlier. If it wasn't for his quick response to deal with Yun Luo from behind, perhaps he might have already died on the spot. Since Yun Luo had arrived, Yun Xiao did not intend to take any action. After all, this was the grudge of the Yun family, and since they had the capability to settle their troubles, he was only required to sit on the side and be a spectator. If the Yun family encountered a difficulty that they couldn't resolve, then he would take action. Yun Luo. The old man looked at the old general that walked towards him as his aged face suddenly turned solemn. He then spoke in a cold tone. It seems like you're timely. If you hadn't arrived without delay, your granddaughter would have already turned into a corpse here. Yun Luo released a chuckle. Lin Chan, you should be thanking me for arriving promptly. Otherwise, it is you who would be buried here. There was Yun Xiao beside his own granddaughter, and what was Lin Chan, that old fool? He would guarantee that not even a finger of that old fool could touch his treasured granddaughter. Yun Xiao, that youngster, truly allowed him to be reassured. Just that. He had long wanted to compete with the #1 expert of the Imperial family, and he could not restrain himself and came to the Imperial Palace. Elder Lin, Gao Tu walked towards Lin Chan's side and angrily looked at Yun Luo, who was in a great mood and giggling. That old general is thinking of plotting a rebellion. I asked for you to put him to death immediately to serve as a warning to others. Lin Chan slightly frowned. This Gao Tu was truly an idiot. Yun Luo had clearly come prepared. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to kill him that easily today. Thinking of that, Lin Chan muttered to himself irresolutely before asking. Yun Luo, you've broken through to a high-level middle-rank cultivator. Indeed, Yun Luo raised his eyebrows and spoke while being proud of himself. My luck's pretty good. I broke through and reached high-level middle rank not long ago. Therefore, I couldn't restrain myself and came here to try my hand against you. In fact, the reason why Yun Luo could break through was because of the spirit fruit Yun Luofeng gave him at that time. Although the old general liked to show off, he still knew his limits. He knew what could be said, and what could not be. If the news of his own granddaughter having spirit fruit was made public, what awaited Yun family would be a nightmare. Chapter 288, Adorable Milk Tea. As expected, after hearing Yun Luo's words, Lin Chan's expression sank slightly and his gaze contained a concealed unknown glimmer. Elder Lin, what are you waiting for? Even if Yun Luo has broken through, he's only a high-level middle-rank cultivator and you're a high-level advanced rank, he's absolutely not your opponent. Seeing Elder Lin, who was motionless, he unconsciously felt anxious. He could not understand, why was Elder Lin so hesitant while facing a high-level middle-rank cultivator? Elder Lin did not answer to Gao Tu's words, but his expression was clearly not very good. What he was afraid of obviously was not Yun Luo, but the 100 men troops beside Yun Luofeng. Although Yun Luo's strength was not comparable to his, it was not a problem for Yun Luo to pull him away for a short period of time. Within that time, the 100 men corps could instantly destroy the Imperial Palace. When the Spread sect finds out about this matter, they would definitely be enraged and he would be labeled as someone who did not protect them. Yun Luo, the force behind me is the Spread sect. Lin Chan took a deep breath and ultimately revealed this news. Only a few royal family members know of the Spread sect's existence. Even noble consort Mu as the Imperial consort did not know of any news regarding the Spread sect. Consequently, he had believed that Yun Luo was unaware. So what? Yun Luo laughed sarcastically. I have already long known of this matter. Lin Chan's expression became increasingly cold. Since you are aware, you still want to plot a rebellion. KK, Yun Luo raised the corner of his lips and laughed sneeringly. Gao Tu, this dog emperor sided with the Mu family. I will also never forget that when I knelt down before Jinglin in order to save King Ya, he did not even command Jinglin to save him. It's such a joke that I went to guard the border for this sort of person for 10 years. Now I have finally come to my senses. Other than getting rid of this incapable ruler, I also came here to let Jinglin repent for the matters of that day. Bang! Suddenly, Yun Luo's pupil contracted and his dominating aura surged forth. The current him seemed to have turned back into the mighty and renowned general that had guarded the border a few months back. Those who offend my Yun family, regardless of who they are, they must die. After saying this, Yun Luo instantly clenched his fist and rushed towards Lin Chan. His entire body's aura was monstrous and sharp like a long sword that was unsheathed. Lin Chan's expression turned solemn and once again, his hands were curved into an eagle-like claw while welcoming Yun Luo's attack. However, a small hamster that came from who knows where, emerged and climbed into his trousers. It then opened its mouth and bit on the tool that he used to carry on his ancestral line. Ah! Lin Chan cried out in pain and he could not care for Yun Luo who was rushing head-on toward him. His eagle-like claws grabbed in the direction of the crotch of his trousers, attempting to squeeze that damned hamster into a meat patty. However, the hamster had changed its target after biting. It climbed up his chest and once again, used its sharp teeth to bite Lin Chan's chest. HMPH, who asked an old beast I'd like you to have the guts to bully my master. Now you are still thinking of battling with my master's grandfather. In your dreams, in order for me to be able to eat more spiritual medicines, I cannot let you be so unrestrained anymore. I must let grandfather let his anger out on you sufficiently. Bang! Just when Lin Chan attempted to catch the small hamster, Yun Luo's fist had already landed on Lin Chan's stomach, causing him to retreat a few steps. He then let out a refreshed hearty laughter. Lin Chan, aren't you supposed to be awesome? If you have the capability, fight me. Ha ha ha. Chapter 289, Apologies, I'm blind. The place where Lin Chan had been bitten was aching endlessly, and he shouted somewhat angrily. If you have any ability, wait for me to kill this hamster and then I'll fight with you. Yun Luo rolled his eyes. Although he came here to have a fight with Lin Chan, he had also come to beat these people up and release his anger. Wouldn't he be stupid if he were to let such a good opportunity slip by? What hamster? I don't see it. Yun Luo lied through his teeth. Lin Chan, are you afraid of me, so you found such a poor excuse? You. Lin Chan was angered to the point where his expression turned pale. Yun Luo, who's afraid of such a shameless nasty person like you? If it weren't for this hamster getting into my robes, I could feed you in a breath's time. While he was speaking, Lin Chan was bitten once again and he no longer cared about Yun Luo. With a tearing sound, he tore his clothes into pieces and suddenly, the small hamster's body was exposed in the light. You're only a hamster and you dared to bite me, you're courting death. Lin Chan struck his chest with his palm. As he had flown into a rage out of humiliation, he exerted ample strength within this palm strike. Who knew that this hamster's body was very nimble and it ran onto his shoulders before the palm strike even landed. As a result, not only did this attack not strike the hamster to death, it even caused his chest to turn purplish-green while his footsteps couldn't help but retreat. TSK. Rage could be seen across Lin Chan's whole face as Yun Luo looked at him beamingly. You're aware that you are not a match for me, therefore, you want to kill yourself. Lin Chan, I didn't think you would be such a coward to not even have the courage to fight me. Compared to the pain on his body, Lin Chan was more angry with Yun Luo's words. He was angered to the point he nearly spat out a mouthful of blood, as his aged body trembled incessantly. Mother of Yun Luo, don't you see this hamster on my body? How can I fight you when he's biting me? Yun Luo replied earnestly, apologies, I'm blind, so I can't see it. Pooh. As his injury was not light, coupled with Yun Luo's provocation, Lin Chan directly spat out a mouthful of blood. His aged expression was deathly pale and completely lacked color. Yun Luo, you are a shameless beast. That fellow must have done it purposely. He absolutely did not believe he could not see such a huge hamster. Squeak squeak. The hamster cried out and once again used its two sharp incisor tooth to bite on Lin Chan's shoulder. It had bitten down hard, and blood oozed out with its bite. It's no wonder Lin Chan no longer had the heart to battle with Yun Luo. Unfortunately, Yun Luo would absolutely never let go of such a great opportunity to trample on him. Lin Chan, even if you do not have the courage to fight me today, I will not let go of such an opportunity to battle against you. Therefore, let us have a fair competition. Both of us will rely on our fists without using any weapons. Fair. You actually had the nerve to sprout righteous words like fairness. From the start, he had never seen a person who was shameless to this extent. That old man did not even care about his face, so what could he still say to him? Just when Lin Chan wanted to meet Yun Luo's attack, the hamster hiding on his body bit him again. Under acute pain, his movements slightly stopped and at that moment, Yun Luo's fist firmly struck on his chest. His body flew out with a bang sound, causing him to fall on the floor while spitting blood. His expression was filled with wrath. Yun Luo, if you have any ability, let me kill this hamster first before fighting you. When Lin Chan's voice had just finished, Milk Tea strode with his tiny legs and stood before Lin Chan. The small hamster's head lifted up high and looked at Lin Chan while being proud of himself. Chapter 290, Shameless Yun Luo 1. Squeak squeak. Milk Tea called out to Lin Chan, its big, round eyes bursting with provocation. That expression appeared to say, if you have the capability, squeeze me to death, but since you don't, what nonsense are you speaking? GDDMN hamster, this old man will kill you first. Lin Chan understood the emotion in Milk Tea's eyes and sprung up with a roar, his eagle-like claws trying their hardest to scratch Milk Tea's little body. Bang! Before Lin Chan's hit landed on Milk Tea, its body scuttled away, and it nimbly dodged. The descending eagle-like claws plunged into the ground, and an anguished wail was suddenly heard. You DMN hamster, I dare you to not escape. Lin Chan's hand was lodged in the ground. He could feel all his fingers burning in pain, and his expression involuntarily started twisting. His entire body emitted a billowing aura, his wrath clearly reaching its peak. Milk Tea turned its head and made a few calls toward Lin Chan, as though saying, don't escape. Am I dumb? In his fury, Lin Chan did not care about anything anymore and threateningly launched himself at the quickly escaping Milk Tea. While chasing after Milk Tea, Lin Chan did not sense Yun Luo's presence suddenly appearing behind him at all. Bang! A powerful force surprise attacked Lin Chan from behind, making him lose his footing and fall face first on the ground. Then, he instantly leaped up, turning around to attack Yun Luo. However, when he gave up on chasing after Milk Tea to attack Yun Luo, Milk Tea, that little hamster, suddenly appeared from nowhere and sneaked up on Lin Chan's back, biting him. Ah! Lin Chan shouted in pain, his palm reaching for Milk Tea on his back. It was as though his hand was smeared with oil, incredibly slick, and the little hamster directly slipped past his palm and smugly ran behind him. Lin Chan wanted to continue chasing Milk Tea, but he only ran a few steps before Yun Luo opportunistically attacked him again. Then, when he wanted to seek trouble from Yun Luo, Milk Tea darted out again to sneak an attack on his back. Faced with this shameless pair of human and hamster, Lin Chan completely lost his mind. He angrily screamed, and his disheveled hair messily hung down his back, akin to a true lunatic. Ah, Yun Luo, I'm going to dismember you and this wretched hamster. Lin Chan's pants started shaking due to the berserk power from inside his body. He waved his arms to angrily aim for Milk Tea, disregarding Yun Luo, who was tossing a few punches at him from behind every now and then. The only thought in his mind was to murder this trouble-stirring hamster. He knew that as long as this little hamster remained alive, it was impossible for him to have a fair fight with Yun Luo. Lin Chan, why are you running? If you are a man, then stop and fight until only one remains. What skill is it to run away? Yun Luo guffawed and did not stop pursuing Lin Chan, his spiritual energy wastefully hitting Lin Chan. Lin Chan almost stumbled onto the ground again. Although he was bursting with fury, he still did not stop chasing the hamster. As a result, the entire palace was graced with the scene of a hamster frantically running ahead and two old men chasing after it. Yun Luofeng lazily leaned against Yun Xiao, watching this pursuit with slight interest. She saw that milk tea was not in any danger and the elderly man was also having fun, so she did not step out to halt this farce and turned to look at the restless Gao Tu. Chapter 291, Shameless Yun Luo, 2. Qingyan, Zhonglinge, how should we take care of these people? Yun Luofeng smiled, slightly narrowing her dangerously glinting eyes. Zhonglinge blinked, her large, adorable, and bright eyes were full of teasing. Master, although it's true that Gaoling is idiotic, and the emperor is biased, the crime of these people from the imperial clan doesn't warrant death. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows, indicating for Zhonglinge to continue speaking. So, Zhonglinge paused briefly before continuing, this subordinate has an idea. Master can cripple Gao Tu's strength and imprison him, making him watch how the Yun family that he once looked down on grows step by step and finally stands on the pinnacle of this continent. Didn't you side with the Mu family back then? Didn't you take into consideration that Mu Wushuang was someone from the Tian family, so you permitted Gaoling to humiliate her master and tacitly accepted all of Gaoling and Mu Wushuang's behavior? Hence, Zhonglinge wanted to make these people watch Yun family gradually grow and Gao Tu to live the rest of his life in regret. That idea is quite good. Yun Luofeng lightly caressed her chin and said, Zhonglinge, do you have anything else that you want to say? Zhonglinge was silent for a moment. This is the punishment for Gao Tu and his son. As for noble consort Mu, many things were caused by her, and she is also from the Mu family, so we must completely eliminate all the roots. Before Gao Tu knew about Mu Wushuang's identity, many things happened due to noble consort Mu indeed. It was because of her pillow talk that he started having a bias toward the Mu family. And it was because of her that Gao Tu would tacitly accept Jinglin's behavior all those years ago. This was the permanent hatred in the elderly man's heart. If the Mu family was not eradicated, then he could not eliminate that painful memory. Qingyan, do you have something to add? The corner of Yun Luofeng's lips contained a smile as she turned her head to look at the little maidservant beside her. Qingyan glanced at Yun Luofeng. Miss, this maid thinks that Zhonglinge's method is quite good, but this maid wants to add one thing, and that is to make Gao Tu and his son become Milk Tea's playmates. Milk Tea is very lonely without any playmates. Milk Tea. Hearing Qingyan's words, Gao Tu's face turned pale. He fearfully looked at that frantically running little hamster, his eyes revealing an intense dread. Becoming that little thing's playmate. Dying would be more delightful. Of course, although Gao Tu thought this in his heart, as someone craven and cowardly, he could never do something like cutting his own throat to commit suicide. He would rather live in pain than die in despair. Yun Xiao, what do you think? Yun Luofeng turned her side to Yun Xiao and asked. Yun Xiao was as cold as always, but the words that he spoke made a person's heart feel incredibly warm. As long as you were happy. As long as she was happy, then he would support her no matter what she did. Even if she wanted to massacre everyone in this world, he would still never leave her and always accompany her. Yun Luofeng. Seeing these people casually deciding his fate, Gao Tu's face darkened as he said, don't forget, our imperial clan has the Spirit Sect behind us. Do you think you have the strength to fight with Spirit Sect? I already knew about the existence of the Spirit Sect before coming here, Yun Luofeng looked up at Gao Tu and aloofly stated. Since we came to seek trouble from your imperial clan in spite of already knowing about the Spirit Sect situation, why do you think I will be intimidated into withdrawing by those words alone? Gao Tu's complexion shifted again. Spirit Sect was his safeguard, but if even this safeguard was useless, then he truly had no way of facing Yun family's 100-people core. Chapter 292, Shameless Yun Luo, 3. While Gao Tu contemplated his countermeasure, Lin Qian finally exhausted all of his energy and could not help but come to a stop. He gasped for breath as he stared at the little hamster, who had kept about 10 meters between them from start to end, with a face brimming with fury. Wait until I catch you, I will definitely need you into a meat patty. This damned little thing was nothing more than a normal gold-seeking hamster. And for a spiritual beast like the gold-seeking hamster, its strength can only remain at early level, low-rank spirit cultivator for their entire life, so how could it run this fast? Of course, the gold-seeking hamsters that Lin Qian had intimate knowledge of were other people's gold-seeking hamsters. The gold-seeking hamster that Yun Luofeng possessed was certainly an existence that was beyond everyone's knowledge, so how could he catch up to it? Ho ho, I'm afraid you won't have that chance. Yun Luo chewed a spiritual fruit while looking at Lin Qian with ridicule in his eyes. His expression was very carefree, and his whole body was extremely relaxed, as though the person chasing Lin Qian earlier was not him. Yun Luo, Lin Qian furiously turned his head. Why is it that although you ran for so long and hit me so many times, everything is still fine? This old guy's strength was lower than his, and even he did not have any energy remaining, so why was this old guy still so carefree and content? And not even out of breath. In truth, the fact that Yun Luo could be this airy had something to do with the spiritual fruit in his hand. After consuming the first spiritual fruit, a spirit cultivator at the high-level state could suddenly break through one level. Although the use of a second spiritual fruit did not have any further effects, this ineffectiveness was only referring to the raising of one's strength. If someone ate these spiritual fruits like regular fruits just as the old man did, even if they could not use the spiritual fruits to continue raising their strength, they could still use it to recover their spiritual strength and raise their physical strength. This was why even though the elderly man ran for so long and utilized so much spiritual energy, he still was not out of breath. Seeing this old man chasing and beating Lin Qian while nibbling on spiritual fruits, the people of the Steep Core and Raging Flame Core felt their hearts involuntarily twitch. Something as good as that was wasted by him like this. However, other people were unable to recognize the spiritual fruit in Yun Luo's hand, so they only thought of it as a normal fruit. As a result, they did not pay too much attention to it and were only astonished by the old man's formidable physical strength. Do you want to know why my physical strength is this vigorous? And why even my spiritual strength is endless? The old man casually tossed away the seed of the fruit in his hand, his derisive gaze landing on Lin Chan. Squeak squeak. Witnessing this scene, the hamster hurriedly halted its steps and turned around to run toward the seed that the old man threw onto the ground. It eagerly held the seed in its hands and scampered to the side to start biting it. Why? Lin Chan did not pay attention to the little hamster anymore and asked with an uncomprehending tone. He still could not understand. Yun Luo's strength was clearly an entire level lower than him, so why wasn't he the slightest bit short-winded after running for this long? Yun Luo's shameless expression disappeared and was replaced by a solemn one. Faced with a serious Yun Luo like this, Lin Chan temporarily stored the fury in his heart away and waited for the man's answer. That is because Yun Luo stroked his snow-white beard and replied in a deadpan manner, "You frequently visit brothels and your body is dried up. Naturally, it's quite weak, so how could you compare to a decent person like me? Old guy, you're already advanced in age, you should take better care of your own body, don't keep letting those women hollow you out." Lin Chan originally thought Yun Luo would seriously answer his question, but who knew this old guy would actually say something like that? He was angered to the point of almost spitting out a mouthful of blood again. Chapter 293, Shameless Yun Luo, 4. What was this? He visits brothels. What was this? His body is hollowed out by those women. He secluded himself to cultivate every day. When did he visit brothels? He should have guessed that Yun Luo, that old thing, would never say anything nice. Waiting for him to respond to your question. Dream on. Yun Luo, even if this old man dies here today, I will still pull you down with me. Lin Chan's eyes were completely red, and he charged toward Yun Luo as though possessed. Even if he died, he still would not let off this shameless old thing. On the litter, Yun Xiao looked at Lin Chan, who was charging at the elderly man, and a cold light flashed through his deep and dark eyes. He slowly lifted his hand, and inside his sleeve, a wave of spiritual energy shot out and hit Lin Chan's knees with a bang. At this time, Lin Chan just reached the spot in front of the elderly man, was caught off guard, and hit by this wave of spiritual energy. Answer, his legs could not withstand the weight behind this energy and suddenly kneeled in front of the elderly man. That's right. He truly knelt down, his knees ceaselessly trembling, and he could not even stand up. Cluck cluck, both of the elderly man's hands were on his hips as he watched Lin Chan kneel in front of him with a smile. Lin Chan, even if you know you committed a mistake, you don't need to kneel to me. Moreover, even if you knelt, I still wouldn't forgive you. You. Lin Chan's face was full of humiliation and rage, his severe eyes glanced behind him. Who was it? Who ambushed me just now? Come out. Bang. While Lin Chan was looking into the identity of the ambusher, a solid piece of rock was thrown and hit his head. This was quickly followed by Milk Tea running to him with its short little legs and giving a few mocking squeaks. Lin Chan completely broke down. He wanted to get up from the ground, but before he could straighten his knees, a powerful pressure came from the direction of litter, mercilessly pressing his body onto the ground. Ha ha ha, Lin Chan, weren't you so skillful before? But now, there is actually a day where you kneel to me. Yun Luo guffawed and shot Lin Chan's body into the air with his palm. Immediately after, he leaped up, and his entire body sat on Lin Chan, his punches landing on the man like a tornado. The old man was hitting him very fiercely, wanting to vent all of the grievances that he suffered from for all these years. And the cold man on the litter nonchalantly picked up a grape and placed it by Yun Luofeng's mouth. His handsome face was free of any expression, as though the person who just used the pressure to control Lin Chan was not him. Pop. Lin Chan was beaten up by the elderly man to the point of spurting blood from his mouth. There was not a single unharmed spot on his face. Perhaps he was so beat up that even his mother could not recognize him. When the elderly man's final punch landed, Lin Chan already could not bear it any longer and passed out. Seeing this, the elderly man found it a bit dull and walked away from his body, clicking his tongue. So boring, that old thing is at least a high-level, advanced rank cultivator, but too fragile to beat up. Only a few hits and he already fainted. A few hits. Hearing this, the corner of everyone's lips could not help but twitch. The elderly man landed several hundred hits on him, but he actually said it was only a few hits at the end. Girl, I will leave you to clean up. This grandfather of yours wants to find someone to have some tea with and chat. The elderly man stood with his arms behind him and head held high, a face brimming with satisfaction. Wasting this old man's valuable time on these people truly isn't worth it. Yun Luofeng looked at the radiant elderly man and smiled, vented enough. Chapter 294, I will wait for an explanation from you. 1. Venting anger. What venting anger? The elderly man glared at Yun Luofeng. This old man was simply comparing notes with him just now. How is the venting anger? Is this old man shameless and despicable like that? After saying this, the elderly man smoothed his beard and earnestly said, we were having a fair competition, fair, do you understand? He wasn't as skillful, so he was defeated by me. If Lin Chan heard the old man's shameless words, he would certainly be angered to death by him. But thankfully, Lin Chan had already fainted, so he escaped this calamity. Yun Luofeng already knew about the kind of conduct that this old man had, so she was not stunned by any of this. Her brows lightly raised as she glanced at him with a faint smile. Then go back and wait for me. I will return home after I finish handling the matters here. Ha ha, then grandfather will return home to wait for you. Yun Luo loudly laughed twice with a perfectly satisfied expression. With his chest and head held high, he headed out of the imperial palace's court, quickly disappearing from Yun Luofeng's sight. It was only after the old man left that Yun Luofeng retracted her gaze. Her pair of pitch-black eyes glanced at Gao Tu and his son with a wicked smile in them. Now, it's your turn. I think Zhong Lingge and King Yun's suggestions aren't bad. Since you previously looked down on our Yun family, then I will let you witness how our Yun family will walk towards the pinnacle of this continent. As soon as these words were spoken, Gao Tu's expression instantly transformed. Yun Luofeng, do you truly not fear the split sex revenge? His voice was trembling, clearly without his original confidence. After all, even if the Strid sect's experts rushed over, they would still need to wait a few days. And within these few days, that abominable little hamster would definitely have killed them already. Whether we fear the Strid sect or not, you will know in a moment. The young girl's fearlessly beautiful face donned on an evil smile. Attention, steel and raging flame core. While saying this, her voice became extremely loud and clear, resounding through the entire Imperial Palace with wave after wave of echoes. In an instant, everyone from the steel and raging flame core straightened their bodies akin to soldiers waiting for commands. Escort these few people back to the general's estate. Anyone who resists, kill them without mercy. Following the 4 words, kill them without mercy, Gautu and the others all felt their bodies shiver as though they were surrounded by an unforgiving aura, causing them to not dare to take a single deep breath. However, witnessing the people from the steel and raging flame core grabbing him, Galing shouted while struggling, "Yun Luofeng, have you truly moved on? I know I was blind and shouldn't have chosen Yu Wushang over you. I also know that you're exacting revenge on me for my choice. As long as you release me, I'm willing to obey everything you say." Seeing the fear in Galing's eyes, a mocking chuckle flitted through Yun Luofeng's heart. She truly did not understand what this body's prior owner saw in Galing, even forsaking her life for a man like this. A person this fearful of death, spineless and worthless, he simply could not be considered a man. Escort them back. The young girl's voice did not retain a single trace of sentiment, causing Galing's heart to suddenly sink to a nadir. His stiff body was dragged away by the steel and raging flame core without any resistance. "Yun Xiao, after we return, I will wait for an explanation from you." Yun Luofeng raised the corner of her lips, and her faintly smiling, dark eyes turned to Yun Xiao. "I want to know what's up with this Ghost Emperor identity." Chapter 295. I will wait for an explanation from you, too. It was night, the moonlight like water. Inside the young girl's bedchamber, a pleasant fragrance lingered, and the snow-white muslin for the window fluttered with the breeze, akin to a gentle palm lightly caressing the girl's peerlessly beautiful appearance. A man stood behind her, his cold eyes intently fixed on the girl standing before him. "I came to the Yun family without any ulterior motives. He only came here because of her." While saying this, the man's face was as emotionless as always, but the nervousness that flashed through his eyes still betrayed his heart's emotions. He was scared. Scared that Yun Luofeng would misunderstand him. If she misunderstood him, he did not know what he could do to recover her trust. And then, the young girl's voice was aloof, not a single emotion could be heard, so it was unknown what she was thinking. Yun Xiao started, and suddenly strode in front of the young girl with large steps. He fiercely pulled her into his embrace, using all his strength to tightly hold onto her. His lowered eyes silently stared at the young girl in his arms. The girl did not move at all, allowing Yun Xiao to embrace her, but a Yun Luofeng like this only made his heart increasingly nervous. "Believe me, I won't do anything that will harm you. Ghost Emperor is only the name that other people call me by. In the Yun household, there isn't any Ghost Emperor, only Yun Xiao. In the Yun household, there isn't any Ghost Emperor, only Yun Xiao." A stream of warmth flowed through Yun Luofeng's heart. Her hand gently pushed the man holding her away, and she looked up at the cold and handsome face in front of her. "Yun Xiao, when we first met, you were seriously injured and fell down from the wall. I want to know why someone as strong as you was seriously injured that day." Yun Xiao was silent for a moment before answering. "The method that I study is a bit unusual. That day's injuries were self-inflicted when I fell into a deranged state while practicing. After I had regained consciousness, I was already grievously injured. Added to that, there are many people who want to steal my method, so to prevent those people from detecting my location, I switch locations every time I finish practicing my method. Who knew that I would injure myself so much that day and faint just when I wanted to leave?" "Method?" Yun Luofeng lightly frowned. "What method do you practice?" Yun Xiao glanced at Yun Luofeng and honestly responded. "The method that I practice is called Heaven and Spirit Method." Heaven and Spirit Method. During Yun Luofeng's moment of hesitation, Xiao Mo's astonished shout came from her spirit. "Master, I know of this Heaven and Spirit Method. I didn't imagine that Yun Xiao's luck is this good, actually attaining the Heaven and Spirit Method. This method is also the cultivation method most suited for a solid soul body. However, every time that the Heaven and Spirit Method advances a level and his cultivation rises, he does indeed enter into a deranged state. He won't recognize anyone and will injure even himself." Following the drop of Xiao Mo's voice, Yun Luofeng's heart gradually sunk. "Is there any solution?" Yun Luofeng did not notice at all how after she had asked her question, the eyes of the little guy inside God Code World lit up. "There is, of course there is. When Yun Xiao makes a breakthrough next time, Master, dual cultivate with him. As long as he dual cultivates with you, his deranged state will not flare up." Yun Luofeng lightly stroked her chin and did not respond to Xiao Mo, turning her gaze to Yun Xiao again. "Then why did you come to the Yun household? Just because I saved you and saw the appearance beneath your mask, you want to make me take responsibility?" Chapter 296. I trust you. Yun Xiao's black eyes gazed at Yun Luofeng without blinking. "That time when I came looking for you, I said this one sentence, staying beside you makes me feel comfortable. Regarding this, I have never lied to you, as when I am beside you my entire body feels comfortable." Ever since he had cultivated the Heaven and Spirit method, a tearing pain would frequently arise within his soul. However, as long as he stood at Yun Luofeng's side, both his soul and body would feel as if he was surrounded by a warm spiritual energy, incomparably comforting. Yun Luofeng furrowed her eyebrows. "I didn't know I had such an ability." That very day, Yun Xiao indeed said this sentence, but she did not pay attention to it. Presumably, Xiao Mo must have understood his meaning but did not inform her. "Yun Xiao, this is the reason you came looking for me?" Yun Xiao nodded his head honestly. "It was for that reason at first. What about now?" "Right now." He paused before continuing to speak. I want to take responsibility for you. Since you are not willing to take responsibility for me, then I will certainly take responsibility for you till the end. In this entire lifetime, you can never escape from my attention. The man's voice contained resolution and sincerity, causing Yun Luofeng's heart to suddenly shake. Her pitch-black eyes gazed at the man standing before him. Yun Xiao, regardless of wherever you are in the future, come to the Yuns to look for me when your heaven and earth method is about to break through. Yun Xiao did not understand the reason behind Yun Luofeng's words and he slightly frowned. I won't be leaving here. My home is only where you are. Yun Luofeng smiled helplessly. Yun Xiao, you can't possibly follow right beside me your entire life. You will definitely leave my side temporarily for your own affairs, but no matter for what reason you leave, you must return to my side as long as you are about to break through. I can help you treat your deranged state. In this entire lifetime, to be able to meet such a foolish man like Yun Xiao, what reason did she have to not cherish him? If it was to keep Yun Xiao from harming himself, she would be willing to dual cultivate with him. All right. Yun Xiao's eyes deeply stared at Yun Luofeng. I trust you. As long as it was something she said, he will believe firmly without any doubt. Even if she fed him a bowl of poison one day, as long as she said it wasn't poison, he would drink it without hesitation. Yun Xiao, regarding you hoodwinking me, I will not fuss over it. Yun Luofeng lightly narrowed her eyes. However, if there are any other things that you're still hiding from me, you can tell me now. Hearing these words, Yun Xiao turned solemn and only spoke after a long time. Actually, I'm not an orphan. My parents are still alive. It's just that I left them when I was young. Yun Luofeng's expression turned serious. Continue. I was a trash when I was young, being unable to cultivate. As a result, I was chased out of my family when I was 7, and deprived of the Xiao surname as well as removed from the genealogy. The name Xiao was given to me by my mother before I left. The man's words caused a wave of oppressive feelings within Yun Luofeng's heart. It's no wonder when she asked Yun Xiao's surname at that time, he said he only had the name Xiao, without a surname. As it turns out, he unexpectedly had such a past. Yun Xiao, then why were you trapped in the forest of no return? Who threw you into that sort of place? It was my father's woman. Yun Xiao's gaze turned increasingly callous. My mother was of humble and low birth, but she had an outstanding aptitude. As such, he fancied my mother, thinking that with her aptitude, the child between them would be a genius. However, who would have thought that I was instead a trash? Chapter 297, Yun Xiao's Identity. Since I was a trash, my mother became useless to him. So he dismissed my mother as his wife and married another. On the day he married someone else, my name was removed from the genealogy and I was driven out of the family. At the same time, his new wife had me thrown into the forest of no return. With every sentence Yun Xiao spoke, Yun Luofeng's heart ached more. She had never seen a father who was so cruel as to drive his own son out of the family and leave him outside to die. Yun Xiao. Stretching out her arms and gently hugging Yun Xiao, Yun Luofeng lowered her eyelids and said word by word, Don't worry, I will avenge you. No one can get away with hurting you. No matter how powerful an enemy he was facing, she would always stand by his side even at the expense of her own life. Yun Xiao paused and then, he reached out his arms and embraced Yun Luofeng, a faint smile on his cold face. I have you now, that's enough. Due to the torture he suffered when he was a child, he had a cold and unrelenting heart. However, only when he was facing the girl in his arms, he would put down all his defenses and submit himself to all her orders. It seemed that something occurred to Yun Xiao and he continued, It seems that the Xiao family didn't know that the woman had thrown me into the forest of no return. Now, they're looking for me all over the continent. The forest was called No Return, because nobody could return from it alive. If the Xiao family knew he had been thrown into the forest, they would have thought that he had died there and would not search for his whereabouts. They're looking for you. Yun Luofeng raised her eyebrows and sneered, They drove you out of the family back then. Why are they looking for you? Yun Xiao shook his head. I don't know. After saying this, he paused, adding, No matter why they're looking for me, I will not go back to the Xiao family. Here is the only place I should stay. Yun Luofeng stroked her chin. Do those people know about your current strength? I wear a mask outside, so nobody knows I'm the Ghost Emperor. Hearing his words, Yun Luofeng pondered. Since those people didn't know the real strength of Yun Xiao, why were they looking for him? Yun Luofeng believed that they must be doing it for a reason. Let's just roll with the punches. Yun Xiao, I will always stand by your side, no matter what kind of difficulties you encounter. Listening to the girl's words, a wave of warmth swept through the man, and his dark eyes were no longer cold. I don't want to see the people of the Xiao family, just because. I don't want to let those people pollute my eyes and my hands. With a serious face, the man gazed at Yun Luofeng. My eyes will only look at you, my hands will only hug you, and my strength will only be used to protect you. I don't care about anyone else. Yun Xiao was not good at speaking sweet words, but every word he said was so sincere and hearty that people couldn't help but believe it. Yun Luofeng said, a smile hovering on her lips, Yun Xiao, you don't want those people to pollute your hands, but I can't forget that they used to bully you. Whoever hurt you, I will let them repent forever. Chapter 298, Do you want to be the Emperor? She would try her best to shield her beloved ones. Yun Xiao was her man, so she wouldn't let those who had hurt him live. The imperial palace was in the midst of chaos. At this moment, since Gao Tuo and Gao Ling were captured by the Yun family, all the other princes were vying for the throne. Therefore, the imperial palace was in a civil war. In the fourth prince's estate. Gently shaking the teacup in his hand, Gao Xiaochen was pondering, his handsome jade-like face showing a mild smile, his eyes flickering with a cunning light. He was just like a fox, and nobody could discern what was going through his mind. Your Highness, shall we fight for the throne? Looking at the handsome man who leisurely tasted his tea, one of his trusted subordinates hesitated for a while and finally asked him, puzzled by his inaction. Gao Xiaochen chuckled. These people are too stupid. The throne is not for them to win. Without the backing of the Spirit sect, the Emperor of Long Yuan Kingdom will not be changed. That was why he took no action during all these years. Without the support of the Spirit sect, nobody would be able to ascend to the throne. Suddenly, a sneering voice came and made Gao Xiaochen's heart miss a beat. Everyone is drunk but I alone am sober. Does this saying describe a person like you? When did this person sneak into the fourth prince's estate? How was it that he didn't notice it at all? Thinking about it, Gao Xiaochen looked around and found a woman sitting in a wooden chair of the study. The woman was in green, wearing a purple organza and a jade pendant hanging on her waist. With a mild smile on her beautiful face, she cupped her chin in her hand and gazed at Gao Xiaochen, who was stunned at her visit. But your vigilance is so poor that I have been here for a long time, and you were not aware of it. Gao Xiaochen's face darkened, and he asked coldly, who are you? The woman in green chuckled and walked away from the chair. Her steps were light and agile. I came here to ask you something. Do you want to be the Emperor of the Long Yuan Kingdom? Gao Xiaochen looked suspiciously at the woman in green. What is your identity? Why can you decide the ownership of the throne of the Long Yuan Kingdom? Who am I? The woman in green raised her eyebrows. Your father and brother should know it, but unfortunately, they were captured by the Yun family. All right, I will tell you my identity. The woman in green paused, and continued, I am Xishuen, the heiress of the Spirit sect. Now do you think I have the right to determine the ownership of your throne? The Spirit sect. Gao Xiaochen paused. When he heard the words of the woman in green, there was no joy but just prudence in his cunning foxy eyes. Why would you help me? Xishuen glanced at Gao Xiaochen and continued, our Spirit sect has a rule for choosing the Emperor of the secular world. That is, never choose a smart guy in case he betrays us. But I don't agree. I'm only interested in cooperating with a smart guy like you. Both Gao Tu and Gao Ling are too stupid and boring. If it was someone else, you might have believed Xishuen's words. But what kind of a person was Gao Xiaochen? He was always entrapping people, and no one could entrap him. If Xishuen said she had no purpose, he would definitely not believe it. Miss Xishuen, then what do you want me to do for you after I have ascended to the throne? Chapter 299. Yun Luofeng will be yours and I'll have Yun Xiao. It's just impossible to fool you. Xishuen slightly raised her eyebrows, and that's why I'm more interested in cooperating with you. She was confident that even if Gao Xiaochen became the emperor, she could still control him. Yes, looking at Gao Xiaochen's foxy eyes, Xishuen said frankly, I choose you for a purpose. Gao Xiaochen smiled mildly, then may I know your purpose? Hearing his words, Xishuen glanced at him. When the Mu family was butchered yesterday, I was among the onlookers. I recognized the cold man beside Yun Luofeng, who is the right one that I have been looking for. However, because he was too vigilant, Xishuen did not dare to look at him longer, for fear that she might attract his attention. Therefore, she pretended to be an ordinary onlooker to avoid being noticed by the man. Even so, the man still noticed her casual glance, and if it hadn't been that she quickly drew back her eyes, he might have found her. Are you sure? Gao Xiaochen paused and asked seriously. Xishuen nodded. I first met him in my father's study, when he walked past me, without giving me a glance as if he didn't notice my existence. He was wearing a mask and looked so cold and domineering. It was just because of his cold and imposing manner that I became infatuated with him. Yesterday though, he didn't wear his mask, and I still recognized him at a glance by his size and bearing. Thinking of the man's tenderness for the gorgeous girl beside him, she felt her heart was burning with envy. If she had not been warned by her father that any woman who had been covetous of the man had not come to a good end, perhaps she would have rushed out on the spot and would not have tried her best to restrain herself. Gao Xiaochen's eyes flickered. Miss Xishuen, so why don't you just vie for the man with Yun Luofeng? Xishuen said with contempt. It was obvious that he likes Yun Luofeng, otherwise he would not have accompanied her without any complaint. If I just rushed out to court him, it would surely cause his disgust, and what I want is his heart, not just his body. As a matter of fact, if it weren't that Yun Xiao was too powerful, Xishuen would definitely take him by force. It was just because that she was afraid of the power of Yun Xiao that she dared not to do it. Of course, she would never tell Gao Xiaochen the truth, or else Gao Xiaochen could not be used by her. I didn't expect that Miss Xishuen was so affectionate. Gao Xiaochen's jade-like face showed a smile, his eyes flickering with some subtle light. But, till now, you still haven't told me what you want me to do. Xishuen chuckled. I have already found out that you like Yun Luofeng. So, isn't it perfect? Yun Luofeng will be yours and I'll have Yun Xiao. What do you think of it? If you agree, I will send some people of the Spirit sect to help you, and the throne of the Long Yuan Kingdom will also be yours. Undoubtedly, Xishuen's offer was quite attractive. If he agreed, he could become the Emperor of the Long Yuan Kingdom and get Yun Luofeng as well. Gao Xiaochen, however, kept silent. Cunning as he was, it was not so easy for him to trust a person. After quite a while, he seemed to finally figure something out, his handsome face more serious. Chapter 300. His infatuation and possessiveness. I just want to ask you one thing. If I do it for you, will you hurt Yun Luofeng? A woman in love was usually crazy and would be extremely cruel to her rival in love, so Gao Xiaochen asked her this question. Yes, he did want to get Yun Luofeng, but he didn't want her to suffer any harm. Gao Xiaochen, I didn't expect that you could be so love-stricken. Xishuen raised the corners of her lips and smiled. Don't worry, as long as I get Yun Xiao, I won't hurt her. However, as Yun Luofeng is such a tough woman, I don't think she will submit to you easily. I suggest you wait until Yun Xiao leaves, and then take her into the imperial palace by force and take her virginity. If you succeed, I will help you control her and make her your doll for her entire life. Why do I have to wait until Yun Xiao leaves? Gao Xiaochen frowned, his foxy eyes flickering with subtle lights. With his presence, you won't be able to take Yun Luofeng into the imperial palace. Si Xuan glanced at Gao Xiaochen. After all, I can't use all the powers of the Strid sect. Besides, he is very vigilant, and it won't be easy to lure him away, so you have to wait. He is a very busy man and won't stay in the Yun family all the time. She didn't tell Gao Xiaochen that even all the strong men of the Strid sect added up would not be able to defeat Yun Xiao. Of course, if she said this truthfully, Gao Xiaochen would be too scared to do it. As for the way to control Yun Luofeng, she didn't have any. She was just deceiving Gao Xiaochen. As long as Yun Luofeng lost her virginity to Gao Xiaochen, it would be impossible for Yun Xiao to continue to love her. And then, she would appear before Yun Xiao at the right time, comforting him and gradually stealing his heart. Then it would not be difficult for him to finally accept her. Gao Xiaochen pondered for quite a while and nodded. All right, I will do it for you. After Yun Xiao leaves the Yun family, I will inform you. Then I'll be waiting for your good news. Si Xuan squinted, the smile on her face spreading. I hope you will not let me down. Afterward, she walked lightly out of the door like a puff of smoke and quickly disappeared from the sight of Gao Xiaochen. Your Highness, looking at the receding figure of Si Xuan, Gao Xiaochen's trusted subordinate asked, can we trust this woman? Gao Xiaochen's face darkened. No, we can't. He knew that he couldn't trust Si Xuan, but he had no choice. The Strid sect was the master of the royal family. If he wanted to ascend to the throne, he would have to obey her orders. He just hoped that Si Xuan could keep her words and would not hurt Yun Luofeng after she got Yun Xiao. Because of the intervention of Si Xuan, the chaotic court of the Longyuan kingdom was finally stabilized. However, to everyone's surprise, the new emperor was the fourth prince, Gao Xiaochen, who was always low profile. As was known to all, the fourth prince, Gao Xiaochen, was not quite outstanding except that he was a good-looking man, though he didn't perform fully as well. Thus, the citizens of the Longyuan kingdom didn't expect that he could beat all those princes and become the new emperor. However, after Gao Xiaochen ascended to the throne, he soon reinstated General Yun Luo and announced that he would grant the military leadership to Yun Luo again. However, he just said this and hadn't issued Yun Luo the token for commanding troops. One day, Yun Xiao temporarily left the Yun family because something was wrong with his powers and he had to deal with it. However, not long after he left, a group of imperial guards arrived and quickly surrounded General Yun's estate. Chapter 301, Let her be the Empress.